Welcome to Day 2 of the 2021 Wild Rift C Championship Group Stages. Yesterday, we got to know the teams from Group A, our Group of Life. And today, we are going over to Group B, the Group of Death. I am your host, GEEK Fam, and I am joined by Grandin and Omo on the panel today. What's up, guys? How are you feeling? Omo mentioned that it's a great day, but then he took it back a little bit because he thought he might jinx it. Or does it still hold up, Omo?
I did jinx it. The moment after I said that, I knocked my green screen over. So, sorry, I shouldn't be saying that, right? This is all real here. This arena thing, that's where we are.
Yes,
no,
that is
what
correct.
green screen? What's a green screen even?
Look, if the team's future as bright as almost light right now, we are in for a very good day.
Omo is like a source of light. He is the celestial body in this space thing. Yes, he is our sun and our star over here. But you know, guys, the real stars. No, but Omo, the real stars are, of course, all of the fans watching right now, our wonderful community. You guys can join in on the conversation from wherever you might be watching from, whether it's on Twitch, whether it's on YouTube. Just use the hashtag SeaChamps, that's SEA Champs, and you could see, you can interact with us and possibly see your tweets featured over on our platforms. And yes, there you go, there you have it, Twitch on YouTube. And I believe there are also some drops going on Twitch. Yeah. I think some of you guys got lucky yesterday, managed to get some, I think it was like emotes or
you get blue modes, you can get emotes. There's a lot of things you can possibly get.
Yeah, like the boost too. It's like
you get
pretty good
as
stuff.
well.
Yeah.
Awesome. So there you have it. You guys can get something, of course, into your to enhance your Wild Rift experience just by simply watching the C Championships. Now, if you are just tuning in, you kind of missed a crazy day yesterday. We had, of course, it was a good day for Barium United Esports. It was a good day for MBR as well, and for One Team fans, and in general, actually a good day for those who enjoy Baron Lane matchups. Grandin, we're gonna start with you. What was your thoughts on the matches yesterday?
Look, I didn't get to cast yesterday's matches, but I got to see them, and honestly, they were pretty much what I expected. There were a couple of occasional upsets, but for the most part, it really came down to all the Baron Lane plays. I think today, Group B is going to be similar, but with a slight twist. I think mid lane's going to be the prio, but overall, I mean, just incredibly strong teams with very powerful Baron lanes.
Yeah, Omo, what about you? I know you. I am on board the Barium United Esports train right now.
Yeah,
definitely.
I mean, I'm on the hype train. I've been on the hype train for a while now, right? And I'm really glad that yesterday our special guest, What the Jess, came on and kind of agreed with me. He said that this is one of the best team fighting teams we have in the whole tournament. If you cannot team fight well against BRU, they're just gonna win. And that's kind of what we saw yesterday as well, right? Not only that, I was also pleasantly surprised by their aggression and by their ability to just snowball games, not just relying on their teamfight ability, which has always been good. So I think BRU are showing a lot of signs of life. For me, 1C was a bit of a disappointment, and Flash dropping 2-0 to MBR was a pleasant surprise as well. I think MBR came into play.
Yeah, MBR Esports was actually one of my, pleasant surprises of yesterday. I think like the fact that they showed massive improvement in one day, not just like over the span of like one tournament or like a week or something. It was like in one day they managed to fix a lot of problem points, pain points for them, and that shows a lot of potential for that team. Grandin, I'm eager to hear your thoughts though. We had Team Secret as well with the big brain plays, the big brain drafts. I know you weren't able to cast yesterday, so I'm eager to hear your thoughts and what you thought about what they were bringing out.
Yeah, I think with like the Team Secret games, it was pretty interesting the fact that they managed to take a match off of one team, because one team in our eyes were definitely in the top contenders, but at the same time Team Secret were also pretty high up the totem pole. So we have some expectations for what they need to get done here, right? Team Secret needs to have a pretty good run continuing forward. That being said, they have a decent match with Flash coming up on day 3, but they also have a very difficult match going up against Buriram United, because if they drop that one, it's going to be a little bit more dicey. And honestly, if they don't 2-0 Street Flash, then they really do have to worry a little bit about that.
We have to mention as well, something that's always in the back of the minds of the teams in Group A is that when I get out of this group, I'm going to be playing the best teams in Group B, which is the group of death. So they have to be fighting for as high of a slot as they possibly can to try to avoid teams like SBTC, EVOS, and all of these powerhouses.
Exactly. And speaking of Group B, of course, we will be meeting those teams today. But let's first check out our standings. Right now, of course, we have Buriram United Esports at the top of Group A, followed by one team, Team Secret, and then MVR. SVP though and Team Flash. Omo, I know we had a lot of matches with these teams yesterday. The SVP and Team Flash a little underwhelming. I mean, what's your prediction from them as we encounter them later on in the group stage?
I mean, SVP, I think they have some shining spots across their roster. Namely, I think their Baron laner went on champion like Riven can really carry. But the main thing that was really letting me down here, I didn't have any expectations for SVP, and I still don't. I was quite let down by Team Flash's performance up against MBR. Sure, you can make the argument that they had a very long day. They seemed really exhausted at the end of it, but they still did not perform up to expectations. Ellie and Joyce, as well as I guess to some extent Shy, we really need to see these players have a better game plan and come into the game swinging. We only saw Joyce online in their series against MBR, and they got too old for a reason.
I kind of want to jump in on that as well, Mika. Sorry to cut you off there, but looking back at Team Flash, right, you have to wonder like exactly where they're gonna be at, because they kind of slipped into a competition through bracket C's, a relatively easy group, and then through that bracket coming into this one, they had a huge slugfest throughout bracket C. I expect the same here. It's not gonna be an easy run for them, but maybe they can show us the same performance we saw from them in play-ins.
Yeah, and now, of course, we proceed over to Group B, and we're looking at the schedule for today. I know everybody has their eyes on EVOS. Everybody's looking forward to EVOS Esports. I mean, the current reigning champions, they are the current, holders of the crown right now in Southeast Asia, but there are a lot of great challengers over here. And there you have it. Yesterday, we'll be going up against Divine Esports first, and Flash Wolves. Omo, which matches are you looking forward to the most right now for day 2?
There's two sides to this coin, right? If you look at hits, you want to look out for matches like Divine EVOS, you want to look for Divine Flash Wolves, SBTC Flash Wolves. But if you look at the other side of the coin, I think I'll be pretty excited to watch GEEK Fam Alliance. I think that'll be fun.
Right.
And in another vein, something a bit morbid, I also think I'll enjoy watching SBTC Fam. I think that's always gonna be super fun to watch, but for all the wrong reasons.
It's a little bit of a disparity, but the thing with GEEK Fam coming into this competition was a little bit, tiny little bit, right? The thing with like going into this series with like GEEK Fam playing out in like the second day of the group stage is that they really have to grab games here. If they get ties, there is the chance for them to still get back into the competition. So this is so important for them to perform today.
But of course, before we get into GEEK Fam and Alliance, we will first have our first match of the day, Divine Esports versus Flash Wolves. Now, this is bound to be an explosive match. Both of these teams can be really aggressive, and you guys know these teams really well because, of course, we saw them from the play-in. So, Omo, what are your thoughts on Divine?
Yeah, I think Divine is a really good team. I thought they were the best team by far in the play-ins, and we'll get to see it. We'll get to prove it here in the first match of the day with them going up against Flash Wolves, another one of our play-in teams. I think if you look at Divine top to bot, their roster is stacked. They fulfill the roles that they need to. Tunex is such a fantastic player. Coyote, as well as the name of the jungle is slipping my mind right now, but their mid-jungle synergy is always on point. They play very well to help Tunex. Their bot lane Hope 1 is the insurance plan. Hue can be the late game insurance as well if he's playing champions like Brand. If not, he's a good enabler. And the main factor, I think, is Coyote's ability to have different distinct playstyles, carry, to roam, to support. And I think they're going to be a solid contender here.
Yeah, and I think conversely on the other end, like Flash Wolves have been able to play through Bruce so well, right? We've seen so many good moments from Bruce, whether it's on the Lucian or it's something on the Yasuo. You know, he's bringing in different unconventional kind of compositions that are uniquely Flash Wolves. Ysera is able to be a staple in the Baron lane when he gets his Renekton, and on some degree his Darius as well. But it's really the Bruce show, where they draft for things like Gragas support, especially to enable him.
Really
I just have to say, like, I was really distracted by Demon's haircut over there. He looked like some kind of anime villain. I just had to point it out. I thought, like, I better do it if nobody will. But yes, you guys keep talking about the Coyote and Bruce showdown. It's gonna be, I think that's gonna be insane. It's definitely a head-to-head that we have to look out for. Omo, what are your thoughts on that? I know you were hyping that up.
Hang on a minute. I just realized something that we missed. Did you guys say Demon? Is Demon back in the roster?
Is Demon back in the roster?
I think Demon is back in the roster, and this is what I was saying, right? I was saying Ysera is not playing up to expectations. Ysera is not playing on par with what you would expect when you have a utility mage player in your bottom lane. This is not working out. This team dynamic is not working for you. Get Demon back in. You need someone to lift the load off of Bruce's back. And if Demon is back in here today, I'm hyped for what form of Flash Wolves we get to see. If, of course.
I mean, this is a kind of composition that we've seen a lot from during the Summer Super Cup, where, you know, it's like double AD, you have double scaling, you need to get into that late game, and so you can relieve the pressure off the rest of your teammates. But how does this kind of play in? Because Flash Wolves, we've seen so much of the utility bot lane, right? You see Ziggs, Orianna, stuff like that, and you now take away the resources that Bruce is getting, because there are occasions where Bruce will literally go around with the support and just stay in a safe lane and just scale up and farm up. You know, how has this changed? It's such a big
I'll be very real with you here. I don't think they want to do that. I think they just have no choice but to do that. You see Bruce getting followed around, Lucian Lulu in the mid game. I don't think that's like their idea coming to the game. I think they just realized, you know what, Bruce is the only one that can carry the game. Let's follow him around. Let's buff him up. And I feel like Ysera has not been performing up to expectations, especially when he's off their Renekton. That's why you really need a secondary to carry to come in and step up. With that said, I don't think this changes the result of the game. I think it just makes Flash Wolf more competitive.
Well, you know, you brought up Ysera, and I do believe we have our head-to-head for today, which will take place in the mid lane. Now, Grandon, you mentioned that, you know, a lot of the Group B matches, you said you have your eyes on the mid lane. You know, if yesterday was a Baron lane matchup, it was a Baron lane showcase, you think that today is going to be one for the mid laners. Can you let us know why exactly you think that'll be the case, especially when it comes into this matchup between Divine and Flash Wolves?
It's such a case where every one of these mid laners have such a unique and diverse champion pool, right? Between Coyote's ability to play stuff like assassins, and between Bruce's ability to play things like hyper carries and marksman in the mid side. We even saw him play Akshan. You know, that's the kind of level of ingenuity that we're starting to see, and it's also accelerating to the point where we're beginning to see things like Aurelion Sol really come back into the meta. We're seeing Ashe mid as a means to deny, and so it's become a point where mid lane is so distinct of how your team is looking to try and play the game, that the mid laners are really a critical piece of that. And I think this matchup specifically, Coyote versus Bruce, whoever gets ahead is very likely to run away with the tempo of the game.
Yeah. Oh, do you have anything to add to that? You know, especially since
my man here nailed it. That's exactly it.
Right,
it's all about the distinct playstyles.
He says it. Do you have anything to add to that? Yes. Go Grandon. Go Gamernism.
It's all you, my man.
But yes. But yes, I think this is going to be like an explosive matchup indeed, and I think it's great that we are opening with Divine Esports and Flash Wolves. I also like the Flash Wolves. They have this, you know, stick playstyle. I don't know if it's because they're playing to their name, but they do like to, you know, they do like to roam around. They pick off the weak members of, you know, their opposing teams. They do like to, you know, they like to catch you off guard in that way. I don't know if it's gonna work against Divine Esports though. I feel like, you know, they're gonna catch on to that for Flash Wolves, and they might just get the one up on this. Right now we have our talent predictions, and I think are we united? Are we a united front right now? Are we gonna have to start the talent civil war over here? Let's bring up those predictions on the screen. I believe I think we have all.
There we go. We're all sensible people today.
So we're calm.
We all have eyes.
No need
great.
to fight. don't need to fight right now. I think we're saving that for a match later on because I can feel the emotions from Omo and Gamernism over here. So I think we're saving that for a little bit later. For now, though, Talents United over here, Talents Assemble. We are voting for Divine Esports, and I think with very, very good reason. I mean, Omo, you mentioned how in the play-ins, you know, this is probably the powerhouse to look out for. What do you think, you know, their standing will be like in terms of the whole of Group B?
Look, we can't forget that Divine did falter in that best of 5 up against Boom Esports, where they got dropped to the lower bracket before they ran the whole gauntlet. I do think that that's a little bit of a red flag, but I feel like to me that was Divine just shaking off some of their rust, you know, getting ready to play on stage. And I think that with Divine being ready, with things being set up a lot better for them, I feel like we're gonna see a very scary Divine coming to Group B. And I think it's perfectly capable, it's perfectly possible that they get top 2 in this group. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see something like SBTC 1, Divine 2. With that said, I think it's more likely they play somewhere around 2nd or 3rd.
You know, that's actually so critical to add, because looking at this one, despite the fact that I think that Divine's going to beat Flash Wolves here, the fact is Flash Wolves is going to play Divine today and SBTC, right? It is literally going from one tough opponent to a tougher opponent. The only saving grace that I can really think of is that if they manage to get some good tempo in this series with Divine, and let's say they do win this, I think this could be a very good showing for Flash Wolves to maybe get the win over SBTC, if not just tie with them.
Tie's good, honestly.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys, do you actually believe in the Summer Super Cup buff? Like, do you actually believe that, you know, that teams that have performed there, you know, they do have a little bit of an edge versus, you know, new teams that coming in? Because, like, for example, in the fall season, for example, in the Icon Series Philippines, we did notice that. We did notice that there was, like, some kind of buff happening to more experienced teams. Gamernism, what are your thoughts on this? Or do you think that because, you know, new teams are coming in, they have an entirely fresh start and it's actually a disadvantage because the other teams have no info on them?
I mean, I guess it's really the experience and knowing how to play like in these like longer format matches. I think on a regional level, these guys are just honestly so much better, and we're still so young and early on that like the best players will naturally move to the best teams anyway. So we're still very early on. So on a regional level, it's difficult to say, but on an international level, I think previous SAC experience does not necessarily correlate to better performance here. Because if that were the case, you know, guys like SVP should be a little bit higher on, right? Because SVP on their previous team, I mean, it's the same players, will manage to make it through like the group stage and it went into the playoffs, right? So we have to kind of like adjust our expectations, I think, depending on like the strength of each stage. And with bracket B here, the strength of every individual team is so high. Nobody gets a free run. You know, there's no such thing as a free lunch. You have to really work for every
unless you
single
play
game
against GEEK Fam.
No. I think even then there is some stiff competition. You have to be worried. If you get pulled down, that's a big problem.
Fair. I can agree with that.
Well, of course, you know, I think we know which match is going to divide the panel right here, but first up, you know, Omo, going into the play-ins, of course, and what we saw from Divine Esports, what kind of champions do you think we're going to be seeing today? What kind of draft will they be running?
This is a difficult one to answer, right? I can always tell you that it's going to be Renekton, but when we get beyond that, it's going to get a bit tricky. I think Hope would love to get his hands on something like Varus. Where I think it's a bit more tricky now because Brand did get nerfed, so they can't go for the lane dominant Varus Brand and win every lane matchup anymore. I think the big thing that I want to look out for specifically though is this mid lane matchup. This one is a bit more tricky. This one you don't really know how it's going to shape up. Bruce is likely to play something like Lucian and Akshan. You know, Coyote is going to play things like Jarvan or Fizz. You don't know what these guys are going to pull out, and that's the big question mark here.
Oh my god, Omo, this is it. Demon is back. He's back in the play. That is the secondary carry, and I think this might bump up the prio for Kai'Sa, right? If you see Demon on, it's Kai'Sa, Corki, stuff like that is probably going to rise in prio. So I think Divine Esports wants to be flexible. Probably just get rid of like a strong like third ban. I love to see them ban something like the Rengar, the Kha'Zix. Just remove that as an option. If not, the Renekton is fine if you don't want to first pick it as well.
So this means that Ziggs might be less of a prio here for Flash Wolves. They might still want to run it as a flex and put Demon on it, but that's typically a lock-in champion. Now Ziggs is up. We'll have to see if Divine want to prio it or if they just do something else. Quite surprised that Divine, they banned away that Renekton themselves. It's looking like we're likely going to see a Varus Ziggs trade, I think.
Possibly. I think like you know, in the mid lane, is it possible that we're going to see some assassins down there from Coyote and Bruce? What do you guys think?
Yeah, assassins are very possible as well, but look at this. Olaf first pick coming in. I think that decision is that, you know what? the power picks left available, we have answers for. Olaf will run down Ziggs, will run down Varus. So if you guys snatch either of those, we're happy with playing an Olaf run at you comp. But Flash Wolves with an answer in Lulu already?
I think the idea is that you have to remove some of the empowers from the
He
Olaf,
just
but to be
Nami.
honest, like Nami is still available,
Yeah.
Sona's still available. It's not like the biggest loss. So, like pulling Lulu early, we have seen a little bit of this in the WCK where it's like Triforce Lulu top or something like that, and it does do decently in some Bruiser matchups. But I could see this working if this was a prio for the Corki and +1 Eevee, right?
Okay. They can do this because it's a flex pick for them, right? Don't forget that Bruce used to be a marksman player back in the day. So he's more than capable, he's more than happy of pulling out these marksmen. Lucian, Akshan, and now Corki. I think this is a very viable flex here. I was honestly very unimpressed with the Corki coming in from Locking, but with Demon back in the lineup, I feel like we might see something a bit more impressive from him. I want to point out very quickly, look at the player camps. Look at Bruce. Looking like a Sith Lord there in the mid lane with the hoodie on and the mask and everything. That's exactly the kind of performance we'll try to pull out today. He's gonna try to do the Force Lightning down on Coyote.
Yeah, he's doing. He's embodying it already.
Yes.
Like, you know, yeah, definitely.
The other Darius is interesting though. Divine have pretty good combo and they have a pretty good side lane. So Flash Wolves really have to be careful about this. I think they need to draft something stronger to
Brandon, you know what they're
pressure
saying?
Darius.
We can't let Ysera get Darius, guys. Guys, we can't. It's too OP. We have to snatch it.
There's only one champ he can still play. We have to get rid of it now. Oh my goodness.
Akali.
He could play the Jarvan. He could play the Jarvan and they can still play the Akali. I don't see Akali going to Baron lane. I know Ysera has played it a couple of times before, but I don't quite like it in the Baron lane. I think it won't have as much impact.
I think the matchup is pretty good against the Darius here, and I do like the flexes we see coming in from Divine as well. Throwing down the Gauntlet Coyote, saying, I too am more than capable of playing this shit. And it looks like it will be Akali in the Baron lane up against Darius. This should be a pretty good matchup to negate the Darius, but it's just gonna be a scaling, farming matchup up there.
Yeah, and you know, I was thinking that, like, you know, maybe the Lulu pick right off the bat to counter, you know, the Olaf. I wasn't exactly sure about it because I was thinking like maybe Divine Esports baited that, and you know, and suddenly like Flash Wolves need to react to it. But I don't know, maybe Flash Wolves have something planned indeed. Right now though, I'm favoring Divine Esports' draft. I do like that they have the security. They have the Galio in there. I love my Galio, by the way. Yeah, I think they have like a lot of firepower on the side of Flash Wolves. They seem very, very squishy. What about you guys? What are your thoughts really quickly on the draft?
I think it's a bit too greedy here from Flash Wolves. They went for double marksman and a Lulu, which is not going to have a great laning phase anyway. But we'll have to see how this one plays out, because if they do get to the late game unscathed, they're going to do a lot of damage.
Look, if there's any composition that Flash Wolves want the most, this is definitely it. So I think this is fine. Flash Wolves just have to prove to us that this is a composition worth playing for.
Very, very interesting. And now we are ready to step into our first game of the day. This is Divine Esports versus Flash Wolves. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much there, Mika. Yes, welcome back here for day number 2 as we now explore the world and the wonder, which is Group B. My name is Skimmy. Today I'm joined here by TJ as we look to deep dive into the excitement of the Group of Death.
Yo, what's up? I'm at the Group of Death with you, Skimmy, and I'm having a fantastic time.
Just do love to hear it when you're having a fantastic time. It's our first cast here together, but we're going to be having a bit of fun on this game, aren't we? You know, Divine Esports, Flash Wolves, 2 teams with polar opposite styles clashing together. And there's a lot to break down with this draft. I think they bring up a really interesting point that Flash Wolves with the double marksmen are going to be looking to try and play this one a little slower and see if they can weather the early game, where Divine will have a lot of those early game threats.
Yeah, Flash Wolves do have a little bit more scaling built into their composition between the Corki and the Kai'Sa, both of which want to take a little bit of time to get online. I give them a little bit more credence, though, for 2 reasons. First of all, Flash Wolves always play to the late game. They always want to outlast their opponents, and they're pretty darn good at stalling games out, making them take 15-20 minutes. Second of all, as engagement happens down bottom, this Kai'Sa does a little bit more during the early game than I think people give her credit for. So I expect Demon to be able to start snowballing early if she gets some visits, if the Kai'Sa gets some visits from Cookie on that Jarvan. So keep an eye on that interaction, see where Cookie puts the early gold out of the Flash Wolves jungle, and if it's down bottom, I think they have a serious threat during the mid game.
I think it's an interesting point you bring up about that bot lane in particular, because this is the welcomed introduction here for Demon. It has been the locking show. Yeah. He has been spamming that Ziggs in combination with Easton on the Gragas, banned away this time. So will this be the new look for Flash Wolves coming into the group stage? We saw it become really the Bruce show, more so than anything in play-ins. But they can't afford to be that one-dimensional getting into this group.
Yeah, Locking was playing down here and not having the greatest time. Struggling, as you said, on many of it, like kind of just an AP jail. Yeah. So I'm very excited to see not only the Demon Unleashed Unchained, but also Flash Wolves putting an AD carry down bottom. Though I think it is going to make this matchup very interesting. There are a couple of things to unpack. First of all, for like item stuff, Flash Wolves are very high on AD, on attack damage, so there's going to be a very easy armor build for Divine. The only AP, the only ability power on the Flash Wolves is actually from Ysera, who's been somewhat chronically underperforming throughout the group stage. So if you think, oh, we can shut down Ysera, then it's very easy, it's very cost effective for Divine to just build full armor items and get out ahead.
Good trade there into Tarnex. Is worth noting, as you say, he played 9 games with the Renekton. 8-1 was his win-loss record on that champion. Phenomenal with it. That was the storyline, though. When the Renekton was denied, what did it mean? Well, 4 games in Nadarius and 4 losses is your answer. So looking to see what he can do here. And another demanding champion that does need to get the ball rolling nice and early. Not going to be the easiest of lanes going into Nadarius, but certainly winning out at the moment. And it's actually the Flash Wolves here with a small gold lead to talk about. Finding themselves that pressure, that harass, able to try and get those minions nice and secure. I'm sure we're going to see all the carnage really come to a fold, all the tension explodes when that first objective spawns. Very close in the mid lane.
Very close. And so here's one of the more interesting things about Divine coming into this first objective. Divine are normally very teamfight focused, and they're good at engineering them on the map. But Flash Wolves don't want a teamfight early here. So whether or not Divine are able to force early action will pretty much determine this game, will pretty much determine this early game, especially as Flash Wolves are going to win these lazy map states, these slow crawling map states, just off the power of their lanes. So Divine want to break this, they want to go for the team fights that they have advantages in with their composition, and that's going to be in 22 seconds with this Cloud Drake down bottom, with this Rift Herald up top. They want to figure out which one Flash Wolves are going to and match them across the map. Bring the early power of the Lucian to bear in this team fight, use the Galio to tie up those double AD carries. I think it would be a pretty solid and easy win for them.
Yeah, abuse the early game state and obviously put yourself in that position of power with, you know, anywhere from a 5 to 10k gold lead to talk about to say that scaling, it's out of the equation. Double AD carry, a little bit too greedy. Maybe even as far as saying a little bit disrespectful into us. We're not going to allow you to play to that kind of tempo that got you to the group stages in the very first place. Now, we're seeing a lot of attention towards the mid lane so far. We're going to try and first find priority, but then decide what is more appealing. Is it Drake? Is it the Heralds? But it looks like Len so far is playing towards the Herald instead.
This is exactly what I was talking about. Divine don't just want an objective here. They want to fight Flash Wolves for an objective. So that entire like dance we just saw in the mid lane was them trying to see if Flash Wolves are going to make a move, trying to see if they could match that on the map. Ysera trying for a steal of the Rift Herald, maybe in trouble.
Yeah, might be in trouble, as you say. He's going to get 3-man collapsed upon, a little bit greedy when the rest of his team are down bot side, picking up that Drake. He's just going to die. The Ignite comes out, the barrier won't save him, and the flash won't even be used. But nice trade there from Bruce bot side. Cross-map plays and it works 1-for-1.
Wow. Okay, so Flash Wolves played this incredibly well. Because by the same token, by the other side of the same coin, they don't want to fight for an early objective. They want to take whichever objective Divine Esports don't go to. So they wait for Divine to commit to the Rift Herald. They say, that's fine by us. We're going to take the Drake down bottom. And not only do they get a Drake, they match the other trading. They trade kill for kill. Ysera goes down, they get an arguably more important kill down bottom. And they trade turret for turret. Top lane goes over to Divine, all that gold going into the Darius Tarn-X. Well, all the gold Flash Wolves just got went into their carries as well. Passing that first turret gold between Bruce and Demon, the two players they want to amp up through this early game.
Yeah, and you can see that right now, represented on that scoreboard. They do have that small lead to talk about and get excited for, because whilst we now have an incredibly equal state from a team base, I suppose you're upset if you're Divine, feeling the fact that that trade went as even as it did. You've got a Ziggs with a Herald. Satchel charge could have secondly been that second charge afterwards, and could have been a trade that worked far more in your favor, but that wasn't possible. Lane states weren't desirable, and Hope One wasn't in a position to operate in that fashion. So if you Flash Wolves right now, as a fan, as a player, you're cruising.
Yeah, this has been a really well-played early game by Flash Wolves because of exactly what you just set up. They're slowing down the game state. They're achieving their goals. Bruce, though, basing, I think.
Oh, good Valkyrie away. The taunt goes out. Doesn't really matter because by that point, the distance to close is far too great. The Mega Inferno Bomb getting dropped. And to try and target them, I mean, it looks like they're really trying to overforce their hand to go for a dive.
Yeah, Flash Wolves don't have a hard answer on the map, but it's very hard for Divine to dive here. If Bruce stays around, he may be in trouble.
Decent buying time, scanning out, dropping some vision.
Watch
to
Len.
see what the rest of the team do. Cookie is on the height right now. Len is still waiting just outside of vision. Cookie has no idea. Out goes the Axe. Now they're going to have a bit of a biff. 1v1. Cataclysm locks him in place. Here comes Demon. Forced to flash away back inside the river towards his team. Look, I think Flash Wolves take that every day of the week. They've burnt out that, but hang on a minute. Demon's gone for the weirdest path, and the gunning goes on through. The taunt, he's flashed away, receives the Wild Grove, and now Quay's in a fair bit of trouble, but no kills still are found.
That was a Flash Killer Instinct, and the Killer Instinct took him to exactly the same position as the Flash would have been. A little bit weird, but he survives the experience as a result of the shielding on Killer Instinct. What's even weirder is that Rift Herald use. Divine Esports are trying to benefit from the skirmish inside the jungle, but they didn't get enough done, so they kind of just completely waste the Rift Herald. Kind of the first major mistake out of Divine Esports, I would say. They played very well around the skirmish, trying to force an advantage. Flash Wolves didn't give them a mistake. At that point, you withdraw, you count your blessings, you got some extra wards in, and you start looking for opportunities to spend the Rift Herald proactively on the map. And I think just because they were running out of time, they threw it down in mid and got really nothing for it, which is going to give Flash Wolves the early game an absolutely devastating result if you're Divine Esports. Because Flash Wolves can now fight 50-50. They can fight on fair terms for these objectives. And guess what objective's coming up? It's an Infernal Drake, the most important Drake.
Certainly is when you have a composition built to do damage. Get a little bit of extra flat damage added into the equation, and you're accelerating that early game, making that mid game as stable as it can be. Flash Wolves living in Wonderland so far. Very happy with how this one's played out. The classic age-old argument, if you're drafting scaling, not to fall too far behind. And they are playing to their heart's content, knowing what is their win condition. And that is why, straight away, no fuss about it, onto this Drake. Now the Cataclysm comes on through. Cookie jumping around, looking to try and zone members off. Guarantee that smite. Can they get it stolen? No, it's not going to be the case. 2 dragons for the Flash Wolves so far. The fight ensues. There goes the heroic entrance, dropping on down and knocking members up. But Cookie flashes away, and he's buying time. But it's a very aggressive, perfect execution. It comes on through. They find a kill, but he'll trade his life for that one as Quay is blinking. He's very low. So is Tarnex, but now the double duo of the pain and punishment that Lucian and Ziggs can provide is putting in a whole bunch of work so far. There's the double kill, gonna fall on down. Hope Bun jumps him through with a satchel charge, gets the kill traded back, and now the tension is fully released.
Flash Wolves, you win the late game, and yet they force this very strange fight, disconnected twice. Ysera goes in maybe 1v4, throws away his life, followed immediately by Demon, fighting into a bush, 1v4. If they're in a bush, you can't access that team. You're not going to win as an AD carry trade. Even if you have wards in the bush, you can't see the other side. Just an absolute disaster, I would say, for Demon. He really overstays, and now Ysera's going to follow up a mistake with another mistake.
Yeah, he's got no summoners right here. Perfect execution will be only a matter of mere seconds away, but it's not going to be required. The damage threat of the Galio and Olaf in tandem, not enough to scare off the Akali this time around.
Okay, we've talked a lot about Flash Wolves with that team fight. It's now time to talk about Divine, because they're cruising to a mid-game that honestly isn't that bad. Were they versus any other composition, I would say it's their win condition, it's their win state. Because you're coming into an online Galio. You can see he's building Dead Man's Plate, no fear in the world, because there's no AP to speak of against him. I'm going to force this turret. Okay, it's easy. They also have this coming online. The Rabadons is about to be completed for Hope 1 on this Ziggs. He's already got Ludens, so he's going to do a ton of damage at the start of team fights.
Okay, triple Cataclysm, locking a few members in place, really looking to try and prevent them forcing their hand and going for this turret. It's only going to delay the inevitable, and it didn't really do much in the end because all 3 plates are achieved. That is the second turret of the game going in the way here for Divine Esports. Now top and bot are exposed for them to rotate around.
And you also have the crit build complete here for Lucian on Coyote. So he's about to build, I believe, IE, which will be the completion. That's third item. And once he's got that, once he's got those 3 items, Essence Reaver, Charge Blade, and IE, he's just terrifying in this mid-game. That's going to be about the peak of Lucian damage this game, but it's going to mean that every auto attack he deals is doing about as much as Bruce is doing on his bombs. And for that brief period of time, Divine are going to be able to out-teamfight Flash Wolves. That didn't used to be true, because prior to throwing that teamfight in the mid lane, I would have said that Demon and Bruce were going to be online at about the same time, and they would have matched the plays. But I'm not sure that's true anymore. You can see Rabadon's completed here on Ziggs before third item's complete for Bruce, and that's going to be such a major power swing that you got to be worried if you're Flash Wolves and you're fighting for this next Mountain Drake or skirmishing, what have you, around this Baron.
Timing is obviously ever so important. Is worth noting that also Eason in a double marksman composition is running the Ardent Sense, so they can look to try and cheat that tempo just a fraction. Nice little item buff to ease the discrepancies between these two. But yeah, rightly as you say, right, the fact that Hope One is as strong as he is so far, if they get a bit of time to focus and poke out these members, I mean, Flash was just straight away zoned.
Yeah, as we come into this team fight,
Uh-oh, indeed.
All right, he's fine.
Not going to be much.
As we come into this team fight, keep your eyes on Bruce and Demon for Flash Wolves. They want to stay alive and just free fire as much as possible. Then Hope One and Coyote, same story over on Divine. Those are the 4 players that need to be protected by their respective teams.
Bruce has the package as well, so a lot of damage. Wants to lay down that red carpet for a cinematic circumstances. Been locked in place here, but I thought so far, forced to Bennett very defensively. That's not ideal, but he has to use it anyway. Here's entrance goes on out. Yes, Sarah nullifies Hope One, destroys him from the fight. Coyote finds revenge, the polymorph goes on through, and now Coyote's jumping forward aggressively, life leeching off the blue buff, and trading his life for Bruce. Barriers burnt, but both members losing their lives in the end, and the fight breaks out. It's a battle of sustain, and a battle of the bruises, and it's Tarnex that picks up a triple.
Demon has the entire map in front of him. It's perfectly winnable. He killer instincts aggressively and just eats a little bit too much damage, goes down, and Flash Wolves lose the team fight at the very last moments as a result. It could have very easily gone their way as Divine lost both their early carries, but it's Len, it's Tarnex, the top side that bring Divine through that team fight. They're going to get the Drake, they're going to get a turret as a result. Let's have another look at this. I want to highlight the brawl that happens up towards the top side of this fight, because it's 2 of the 4 players that highlighted. Coyote flashes onto Bruce, and then he over-chases, thinking he needs to force that kill when Bruce is already out of the fight. And that gives Demon an advantage here. He spends Killer Instinct for the shielding, but he's already dead. Len finishes him off, and he goes down because of a tiny bit of over-aggression. And it's 2 cases of it, but it's ultimately fatal for the Flash Wolves, as Demon just steps too far forward when he could have played safe and won that team fight for them. Now they're behind in this mid-game.
And it just feels like the war of attrition, because the juicy targets are those carries, and hence why we saw Akali burst into life and remove the Ziggs at the equation nice and early on. But in the end, it just basically became that battle of the bruisers, because they're tanky, because they're durable. They pump out a lot of damage. I mean, just take a quick stock check of Tarnex's score here. 5-0-1, 4 items in his inventory. That's scary.
I also want to flag here as we go into this mid-game, kind of an absence. Len is playing the Olaf, and so often for Divine we talk about the early game being the Len show. Divine lost this early game, and we didn't see Len gank a lane once, and those are related. We've seen games where Len is quiet previously during the play-in stage, and those were games that Divine lost. So there are a couple of things on the line here. One, you know, Olaf is a little bit later game of a jungler. Does he just show up here in the late game and it's fine? And if that's the case, that was Divine's plan all along, and they've drafted Masterfully to counter with Flash Wolves abroad. But the other thing that we can, right? The other thing that we can maybe ask is, as a follow-up question, is how do you feel about early games where Len's missing? Can they win those, maybe? Is this proof of that?
Well, my rebuttal to that is we've seen him be so proficient. You know, on the Kha'Zix, the Lee Sin, the Rengar, champions that can definitely get the ball rolling nice and early and put the game state in such a place where he can pass the mantle across to somebody else in his team, say, Hope 1, Coyote, it's your time to shine. But as you construct it, it hasn't been for the sort of same effect. Both these junglers have been pretty quiet in regards, mainly just tracking one another and getting a grasp of what the play may be, if it is to be these objectives, or it is to be these forced hands. But 16 minutes into this one, it's still a very small lead to talk about favoring the Divine Esports squad.
Yeah, very small lead. I do want to talk about Flash Wolves hitting their item spikes, though, because they just have Demon and Bruce are going to do so much damage in this next fight.
Yeah.
They absolutely have to be focused down. Oh, very good dodge from Bruce. They absolutely have to be focused down, and Bruce has the rapid fire cannon, so we can fight from range.
Coyote locked in place right now. The Cataclysm does get dodged, but he goes into the Golden State for a second, jumping away. Ysera one-shots him, going away from the flank, but a swing of the axe, and Tarnex is now dominating. But those two assassins, those two marksmen are pumping out damage, and the influence of the Ziggs really isn't given it any time to shine.
It's a very positive trade for Flash Wolves, as for the second team fight in a row, Ysera blows up one of those 4 priority targets, those 4 carries in this game at the very beginning of the fight, and it just cancels all of Divine's aggression. They know they can't play in, because it's essentially, even though it's a 1-for-1 trade, they only have 1 carry, Hope 1, in comparison to Flash Wolves, who still have Bruce and Demon, and those 2 carries mean that they will win a front-to-back team fight. That's the strength of this double AD carry composition that Flash Wolves have brought out here. Team Secret in the PPGL also love to run compositions like this, where you can, it's not too dissimilar from like the Sona Seraphine or Sona Lux we see occasionally, where you can just scale into the late game and say, I don't care what you're doing, as long as you take a 5-on-5, we win. And the way to counter that is to avoid getting into 5-on-5s or smash them during the early game. Divine didn't smash them during the early game, and they're not doing a good job avoiding 5-on-5s, and that makes this very dangerous.
Yeah, they find themselves in this very risky lane state here. Coyote jumps on through, might just get destroyed. He does indeed. Demon then Killer Instincts into the river and looks to switch his attention now onto Tarnex, but Tarnex goes huge. He's got the stone plate, but it doesn't matter because Demon's already found that double kill. Now jumping on through as Ysera guarantees that he'll find that triple kill. The killing spree is there. 3 members have fallen, and now there's an Ocean Elder on the cards.
And that's going to be the game, very likely to Flash Wolves off of exactly the timer we set up. The alarm clock's ringing, Skimmy. Demon hit his leg game, and there's the damage. A triple kill for the Flash Wolves AD carry as they swap out locking, bring in Demon, who had so much success at the Summer Super Cup. And here he is delivering in the group stage of the SEA Championship.
And it all just started in the mid lane at that very particular turret where Bruce is taking a 2v1, posturing ever so aggressively, staunching them out, allowing the rest of the Flash Wolves to find so much pressure at an angle where Tarnex is saying, I'm flanking, I'm fed, but ultimately is getting baited and left to the Wolves. And now, yeah, Flash Wolves find themselves in this situation where they are very comfortable, up by, what, 5k, Elder Ocean, and a Baron, and a checkmate question mark above their heads.
Yeah, if I'm calling it, I would say this is checkmate. You can lay your king down now, although don't surrender, because we had a team get in trouble for that the other day. But you can absolutely start thinking about the next game if you're Divine, because Flash Wolves have looked, I think, the best they have all tournament versus you here in this game. The return of Demon to the roster gives them another carry threat, gives them another aggressive damage dealer, allowing, like we saw there in the mid lane, Bruce to step up and take risky fights. And when they go even or bad, you have Demon there as the secondary.
Flash forward, the apprehend, dragging in Bruce, looking to try and get in this to Torment as well. You can't flash, you can't bury, it just does not matter. Coyote hits the culling and switches the focus onto Cookie, but not before Demon jumps in aggressively there with the Killer Instinct, pumping out damage to Marksman in the late game stage here. Can literally 1v5, oh, one more auto. It's going to be enough. It is going to be enough. The Elder buff is too strong, and now Tarnex has to go back to the fan and respond to top and say, what on earth happened to my lane? I was 5-0-1 in lane state, and now Ysera is just smashing us all apart. Finds 2. The cannons, empowered by the Baron buff, are flooding the base. All the inhibitors are down. The Nexus is soon to follow, and Flash Wolves explode into life in game 1.
And that's what I was talking about. That's what we've been missing from Flash Wolves as they demonstrate a much more aggressive late game win condition than they have at any point previously through this tournament and show, I think, some playoff form here in the group stage.
And was the big question mark coming into this one? What would the Flash Wolves look like? Were they all about this Bruce show? What could Ysera do? Would he revert back to this playstyle that we saw of this sort of weak side Gragas tank and say, look, we're going to invest elsewhere, we're going to buff up the rest of this team, and we're going to pop off? Well, apparently, a few days off, a bit of rest and relaxation, a bit of prep, and maybe one roster swap, and it'll look like a completely reinvigorated roster.
Ysera had such a good game there, and it was because he wasn't relied on to win lane. We saw so many games during the play-ins where Ysera was getting all the resources dumped into his lane, expected to dominate it. Here, the lanes are being won elsewhere. He can just sit in the top lane, play his role, come in the team fights, do his job, assassinate the backlines, hand a dub over to the Flash Wolves.
I guess now we start to ask the question as to Divine Esports looking as clean as they were. They were crushing opposition. Sure, they had that blip on the radar on the play-ins, but after that, it was just straight Freos all across the board, even into Buriram United, which have looked very impressive in Group A. You start to wonder, what do Divine Esports do? What adjustments do they make? Because clearly the game plan here was match them in the late stages because we think we're mechanically better. We think we can edge you out in those team fights. It's not to be the case here, though. Group B off to a flying start here as Flash Wolves take game number 1.
to the Sea Championships, where the panel is off to a terrible start in terms of predictions. Flash Wolves prove everybody wrong, and these guys, I've just actually been holding them back right now. I'm just saying, yeah, wait until we're live, because these guys have so many thoughts on that match. Omo, I'm gonna start with you.
Trying to choke Brandon out right now for his wrong opinions, but you're in the way, Mika. It's just, in my mind, Divine won that game. They just threw a couple of team fights. But Mr. Grandin over here is trying to sell me on some narrative that Ysera carried that game. It just, what?
Look. You can try and put down Ysera, right? But what was Ysera's goal?
No, I don't have to try. He does it himself.
You get a Kali, and you have a decent matchup. They brought multiple members there, right? He pulled attention away from Demon, and towards the end of the game, he was still able to solo kill Coyote and Hope One. You know, that's his role. That's his job. He did very well if that's what you wanted him to do.
Did we watch the same team fights where Bruce and Demon were
Absolutely.
just holding down their move button, running to 5 people, shredding them to 1 hit, and then Ysera's like, alright, guess I'll perfect execution here and secure myself a kill.
Look, he had so much more damage than he leads you to believe. Like, you look at his KDA, it's like not that impressive, but he had a lot of damage.
Shots. Okay, let's look
he
at
was
the
the
damage
one that
shots.
actually
Let's look at the damage shots
harder.
from Bruce and Demon, and then we compare that to Ysera. Come on, production. I'm hyped right now. I'm on the edge of my
That prove a
seat.
point so bad. They're not
And
letting you.
now, the moment.
Okay, look at Demon.
Here you go.
Look at Demon. Bruce
Yeah.
Bruce is useless. Get him out of here. Look at
pull
Demon.
attention.
Demon, though. Demon was
you
a
pull
demon in this
attention
game.
away from Demon so Demon can do his job by being an assassin that's attacking your backline. And once you've dealt that damage, look at Coyote, 18,000. He's not able to play the game like he's used to, right? He's always been killed off first. And of course, Coyote had some bad moments, but it's also because Ysera is shutting him down.
Yes and
Okay,
no,
wait,
right? I mean, Coyote kind of shut
this-
himself down at some point too.
Was this the Demon Show though? Was this
Yes.
do you think that this
Yes.
is the X factor that
100%.
made Flash Wolves win?
100%.
So do you think that like if Demon wasn't in the roster, do you think that this would have been for Divine
Yes.
Esports?
100%.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
interesting,
mean, I can go first,
Okay,
right? And
well,
so basically,
let me
let's say
pose
we
this
get
question then.
Lockie.
If Demon was not in the roster, Flash Wolves would not have won this game?
If that's a question, yes, I think so. I think that would be
If
the case.
Ysera
Yeah.
was not in the roster,
Yeah.
would Flash Wolves have won this game?
No, I think Ysera needs
Nah,
to be in the roster.
man.
I think Ysera needs to be in the roster, man.
Alright,
hear me out. So
So
Demon had a really important role to play because he brings such a different playstyle from locking, but the fact does not detract from the idea that Ysera had played his role very well, right?
Sure.
Ysera is important to do his job there, and we haven't been able to see this level of performance from him for the past couple of games that he's been playing because he's been playing stuff like Darius Renekton. Now with like the Assassin, he's actually able to act as a backline threat.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can agree with that.
Before that, I have no perfect segue for this. I'm just gonna get to it. You can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. There was just no way. Guys.
No, you
I
could
just
do
had to go
something
for
like
it.
close the door on
Just had to.
bickering analysts and open the door to your financial.
Oh my goodness. Almost trying to steal the job of the host now.
Why? Why
are you
did you
doing
tell
this?
me
I'm
that
sorry.
now?
Just...
I'm not gonna forgive myself. Okay, bye. Okay, Omo, take it away. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I get it.
I was very impressed with Demon this game, right? When you want to play aggressive, when you want to play on the knife's edge, you will int a bit. It's natural. It happens. That's how you learn your limits. That's how you limit test. That's how you push yourself to the edge. And I think Demon truly did it this game. Not to take anything away from Locking, I think he fulfills his role very well within the team. Locking is very good at being the mage player, doing the damage that he needs to do safely from a distance. But if you need someone that will carry your team, step up big time, that's Demon. And that's exactly what he delivered in this game.
It's very reminiscent of what we see with Kinemon and the same idea that BRU have been trying to isolate and make work in a lot of their games, right? Instead of getting this scaling, the difference with Flash was they bring in a secondary carry with Bruce. I think Ysera is just flexible enough that he's able to play stuff like the Akali, because if they were still limited and restricted by what they want to try and go for, then they would have a much more difficult time, because we see a very common issue with having too many tanks like front-loaded damage. You don't have enough consistent DPS, and you don't have ways to get to the backline, and it's so slippery against things like the Kai'Sa, against stuff like the Xayah, which have been rising in popularity. So I think that's why Flash Wolves were able to take that win, but in the second game, I think it's a lot more exploitable, because now you know what they're trying to go for. So I think the Divine are definitely looking to at least draw this.
Yeah, on the side of Divine Esports though, because they have that, because Flash Wolves brought out that card, what do they need to do in order to step that up? Maybe shut down Demon while they're ahead. I mean, clearly, yes, the tanky lineup might not be working for them, but Flash Wolves might bring something out coming into game 2. I mean, Gamer Nation, we'll start with you. What do you think Divine Esports needs to do in order to step up and get that win from Flash Wolves?
Okay, Divine Esports, I think for the most part, actually had already won that game. That part, I do agree with
my
Omo, right?
point,
The fact is, I do think they generally had a very good start to the game, and the issue was that they allowed Ysera to slip by, and because of that, he empowered Demon to do his job very well. Okay, so that's where we differ. But what I agree is that Divine Esports definitely had the early game on lock. So now the issue I think that really they just want to try and address is being able to convert that pressure deeper into the game, because the dragon fights were a little bit too close for my liking, right? The fact that they had such strong and powerful combo CC chains and weren't able to translate that into more and gave Demon the ability to like slip around, use the killer instinct and stuff, that's a big misplay by them. They really have to have like some point and click CC to shut him down early.
Yeah. Omo, what about you? What do you think Divine Esports needs? I do agree in that, it looked like it was pretty much a one-sided match. It looked like Divine Esports had everything planned out, and like it didn't even matter if Flash Wolves had Drake. They still had the lead. They were still able to turn fights around. But somehow, some way, they just Flash Wolves just managed to get onto them and their strategy. Yeah, exactly. So what, in your opinion, what Divine Esports need in order to complete the run, to complete the match, and finally get this win?
Honestly, I think Divine Esports, their approach and whatnot is fine. I think the only thing that I would like to see from them going into this game is to change up their picks a little bit. Change up the Darius, change up the Lucian. I feel like these two picks are a little bit of a bait pick, and these were two picks that I wasn't too happy to see from Flash Wolves either. I feel like they're not great champions. They fill very specific niche roles, and Divine were clearly not planning around that. So if they're incapable or unwilling, or I don't know how to play around these exact factors, then play something more general. Play something that suits your style more. Let Coyote be on an engager. Let Coyote be on an assassin, something that fits in. Let Tarnex be on something that can get into your backline. Not to say that they didn't play these champions well. They did, but I feel like there's just better champions for them. And quick sidetrack, I really like the confidence on Flash Wolves. They were confident to early pick Lulu and say that, you know what, if we Lulu Kai'Sa, we'll win regardless. And now they're confident to lock their bot lane and say, our bot lane is good enough. Go Kai'Sa Nami into your Varus +1 and we will still win.
You see, but the issue here with Flash Wolves' composition is they're showing their hands so early on. This is very reminiscent to a Yasuo composition. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to flex and bait the idea from Divine Esports and trying to get them to play against that and then try and switch out. And if they don't respect it, then they will go for the Yasuo. The issue is, I think that the Yasuo composition is one of their lower tier cryo kind of picks. Divine Esports, I think they are doing a very good job responding to it. Just have a lot of pickoff and have a lot of strong assassins, duelists in the side lanes where they cannot enable Yasuo.
I like this Kha'Zix pick. I like this Kha'Zix.
The Kha'Zix is a pretty good pick here. It's good to look for isolations in the side lane, right? And that's what Gaminism talked about. If Yasuo ever goes to the side lane, he will have a problem going up against Kha'Zix and Galio. The good thing is, though, he never has to. Their team comp is very capable of forcing 5-5s. You get the Vi ultimate coming in, you get the Gragas cast into Yasuo ultimate setup. That's a great combo here for Flash Wolves. But Divine have a very good answer in the form of the Rakan and Galio counter engage.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my eyes on that Gragas, actually. I do know that this explosive cast, we've seen it just suddenly put a stopper to every single plan that against opposing teams and everything. I think that could be either the downfall of Flash Wolves or the playmaker for your Flash Wolves, because if they're able to utilize that well, I think they could throw throw the cast into the plans of Divine Esports and just shatter it completely. Gamerness, what are your last thoughts on the draft so far?
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, Gragas is such a hit or miss for a lot of teams, right? But I think that for at least Flash Wolves, they've played so much Gragas, I think it should be a hit, not a miss.
It should definitely hit. And if they plan to be, experts at the explosive cast, then I think we're in for quite a show. I do believe we are just about to get into game 2. Our Divine Esports finally gonna get that win, especially since they came oh so close that time to Flash Wolves. Or will Flash Wolves unleash the demon that is a demon? We are gonna find out as we step into game 2. And Omo, before we step into that, final thoughts, are you still going with Divine Esports, or do you think your picks have to switch over to Flash Wolves?
I think Divine is still gonna take it, but I have a lot more confidence and faith in Flash Wolves' ability to make it a close game now with Demon on the roster.
Yeah, panel kind of like thinking twice about those predictions now, but here we go. Game 2, Flash Wolves versus Divine Esports. Casters, take it away.
Thank you much to our beautiful analyst desk. Yes, indeed. Flash Wolves leading this best of 2 series to kickstart Group B with that dub. And look, TJ, look at this one. They've got themselves the Gragas. They've got themselves the Yasuo. I am keen for this game.
Group of death. It keeps on going, Skippy. Group B is well and truly rolling, and Flash Wolves have just demonstrated that they're in with a word against one of the best teams in Southeast Asia against Divine out of this incredibly strong Vietnam region. I am stoked as we get into game number 2, and that's how you know I'm Californian.
Absolutely, we got those regional accents kicking in. You know, opposites collide, a big ocean dividing us too. As I'm down under, you know, living in a different time zone, but we're still getting ourselves nice and excited for this game here. Hey, worth noting also, Divine Esports on their side, they got some comfort picks too. Len is back in that Kha'Zix, love to see it, and Coyote, kind of like we thought we'd see in game 1, he's going to be that huge mid-game influence, or the mid-lane influence more than anything, as the Galio.
And I want to keep an eye, oh my lord, Coyote dropped very low. I want to keep an eye on Len as he does clear out through that first jungle path, because what he is doing very much determined the pace of game number 1. Len was not able to gank lanes early, and we saw Divine just crumble in a way they don't usually during the early game. Now here in game 2, he's already showing up in lane.
2v2 breaks out here in mid lane. Len has to reveal himself. Didn't want to, but had to in the end, because it looks like the Flash Wolves really want to force this wave in, make it crash, force to reset, play for the double crab, and get all the vision in the world. But it will be that gentleman's handshake. They are just going to go for the cross map plays. Len picks up this one. Hope 1 burns a summoner heal, and it's just going to get zoned away from such a big wave under this turret.
Yeah, so what's happening right now with Flash Wolves killing this wave before it hits the turret is that the turret itself is killing all of the blue side minions. So Hope 1 has no access to them. He's losing a whole bunch of gold, a whole bunch of XP.
Look at this though from Flash Wolves in such a point of power. We're rotating from zoning away the bot lane to then saying that Galio, you can't respond. Now what can Divine do here? Okay, Bruce has gone for the trade to try and prevent the blue buff from being stolen away. Is the bleed enough? It is. The bleed is just so insane, and Len is still surviving. The void spikes go out, and the heal comes across. And what looks so good for Flash Wolves, Divine Esports punish with conviction.
Welcome to the early game. Len shows up aggressively, starts pressing across the map, building opportunities as Flash Wolves have to respond to him. And that's always where Divine's early game power comes from. It's not so much that Len is finding the kills, it's that because Len is invading, Flash Wolves have to choose. Either we let him steal away our entire jungle, or we go into a very awkward position without proper warding to stop him from doing that.
Oh, that's beautiful there from the duo of Divine Esports. Oh no, hang on a minute. Does this mean that Tonics is going to fall on down? He is! He's so got him! Oh, the turret shots. Far too many turret shots. Yes, Sarah! So clean with the explosive cask.
And yes, Sarah's back as well. The Flash Wolves had a really hard play on the stage where they did not look like the team we expected. And Yasara was a huge part of that. He had so much gold dumped into his lane. They were trying to play to his top side. And unless he was on Renekton, he just didn't have good games. Here, he's playing Gragas, one of the only champions he looked decent on during the play on the stage. And he's able to, on the weak side, without resources being thrown that way by the Flash Wolves, he's able to 1v2 and bring this game back within arm's reach during this early game.
You know what excites me the most, TJ, is his itemization. It's not going to be the tank. Greg is in that same regard. It's not going to be that Sunfire Cape. It ain't going to be the Full Mail. No, the Rod of Ages. I'm taking that skill check. I'm running the AP. It's going to be explosive. I mean, it's in the name. Explosive cask. He's going to run it back time and time again.
And you can keep an eye on what Len's up to after that early game, because we do have the Drake up right now, and Divine are not positioning to fight him. They don't have the resources to. Len taking a little bit longer to path down towards there. The rest of Divine just now heading that way. They want this first Drake. It's an Infernal. Both teams have to fight over it, but they were not in position to set up vision, which means this skirmish around the Rift Scuttler, this skirmish to get wards into this river, matters so much.
And just look how early, TJ, they've actually done the lane swap for Flash Wolves. They've planted their bot lane straight away in mid and said, we're guaranteeing tempo, we're guaranteeing split push is available nice and early. Now you got Yasuo in a 1v1 up against Hopon's Varus, and you're saying, that's volatile. That could certainly be a solo kill found in a moment of mere minutes. But Riot Esports are still going to bully them away and get the first turret, or the first Drake of the game.
So what they were setting up for is the core conceit of this composition. This is a Bruce carry comp, which is what Flash Wolves love to run. And the game plan is...
The game plan is, we see a teamfight breakout. Apparently, the tidal wave knocks off 3 members. The bubble afterwards. It's not enough. Ooh. It's not enough. You can't stop the pain when Tarnex drops the axe and smacks you down with the guillotine. Now, can Cookie do anything about this? No. Assault on battery. It wouldn't achieve anything. And we just walk away.
All right. Well, to finish my sentence, the game plan is you throw out a tidal wave or an explosive cask, you get a ton of knockups, and then Bruce swats them all down with the Yasuo. Because the Yasuo can trigger on anyone getting knocked up, and tidal wave and explosive cask both count as knockups. So it's a really scary combination in 5-on-5 teamfights, but it's vulnerable to exactly what Divine are doing so far, exactly what they were doing there in the mid lane, which is picking apart this composition and grabbing individual parts of it whilst they're not together, whilst they're not alongside Bruce. You can see Bruce was down on the bottom side of the map, all alone. They didn't cluster and challenge Bruce under turret, because if you do that, the rest of Flash Wolves can collapse on you, and then you're fighting the 5-on-5 where that combo's online. No, instead you dive the mid lane. You shut down Demon early, preventing his late game scaling, and most importantly, avoiding the potential of that combo.
It's worth noting, obviously, as you touch on Demon and his itemization, that he has gone for the critical strike compared to Hope One here on the lethality with that tier. But that's not important right now, because the fight's about to break out. Cookie on the widest flank, so wide that he falls on down. The angle not cute enough, and he's just going to die in that situation. The exhaust onto Bruce, the pounce upon it from Len, and a double kill was found here by the Kha'Zix. One by one they crumble. The isolation is there. And now Len is hiding in the shadows, just running past this bush, back to the safety of his team, and they'll be content with a 2-for-1.
Yeah, very good trade for Divine. They kind of catch Cookie and Bruce with their trousers around their ankles, as they both seem to be entirely convinced it was only going to be Coyote in lane. You can see Bruce taking that, like you talked about, like really weird wide flank angle. He's just walking through bushes, seeing what's going to happen. And as he face checks the bush, surprise, surprise, Divine know this gank is coming. They just saw Bruce blow his ultimate in a one-on-one. There's no way you do that if you're not sure you can find the kill afterwards. So Divine rotate down to match that. And it feels like Flash Wolves kind of disrespect them. They don't anticipate that kind of map awareness from an opponent. And Divine call them on it. They have the resources in place to defend their mid laner down there in the bottom lane. And because Bruce has already spent his ultimate, the tidal wave doesn't get any follow-up, and they just slowly lose the trade.
Certainly isn't ideal. But we do know what their win condition is, and they can run it back time and time again until it reaches the point of power where everybody is far too durable for those resets to even be considered. Yeah. Now, I suppose we're looking at Divine Esports here, saying we've got ourselves a very small gold lead, we've got tempo, but let's run it back with this play, because, I mean, this is why I'm getting critical. The fact that the Viking just run like that and say, here I am, come get me, oh wait, I'm dead.
Well, I mean, it's a great play if there's nobody down here, right? If there's nobody down in the bottom lane, it's a great play. But unfortunately, Divine are a real smart team. During the live up.
Oh, that's a nice double knock up there. Then the quickness afterwards. The Herald has been summoned, so Divine Esports are answering back with a trade that will net them a kill. So they're going to get Bruce. Their mid-tier 1 survives, but it has been crippled.
Yeah, this is a really good play actually by Divine. They're looking for more. Tarnex roaming around the side here, but they catch Bruce out all alone in the bottom lane, and they just assassinate him.
Good flash away there from Eason, was to be caught. But they've forced him away. Guaranteed another turret is found.
Yeah.
And Divine Esports have got 2.
Really well played by Divine. Again, isolating Bruce, not fighting him with the team. And the second Bruce is dead, it's really easy to fight the rest of the team. And this is going to have really dire consequences, because I don't know if Bruce has enough damage to fulfill the carry role he needs to anymore.
There goes the Spooky Ghost. Divine looking to try and mount their assault to contest.
There we go.
The second Dragon of the game. Flash will still looking for their first. The Guillotine is looking to try and come on out, waiting for those max stacks on the Bleeds to come on through, but then Tarnex peels away. 3 members locked in that bot Tribush. Bruce on his own gets knocked up once the arrow comes out. The damage is there. Is the bleed enough? It's not. Bruce has survived, but he's zoned
He
away,
can't
so it's
fight,
essentially
though.
still the 4v5.
He has to back.
It's Ysera of all the health in the world, but what can Agragas do when he's got no follow-up? Well, he chucks it out anyway, but he's going to fall on down as Nami dies, and Cookie is gone. Assault and Battery, he's assaulted himself because he can't do much. Down for 20 seconds. Divine are healthy, and they'll get the second Drake as well.
And disrespect after disrespect from Flash Wolves. Bruce trying to stay in that pit for such a long time, not using his flash around the outside. He shouldn't have even been in that pit in the first place. Then Flash Wolves stay in a fight they've clearly lost, rather than lick their wounds, retreat and play defense, which is what they're going to have to do. And Divine just benefit from those mistakes time and time again, as they are a darn good team. And they're going to play aggressive into anyone that's handing them free wins like that.
Yeah, they're just thriving in the chaos and able to zone away so many members at the very get-go.
Bruce, what are you doing?
Bruce into a position like this, and we
What
start
is
to
this?
sit back and wonder, what on earth was that? Divine Esports are capitalizing beautifully.
Yeah, Diviner's going through the motions. They're just executing the game plan, and Flash Wolves keep tossing money inside the collection jar. As I don't know what Bruce is doing there. He clearly sees there's at least 3 people attacking that top turret, and he does have the rotate up from Eason. He does have that tidal wave coming in, but he's not in a position to 1v3 even with the tidal wave backup.
Oh, nice chain of corruption there. Max stacks,
Shouldn't be
max
fighting
range.
this
He's never
either.
locked in place. Forced to flash away. Has he baited the rest of his team though to a false sense of security? He has. Unfortunately for them, Demon has died. He's paid the ultimate price. The rest of the team comes spawning on through. But every single time they're taking these trades, it's always a 4v5 as the aftermath.
Yeah, it's a 4v5. You're down in gold. You don't have your key carry, Bruce. The combo with Bruce is kind of the only way they would conceivably win a team fight now. And it is incredibly questionable that Flash Wolves force into Divine. Divine play that really well. They start the Baron, they attract Flash Wolves' attention, and then they play the choke point, rely on Coyote's AoE, and because you have such a good AoE taunt from that frontline Gallia, you can position Hope One behind the Gallia, behind the Rakan, and he just throws out arrows. He's got a free firing range, he can just dump damage in, and this slightly more defensive build from Coyote, the advantage of having such a good Rakan and Quay really adds up.
So much CC to juggle, to overlap and put in combo, making it very difficult for Flash Wolves to execute the comp in the fashion they want to do. The Baron is there, it's been up for 2 minutes, and Flash Wolves are not even making a move for it. They have no vision, they don't want to go for that fight, they're down by 7k. And now the question is for Divine Esports, how much can they achieve with this? Because they've broken every single tier 1, Flash Wolves are yet to find their own turret, and you're looking to say, we're marching down a lane, we're grabbing ourselves an early inhib.
Yeah, I'm looking at how long it's taking Bruce to kill these minions. I was trying to gauge how many items he was on, and the answer is we do get the answer. It is 2 items. It's not enough. He can't match the defense that's available for key members over on Divine. Tarnax with the Dead Man's Plate in particular is just going to laugh at any amount of damage he throws out. This is really hard for Flash Wolves. I think this is going to be a tie game, a draw result, as they look very good in game 1 and then completely collapse in game number 2, not understanding their win conditions, disrespecting Divine's ability to rotate across the map, and Divine's ability to team fight.
Have you heard, TJ, of the 0-10 power spike Yasuo?
It's not happening, mate. He's too far behind. if they could extend this game to like 20 minutes, maybe. But Bruce is dead again because he's charging down a lane while his teammates are on the other side of the map. So
5 more to go. We'll count that as a win if you're a fan of Yasuo. You've seen it in your solo queue games. And he's running it down here today. Unfortunately for them, they've lost 1 inhib. They're going to lose the second. And now they've got a third in their sights. Thriving in the chaos. 1 by 1 they falter, scurrying away to the hills like ants. It just does not matter. Len is in a point of power right now. He's just leapfrogging in. He's having fun. Bit of sombrero, chucking it out there, having a bit of a dance in the sun, and living his best life now as 12 kills to 3 and a 12k gold lead.
yeah, this is my O10 Yasuo from my solo queue game. This is a really rough performance from Bruce, who's one of the best players, one of the best mid laners in this tournament. But he fell behind early, and the reason why there's O10 Yasuos is because he's such an aggressive character. Your only way to possibly get back into this game is to play very aggressive into your opponents. but that's just not happening. So Bruce, it keeps getting worse. And one of the reasons for it, I want to pay attention to this. Coyote's actually built a really cool build with Crystal and Reflector as his second item, which gives him a little more defense against exactly the kind of burst engage that a Yasuo wants to do. Crystal and Reflector, of course, a Wild Rift specific item that gives you basically stacks of shield.
That's what it does, and shooting is what they need to try and mitigate all the burst that comes their way. Tarnix with a disgusting rip back on free, so much so that it's actually juking my own mouth as to what I can even represent and say about it. It was beautiful, and it is downright dirty, because they found two. They're going to find a third. The Nexus is in their sight, but they want an ace, TJ. Why would they not? Reset after reset. If it ain't the Kha'Zix, it's then going to be the Darius soon to follow. We will get that tie. It will be the perfect 1-1.
And it didn't have any minions, so I was very scared for a moment, but that's exactly what you get. And a hell of a welcome to Group B. It is the group of death, and Divine demonstrate why. They're one of the best teams out of Vietnam, one of the best regions, and you have to pay attention to them. Yes, even if you're Flash Wolves, who are also one of the best teams in this tournament, if you disrespect them like this, if you give Divine angles to just shatter the early game, they're going to take Len off of Olaf duty, put him back on a ganking jungler, and absolutely destroy you in the first 10 minutes of the game.
And I guess that really was the question answered from game 1 through to 2, right? As to what makes Divine Esports such a threat. Early game tempo, pressure and power, which allows them to get into the state where you just can't recover from. When we're playing to that slow, more methodical trading style, Flash Wolves love it. That is their game plan, and that is why they're here. And ultimately, they maybe were a little bit too excited to try and bust out the Yasuo and Gragas when the option was presented. The ball didn't get rolling, but I tell you what, the ball was rolling in motion as we throw it back to Yana's desk.
Oh, I caught the ball. I caught the ball that skimmed me through, although, the camera's still panning and we have such a big stage, so you guys didn't see it. So,
Catch it, guys.
There.
Where's the ball?
Catch it, there it is.
I got it.
I don't want it. I don't want it. Get away from me.
I got it.
And somehow, from 2 balls being thrown from our casters, it became 3. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Inexplicable things happen over here in the
Continuity.
State Championships. And but something that is not so inexplicable is, of course, the victory that Divine Esports enjoyed. They are now able to tie the score with Flash Wolves, and it is a 1-1. That was a great adjustment from Divine Esports, and I love how they were able to really control Flash Wolves at that time. Flash Wolves, though, I still feel like the game could have gone either way. I mean, Flash Wolves was still pretty scary. They were still very, very aggressive. GamerNSM, what are your thoughts on this match?
Look, I think we kind of called it from picks and bans. The second Flash Wolves showed their hand as a very obvious Gragas composition. Gragas, a very obvious Yasuo composition. Divine Esports knew exactly what they needed to do. I agree with Omo. They didn't really have to send Bruce off to a side lane by himself. But Divine Esports were like, well, I don't really care. We're just gonna fight you straight in lane, right? That's why we bring Varus Rakan.
Yep.
We have huge engage and we have cash potential to the upper hand. It just became so easy for Divine Esports to punish.
If you look at how the team comps play out, right, Divine really do win at everything. They win at front-to-back team fights. They win at controlling mid-wave. They win at getting prio. They win at 5v5s. The only situations where they don't win is if Bruce gets onto the backline of Hope or maybe even someone like Lan, and he needs to get multi-man ultimates. There's just too much of a demand for Flash Wolves to get a perfect fight off. And honestly, Lan did such a good job of shutting down Cookie. Look at Cookie's damage. He did less than Ysera. He could do nothing that game. So it was just really Bruce working by himself. Yeah, Bruce was very isolated that game. And when you're isolated as a Yasuo, Kha'Zix and Galio, they're just gonna come for you. And we saw what happened when that occurred.
We were talking about the Vi pick and how it wasn't exactly, it's not very popular. It's not exactly part of the meta right now. Do you think that maybe they should have chosen a different champion for this role, Omo?
I mean, I think Vi just sucks, right? I think the champion is just bad. But some teams like it for certain reasons, like easy backline access, strong dueling in the early game. But I think the champion's just bad. If you want to run a team comp like this, maybe just take something like a Jarvan. I know it's going to have a very bad matchup into the Kha'Zix still, right? But at least then you have a way to get onto the backline, and you're tanky, and you're not reliant on doing damage.
Yeah, I agree with that one, but the idea with the Vi is very good and very fulfilling to have it with the Yasuo, right? It's a feels good kind of champ because it's point and click, then you jump in and then you get the last breath.
The dopamine is
yeah, it's a huge dopamine hit, right? But the issue with it is just so predictable and so easy to read, and it's so much you only really have an engage, you don't have a way out. So it could pair well with something like a Thresh to potentially give it like some flexibility there. But then because they are playing for the Nami, so the issue really was even the explosive cast was used as a form of engage instead of like as a disengage or a reset, right? So they have no disengage reset. That's the main problem I think that Flashwolves composition had. Apart from that, if we talk about like switching junglers, Javan's an option. You know, some teams play Wukong with this kind of comp. I am personally not a big fan. I would just prefer them play like for a very strong type jungler, like something like Xin Zhao. Lee Sin was banned this game, but obviously if Lee Sin was open, I think that would have been a far better pick as well.
And you know, we were also talking about the Kai'Sa Nami partnership and how, you know, maybe it would have been different if that, you know, Dragon Lane duo was different. Oh, I think you were the one who was talking about this, explaining how it doesn't really work out.
Yeah, it's not... Okay, Kai'Sa Nami is picked not because the lane has any amazing synergy, right? Kai'Sa Nami is picked because Kai'Sa is a great AD carry pick. If your marksman is someone that's aggressive and likes to carry games, likes to scale, Kai'Sa's great for that. Nami is great because she's just the best support in the game at the moment. That's why you pick them together. It's not like because the lane has any superb synergy. So when you play against something like Varus Rakan, there's a lot of room for them to punish you. And you have to keep in mind when you're playing Kai'Sa team compositions as well, you are never going to get mid priority over a Varus team composition. So you're always going to be stuck under your turret, and that means that your Varus team will always move first to objectives, and then you have to face check them. And when you're doing that against a team comp like Rakan, Kha'Zix, Galio, you're just going to die every time you walk into the river. There's just nothing you can do. And that just makes it so that the game is so reliant on this Yasuo pick finding success. And it's too one-dimensional, and with that said, it just didn't work out, right? They just shut down the Yasuo.
I believe our MVP of that series is ready. Who is it gonna be? I actually don't know. I didn't actually check beforehand because I wanted it to be a surprise. But
there we go.
It is going to be Tan X from the side of Divine Esports. Gamernism, what are your thoughts on this guy and how well he performed in this series?
Look, I mean, I personally didn't vote for it, but you know, I understand why people would vote for this. I voted for, I believe,
Ysera?
Is it Coyote? Who's getting? Kind of forgot. Point being, right, I understand why you vote for it because he had such a stable performance in both games. And the first game, he was really like the sole factor that was trying to hold it together and trying to keep things going for the team as a whole. You know, and I think because he was able to make things happen like throughout the game, especially in game number 2, you know, that kind of led to why they were able to snowball as far as they did. And so just a good performance from Tan X overall, I think.
And I have to ask, Gamernism, are you still on the or the leader of the Ysera fan club? Right now?
Unfortunately, I think I've kind of given away that position, you know. And whoever wants it, DM me. You can feel free to take the Ysera captain fan club captain away from me.
Empty DMs. No one in the DMs at all.
I am a what the
all
Jess
of the
fan
materials,
now.
all of the documents, Gamernism is gonna forward that to you guys. But right now, I think we can jump on another fan club for the meantime, the Coyote fan club, because we have him here joining us on the desk for our mid-series segment. Let's bring on Coyote from Divine Esports. Coyote, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us. We have to ask, of course, about that series. How were you guys managed? How did you guys manage to rally back from your loss in the first game, and what adjustments did you make going into game 2?
Xin chào Coyote, thì đầu tiên thì chúc mừng mọi người đã có được chiến thắng thứ 2 ở cái trận đấu thứ 2. Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên mà các bạn bình luận viên muốn hỏi với Coyote đó là làm thế nào mọi người có thể quay trở lại mạnh mẽ như vậy ở game thi đấu thứ 2 và mọi người đã điều chỉnh những gì?
Thực ra ở trận đấu đầu tiên tụi em sai khá nhiều ở phần ban pick và tụi em đã sửa sai ở ngay ván đấu thứ 2 và tụi em đã làm tốt điều đó và tụi em dẫn đến cách vận hành chiến thuật của tụi em nó mượt mà thôi ạ.
Because in the first game we made a lot of mistakes during the ban pick, so we changed the compositions right after that, and we just try to run it smoothly according to our plan.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I actually have a question.
Go ahead.
Coyote, Xin Chao. I know that you're playing against Bruce, someone who likes to play a lot of these more unique mid picks. How did it feel preparing for draft and in game as well, playing against someone who likes to play things out which are a bit more different?
Đối đầu với một tuyển thủ đường giữa như là Bruce, là người hay chơi những cái vị tướng rất là khác biệt, thì Coyote đã chuẩn bị như thế nào với tuyển thủ này về mặt chiến thuật vậy ạ?
Thật ra thì em xem mọi tuyển thủ đường giữa ở trong giải đấu này là đều như nhau và em không quan tâm người nào đánh hay hơn cả. Và tụi em chỉ quan tâm cách tụi em vận hành chiến thuật ra sao thôi.
Actually, to be honest, I consider all the mid players in this tournament the same, and we only focus on our own strategy.
That's good. That's
All
awesome.
right. Gamernism, do you have a question for Coyote?
Sure. Later today, you guys are going to be playing against EVOS. Do you feel like that might be one of your toughest matchups in this? And how important is it to win that?
Trận đấu tiếp theo tới đây của Divine Esports sẽ là đối đầu cùng với EVOS. Thì bạn có cho rằng đây sẽ là trận đối đầu khó khăn nhất mà mình sẽ gặp phải trong ngày hôm nay không? Và team sẽ với cái nếu như mà có thể giành được chiến thắng thì cái việc này nó quan trọng như thế nào đối với team?
Thật ra khi mục tiêu của tụi em bước vào vòng bảng là luôn luôn là giành lấy vé đi chung kết thế giới, và bây giờ đang ở giai đoạn vòng bảng và tụi em đang cố gắng hết sức để làm điều đó tốt nhất thôi. Và em không quan tâm tới bất kỳ điều nào cả.
Okay. Our objective is to be able to be qualified for the World Championship, so we don't really pay attention to these small minor obstacles that we have to face during this journey.
Love it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Coyote, and congratulations once again to Divine Esports. Bye.
Thanks.
Love the wave. Saying hi to all his fans over
Such
there.
chat.
But, yeah.
Such
that
chat.
was
I'm a bit intimidated right now. I don't know how the other teams in Group B are feeling, Mika.
I have
Minor
to say,
obstacles,
I
by the
mean,
way.
it's just EVOS Esports, you know?
Yeah, I've
It's just
never
EVOS
heard
Esports,
anyone
no
call
big deal.
EVOS Esports a minor obstacle. All right, man, that's some chat mentality right there.
I have to say though, you know, I guess it just means that they're looking far ahead, and you know they have their eyes basically set on that World Championship, like a lot of the teams, of course, that we have over here in the C Championship. And up next, it is going to be another obstacle for both SBTC, Esports, and Alliance.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championships. We just saw both Divine Esports and Flash Wolves both score the first points of the day, and also made the panelist desk very, very angry indeed. So many emotions, so many feelings that went on in that next series. I think we're gonna have a lot more going into our next series because it's going to be SBTC Esports versus the Alliance. Now, Brandon, I'm gonna start with you right now because I know you have a lot to say about this matchup over here. I think it's going to come down to team chemistry for this matchup because like SBTC, they've been playing together for a while, but Alliance, you know, they've gone through some roster shuffles recently. What are your thoughts on their new roster?
It's okay, so Alliance, I get the idea between their moves, right? You pulled a superstar rookie jungler into your mid so that you can free up SSK so he can go back to the Baron lane where he is kind of more known
Where
for
he
and he has more
belongs, leave
experience
him there.
Right, leave him in the corner there, and then you bring in a mid laner that is in theory supposed to kind of like open up your free slot, and because he is a native English speaker, it's supposed to boost comms. So I get like the decision is like a lateral move because I think Raven was a good mid laner as well, but now Raven is going down to the Dragon lane.
Raven was
I
pretty
feel like
safe.
Yeah, for sure. And so I feel like, you know, it's a bit of a lateral move. It's not necessarily an upgrade, but the theory is that it's supposed to increase the number of native English speakers in the team, which is supposed to boost up the team synergy, I think. I think that's how it works, Omo.
Yeah, there's a lot of details we could go into. I don't think we have time for it on just one segment, right? But I think there are some ideas behind Alliance move, which if it works out on the right day, it could look really good. But they're gonna need to be on the best day possible, going up against the team that you see on your screens right now. The champions of Vietnam, SBTC, Esports, Unero, TF, July, Kirel, Arcano. They have minors on the bench as well. We talked about how stacked the Divine's roster was. This roster is just as, if not more stacked.
Yeah, I totally agree. I'm such a big fan of Kirill, by the way. I honestly think he's one of the best ADCs in Southeast Asia. I can't forget that one that one clip that he had during the Summer Super Cup, wherein I think he had just a 1v5 and he managed to take a dragon. I mean, come on. If that doesn't tell you how good this guy is, I don't know. Granted, what about you? What are your thoughts on SBTC?
Just look at them. They got those stone cold killer eyes, right? They're coming in here as the first seed from the Vietnam region, and this absolute powerhouse.
The boys.
You know? But this is the
boys.
This is the team. The boys are in it to
Go.
play. It's Alliance. How can you hate on this team?
I can think of a bunch of reasons how you can hate on this team, but I will tell you that I expect them to be a pretty entertaining team. They're pretty entertaining people, personalities. They are fun to watch in game. I'm pretty hyped for a good game. I mean, I just hope it's not going to be a pure crash and burn thing going up against SBTC, because that's going to be horrible for morale in your first match. But for both of these teams, right, coming into game one, I would say that the Alliance are no slouches as well, and SBTC, they're one of the favorites for the whole thing. So for both of these teams, they want to warm up, they want to get their first match on stage done, they want to get into the swing of things. It's gonna be a difficult game one for sure.
Yeah, and you know, for Alliance, we did talk about this, and you know, it's superstar lineup. They brought on a bunch of new players in. It begs the question if there are, you know, too many cooks in the kitchen, so to say. And this is actually something that happened to one of the teams in the Icon Series Philippines. You know, it was a roster made up of superstar players, and somehow, someway, they just couldn't get their groove because they weren't sure who to rally around, and that could be, you know, that could be a pain point for Alliance over here. Grayman, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in theory, if Alliance had a full roster of people from the same region, you know, they could have lower ping. I mean, that is it's ping gap for sure, right? That's a tiny advantage they could have. But the fact is, because they are polling from the Philippines region, from the Malaysian region, they are split apart, so they don't even have that advantage necessarily. And so whichever team they're going up against, you know, it is on pretty even footing. I think that when you take a look at SBTC Esports here, they are just such a powerhouse in the competition, and I really like how aggressive they've been able to play.
Yeah, and I think we have our talent predictions coming right up. I personally feel like I feel like, you know, SBTC is really SBTC is really a powerhouse to be reckoned with over here. We're gonna put our predictions up there in just a bit, but before that, we have this journey video on how the Alliance has been doing, and we managed to get an interview with them. Check this video out.
Hi, I'm Alliance SSK. I'm the team captain of Alliance Wild Rift, and I play the Baron lane in my team. Our team comprises of 3 Singaporean players, 1 Malaysian and 1 Philippine. My experience in the Icon series so far have been very enjoyable because Icon series, Wild Rift is a very new game competitively, and being a part of it is very exciting because I do not know what's next for us, you know, and being able to compete globally, not globally, regionally in the Southeast Asia region is quite, you know, it's something that motivates me a lot, you know, like being the best in Singapore region, this does not mean much to me, but being the best regionally is always something that I want to strive for, but I'm not able to do it. So in Wild Rift, hopefully I'm able to do that sooner or later. Yes. I guess one of my favorite moments, not favorite, more memorable moments recently is the SG4 finals where I got a pentakill as Darius. I guess it's funny how the Singapore Icon started off, the first game started off with a pentakill, and we ended off the last game with a pentakill. So I guess it was memorable for me. There's for sure a team that I would like to face off against and hopefully win them is EVOS Esports from the Thailand region, because during the Summer Super Cup we lost to them 0-3, and this time I want to be able to face them off again, and hopefully we'll come out as the winners. Winning C Champs is for sure a very difficult task for every team in the C Championship, and being able to win it really proved to everyone in the region that we try our best and we are the best and we do what it takes to be the best, and that really meant a lot to me personally, because it's really very hard for a player in Singapore, in the Singapore region, to prove that they are the best regionally in the Southeast Asia region, and I would like to be one of those few who are able to do that. I think for the Singapore 4 Icon series, the only teams that you should watch out for is the Alliance, because Team Banana, they are just a group of friends. I do know them personally. They are all really good players, but they're not committing Wild Rift as much as us, so they might not be able to put on a good performance compared to us, and I still do wish them all the best for their upcoming play-ins. But if there's a team that you should really watch out in Singapore, it will be us. And I wouldn't say there's anyone individually we should watch out for because we play together as a team. But I guess you can watch out for us as a team.
Well, there you have it. I think that kind of answered our question as to, you know, how exactly these guys are going to play. They have committed to playing as a team. But you know what? I think SSK, he kind of put a target on his back over there, you know, with the Darius pick and the pentakills. I have a feeling, you know, SBTC, they're going to want to shut him down as quickly as possible if, you know, he's capable of all of that. Now, of course, we have our talent predictions coming right up. Gamerism, I think I know where your vote went. And, of course, yes, I think it's pretty much a given. But yes, Ome and I are thinking SBTC is gonna take this one.
Yeah. It's alright,
Yeah.
you know. I give little faith. I will Alliance will prove you wrong. They're gonna show
so.
you how they play up against the first team in the Vietnam region. Look, where it matters, right, is that Alliance coming into this are relatively unknown to SBTC, and I think they could trip them up. You know, the Vietnamese region, if anything has proven time and time again, is that they are notoriously bad at warming up. They never warm up fast enough, and so I think Alliance, if this is their first game against them, have a pretty good chance of taking that 2-0.
Brandon, if
Well,
you
yeah,
say-
I was gonna say something, but then Divine kind of showed that as well. So yeah, oh, go ahead, Omo.
Brandon, it feels like you're doing some stretches over there because you're reaching pretty hard, man. I just feel like individually across the board, SBTC are just really, really good players. Like Mika mentioned earlier today as well, they've been playing together for longer. They've been playing as a team for longer. Whereas Alliance, they're still kind of working out the kinks. They are a pretty fresh roster coming to this one. I feel like the expectations are definitely going to be on SBTC to come in and try to 2-0, especially if they want to be one of the contenders for the Horizon Cup as well. So I feel like a lot of pressure is going to be on SBTC, whereas Alliance, they should be coming to this. You know, if we scrape through with a 1-1 against the best team in our group, I think that's something you can be happy with already.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of pressure on Alliance as well. I mean, like, you know, there is that international banner that they're carrying, and then they, you know, they mentioned it in the journey video that they are the right now they are the sole representatives from the Singapore region. So yeah, go ahead, Gamernism. I think that, you know, Alliance, they are dealing with a lot of pressure on their backs too.
Absolutely. I think the backs of this one is really, like we mentioned, Group B is about how well your mid laners play, and I think the addition of Azoro Vecchi is not a loss for them. You know, he played previously on GEEK Fam, where he was kind of that sole player on his team, trying to hold together the remaining 4, right? He was the adult with 4 children running around, and he's doing his best. He kind of needs to put a leash on them. With Alliance, at the very least, you know, he has that sense of safety that, you know, these are no longer toddlers. At the very least, they're like adolescent. You know, they still have some rebellious spirit in them, so you need to kind of like rein them in a little more. But it's enough that they can do their own thing and they can manage their own lanes, you know, whatever they need to do on the side. And so Zorveki can focus on really getting himself ahead and then playmaking across the map.
It's interesting that you brought up you know, his past with GEEK Fam, because they will actually, you know, they will actually meet later on in the day. I can't wait to see that, you know, that matchup. That's an anime storyline right there, I gotta say. But first up, of course, they will be facing against SBTC Esports. Now, I'm really curious as to Omo, what do you think? What kind of drafts do you think we'll be expecting as we, you know, as we come into Champions Select?
Boy, this is gonna be a really difficult one to call because we haven't really seen both of these teams yet. I think the big thing for me is when you look against SBTC, when you look against Vietnamese teams as a whole, you have to be very careful to target the carry junglers. And while Jalson is capable of playing these picks himself, I think Vietnam as a region just plays so very well around carry junglers and how you enable them that's going to be a big question mark here for the Alliance. And for Alliance as well, right, conversely, I don't really know what to expect from them because if you think about like teams that play in the Singapore region, for years, right, Singapore has always been a 1 or 2 horse region at most. So when you play against a bunch of other noobs, you tend not to show your full hand. So I'm quite curious to see what Alliance have prepared that they haven't quite shown regionally yet and what they will hopefully pull out today.
It's interesting because like I feel like Jelson, I know he was very much adept at the Jarvan because we did call him Jelson before that. Yes, I remember that nickname. So I wouldn't put it past him to probably go for a Kha'Zix or maybe a Rengar. Gamernism, what do you think?
No, I'm just so intrigued by like how tame Omo is when he's talking about Alliance. He's like, I'm not gonna destroy you just yet, right?
I'm waiting, you know, I'm waiting.
He's any material he's gonna get. He's got that. He just needs that little bit of like kindle to get the fire going, right? Once the fire is stoked, almost cannot be stopped. Then that's just the direction.
Let me just tell you, if Shinsekai gets solo killed a single time this game, he's never gonna hear the end of it.
You're gonna make a full montage of every single solo kill that Shinsekai gets.
I will broadcast it on stream here on Sunday when Alliance play again.
You're gonna put all your phones like, look at Shinsekai getting solo killed on my phone, right? Yeah, that's yeah, but it's so important to see how they do as well, right? Because Shinsekai going into the Baron lane, I mean, a big reason why they brought in Jelson as well, so they could free him up and bring him into the Baron lane. He is supposed to bring in some power there, and against a lot of the competition here, a big reason why we don't talk so much about the Baron lane matchups in bracket B or in Group B exactly is because they're all good, right?
Yeah,
if they're all good, there's not much more to talk about because oh, let's not go there just yet.
I mean, I have to
but
point it out.
They're all good, and so when you have players that are all within this range, you don't expect anyone to shine out more. And I think the same case should be said about SSK. His role in this team, in this game, is not to outperform his opponent. It's to be a staple and not lose this lane.
Yeah, I think he's definitely gonna be very, very crucial. We mentioned like in the journey video that we saw earlier, seems to be in high spirits. Alliance seem to be very, very confident coming into this matchup. But again, on the side of SBTC, I feel like SBTC, they came very, very close to that championship. And I feel like they can do it once again. They do have this this amazing roster that has really proven themselves in the Wild Rift esports scene over here. But again, Omo, you mentioned this. We're not exactly sure how they look like right now. It's a bit of mystery as how they come into C championships. But I'm thinking like a lot of this is still gonna be about giving Kirill that space, just because he's such a good AD carry. So I can just imagine like how the team is really going to rotate around this, and how the team is really going to give him that space, not only give him that space, but really work on the lanes to make sure that Kirill is just ready for all of that damage. Omo, how do you think Alliance is going to be able to stand up to that?
Look across the board. Who is Kirill playing against? He's playing against a man that I can't believe he's an esports player with how unbelievably attractive he is. He could be a Calvin Klein model. He's playing marksman up against Raven, who is both good looking and incredible at the game. I know I voted for SBTC to 2-0 here, but I'm just gonna keep praising Alliance, okay? I think Raven is more than capable of holding his own. Maybe laning might be a bit shaky, but I think when we come to team fights, skirmishes, objective fights, I feel like he's not gonna get gapped by Kirill. And I think that we'll have to look across the board. Maybe if SBTC pulls out wins, they are just slightly mechanically better. They edge out a win that way. But I think when you look at team fights macro, I don't think Alliance will get outmatched in those fronts.
I think that's the important one, right? Because if Alliance does not lose these fights, there is still a window for them to try to take the win. Because if Divine Esports are going to play into them, and we know how they play, they like to go aggressive, they like to limit test, that's a nice way of putting it, they like to limit test. And so Alliance just really have to push their limits as well, figure out exactly where they can take it. And I think with the mindset that they have, if they have the right one going to this game, that's kind of why I went for the 2-0 as well. The first game is Divine Esports kind of giving it away for free. The second game is Alliance matching those limit tests.
I'm actually really interested to see Alliance play, just because I want to see how these guys really, as they step into the Rift, how they're gonna mesh. And it is possible because we're basing all of this Alliance talk on how we saw them perform previously. Again, this is an entirely new team. I'm really excited to see how well they're gonna perform. Of course, I remember Jelson being exceptionally good from the Icon Series Philippines. I believe that he played in the summer season. But yeah, again, this is basically a fresh for Alliance, and both Alliance and SBTC. Now, Gamerness, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on what kind of drafts do you think we'll see from Alliance, especially with the superstar lineup.
Okay.
Brandon, if you say anything here, we're gonna revoke your Singaporean passport. Don't give anything away. Not one word.
Yeah, I can't give strats away, but I will say I think that the mid lane should be playing for something staple. See, between Raven as well as Azure Veki, like their pocket picks are very different, because I think that Veki can play for more like stable stuff like the Gragas and the Ahri. Raven, when his back is against the wall, he'll pull out stuff like Fiora, Mid, Zed, or Katarina, stuff like that, huge playmakers. I think that the move into Azure Veki will make things a bit more stable, and I think that's what Alliance were looking for when they drafted this new roster. But here's the thing, though, right?
I'm getting a call from our immigration authorities here. I think they're saying something about your passport being revoked. I'm sorry, Grandad.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Well, It's difficult to say, right? Alliance going into this one, they really definitely have something to prove because in all aspects, this is supposed to be a stronger alliance, but this is a super strong group as well. The Group B is just a test,
Killer.
you know, to really push their metal all the way up.
Yeah, that's a good point to bring up. Like, you know, if Alliance, for example, any team actually that might get, you know, like a 0-2, it doesn't really say anything about how close the matches can be, especially since this group is just completely insane. Now we're heading into Champ Select over here. Oh, right off the bat, the Olaf is gone, and so is the Camille. Omo, what do you think? What do you think? Actually, you think the best matchup would be in terms of, like, you know, the lanes? Are we looking at the Baron lane here? Are we looking at the mid lane as well, like Gamer has mentioned?
Well, there's a lot of things to look for, right? Because I think if you look across the board, you guys raised some really good points. SBTC have carries from top to bottom, and like you said as well, Matt, Mika, Alliance have a lot of cooks in the kitchen. There might be a question of, is there too many? But they definitely have a lot. And we don't really know which approaches these teams want to take. Knowing Vietnamese teams, they might just go all out, pick all carries, 5 carries, and try to out-mechanics you that way. That's something that's very viable for them. But a big question for me is Alliance. Which option are you opting to play towards? Are you going to play towards Shinsekai, Raven, Vaki, Jelson? Who's going to be your carry here today, and how are you going to enable them? Banned so far pretty standard. This is pretty much what SBTC have been banning regionally for a while now. Alliance, very understandable first bans. You want to get rid of these super strong champions.
I think what is really important is that you see like the Olaf being banned out, but then the Javan is still available, and they could look to try and empower things that way. Renekton is still an option, but the thing is with Shinsekai or SSK is that he can play a variety of Baron laners, so it kind of depends on how this matchup with Unero goes. I think the prio is going to be towards bot side for Alliance. They might just go for the Zyra Khan and try and pick that up early on if SBTC don't necessarily try to flex that away first.
Lee Sin being banned away, I like this. This was
That's a good
TF's
ban.
most played, highest win rate champion throughout the regular season. So you want to get rid of his most OP pick, and with that, this is a Renekton, Ziggs or Varus angle. We want to see what SBTC are going to prio here. I think it's Renekton.
Yeah, I think so too. I remember Unero being very, very, very adept. And there you have it. It's probably going to be Unero over there on the Renekton. Yeah, go ahead, Gamer.
Yeah, I was just going to say as well, I mean, depending on how they play this out, TF could also be the secondary carry. Yep. We've seen him play other things like the Graves as well before, and that's kind of like the way that SBTC kind of lean towards, where they like stat pick later on, so it's not just relying on Kiro and Julie to be the playmakers. You could also have TF, which is a very interesting tool to have in your back pocket compared to a lot of other teams who just do not have that flexibility.
What is this? An early Rakan pick from Alliance. This is going to be really interesting if they lock it in. I don't normally see Rakan being this high prio, so I'm a bit curious as to what this pick means.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see if you know, Azor Veki will be going for, you know, one of the tankier champions, or if he's gonna stick to like the mages. I know he was very, very adept on the Orianna back in the summer season, so really curious to see if we'll see that again. Gamernism, what do you think? Don't reveal any strats, but yeah.
Look, I just think that Alliance is super comfortable at Zyra Khan, and I think that they love to try and play for that. So the Rakan pickup early is also to hardly deny SBTC Esports, but there are just so many options still available and still left on the table for them to try and draft for that the Rakan doesn't really impact things that much. The Ziggs is a nice takeaway. If they go for the Gragas Senna though, we're starting to see a pretty interesting composition with a lot of layered crowd control, so they could actually go for some pretty heavy damage in the mid and jungle position if they want to. Please don't pick Window. Please don't pick Window. Please don't pick Window.
Let me just step in here really quickly and say, yeah, the point about the Zyra Khan is really good, especially knowing that SBTC is a team that likes to play the Senna bot lane, play around the Senna funnel. So I do think Zyra Khan is a pretty good answer to that, but it comes down to your mechanics check, and the Mundo that you asked not to see is locked in indeed.
Oh.
Yeah, they probably heard you. They probably heard you.
Doing this. Doomed. Okay,
literally
so
true.
I'm gonna explain my rationale, right? Mundo just doesn't provide enough for the team. He needs a lot of time to scale up, and you have a lot of initiators, but the problem with Ziggs is that he, even with the initiation, he only does so much. There's nothing he can really do to SBTC. If they start to draft for hard disengage
what's going on
and
here?
reset here, it knocks back Alliance entirely. You get something like the Yasuo, the wind wall, it blocks so much of the damage that you have available. I just don't see what Alliance are gonna try and go for here.
What is going on here with the beefy boys that Alliance is setting up? That's a lot of tanky frontline coming in, but you really need the DPS to follow this up.
Exactly.
I think it might just be the Xayah, but we'll have to see.
I don't see it going any other way.
The Dr. Moon, I don't know. You know, when Team Secret picked it yesterday, we were kind of like, what? turns out it worked for them. But I don't think, I don't know if, like, okay, Akshan. Okay, they seem to be up to something here.
They are indeed. Okay, so let's wait until they lock this in.
If they do, I mean, we've seen this show before. I mean, we saw the Black Cleaver version of Akshan in the mid side.
It's that version, right? So he's gonna play Akshan mid into Yasuo. He's gonna play for a very aggressive early game together with Mundo jungle, and then they're gonna use Zig's ability to just pummel farm, push in the center bot lane, get prio. At least that's the game plan. But SBTC, they have a very solid comp if they can get onto your backline. Akshan and Ziggs, they're not gonna survive a Riven Yasuo combo. So the burden is on Alliance to get the early game going in their favor, because if they don't, they're just gonna get outscaled and their backline is gonna get popped.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know. I really want to find out what Alliance is up to with their draft. It looks really, really interesting indeed. And we are going to get right into it. SBTC Esports from the Vietnam region versus Alliance from the Singapore region. Gamernismo, I know you guys have been hyped for this, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen more so, because I know that you guys are probably going to give me some great reactions after this first game. Let's step into it. It is SBTC Esports versus Alliance. Casters, take it away.
Let's get into this one here, TJ. Two big dogs are in town. The first seed out of Vietnam taking on the first seed out of Singapore. They're here to play, and if you thought this drop would be standard, you're sorely wrong.
Yeah, welcome to the group of death, baby. Both these teams know how to draft. They go very aggressively toward desired team compositions right off the bat, and then have to make some adjustments because of what the other team's doing. It's like when you're playing tic-tac-toe and you keep cutting each other off, and then before too long, nobody wins. It's the movie War Games from, I think, 1995, somewhere in that range. SBTC go for this really strong start with Gragas Renekton, and Alliance go, oh no, we need frontline tank value. They pull out Mundo, they pull out Garen to be that frontline tank value, and all of a sudden the draft that I thought was going to go straight over to SBTC is very interesting.
Yeah, and the big question mark for us was what AD carry would Alliance lock in? We were wondering, would it be the Tristana? Would it be the Desire? Could it even be the likes of an Ezreal, some champion with mobility versus the critical strike build? Are you looking for a power spike now, or looking for a power spike later on when this Mundo will become an absolute monster, as we've already seen in the group stages? So let's take a moment to, review what we have. We've got ourselves another Yasuo. We've got that bread and butter combo again. Where should we be looking at the focus?
Well, early game is SBTC's to lose, and they're going to try and win it through the presence of this Riven in the jungle, who's going to get a little bit further ahead than you expect a Riven to. She's going to show up in the mid game in TF's hands and start being really scary. And they're going to have a genuinely terrifying mid-game team fight between the Yasuo, Renekton, and Gragas, with that Riven kind of providing the knockups, providing most of the damage in those team fights. And if they start snowballing, the game's over. But should we go a little longer than that? Alliance are going to be able to take a whole lot of that damage on the chin and just keep going. The Garen and Mundo frontline is really difficult for SBTC to get past. And if we go to mid-late game, then I'm kind of an Akshan believer. I kind of put my faith in Ozraveki on this character. I think he can be scary.
Well, it's getting scary in the bot lane here, isn't it? So far, double root lands there from the setup, but the first blood is found. Jelsona's first gank, swings the hammer, and brings him down with the axe, and gets that kill. Now, SBTC answer back. Always fancy feet there. Oh, actually secures it somehow, some way. Yasuo's gone. The power spike is starting here early, and TF is far too late to the fight.
I think he could have gotten Raven, but he doesn't execute on it. Wow, incredible early fight goes over to Alliance, as you're talking about. SBTC going for a very aggressive early peak, and this is a little bit off tempo for them, because they do have a ton of mid-game power. Once you have those ultimates online, once you have first item on the Riven, on the Renekton, they're much scarier. So I actually think it was a little bit of an error for them to force the fight down bottom early, but the reason they do it is because they want to get that Senna off to a good start. Kiral is an incredibly good AD carry player. Uh-oh.
Look at this beautiful top lane dive. The ultimate was getting channeled, but it gets cancelled and buffered. And there would have been a turret in the way anyway. Good position there from Yaniro. And TF reads the play beautifully. So 3v2 they fight. And the honey fruit is there if he does want to stick around, but opting for the full reset instead. So Alliance, as much as they can, be a nuisance come that mid to late game. Certainly aren't falling over here in the early.
Yeah, and it's because of that early fight down bottom. Because again, if you go late game, that Senna is terrifying.
Yeah.
And I am not convinced that Akshan trades evenly against it. Okay, Ozoroveki's just dead. Especially not now, as SBTC execute a really good gank in the mid lane. So all of the like late game hopes for Alliance kind of are pinned upon getting a decent ball rolling during the early and mid game whenever they spot an opportunity. This is a very hard game for them to win compositionally. Because of that, they need to find momentum, but they did get a little bit of it handed to them down bottom. That's going to be a pretty decently sized Ziggs in the mid game. And I look for them to make plays through that. I look for them to keep this pressure up during the early game.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best champions to really drive their narrative home, to, you know, put you in that ability to contest objectives, to siege up turrets, to go even, to force those trades, which we've seen the very best do, to play to their own win condition and not feel reactive. Now,
Drake here.
They're going to group up here. As you said, that first Drake has been engaged 4 minutes into this one, and it was going the way of Alliance, but SBTC is saying thanks for the leash. We're going to go for the fight instead. The skirmish breaks out. Mega Inferno Bomb dropped onto 2 bruisers. They both survive somehow, but then Jelson comes in with the cleaver and answers back. Both junglers getting aggressive, both finding a killer piece, but the Yasuo is traded for the Rakan.
TF has to back. Alliance can burn this. There's no jungler here for SBTC. Jelson can burn this.
Locked inside the base, and they're getting closer and closer by the minute. Explosive cast goes out nice and early, but you're never going to beat a smite. Hold your nerve and hold your finger, but they guarantee it. The flash burnt, but Aquino still falls on down all the same, and SBTC just too keen to fight.
Really, really well played by Alliance to recognize that they'd scared TF away. They'd done enough damage, he just had to back, and so they can burn down that dragon. And towards the end of it, Akino thinks he spots an opportunity. It goes a little bit awry. He dies. It doesn't actually matter because he still finds so much ground gained on the map that he scares people back. They have to reset over on Alliance because of the damage he does. And that means that the Rift Herald, traditionally the more favored early objective even, does go to SBTC. They still will have a gold advantage coming out of this play. Not only at the top of your screen, but a significant one in the pocket, as that Rift Herald is probably good for at least 1,000.
Certainly would be, and if they want to make sure that Renekton becomes an absolute powerhouse to play for, then it certainly could be a good time. The wind wall's down, and that means it's the freest ultimate you'll ever see coming out there from the action. TF, always right place, right time, but the timing, 5 seconds too short. There's the body slam in, looking to try and take down Jelson. He has no maximum dosage, so he is very squishy, and they do answer back with a beautiful shutdown.
There's this dual lane roaming down though with the Mega Inferno Bomb to cut the wave. Here come Alliance.
Quickness goes out, CWJ utilizing that movement speed, but doesn't hit the grand entrance. It doesn't matter. The charm is all they need. And eventually they find that kill. 4v1 they hunt, and Ozoroveki claims the revival to bring back Jelson.
Skibby, put on your seatbelt. We are gaming here. This is some wild Rift, because SBTC go off of that momentum. They're going to summon this Rift Herald mid and try and burn through Jelson.
They certainly are. 4v1, they go into the mid lane, but then actually that bot lane engage comes straight back on through. The Herald is summoned, but the turret survives down to 58. You could blow your nose and fall on down. The turnaround route, it connects onto 2, but they've got no damage. The throughput is gone. The 2 main assassins with the range damage is zoned away afar. Out comes the Dawning Shadow. The turning of the fate, the last breath, the knockup, the damage to connect. SSK in trouble, and Yunero will guarantee that they do find that kill. Now fighting in a 5v4, they'll get that turret. Without that to worry about, will they continue to fight the fight here? Ozoroveki hits the ultimate. Can go into the shadows, but it just won't matter.
What an early game. Alliance get credit for the first turret break down bottom during that entire mess because they rotate effectively enough to hold that turret for an extra beat in mid. They get the bonus gold from that, and that's actually very important because it keeps the gold relatively close. There's only about 1,000 gold separating these two teams. They do give over a kill just from over-aggression in the mid lane. They thought Ozoroveki was going to be able to rotate up into the mid before the kills happened, and they were a little wrong about the timing there, but I love Alliance taking the fight to SBTC because, again, they have to. The key characters to watch right now are Kirol, who has been thriving off of these fights. He's gotten 3 assists and an uncounted number of souls, just being able to farm them off of auto-attacking enemy characters, which is going to make him extremely scary in this mid to late game.
It doesn't stop there though. We are going straight back into the Game King action as SSK says, I'm a Garen, what on earth are you doing? Don't you dare try and touch me in a 2v1 because I can just walk away. And now the tempo will be reset because that second Drake, the all-important one, especially for these two teams that want to be explosive, want to get those kills as quickly as they can. Infernal up in 20.
And the other thing to watch here is Kiral's giving up a lot of minion gold. He's not farming. He's giving all that minion kill gold over to Arcana. So if you're looking at this support Gragas and going, man, why is he doing so much damage? It's because he's functionally the AD carry. The Sen is relying on the souls to get her farm. So she's going to be scaling almost exclusively off of the souls, and this Gragas is going to start hurting into the mid game. He's going to go full AP. Arcana is going to have some damage to bring to bear.
So is Raven, chucks at the Mega Inferno Bomb, evaporates the mid wave, as they know that timing is ever so crucial now, playing around these side lanes, utilizing the vision to good effect. Now, Julie is locked in the bot lane here, trimming a wave, and the fight's going to break out here. 5v4 CWJ with a massive engage, knocking up free, but there's no follow-up, TJ. The opportunity presents itself, the support goes in, but the rest of the team a little bit sleepy here. Comeuppance goes out, max channel, but Julie says it's my time to shine, jumps in with the last breath and guarantees that they will find that kill traded back. Raven gone, Flash is being burnt, Julie there a little bit longer, but 1v4 inside the enemy blue buff. The rest of the team said, you're too far away from us, we can't do much about this. And when members lost, a second Drake there, it's looking like Alliance that still want to force the agenda.
Yeah, both junglers still up. This is a 4v4 for the Drake.
Yeah, flirting with danger right now. Maximum charge is a big amount of attack damage there if he can so utilize it. There's the TP
in, 4v4
coming on through.
now.
Julie not too far away, and Raven soon to spawn as well. He's also
Alliance
picked up the
have to
enchantment rune. They all want to contest this one.
They have a TP,
but
Raven's
Jelson's not in
back.
range. Jelson can't contest. He can't go for the smite. The Mega Inferno goes out. The
Oh!
Mercy Injustice comes crashing on down. They get that kill. They'll answer back, and they remove Kirill.
This is insane! Maybe my favorite game of the tournament so far is we just had maybe a 3-minute team fight, and it's not done yet!
Akino! Cheeky little solo kill when he sees 5 members in the mid lane. He says, I'm not afraid. There's tier 1. That's my buddy. That's my protection. And gone is your Ziggs. And one by one, they're going in now. What on earth is happening here, TJ? The tornado doesn't even connect, but now it's a Yasuo in the midst of an absolute Raven party. He's taking them all down. He gets a double, and as Ynira says, get me in on the action, get me in on that scoreboard, and they wipe the floor here with Alliance.
Double res though, because one of the last kills in that fight went over to Ozureveki, and that means we can contest for this Baron as SBTC try to just burn it down. Alliance have even members on the board thanks to the Akshan passive.
Can't go for this one. CWJ does not have that ultimate, but he did have a flash and the exhaust if the engage was on. Burns the blast cone, but has he been a little bit too greedy here? Not to be punished. That tier 1 in the mid lane. As we calm things down, will fall. As Alliance will claim something back.
Hold me, Skimmy! What do I do?
You're too far away, mate.
Again. And Alliance have done some really good trading throughout this. And I think that's very important to put a spotlight on. They've actually played this incredibly well. But SBTC walk away from that entire exchange very happy indeed. They've grown their gold lead to 2,000, and most importantly, they're continuing to tick away on that win condition of Kirill. He's getting very beefy into this mid-lane game.
Totally is, and that is the concern, right? Making sure that you got the damage to match the mitigation that is coming out as the response from these bruises, which will pack a fair bit of punch themselves. Don't forget them. They might look like the beefcakes, but they can certainly wrestle with the best if given half an opportunity to get in on the action and showcase that, look, tanking isn't as boring as it seems. You know what? You can be a carry. That's fun. But I can carry in just a slightly different fashion. Now, Yunero's working overtime here to get that turret, trying to equalize the state here. 3 turrets still in favor here for Alliance as he jumps in, slice and dice, being aggressive, rightly so, because the rest of the team are here to back him up. 3v2 they go. Mega and Photobomb trimming the wave, but not much more. It's not really hitting them that hard.
He just stone-plated all of that, Skimmy.
He just
pops
walks
the
away.
guard with a stone plate and just eats all that damage.
Just laughs at it. And now Alliance are looking to try and scurry to the hills and say, well, we need to find some form of response. And they won't find it in the mid lane as Julie. He's just too nimble.
Julie, he's already completed Blade of the Rune King. This is a terrifying Yasuo, actually. And you might look at his scoreline, goes 3-5-4. That's not massive, but he's got so much gold. Good lord.
The flash all in. He's looking to try and make that play right there. The wind wall goes out nice and early. He's still hunting for blood. No vision, but he doesn't seem to be deterred. He's a madman. He's possessed. He doesn't care. But they will calm down.
And
the ghosts go out.
one of those players, runner-up in the Summer Super Cup, one of the best mid laners in the world, and he's such a duelist. If you ever give Julie a 1v2, a 1v1 that he thinks he can win, he is going to full send it. He is going to take that fight. And that's what you're seeing already here, as Ozravecki now looks on. This turret's under threat.
Got the most gold in the game, but it's a beautiful two-man knockup. They just sidestep the Mega Inferno Bomb once again. Alliance defending that turret with their life. They're losing so much health. Oh, CWJ's just gone. It looked like a one-shot, but it was a delayed one at just that. Now Jelson 1v2 in the backline here for SBTC, zoning him away, which means the Bruiser boys of the Renekton and the Riven have to try and dive the Akshard, and somehow he survived. Jelson is a monster. He 1v2s. This is what Mundo does. And they're just going to lose everyone in this dive.
My God, that's the Baron to Alliance. As two things turn the difference. One, you cannot kill Jelson. Two, Ozravecki outplays that entire team fight and gets the resurrections. He dies at the end, but he's brought 4 players back. They're here to take the Baron, and Alliance are leading in this game versus SBTC, who are the best team out of the Vietnamese region, who were the runners-up at the Summer Super Cup. Many people consider them one of, if not the best team in the world, and Alliance, the super team out of Singapore, are fighting them blow for blow in this mid-game.
I mean, just look
Here
at
we go
the
for the
replay.
Dragon.
It's just so unreal for me.
No, we need to watch this
But we don't
play.
even care about the
That's
replay
Dragon.
anymore. Yeah, as you say, play by play, and picture in picture is where we're at, because they've got a Baron, and they won that team fight. They've already removed the Yasuo. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. Big mid carry against the support. Demacian Justice crashing on down again with the Rampage, as SSK unstoppable. Double summoners on your head, spin to win, and burn you down. You're silenced and you're upset because this game is getting out of control and it's getting out of your grasp. But SBTC, despite everything here, TJ, they still got a gold lead.
Kirol tanks that, and it's huge. Ozravecki doesn't get any reses. And SBTC, you're absolutely right to point it out, still have a gold lead despite these very hairy team fights. And Ozravecki, he's scaling into his damage spike, but he's not there. And what's about to come online is Kirol. I've been saying it all game. He's about to complete his second item. This is going to be a Black Cleaver, and that's going to mean that he's shredding what Mundo has, what Garen has, this massive armor. And the second those two, those 3 Black Cleavers, actually, good lord, are online for SBTC, it's going to get so hard for Alliance to tank through these team fights as they have been doing so. Now, though, here's the Drake burned down.
Oh, third Drake of the game, secured here by TF, but it could have been close. CWJ has been impressing me so far with his Rakan gameplay. The fight is split. Raven across the wall, dishing at the poke and the harass, but it's not enough. The burst, the engage, the pressure, and the sure right imposing threat that SBTC are displaying on this map. You've got bruises, you're tanky, but we're cleaving you down. And it's TF that's on a killing spree after taking 3.
And Alliance, they don't read the scoreboard. They don't realize that SBTC can absolutely take team fights versus their beefcakes right now. And their very tanky frontline steps into that fight in an awkward position because they think they have enough HP to contest, and SBTC blow them up.
The flash body slam, the Zonius is there, but we're queuing up spells. Oh, okay. Well, Gragas gets denied underneath the turret, but I'm sure he won't mind. It's a delayed ace, and an ace that will net them at least 1
5
inhibitor.
on res. 5 seconds on these resurrections. That's going to mean that SBTC cannot end the game here, but they have just blown it wide open. That team fight around the Drake handed them the gold lead, and it hands major item completions across the board. You see Infinity Edge completed here for Julie, meaning that this Yasuo is now at his power spike. You see the Black Cleaver starting on a Sheen item, probably the Iceborne Gauntlet over here for Kirol. He's now going to absolutely burn through these team fights as a supportive damage dealer with the souls yielding the vast majority of the damage. And what you see here is the power of an AP Gragas, just splitting up this fight and buying space for these assassins, Julie, to run through the team fight and threaten the backline. And I guess this Renekton's an assassin as well. I disagree with it, you know, theoretically, but Yunaro's playing it as such, so who am I to judge?
Yeah, I mean, Renekton is one of those champions that certainly in a state like this could be classed as one. It's not a Z, it's maybe not as elegant, but certainly is looking oh so good. Max level 15 with the GA and every item complete bar one. Sitting on a longsword to round out this game in such explosive fashion and say, this is the game you should be tuning in for. The group stage is here, and this is what the group def really does look like.
I just want to chant death again, because Group B has delivered us 2 incredibly close series so far. SBTC have all but won this game. This is their game to lose just because of character scaling, even though they only have a 1,000 gold lead. They have Yasuo, they have Senna, who are going to hurt so much in these late game team fights. We didn't see that TF. So all that matters right now is Alliance, can you wield Ozraveki successfully? He's kind of their only path back into this game.
That's a lot of pressure onto Jelson, forcing out his maximum dosage. The ultimate doesn't get used. The disrespect there from the Mundo burns the flash, and they may have just lost the game as a result of this one. That's here, TJ. Kirill has claimed a double. He's unstoppable. The explosive cask is absolutely insane. The displacement that SBTC are showing, the conviction to go for any target, no matter who you are, nets them the win in game number 1.
And what better sign of an SBTC game than 2 players dying to the Nexus turret? They'll take the win as their Yasuo burns his HP underneath the mid-Nexus turret. Alliance look incredible in that game, but the experience, the late game of SBTC keeps them at bay, stops them from rolling that snowball down the hill. And we get to the late game without Alliance having the firm lead they need on their carries to stop a Yasuo, a Senna from just chewing through them.
And look, TJ, we're matching yourself, mate. I'm not sitting down anymore. We're not like this. No, we're standing up. We're hyped. We're sweating. We're getting ourselves excited for this game. I'm juking the camera. Where's my positioning? I don't know. I don't think Alliance knew either because they fall on down to that Mundo. Unreal.
You can't hit me with your auto attack, Skimmy. I'm nowhere to be seen, just like SBTC as they take game number 1 in that series. And I'm going to be honest, I can't predict game number 2.
No.
I think we have a hell of a series on our hands, and I think Group B is continuing to deliver. The slots out of this group are incredibly hard to predict. At any of these games may be a preview of your finals.
Certainly could be. The benchmark has already been set so early on into this day. This is what Group of B looks like. The group of death for good reason so, because SBTC at the break are 1-0 up.
Welcome back to the C Championship, and there you have it, SBTC Esports. They maintain the status quo for now, and they will take game 1. Mika Fabs over here leading the panelist desk with Omo and Grandin, Gamernism rather, right beside me. And I do believe these gentlemen over here have some very strong reactions to our matchup over there. I do know that Alliance, they gave it quite a good try, but
They did.
the Dr. Mundo, in theory, like for example, a team like Team Secret, they really did build around it, but it didn't seem like they were really syncing with that champion pick. Gamernism, what do you think?
Yeah, Mundo, I hesitate to call it exactly an issue. I think overall the team composition had some problems and had some issues that they couldn't really iron out, but I did really like the idea that they tried to bring to the table. The fact that they were able to make the game as close as it did, the Akshan was able to showcase a little bit of a deviant away from the main kind of meta that we've been seeing so far, and overall I have to say the Alliance, not too bad of a job. Hoping to see more out of them in this next one.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing that we talk about here is what the team comps want to do, right? On the side of SBTC, you just want to fight. It doesn't matter what fight, you just want to take it, you get on the back line, you win. And we kind of talked about the problems that Akshan and Ziggs would have into this composition. When you get into the mid to late game, once they get on top of you, it leaves you with little to no options in terms of what you can do, and we saw exactly that, right? Raven had people flashing on him every team fight. Akshan is just too short range that when you dive into them, you really cannot be taking a lot of these fights. It just goes to show that SBTC, even though the game was really close and at points Alliance had kill leads, SBTCs were able to stabilize, identify their win conditions, and execute very well on that. Unero and TF, these two guys were popping off on the dive champions, and it was very amazing to see from SBTC.
One thing I have to mention before we move on though is that Alliance had a very big issue dealing with disengage coming through from SBTC Esports because they had no way of stopping TF and Julie from jumping on them, or even Unero to some degree, right? All they had to work for them was SSK and Jelson diving their backline, and then Ozoraki kind of dealing with them, Raven clearing the ways before he dies, but ultimately they faced massive issues trying to deal with the constant pressure they were facing.
Yeah, I feel like, there was some merit to, I believe it was in the early game where Alliance, they were trying to pick apart SBTC, and I was like, okay. And then it came to a point where it's like, okay, you try to pick apart SBTC, but then they become too strong, and you kind of don't want to do that anymore, and they kind of don't want to come face to face with any of the members of SBTC. I do have to point out, Akeno, love the support Gragas. He had so many assists that round, and, and Kirill actually more in a support role with that Senna, so really good stuff coming in from SBTC. I love it. And actually, you know what? If you want to check out some articles on SBTC Esports, you can check out One Esports, the home of esports heroes. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. You can check them out on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Like I mentioned before, there's a new YouTube video out. You gotta go check it out, guys. Come on, go ahead. A little patting myself on the back over there. But yes,
I love
check
this.
out
I love this like fourth wall break from Mika.
Yes, I love it. And I love it's not a shameless plug because One Esports is actually our sponsor.
Oh yeah.
Love it.
Absolutely.
Everything falls into place. Wonderful. Anyway, back to SBTC and Alliance. Ooh, a lot of mistakes that Alliance need to work through, not just in terms of like champion select or their draft, but there were a lot of really misplaced. I feel like, engages. They were engaging when they weren't ready. Gamernism, what are your thoughts on how they can fix this? It feels like a very core problem right now.
Yeah. For Alliance, there are some things that are going to have to change. I think they were ambitious to try a different kind of composition to pull that game number 1 away from them. But then again, like I mentioned, I think this is game 1 for Vietnamese region teams are always the one where they tend to throw. So if you have a chance to take a game away, this is the point for you to play your most standard, most reliable kind of composition, right? That being said though, where I think it's actually the most pivotal and most crucial is the fact that SBTC gave us a masterclass on how to draft for and play towards a Yasuo composition, because we've seen Flash Wolves try to play for something similar, but they over-prioritize the Gragas and they falter towards the end. Instead, what we see from SBTC is an ability to not only prioritize the Gragas, but have the flexibility so that they can go into the Yasuo, pivot into that, and still be able to have really strong picks throughout the board.
I mean, I think a lot of stars aligned there for SBTC. Not to say it's not of their own doing, but it definitely aligned very well. Banning the Olaf, setting up for the Gragas. Gragas sets you up for the Yasuo, which answers so well into the Ziggs. it really worked out perfectly for SBTC, and though the early game was shaky, I don't think there was really a point in the game where they lost the gold lead. Alliance, they were getting kills, they were getting towers, they were doing pretty well in terms of tempo, but SBTC, they just found individual leads, they held onto it, they got the kills that mattered, and they held firmly onto their grasp of understanding what they needed to do in team fights in the mid to late game, and that's why Vietnamese teams are always so scary, because they are never out of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and definitely not if it's SBTC Esports. We know that what this team's capable of. I did have a question with the Dr. Mundo pick. You know, of course, Alliance had some kind of plan coming into it, but what should they have done in order to, I guess, make the Dr. Mundo pick as work as maybe like, you know, when Team Secret drafted it? What do you think, Gamernism?
Well, this is a really difficult one. I'm no Dr. Mundo expert, so I really couldn't tell you. I think that the most important things perhaps were just to have some form of disengage so that they could at least have a way out. I think the Rakan was a little bit too ambitious. What I really do want to highlight going into game number 2 though is the fact that Alliance have chosen blue side and they want to get early first pick prior. I'm quite curious what this first pick is going to be, because it's just generally you see them play teams that lose go towards red side so you can get the 2 strong picks instead.
This is fine, right? Because I think what we always talk about with blue side is it just adds up that there's about like 7 or 8 power picks in the game right now, so you will end up trading one most of the time. Renekton being banned away by SBTC means this Riven goes over here to SSK, and I do think we might be likely to see either a Varus or something like a Kai'Sa or Xayah come out here, looking like a very aggressive start to the draft for Alliance though.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna dive in there. But you know what? I feel like, you know, I'm a little scared here for Alliance because they did try to do that previously. Didn't exactly work out for them. I feel like SBTC Esports, they know how to counter this. What do you think, Gamernism?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, well, what we're seeing right now from Alliance is effectively their best form, right? This is the Alliance that we've seen play throughout the Singapore Region Icon series. You know, going into SSC, we also saw similar ideas where they also had a very powerful bomb side with the Rakan Xayah kind of combo. And Alliance right now, I like what they're trying to pick up. SBTC though, what they're saying is that they want to be able to mechanically outplay them and be able to out-macro them by having the Galio matched with the Fiora.
Yeah, that's exactly the kind of situation that SBTC want to be in. They want to be in a zone where they can play it out this way, mechanics max you, and something really spicy might be coming out here. Let's wait and see. I don't wanna say something and be proven wrong, but we might be seeing some role swaps come in. Let's just say the least.
Okay, well, we could see the Ashe mid, and then they play to try and shut down the side lane. That we've seen that happen before with Team Flash, so it's not an entire leak, Omo. But
oh
SBTC
no,
Esports,
it's spicier than that, if it's what I think it is.
Alright, well,
yeah, we'll
look
see.
forward to that. SBTC Esports will wrap up with the Kai'Sa though, a lot of late game scaling, and that's very good for this team.
Yeah, I mean, SBTC, they love to take these kind of skill matchups. Fiora into Riven, that's exactly the kind of matchup that they want to take. I'm just super hyped. I'm waiting for the panel graph to come up on the screen. I want to see who's playing what champion, and I hope I'm proven right, because this is exactly the kind of thing that I love to see from Alliance in the Summer Cup, and I hope that they replicate it this time around.
Yeah, I'm just so happy that we're seeing so much personality come out from each of these teams. It has just been, you know, so unpredictable in terms of the drafts and in terms of what kind of game we can expect from each of these matchups. And this is going to be game 2 for SBTC Esports and Alliance.
Raven Twist the Fate. Let's go, boys. Raven's playing TF. Becky's playing bot Ashe.
We are in for a ride, ladies and gentlemen. Alliance versus SBTC Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Yeah, we're absolutely sending it as we go into game number 2. Alliance has said, you know what, that game we shouldn't have lost. Jelson was a monster, the Mundo was untouchable until he wasn't. So TJ, they've run it back, they've said, you know what, Jelson, do what you do best. Carry, play the Kha'Zix, we've got so much CC, the world is your oyster.
And not only that, but passing the Ashe to mid lane really raises some in. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's a flash burn very early on, as SSK says, why is everybody here in the mid lane?
Oh, challenged here. This is really rough. This is going to be a very slow start for SSK. I don't know if that's going to manifest into anything, but Yanaro's going to have a significant early gold lead. So the Ashe flex to the mid lane raises a ton of interesting. You gotta let me talk here.
You're not allowed to talk, TJ. You've been banned because these players have a point to prove. CWJ bullies that a member and says, Akino, you need to take the long way back into this lane. Yes, will we get to talk? Maybe we will.
Yeah, so it looks like we've stabilized. This Ashe is going to play down in the bot lane, even though it's being played by Azuravaki. And that answers some questions. So this is a full CC composition. You're going to be looking for gold cards.
Yes, gold cards and sometimes the gold medal. That's the first blood. And SBTC have grabbed it.
Akino's like 1 HP and he's walking towards Ozraveki and I'm terrified I'm never going to get the chance to speak. This is all about the stuns. I'm going to say this really quickly. Alliance are all about the stuns right now. They're relying on the enchanted crystal arrows from Ozraveki as well as the gold cards coming out from Raven. And if they can combine those, they have a chain of CC that can be followed up upon by CWJ on the Gragas, which means that all the damage kind of needs to come from Jelson and SSK. They need to be the front line and they need to be able to pick off key targets.
Beautiful speed run there. Couldn't have said it better myself. The fight does now continue perfectly timed as TF is the focus. Oh, but look at CWJ! Evaporated! Gone in a heartbeat. Blink and you'll miss it. And the four-man strength squad here of SBTC are out for blood, hunting in the night to get that second. But it's not before Ozraveki answers back with a kill of his own, and Julie with the clutch barriers enough to survive.
You're kidding
and
me.
also TF on the Vi, literally 1 HP to their name.
They have 2 HP combined, and it's enough for SBTC to walk away with a big win in the bottom lane, and CWJ is going to press this advantage, I swear. No, okay, they were going to reset, thank God. So this is all about, right now, SBTC trying to just put this composition in the dirt before the CC chain comes online. Because for these first couple of levels, you don't have the enchanted crystal arrow. You can already see the beginnings of this composition being really scary, as the gold cards are quite often chaining with CWJ's Gragas. And that's just a month of stun if you get hit by it. Imagine how deadly it's going to be once the enchanted crystal arrow is here. But so it's close. Not yet, which is why SBTC pressed that early fight down bottom.
But it isn't without Alliance answering back, saying we might not have the ultimates, but we're still keen to brawl. We're keen to take these trades wherever we can find them. We don't want to allow SBTC that free run into that 5-minute mark.
Well, it's through the 2 that are online, right? Like I just said, you're looking at Raven and CWJ as the sources of stun that are already online, and they're playing through that.
Topside is where they are right now, as they are hunting out to see what's available. They are going to spot that red buff is there for the taking. TF is in the area, and he's pathing towards it. But it looks like the ultimate prize here. Put some pressure onto Yaniro. Get the timing down, Pat. 30 seconds for the Drake, 30 seconds for the Herald. And another gank's going to take place. Of course it will. Aquino! Oh, this time he falls on down. 1 HP is not the clutch number anymore. It is an answer back.
Yeah, support for mid. SBTC take that any day of the week. And this is the kind of flip side for SBTC. They have a ton of mid and late game power in the Kai'Sa, in the Ziggs. They do so much burst damage, and Alliance are running a very lightweight composition. They do not have a ton of HP or tank. So all SBTC want to do is get their big burst damage online and start one-shotting members of Alliance. And if they can do that before Jelson is picking them off and assassinating them, before the stun chains are just killing their own squishy characters, then they'll win this game. If we get into late game with both these comps online, it'll rely entirely on the duel between CWJ and Akino as the 2 big tank members, as the 2 denial members who can keep their team alive. Here's the Drake.
They're going to be the bodyguards in this game, saying, you shall not pass. No reference to anything that I know of, obviously. We're not going to discuss that one. We're going to be focusing on the game here. For legal reasons,
not a reference. Just a set of words.
Absolutely nothing was said here as SBTC say, you know, first Drake, that's us. You're not going to contest it. Why would you? Go for the Herald, get some power elsewhere on the map, and play for the lane states. Find those item spikes to hit these CC chains. Out goes the Repose, cancel at the gold card. The focus now is on towards the Ziggs, flashing away, flashing into the Kha'Zix, a freebie for him. He does take out Twisted Fate in the process. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but CWJ has gone already, and now Jelson is getting resets, buddy hopping all over the show, taking down names, getting fed, and getting in the best place possible as the Kha'Zix.
And that fight might be a win for Alliance, because this is the Jelson show. This entire game is predicated on the assumption that Jelson can win it. So Jelson gets a Rift Herald, that's going to be gold in his pocket. He gets 2 kills, that is gold in his pocket. And I struggle to see that as a win for SBTC, even though they trade well in that team fight. The fact that Jelson gets bigger should be very worrying, because everyone else is just kind of here to apply stuns. It's in a way Jelson and his 4 supports.
There's a valid point also brought up on the desk as to where this Ashe could have gone. We have already seen, played by Team Flash in the plains, and Ashe planted in the mid lane. It was designed to just shoot out arrows on cooldown, on repeat, elsewhere across the map, stop the split push, and deter the fight, and that worked out phenomenally. Same principle here, a lot of CC, and the ability then for the Twist of Fate to rock up to the party as well. Now the pressure is going towards Fiora. Love to see it. Herald is summoned, instantly destroys the first turret that Alliance will find.
Look at that use of Destiny from Raven. Uh-oh.
Explosive cast, two-man taunt as well, a lot of CC, but little follow-up just yet. Julian in trouble, he's locked inside the river on his own. Satchel charge to run away. TF the focus now, as they've already collapsed onto one. Another one-for-one trade, they're always trading. That's the most important part to keep tabs on. As 6 minutes in, the gold lead is still very small.
And Jelson gets more gold, not only from the first turret that he just broke in the top side, but also from the kill onto Kirol. So Alliance, despite being at a gold deficit here, are kind of winning. Because this is their composition, feeding money into Jelson before this game even really begins for them, because they don't yet have the Ashe combo online. They don't yet have the full damage from Ozraveki. And it's kind of interesting he's gone Blade of the Rune King. I was almost anticipating a more supportive build from him. Blade of the Rune King is going to provide a decent damage spike. This is going to very likely turn crit for this Ashe. And that's going to mean that there's a second damage source in the mid-late game if they can keep Ozraveki alive. And you might be like, how do they do that? They don't really have any tanks. Well, the weird thing about playing an assassin composition like this is that because Jelson is so scary, SBTC have to full focus on him during teamfights, which means they can't spend that time diving Ozraveki on the Ashe. They're going to have to play defense, which acts as a kind of tanky frontline.
I'm just watching the skill shot simulator here, and Ozraveki is just copying everything thrown his way. Now, the challenge has been thrown out here in the bot side. You know, he's still not finding much success in a 1v1. Always a 2v1. And now the assault and battery cross map straight onto SSK. The satchel charge misses. The auto attack to follow. And the kill to secure as they take down the Baron laner.
They're going to lose a turret though. Like this is turret for turret, and all of this gold goes on to Jelson. So again, I don't know if, and they're not even going to get the turret. They have to back off. They're going to try and challenge here in mid. Okay, so they're feeding that gold from the top turret onto Kirol. But all the gold down bottom gets fed into Jelson. And again, I don't know if that is a positive trade for SBTC, because Jelson's existence in these fights is designed to shut down Kirol. So the effect of that gold is you know, 1.5 times as valuable in the hands of Jelson. If he can get onto Kirol on these backlines and blow him up, all the gold they just got to Kirol doesn't mean anything, right?
I mean, itemization, what would we like to see then come out from SBTC? Is this a Zhonya's game to deny the resets? Is this a game where you're picking up rockets to just be, you know, more durable to, you know, get that kill before they kill you?
I would be amazed if we didn't see a Zhonya's. I think you also look for shadows here to try and catch out Jelson as he's roaming through the jungle. That's very important.
Ooh, big damage. Ziggs packing a punch, that's for sure. Making it very difficult here for Alliance to stand strong and stand true. Dean trying to crystal out. The negative synergy though, as the explosive cast knocks Kirol back. Jelson on the flank, SSK to follow. He's been left on his own, left to an island, locked in Narnia, and dies staring down the barrel of 4 members of SBTC.
But again, Jelson gets the kill. He's able to find Darkano, so the trade is even though SBTC should win that trade. They trade support for top laner. You're like, great, sick trade. Top laner's kind of there to set up for Jelson. Jelson gets money. I don't know.
He's the most gold in the game right now.
Yeah, Jelson, the Alliance composition is working as intended. It's making Jelson a big boy. And he's going to show you what he's been working on, like a proud kid with his noodle art. He's going to show up in the team fight and say, hey, SBTC, look what I made at school today.
Going to mature into a beautiful individual, and as he evolves, literally, as the Kha'Zix, then, you know, that artwork will become better and better until we reach the late game and it becomes Picasso.
Yeah, sure. I mean, Picasso started with hyper-realistic drawings and then got more and more abstract as time goes on. So I don't really know how to map that onto this Kha'Zix's evolution through the game. But sure.
True. I mean, hyper-realistic noodles. Love to hear it, love to see it, love to eat it. And that's what they're going to eat. They're going to cop a beautiful cast. CWJ starts the fight and they find that pick. Aquino gone, the bodyguard that SBTC so desperately need to weather these fights And to survive the onslaught thrown their way,
Gold card.
another gold card. And just like that, 4 members are out of the fight. They can't do much, and Alliance are marching towards this untouched tier 1.
SSK wants to dive. They've got the gold card. They're going to try this.
Oh, Raven goes for it. Jelson jumps in.
Big
He's getting
action.
Iceman targets. It's such an easy playground here.
He's got two!
Oh, Julie. So lucky. He nearly found a triple, but Jelson and the boys are putting in work.
This is one of the most exciting compositions I've ever seen a team execute in Wild Rift. Putting all of your money onto a Kha'Zix, drafting full stuns, full displacement around him, and believing. And Alliance have that faith. Alliance's fans should have that faith by now in Jelson, in the jungle, as he manages time and time again to dance through these team fights untargeted and find kills. One of the things you called out at the very beginning of this fight that was the right call was, wow, they sure focused Arkano, because Arkano is kind of the only character over on SBTC that can stop that style of play. His AoE taunt is really scary if you're Jelson, because he can keep up with you, he can lock you down, and it doesn't much matter who you're targeting, because the AoE encompasses all of the AD carries, all of the backline players that you're trying to protect if he plays it right. So watch the dive from Jelson, but also watch what Arkano is up to, because it really is a duel between those two players.
SBTC going back onto the map, the third dragon of the game, up in 30 seconds. But before that, they want to siege. They want to press their split pushing advantage. They want to enable Unero to say, we don't necessarily have to group. Let's break open the base. Let's open up those separate win conditions. A nice riposte and a good flash after as the gold card.
They're taking inhib.
They are pressuring that inhib. As you say, it's already down to 1 plate remaining. SBTC putting out a lot of work. And they're forcing Alliance hand. The cask again. The focus is Aquino. The dash in from TF. But it's not enough. They haven't found that kill. They haven't crippled their health bars enough. The Dragon at distant afterthought. TF is inting. He's jumped in and gone for the play. Oh no, Aquino's crashed on down, but he's already a dead corpse on the floor. They're getting baited by this inhibitor. It's too juicy of a target. And they're not done yet. They've called in the cavalry. And Unero is here.
Okay. I think you're absolutely right. He was inting there. TF trying to make a very aggressive play, force that inhibitor turret down. You understand the risk he's taking there, because if they do get that inhibitor, that's a massive gain for SBTC. But you wait another second, you get the TP, you have a very favorable fight down there, and instead he forces the play, and now it's a 50-50 chance. It's a coin flip on this fight for this Dragon, and this is an Infernal Drake. It's very important to this game, and it's just going to come down to raw team fight execution.
Game is as close as anything so far. 14 minutes and only 2K separating these two.
Jelson!
Oh no, Jelson's gone. It's an all-important shutdown, the biggest shutdown you'll see here today. It is the Kha'Zix comp, but he's gone. Unero's surviving just for the meantime. Oh, he dashes away. It's not enough. He falls on down. They found that 1-for-1 trade, but SBTC were member strong, guarantee their third Drake off this match.
They put Arkano out there on a fishing line. Say, hold on to this, bud. And sure enough, Jelson bites. He goes in trying to burn down Arkano again, pick off that Galio, the hard counter to their composition, and just gets pulled in hook, line, and sinker, full CC combo. And now SBTC want this Baron.
They've taken the bait again, haven't they? The Baron dances there, 4v5 they go. Ziggs already exploding into action. Raven double summoners, it doesn't matter.
Jelson's
SSK
here.
gets the kill though to answer back, but now stop pushes, Zonias, they're all being used. The stasis effects, the resets, the chance to try and find these cooldowns again. Jelson's back, but Jelson's gone again. They stopped the Baron, but they're trading so heavily. And, I mean, SBTC are loving it.
Okay, but you can see... Oh, dear. Okay. You can see the setup that I was talking about kind of becoming a really serious threat a few moments ago. Because of how much threat Jelson is offering, if they operate simultaneously in a team fight, SBTC need to choose between focusing down Ozraveki and focusing down Jelson. They need to choose one of those targets, and if they ignore either one of them, they're going to lose the fight. So they need to force one of those targets away, then threaten the other. And they get very lucky here, as Ozraveki doesn't have the positioning to engage at the same time as Jelson, but we're here
back
for
to
round
live.
2.
We're back to live. We're onto the Baron. Another Zonias, another chance to try and survive in this this one. Azura Vecchi's already burnt that ultimate. He's flashed away. He survived for the meantime. The Baron is still there, getting closer and closer. By the second
Here
of smite
comes
range. Have they stolen it? They have not been successful.
He's got two,
but they've
surely.
taken down 2. They're looking for the 3rd, and they will. Now you've only got 2 members left with this Baron buff. They've already run to the hills. Akino tried to beat DD Inhibitor all the meanwhile. And now you just got a 6 in the galley with the buff to push with.
CWJ barely stops that wave. Here's Jelson hunting Arkano. Okay.
Breathe.
Hunting a big statue doesn't go well for him. So SBTC have kind of outlasted this composition, it feels like. They've got a couple of seconds here where they can just burn through turrets, and if they can open up an inhibitor, it's very, very hard for Alliance to execute.
Diggs, Baron, Satchel Charge gone. That's one. Translate that into the second. Another minion wave soon to come on in. Perfect timing. Great read of the map as well. Just waiting for that Satchel Charge once more. There's the animation. There's the crash down. Ziggs is gone. A beautiful focus. Raven hot on the finger, ready to deploy that gold card when it matters the most. Jelson gets in and he just survives with a nick of health. And they've held on strong for the meantime. That top inhibitor has been taunting SBTC for what feels like an eternity.
And for some reason,
Ynira?
okay.
Oh, Ynira, what was that? What was that?
And for some reason, SBTC get very greedy there. They have more players on the map. They have more threat on the map kind of coming their way with the Baron buff in hand, but they force this top lane inhibitor fight at a 3v5.
Are you not entertained? 38 kills so far. We are punching on, and we're not slowing down any time yet. SSK jumps in. He claims the double kill. They're burning through these respawn timers, and this is hurting. This really is hurting now. 50 seconds of staring at a grey screen.
They just tried to 2v3, and I could not tell you why. I could not tell you why TF felt it was necessary to full engage there. He and Carol could probably do it, maybe do it, but why would you take that risk?
Oh, here we go. Alliance. Yet to get a single Drake this game, but it's a mountain Elder.
Up.
All important.
And SBTC don't have their jungler. It's going to come up before TF respawns because they just inted down the mid lane. Alliance could win this off of this Elder take.
Huge mitigation offered here to Jelson
They've
to allow
got to
him to
burn
be
it.
as aggressive as he has been all game long. What is the play? They're targeting Raven in the mid lane. The arrow goes out. He's flashed away into the Raptor pit, buying time, drawing the attention of SBTC elsewhere. Can he Destiny back in? No, he's already burnt it. Explosive cast used. TF Enchant coming on through, looking to try and TP into this fight. A sword and battery! He's got the flash, he's got the chilling smite, and he's got that kill. Yniro popping on through. They've got the kills that matters the most. They've weathered the storm, they've ignored the Elder. And surely now, TJ, they can finally take that top inhib.
I don't know. Because SBTC need the Baron to end this game at this point, and if they 5-on-5 teamfight Alliance with the Elder in Alliance's hands, I do not know if they win. Everything SBTC has done for the entirety of this game was kind of thrown away by TF's run down the mid lane. The second time, TF has afforded Alliance a massive chance in this game, and this Baron's going to be a coin flip because of it. A 4v4, very likely, for the game. SBTC setting up, but spotted out by that excellent arrow, the Hawk coming out of Ozorovecki. Here comes the fight.
Triple TP. Alliance don't have a single one. There is no deep vision. Notice Raven's positioning. He's waiting for that call. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes out. There's the Destiny. He does not have the rapid fire cannon active just yet. There it is now, but just out of range. Just out of range. And they know that this fight will come down to that Baron. Sure, they have to wrestle control of mid lane because those inhibitors will not be respawning. And it's really game on for SBTC to play it patient, play it cool, and not fall victim to Alliance all in.
You really need here Raven to be doing the side laning, because while SSK is in the side lane, he's very easy to focus down. Raven with the ult up can teleport back to the fight. It's most of the way recharged now. So I want to see Raven starting to take over the side laning, starting to take over wave clear duties, whilst the rest of Alliance take the 5-on-5 that is going to decide this game.
They've got the vision control, but Hawkshot, what a beautiful skill that is, completely mitigates any kind of face-checking equation that may have been considered there.
That Hawkshot Destiny may win them this game.
Yeah.
Because Alliance at all times know what SBTC are up to, meaning that the Vietnamese team cannot operate their typical ganking setup. And check this out, Raven's doing exactly what I asked him to. He's just split laning, he's got the Destiny up, he needs to teleport back, but he can see that everyone's in the middle of the map right now, so he's just going for an inhib.
SBTC caught between a rock and a hard place right there. Arrow goes
stopping
out,
the
delays
Max.
the recall.
He's going
He's
for the
got
game.
it. He's taking that inhib. He's working onto the Nexus. He's gonna PD. He's stolen the game. Oh no! Alliance have won the game with a backdoor and broken the deadlock to tie up this series.
What a game! What a series! Alliance claw it back! A tied result! SBTC can't keep up with the Kha'Zix comp. That is one of the most insane games of Wild Rift I've ever seen. Definitely one of my favorite.
What a game. I mean, look, as soon as we went into game number 1 of this series, you and me, TJ, we were pumped up for the action that these two teams, they weren't going to be looking to sit around and keep it cool, calm, collected. No, they were skill checking all day long, and it's not stopped. There's been a break, there's been a different draft, but a draft that had one goal in mind. CC, buy time, deliver vision. And the vision ultimately, as you quite rightly said, was what netted them that win.
And Jelson, a heroic performance. They put all of their money on the bug. It's a cockroach running down the lane with $200 stapled to his back. And by God, he got there. Jelson managing to deliver a truly incredible performance and carry versus SBTC, one of the best teams in the world. Alliance, the Singaporean super team, come through here and deliver an upset with a tie game series, taking SBTC down a peg and demonstrating that they're real contenders here at the SEA Championship.
Certainly is. What a stressful game we just witnessed there, and the group of devs so far has delivered 2 draws already. This one is as close as anything, so it's time for us to disappear and throw it back to our analyst desk.
Let's
Aw,
go!
don't disappear, guys.
Let's
don't disappear
go!
entirely, although I think TJ did. TJ, I hope you're all right there. But even more so, these two guys, Gamernism and Omo over here, I just heard you guys scream.
Let's
and then
go!
we had to jump
Let's
in here
go!
on the path.
Let's go!
So, I'm gonna give it to you guys. Please, unload your feelings. We'll start with you, Omo.
What can I say? Alliance is just the best team in the world, or what? Like, what do you want me to say?
Who was the guy that voted for SBTC?
What was I
voted
wrong?
for
SBTC did take a game.
Oh,
it was a
right.
tie,
Well,
so technically we're both right.
we're both right. All 3 of us are right.
There
on
are no
this desk.
losers here today.
Absolutely correct there, Omo. But oh my goodness, we had Skimmy even off his chair. That's how insane this game was. Vision and split push. I guess that's all you need. That's all you need.
Look, honestly, I don't think we really talked about how in-depth the game plan from Alliance was this game. And I think what our casters pointed out was absolutely true and correct. Hawkshot and Destiny Gate are going to win you the game. But what I think Alliance is a tier above most other teams. I would say like the teams that are really good at macro, like Flash Rolls and whatever, might be able to deal with this. But I think what sets Alliance apart is their knowledge of how to use waves, which is something that, I mean, I've known this players for a really long time, and I know this is something Shinsekai and Raven are really good at, and Veki as well as a veteran. They really understand how to use waves. And I think we have a replay queued up that we will go into later, where we will look into the last like 2 minutes of the game, and I want to show you guys how Alliance set up the wave states that was absolutely brilliant, and how that gave them the win. I think after the game, Shinsekai DM'd me straight away, and he said, I bet you all didn't see that coming, right? You know we planned that? He said, you know we planned that 2 minutes ago before the game ended. So it's just, yeah, like it really sets them up tier above. Yeah, you might get our team fought by SBTC sometimes, but the objective is not to kill. Remember that.
It all started with this flip around. Mid lane goes to bot side goes to mid lane. All this was set up with intention in mind from minute 0, from the second the game started.
Well, that's true, right? That's true too. Like the game plan is something that they did execute on very well as well. I think if you think about Raven playing Twisted Fate and Shinsekai playing a carry, they've been doing this for like 4 years since League PC.
We got your clip ready too, Omo. We have your clip ready. Talk over your clip, honestly.
It's gonna be a bit of a boring clip, right? But let's go into it and let's take a look at how the brains of Alliance really won them that game. Now look at the wave states right now. Look at the side waves. Oh, I think we started a little bit late. That's on me. I caught the replay a little bit late. But look at what Shinsekai is doing right now. The bot lane wave is already set. Raven pushed that out 10 seconds ago before he came to mid wave. He went there, killed one wave, come to mid lane. And then Shinsekai right now, you look at the wave at top lane. He didn't kill the whole wave. He killed the melee creeps and he left. And he get the vision, he comes back, he groups with his team. Right now, both sideways are in Alliance's favor. Now keep in mind, Hawkshot plus Destiny Gate, like Alcastas pointed it out. They're gonna permanently push the mid wave right now. They're gonna contest Cryo here and look at how they play out the next 1 minute. Raven realizes, okay, this is it. The waves are set up, Pop's gonna crash, bot's gonna crash. It's my timing to make a move. He's looking to move down to the bottom lane right now.
Even Enchanted Crystal Arrow is like a secondary hawkshot.
True,
When that's
yeah.
up off a cooldown,
No.
it kind of gives you
The
some
most
advantage.
OP thing about Gragas and Ashe in this team comp is their long-range CC spells. So it stops
Exactly.
TP,
So-
it stops
so
spaces.
free.
And Raven immediately identifies, okay, I'm going bot right now, they show one top, we're gonna end the game right here. And this is the call. And this is basically how they start the end of the game. Right now, SBTC, they realize they're in trouble. They said, okay, we need to force a fight right now. TF is calling, I need to go in. I say TF, but it's Vi, right? Vi is calling, I need to go in. He needs to find a sound battery. And Raven's calling right now, we need to end the game. And look at how Alliance play out the next 10 seconds. They just chase them down. It doesn't matter if we die. The call is right now, it doesn't matter if we die. We just need to stall them so we can end the game. And this was 1.5 minutes in the making. An upset 1.5 minutes in the making coming true from Alliance. Really amazing stuff. I'm so impressed with that.
Yeah, they definitely impressed everybody. I mean, TJ, I hope you're all right. They made DJ, disappear and everything, and Skimmy as well. Totally lost it. And I think, this is the true power of Alliance over here that we finally actually get to see. Yes, the first game was a little bit rocky, but here, we actually thought, like, starting the game, I was like, okay, what could they possibly be up to? And it actually all came together towards the late game. And when they actually had that opportune moment, they were waiting for a moment like that. They were waiting for a setup like that, Omo. And when it played perfectly, oh my gosh, they just took that shot. It was so good. I have to commend Jelson, though, on the Kazakhs. TJ's absolutely right. That cockroach running towards you is the most frightening thing, and I think it's also frightening if it's frightening in any case, by the way, I should say. It's also frightening if somebody like Jelson is behind it. So I do have to say, I'm a believer. I'm a believer now.
It's
I do think that SBTC, SBTC, I feel like, they also underestimated Alliance quite a bit coming into this. There were some moments wherein you didn't feel them as aggressive as they normally would,
Well,
and I feel like it was just because they were probably hanging back.
I would say they're a bit too aggressive, right? And that's something that you would expect from Vietnamese teams. This is half of the cost from what we've seen from these teams. Saigon Phantom, Team Flash, Divine Esports, SBTC. What are they really, really good at? Fighting. But what are they not good at? Not fighting. They love to fight. They're really good at fighting. And that's how they won game 1. They out-team fought Alliance. But when it came down to the slow macro game, Alliance managed to, slow things down a little bit and managed to pull out a win. And I think that was a huge upset because to me personally, I was pegging SBTC as the best team in this group. I was thinking Vietnam #1 seed is going to come out as the #1 seed from Group B, and splitting a series 1-1 with them, that's really huge.
Omo, that's exactly what I wanted to get onto next, because this is the toughest matchup that I think Alliance will have to face off today. The next matchup is against GEEK Fam, which we have, we're gonna get into that later, but this is their toughest match for today. On day 4, they have another tough matchup against EVOS, and in fact, the rest of bracket B in general. But the fact that they get the first tie up against SBTC is so important to make sure that they have a chance to get into groups, or into playoffs rather.
Groups,
yeah, get out of groups.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking also good for Alliance right now. And let's actually check out our MVP of that series. Again, this is a surprise for me. I actually don't know who it's going to be. But it is going to be Raven over here from Alliance. I do think, oh my god, this guy was so good. I honestly think, like,
How I've missed seeing Raven's handsome face there with the words MVP next to it. I've missed this. I love seeing this.
Yeah, if casting doesn't work out, you're gonna draft Raven to start your Calvin Klein modeling career,
My
right?
casting couch.
Yeah.
Let's leave it at that.
He looks like he should be in a K-pop group, He's very, very good looking indeed. And I love how we're just talking about that and totally forgot that, oh my gosh.
His gameplay wasn't very good looking. He picked a lot of red cards. he picked like 6 red cards.
That's right, and but of course, Raven, his impact in that series was amazing, eventually leading to Alliance's win. We can expect more from him, of course, but right now we are going to head into our interview with SBTC Esports. We can actually find out how they found that draft from Alliance. Let's bring on, I believe we have Akeno over here from SBTC. Akeno, congratulations to you guys. You still managed to get that 1 point and win the first game, and thank you for taking time to chat with us. Yes, you. He pointed to himself. himself. Yes, you. We have to ask that game 2 against Alliance. How did you find that? And what were your thoughts as you guys were playing through that? It was a very confusing draft, I'm sure, for you guys.
Cảm giác của bạn như thế nào ở trong cái trận thi đấu thứ 2 vừa qua trước Alliance với một cái đội hình cũng khá là khác biệt của họ?
Em cảm thấy khá tệ. Tụi em kiểu chắc trận đầu nên là còn hơi tâm lý một xíu, nên là không biết nhận sao sẽ khỏe hơn thôi.
I feel a little bit upset, and after the first match, we still couldn't really like optimize our mental state that much in coming into the second game.
Oh, it's gonna be a challenge for the long haul, of course, because like, you know, these guys, they need to reset after every series. Omo, what about you? Do you have a question for Keno?
Yeah, I do have a question. I personally thought that you guys were the strongest team coming to Group B. I expected you guys to get out in first seed, but I kind of want to ask you guys, how do you feel about the rest of the teams compared to you?
Bạn caster này thì cho rằng là SBTC là một trong những đội tuyển mạnh nhất của nhóm B này của mình. Thì khi còn đối với cá nhân của Akeno thì cảm thấy sức mạnh của những đội khác ra xa và sức mạnh của các thành viên khác so với bản thân mình như thế nào?
Thì theo em đánh giá thì team em vẫn nhỉnh hơn so về bảng B nhé. Thì team em vẫn nhỉnh hơn mấy đội kia dù không nhiều thôi, nhưng em vẫn đánh giá team em cao hơn mấy team khác. Em thấy vậy.
In my opinion, I still think that our team is a little bit stronger than other teams in this group.
Awesome, I think so too.
Oh yeah, for
same,
sure.
Same here. Gamernism, what about you?
Yeah, I just wanted to hear, picking back off of what Omo said, how important taking first or second seed is for you going out of group stage, playing against the first couple of seeds from Group A.
Cái việc mà mình sẽ có thể kết thúc cái vòng bảng này ở cái vị trí thứ nhất hoặc là thứ hai thì nó sẽ quan trọng như thế nào đối với team của mình ạ?
Cái đó em không rành cho lắm tại vì cái đó là về bên huấn luyện viên với lại ban huấn luyện sẽ về phần đó. Tại tụi em chỉ là trên team và luyện kỹ năng thôi, và vào thể hiện đúng chức tướng và đánh đúng những gì mình đã tập luyện và giành lấy chiến thắng thôi.
Okay, so we don't really have to pay more attention about like if we can make it out of this group stage with the first or second positions. We just need to focus more on the mechanical and on to improve our strategies and to optimize the champions that we select. And the other things, we have the coach that's gonna take care of that.
Awesome. Well, we wish you guys the best of luck as you enter your next games. Thank you so much for taking the time, and good luck once again to you and the rest of SBTC Esports. Alright, a man of few words. But of
cool
course,
guy.
heavy impact.
Look, cool guys
Heavy
don't need a lot of
impact
words here,
indeed.
Mika. That's why we have to keep talking, you know. We have all these ideas. The cool guys, they just play the game.
Yeah, definitely. And Akeno, come on, he was amazing. He had an amazing series, so many assists. One of my favorite support players for sure. But yeah, it seems like everybody seems to be focusing on the bigger picture. They have their eyes somewhere along the horizon over there too. Of course, that championship, and in the foreground is the C championship, of course. And so everybody seems to just be focusing on their own game. And speaking of their own games, of course, let's check out the standings to find out how everybody has been performing so far. SBTC Esports, I still feel like they're gonna be one of the favorites coming into Group
It's
B.
a split group. Everyone is 1-1.
That is right. And it seems to be very level playing field so far. You get a point.
It's a group of death.
Everybody gets a point.
For a reason, right? Everyone here
Yeah.
is in the group of death. There's no clear front runners right now.
That's right. I should say though, we haven't seen EVOS Esports
Yep.
just yet. The king is still in bed. Good for them. Good for them. They're still in bed, you know, having a nice, you know, breakfast. Well, I should say lunch right now, or wherever you guys are watching from. But yeah, we haven't seen them yet, so expect these standings to change once EVOS Esports comes into the fray. But right now, yes, very, very even. I think it says a lot about how these teams really, you know how to adjust to each other's playstyle. So really interesting. I mean, it would be so fun if everything was just like a four-way tie all throughout. I would say like, okay, Group B is trolling right now.
Because I don't want to detract away from the power of the Vietnamese region teams because I still think they're incredibly strong. What I think we've been able to see now are teams from other regions showcasing a level above what we had for expectations, right? Alliance coming in big, Flash Wolves coming in big, and I'm just hoping this trend keeps going. And once EVO shows up, that's the thing I'm looking forward to the most.
Definitely lots of personality in Group B, and we're gonna see even more from GEEK Fam and Divine Esports coming right up.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
to the C Championships, where we just saw SBTC Esports and Alliance in a heart-stopping match. And they also managed to get a 1 point each. And as we saw in our standings a while ago, it's like everybody gets a point. It's a four-way tie right now. You get a point, you get a point, everybody gets a point. Four-way tie right now for Group B so far. Ooh.
Oh. Fighting words right off the get-go, Omo.
Look,
right
Alliance just took a game from SBTC. My Singaporean pride and ego is like off the charts right now. You know, I'm gonna go a bit hard today.
Your chat is about to hit you up, Obo. You're living rent-free in
man?
their heads.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes, I think you're used to it though.
Yeah.
I think you are. And yes, indeed, it's gonna be GEEK Fam, and they're gonna be up against Divine Esports. Now, Divine, we saw them earlier, and yeah, you know, they're not concerned with minor obstacles like, you know, EVOS Esports. As we heard, they're certainly not gonna sweat too much about GEEK Fam. Now, I'm sure I'm not the only one who's concerned about GEEK Fam, because you know, Zorveki, he was the X factor for them for a while, but now that he switched on over to the Alliance, it's gonna be up to the Shang, and he will be up against Stan X though, who was our MVP earlier. So how do you think this match is gonna go down?
That's not not really gonna be a fun one for me.
I think I need to steal this away from Omo before he like shuts them down before they even get into game. I think GEEK Fam coming into this, the Shang has had some good moments overall.
Yep.
Haki has been a decent addition to the team. He's not the same level as Zorveki, unfortunately. I think just being real, but he has been showing a lot of growth. You look at the start of the Icon series to the end where they managed to take the overall series 4-3. It really shows the massive amount of growth that this team has been making.
Yeah, Omo.
True.
Take it away if you want to go for it.
I mean, I do agree with that. If we want to look for some silver linings, the Shang is definitely the silver lining for the side of GEEK Fam. But if you look across the pond, if you look over at Divine Esports, we've seen these guys in action here today. We saw what they did against Flash Wolves in Game 2. That was it was a little bit brutal. It's not very PG, I feel. And if they did that against Flash Wolves, what can GEEK Fam really do up against that?
Yeah, unfortunately, GEEK Fam doesn't exactly have the best track record here in the C Championships. Not even the C Championships, but even in the Icon Series, the Summer Super Cup, we have still yet to see them really, you know, come into their own, really pop off. And previously, it was Becky bringing that X Factor. The Shang was not too far behind, but you know, what can we expect from a team that's relying on really just one person to carry them through everything? What do you think, Omo?
Yeah, exactly. I think that's a very great point as well, Mika. If Divine Esports find a way to shut down the Shang, I don't feel like GEEK Fam have too many winning conditions left. And if you look over at Divine, if you shut down Tan X, what are you gonna do about Coyote? What are you gonna do about Hope and Len? They have carry threats all across the board. I know Brent has been nerfed, but Koi has also been a carry threat on that pick as well. So I don't know. I just feel like Divine Esports, they're coming to this one as heavy favorites. If I was a betting man, I would put this like 90-10, maybe 99-1, something along those lines.
Look.
I'm hoping to be surprised.
What do you need Tanex to shut down the Shang for when you're already shutting down the Shang? You're already shutting down the Shang before the game's been started here, Omo. I'm gonna rep these guys. You know, GEEK Fam, you know, give them a chance to come in here and prove us wrong. Showcase to us why they are serious contenders to this competition, and we're looking to see. I know what you're talking about, Coyote. He's a massive threat. And so I'm hoping to see Haki hold his own in the mid lane and allow for the Shang to come online and give us a performance. You know, take that game off. Let's tie everything up. Every team gets a 1-1.
That seems to be the running trend for today. But yeah, you know what? To put it on another perspective, I feel like, you know, today has been, there were a lot of matches that we felt like would be one-sided, and then it turns out it's not. And then it turns out the teams that show up have something totally different planned. I mean, honestly, come on. I thought SBTC Esports versus Alliance was going to be one-sided. Yeah. Clearly, it was not. I mean, who knows? GEEK Fam could do the same thing. It could be totally different, for sure. There is also the question of, you know, they only scrim against Malaysian teams. They only scrim against, teams within the region. They don't have a lot of international experience. But I feel like that goes for a lot of the teams over here. Nobody is prepared, really prepared for, you know, the others, unless they came from the Summer Super Cup. Even then, it's not exactly a good sort of, standard for that, because that was months ago. Yep. This is an entirely different game.
So many rosters have changed.
Exactly. Roster changes, champion changes as well. You know, we have the nerfs and the buffs coming in too. So, you know, I feel like this is the best time for GEEK Fam to really put on that clean slate and really show us what they're made of. The question is, though, is it still gonna, go around the Shang. Who else do you think could carry this team? Gamerness, I'm gonna throw this question to you.
Yeah, Gaminism. Who else?
Look, I love that you brought up this point because Contra had brought up this point earlier on about GEEK Fam as well. The fact is, when they started as a team, as a 5-man roster, they had issues with communication, right? Because primary languages are different, you know, some are more Mandarin speaking, some more English speaking, and so there was a little bit of a communication barrier. I think that going into C champs, more of this has been ironed out. They're looking better. They're being better able to communicate. And I think this is what we're looking to see from GEEK Fam. You asked me who else is able to carry the team. Well, I'm just going to leave it open. GEEK Fam will decide who can carry for them. You know, who the secondary carry that's going to be. I'm not going to funnel them into that box. That being said, though, we have seen them play towards hyper late game scaling marksman before. We've seen them play for carry mid laners before. So the option is available. I just want to see anyone pick up that mantle.
Well, you know, it is going to be really interesting to see who will follow up the Shang in this, because, you know, we're putting a lot of pressure on him right now, and I think our talent predictions are ready. Actually, I don't know if we need to show almost. I think this made a side very, very, very clear. But right
you guys are with me.
We are.
No, this is I wanted a draw. I want this to be a draw.
You're pretty violent about it, so. But we're like a very diplomatic. The Divine Esports is gonna take this, and almost like, yeah. But that's of course why you are on the desk, because we need that energy for sure. But yes, indeed, Divine Esports, they did show us, you know, that playstyle that we're also familiar with coming in from the play-ins. You know, this very aggressive style. It's gonna be really interesting to see how GEEK Fam is going to stand up to this, especially since, you know, they've already got some information on how Divine Esports is feeling coming from that first match. Now GEEK Fam, again, they have that clean slate with them. I really hope that they take advantage of this, of, you know, being able to play the mysterious card, and they're not sure what exactly, you know, GEEK Fam has up their sleeve. We're gonna go into Champ Select right now, and I'm gonna ask Gamerness what you think GEEK Fam might be pulling out of these sleeves that we keep talking about against Divine Esports, knowing that Divine Esports pulled on that very aggressive draft earlier.
Look, I think GEEK Fam is super unlucky because you only have one shot. Vietnamese region teams always need the first game to warm up. Unfortunately, they've already played 2, so there's no free game for them to win. Yeah, they played the whole play. They already played 2 games today, so there's no more warm-up game for Divine Esports. They're gonna come out of the gate smashing GEEK Fam, and so GEEK Fam really have to put out a strong defense. I think what's gonna matter is to play towards their strengths. We've seen them play the Senna, Lee Sin, all these kind of aggressive pickups. So that's why I'm leaving the door kind of open for GEEK Fam to show us exactly what kind of composition they want to try and go for, and we'll be flexible from there. But the fact that they are blue side.
For your investment journey with Franklin Templeton?
Oh my goodness, you're amazing.
Almost so good at this. Why?
You're so good.
Sorry, poor timing, but you know.
So good. So good.
No, it's perfect time. It's right there.
It is. It's perfect timing. There is no wrong time, of course, to
that's
talk
true.
about Franklin Templeton, who will open the doors to your investment journey, for sure.
Okay, Divine Esports definitely did a homer here. Senna ban, Renekton ban, Camille ban, great bans against GEEK Fam. It does leave Olden Lee Sin, but now they get to pick up the +2. So they could go for the standard. They get the Varus and something like Nami. Ragus is interesting here, though.
Yeah, I do love the Gragas picks that have been coming out today. You know, whereas if Divine Esports can really capitalize on this, again, they're gonna throw that cast, they're gonna disrupt all the plans that GEEK Fam have. But again, we were talking about how GEEK Fam really need to make sure that they have a strong defense over here, because we already know how Divine Esports likes to dive in. Omo, what do you think of the pick so far?
I think it's pretty hyped stuff coming in from Divine Esports, right? It's looking like a really classic Vietnamese team comp. We are gonna run at you, we're gonna throw spears at you, chains of corruptions, and while all that's going on, there's gonna be an Akali dancing around in your backline. Good adaptation on the TF. I think this is pretty necessary, but it's two-sided, right? It's really good into the Akali, but you open yourself to get counterpicked. That's gonna be Jarvan mid for Coyote to counterpick the TF, and you're also really vulnerable to Olaf. So there's a lot of caveats here to this TF pick. Yes, it's really good against the Shroud. Yes, it's great against Akali. And I do want to point out, Shank being on Darius, that's not typically what you would think of as a hard carry champion, so I'm not exactly sure what he can do here.
Look, it's his highest win rate pickup. It's a champion that he has shown a lot of comfort on, and if you're looking for comfort, that's definitely it. So I think the Shang at least has a standing chance with that. It's at least better than his Redacted, I think.
Well, we are gonna see, of course, if who else can follow up on the Shang for the side of GEEK Fam. Can they truly shine without Veki? While Veki has gone over to Alliance, it is their time to shine, and they really have one shot at this because, as we mentioned, Divine Esports, they are fully warmed up, and I really do think they are ready to start breaking that 1-1-1 trend over here, and they're ready to take that first 2-0 of the day. So let's get into game number 1. This GEEK Fam versus Divine Esports. Casters, take it away.
Very much there, Mika, and the panel as chaotic as ever. That's why we love those two, because they just deliver such polarizing arguments. But yes, we're here for our third matchup of the day. GEEK Fam going to get a rude welcoming, you'd have to imagine here, TJ, up against a very informed Divine Esports.
Yeah, I mean, group of death so far has been tie, and the reason for that is that these are the best teams from their regions. Like, this group draw, I don't know how to put it, was incredibly uneven. A lot of the seed ones, a lot of the best teams out of their regions ended up in Group B. And GEEK Fam are no different. They are the best team from the Malaysian region, and they are incredibly good. They absolutely destroyed their region, but the region itself is a little weaker in terms of macro play, in terms of map play, and relies on team fights, which is not what you want to rely on when you're playing into Divine, who are unstoppable in team fights.
Certainly are. We've already seen that witnessed earlier today as they had that 1-to-1, making it as spicy as anything. I'm very curious to see where GEEK Fam will play to try and find this advantage, just to try and really challenge. I mean, we look at the Shang, that was the big focus point for me. His most played champion has been as Darius. And if they can get off to a good start here, certainly a lot of potential for him to try and run this map right. As the Ignite goes out, Coyote as clean and as cold as you like. One Summoner and First Blood.
Very easy to do, and this is the Divine that you expect, burning out early advantages off of, frankly, skill checks in lane, benefiting from their strength as players. And Coyote on a little bit more of a utility pick here, don't get me wrong, as Jarvan still does damage, as you saw. But the main purpose is to be a secondary tank, to be that front line, so that you can throw Varus, Gragas, Akali damage kind of over the top.
Got ourselves a small pause here. We'll wait to get confirmation as to what's gone on here. But in the meantime, I mean, let's break down some more of the win conditions to really look at, because Divine Esports, I do see that comfort, right? Hope One playing the Varus, Coyote flexing with this J4 as he does time and time again. But you know, how critical do we need to be towards lane when he's not playing the, you know, these assassins, when he is on his Olaf? Because we know that he can be so dominant, but it feels like one of those champions where he's like, I don't necessarily need to be the star of the show.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good flag, Skimmy, because Len maybe doesn't feel like he needs to be so dominant, but I think Divine need Len to be that dominant, because they're a team that relies on team fights. They're a team that isn't as good at executing macro play across the map, and that's not a problem for Divine when they have the early game momentum that lends Lee Sin, that lends Kha'Zix, that lends even Jarvan can give them. Because Len is so good at showing up early in these lanes and just grabbing kills. Olaf, it's a little harder to do that. Olaf needs what's known as gank assist. He needs somebody else in the lane to find a stun, to find a slow, to open up the lane. Because Olaf himself doesn't have the tools to lock people down well enough to actually find kills by himself. So you're going to see less lane impact, frankly, from Len. Also, Olaf not highly mobile, so you're not going to see as quick map movement from Len. And in the series earlier today, when they played versus Flash Wolves, I think that really cost them. I think the fact that Len wasn't able to get into lanes early and find an advantage really dropped Divine behind.
Yeah, and I wonder if we can sort of draw any comparisons between that game and this one here, because we are going into another of those marksmen, which does want to navigate this early game with as much precision and power as possible, and say, we're going to keep it even, we're going to keep it tense, and we're going to continue to deliver what we have seen tonight already be an effect of close games, high tension, high stakes, and late game shenanigans, which really boil everything to a close in dramatic fashion.
Yeah, so here we go. GEEK Fam, the most important metric here is, and we're going to find it out very quickly, can they teamfight toe-to-toe with Divine? The metric we've seen so far for the Malaysian region, both in this tournament and the Summer Super Cup, here's Len, early gank.
Yeah, that's going to force out the Valkyrie. Just going to walk away from this one, just letting them know, hey, I'm here. Step away, you got vision, doesn't matter. Cataclysm goes out as well as Coyote expends the last remnants of his mana. Not going to find the kill though, and actually is in a 1v2, just stepping up.
Yeah. So the metric we have so far from the Malaysian region is frankly not looking very good for them. It doesn't look like that they've been able to go toe-to-toe with Divine Esports. But GEEK Fam were incredibly dominant regionally, right? They look good versus other teams in their region. So maybe this result notwithstanding, as 69 just gets caught out inside his own jungle, maybe they can just amp up these team fights and win through those coming into the mid game.
That's what they'll be banking on, but not if they get picked apart like you just saw there. A kill found, and a kill sorely needed if you're a Divine Esports fan, because you want to see the ball, move. You want to see the motions turning, the presence and power that has made this team such a feared roster in the past. And, GEEK Fam are sort of welcoming themselves into that trap.
Frankly, every team that wants to lead this group, that wants to get out of this group with a good scoreline, needs to have a very good performance against GEEK Fam. If our perception is right, and they are one of the weaker teams in this group of death, which, isn't a slight at GEEK Fam, it's just they happen to be in a group with 3-4 of the best teams in the world. So, every team here that wants to be counted among one of those best teams in the world needs to put in a very solid performance against GEEK Fam. And any games GEEK Fam can upset. They have this very chaotic, mechanics-focused playstyle, exactly the kind of playstyle that sometimes trips very good teams up. If they can get some good team fights out, if they can demonstrate those mechanics and take a game or two off of Divine, that could have massive implications for the remainder of this tournament, for who gets out of groups, in what position.
Yeah, and it feels like the sort of similar narrative to what we mentioned about SVP at a Group A, right? A team that we've assessed so far is not really being in the top 4 contention, but certainly enough firepower at their disposal to flourish in a best-of-2 format and upset the balance of these other teams all vying for those play-off spots. Now, first Dragon winner with Divine Esports. GEEK Fam respond in fitting fashion. We're going to switch the map, go for this Herald. The tidal wave goes out as they're getting zoned away from this Herald, getting closer and closer to smite range, but it looks like it's resetting. Yes, it is. Up to full HP, but the fight ensues. Another fight starts. Len takes the kill, and that is going to be Momo actually using the package to try and disengage away, splitting the fight in half, and try to chase off any key members that maybe overextend. Not going to be the case here. Divine Esports topped up and healthy, and they take down the Shang.
Yeah, in an interesting attempt by Momo, he's doing what's very, very hard for early-level Corki very effectively, dropping the package and just racing across the entire team fight, laying out that AoE damage, trying to bait Divine into fighting on top of it. And I want to give him credit for being able to do that and survive the experience, but it doesn't get Divine, any further away from that Rift Herald. It doesn't get GEEK Fam any closer to the fight, because Divine just say, no, thank you, we don't want a team fight. And GEEK Fam don't have the tools to start him.
Yeah, Len just walks in eventually, says, whilst you guys are fighting, I'll claim that Herald. He has it in his possession now. It's worth noting he did not summon it topside to take the first turret of the game, so that's still in their possession. A big power play now for them to try and trade blow for blow with GEEK Fam here and say, what is your answer, what is your response? Because that was a freebie, but we've got plenty more tricks up our sleeve with this at our disposal.
And a game like this really does come down to snowballing gold for Divine, because they don't ever want to be kind of within striking distance of the GEEK Fam team fights. So expect them to just try and maintain this momentum, keep rolling on the ball. The big thing they can't do is give up any sketchy team fights, so yeah, you're going to save that Rift Herald. They'll probably spend it once they get a kill here in mid, or to get a kill here in mid.
Oh, that's beautiful, isn't it? That's just wonderful right there. The Chain of Corruptions into the cast, locked in place, no flash to be used, just CC locked. And an easy kill onto Momo. Now the Herald will be summoned, the kill is found, and the base is being broken. It's going to get a second charge off. GEEK Fam being zoned away from this one. Whether or not Divine want this fight is not really a question, as the Ragnarok has to be utilized. They run away, but job done.
And that's what you use the Rift Herald effectively for. We've seen a lot of kind of, I don't know, budget dollar store Rift Heralds, corner store Rift Heralds this tournament. That was a big value Rift Herald. That Rift Herald was used to get the entire pack of groceries you need for the week, as it not only got the turret, but also opened up for the kill. It ensured that there was going to be something taking turret aggro. My god, Coyote. He's going to go for the Shang as well.
I guess he heard that you were talking about food, so he was getting hungry. He said, I'm going to make sure that your KDA looks like you're feeding and not in the food way. So, yeah,
wow.
This J4, kind of strong, kind of beefy.
Skimmy, I thought I was going to go one direction, and then it swerved and went a different direction, and then it swerved again, and what it was just incredible. You connected those two thoughts.
We've got to keep you on your toes here, mate. It's not as easy as just breaking this one down as play-by-play and analyst.
Oh, look at the flank.
We're on this journey, which is Wild Rift. We're having a conversation, and we're living the experience of what Divine Esports can do in Game 1 up against GEEK Fam. Cody jumps in, he walks away, the bleed stacks won't be enough. And a Shang will die for 20 seconds, and at 8 minutes into this game, this gold lead is insane. Now, 10,000 to talk about for Divine.
Yeah, the Shang is one of the best players in Malaysia, if not the best player in Malaysia. Okay.
Still a nice bit of an answer back if they can try and find this kill towards Tarnex. We've already picked up an MVP performance so far. Down goes the Shroud.
Nice.
Enough time to be found. You can hit skill shots. I don't know where you are, but we found you, and that's all that matters. GEEK Fam get their first kill of the game.
Very well played by GEEK Fam to get a kill back over. And it's gonna turn into a turret up top as well, because they can't contest this Drake, but they know that. So they're going to give away the Drake in exchange for the turret. And maybe, depending on how Coyote plays it, a kill up there as well. Oh no, he forces them off. Wow.
Yeah, they won't even get a single plate. How demoralizing is that right now? You can hit the gold card. There's the Cataclysm. You're forced to flash away. Quay. He's got the flash. He's got the body slam. Is he going to go for the free 6180 no scope on this barrel? He's waiting for the cooldown. It's soon to be there. Oh no, he's lost vision.
Okay,
he's lost vision. Surely not. Not anymore. Nope, zoned away. 4 members are here. And Quay says, all right, you've prevented me getting the highlight reel.
Clay's going for the three-pointer from half court. Just trying to find the explosive cast that gets the kill there. Unable to do it. And yeah, I mean, you're looking at the numbers, and there's an instant bias where you're like, oh my god, GEEK Fam couldn't even take the turret fight, and that sucks. But also, Coyote has 2 items on them, and with the Trap Claw, it's almost impossible to shut him down. I was hoping they would have enough time to do damage to that turret before he arrived, but Twisted Fate with just 1 item doesn't quite, especially early Rod of Ages, doesn't quite have the damage to just melt turrets in the way he does late game.
Okay,
something
Quay,
you know.
I see you.
If you're
He's shaking his
Maxa.
booty over there, isn't he? He's getting a little bit excited, a little bit rowdy, saying, hey, I might be a support player, but let's have a bit of a dance, bit of a tango. Taking me on the Shang. Let's go.
Oh my god. He's just staying here. And Divine have a really hard problem right now, Skimmy. They're winning the game, but there's nothing for them to do. They can't start the Baron yet. They're going to collect everyone and fake it, I think. They have just seen the Destiny, actually, so now they can go for it. There we go.
Huge. Yeah, and just as you say, right on cue, Quay jumps in, says, let's see what
That's
you do. What's your response?
What was that?
For a bit of a cheeky engage. Nothing's going to become about it, and he's just going to waddle straight back into the Baron pit. And now they're going to start it, and Hucky has to begin the huge journey from bot all the way up to this Baron. The kill's already happened. The damage has already been done. Cody's found the first kill. The marksman is gone. Momo's out of the equation. The jungler's down for 30. And, I mean, Divine Esports are saying this is what a 10k gold lead looks like, visualized.
Which we all appreciate them doing some data visualization, but I would just like to point out, as a point of soft flame, that Coyote missed literally every cooldown on his engage there twice. He did still get the kills because they've got a 10k gold lead. But I don't know, maybe clean that up going into the next game.
We're clutching at straws here. You know, yeah, you're an A student, but
He
it should
missed
be an
the
A+.
Cataclysm. I mean, come on.
Yeah, point and click ultimate. How do you miss that one, Chief? I don't know, but some questions maybe best left unanswered.
Yeah, it is still a 10k gold lead, and that's why it looks a little desync very likely. You also saw Coyote go in when very clear that the rest of the team was like, let's go back and burn the Baron, and Coyote was like, I'm gonna fight! And that sort of stuff doesn't happen on teams that are worried about winning the game, because you have very clear comms. So, says to me that Divine aren't worried about this one at all. It's just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, filing the forms, getting the game win.
I mean, if this is the same player we had in the interview that was literally acting like a Chad saying, I don't really care. you know, then he's a guy that's not going to mind too much about chugging out some cooldowns and seeing what does and does not stick. And as we say that, I mean, the Baron pressure is being felt. The squeeze is on. The 1-3-1, every lane collapsing. Shanks somehow dead off screen. Bit of a nightmare for him to try and contend with.
Both
one
summoners.
inhibitor's already gone here, TJ. A second one is about to follow. And this is a very dominant game number one performance. GEEK Fam have to do something. They're just losing to minion pressure.
Len flash ults underneath the turret on Olaf. All right, mate. Finds the turret, keeps going.
Oh, dearie me. They've just absolutely wiped the floor with this base. Nothing is left standing, not a single turret. Let's take a quick stock check here. So, 20k gold lead, 9 turrets to 1. It's not the perfect game. Okay, let's not get too excited. It's a dominant game, but I think GEEK Fam now, I mean, we talk about turtling, we talk about inhibitors maybe giving you a bit of resources. There's no way you can leave the base, TJ. You're stuck at home.
It's a
House
little
arrest.
rough. Kwai will come back out and can by himself solo the Lee Sin as the support Gragas. Not a great sign.
Okay, Tan, I see what you're doing. There's one kill. Okay,
Wow.
going a little more time with the Zonias. Beautiful cast knockback. Everybody from Divine here is just looking to try and put themselves into the contention of that montage where we say, this is the team to watch coming out of Vietnam so far. They've zoned them into the fountain. They've welcomed them into the Sea Champs. And at the 13-minute mark, Divine Esports take game one.
And it's very easy off of that game one to say, oh man, GEEK Fam sucks. Oh man, GEEK Fam are bad. I cannot emphasize enough, that is not the case. GEEK Fam are a very good team, but Divine Esports are one of the best teams in the world. And their ability, you look like you're coming from the 1950s, Mike. What's going on there?
We're flying through space and time. You know what, I'll be quite honest. Ever since I've seen you standing up, I'm vibing, I'm enjoying this.
Yeah,
the thing is the angles. I've got to try and figure out where I stand.
Your hair is too tall. Can you
maybe.
like get your hair all wet so it drips down like a poodle?
Let's stand like this, and I'll be like Omo, where I'm ascending into his light. But we're not going back to the analyst desk, which is a shame. We will be thrown to a break very shortly. Yeah, let's step up and staunch out this camera. It's going to be a little bit cringe, but I don't mind a little bit of cringe now and then. Do you?
No. So anyway, as I was saying, GEEK Fam are an incredible team, and you shouldn't disrespect them. You should respect Divine Esports, who put out an incredible performance in this game.
Certainly should. 1-0 to them so far. We'll see if they can bring it back in game number 2.
Welcome back to the C Championships, and Divine Esports take the first game. Now, I know that this wasn't really, we kind of thought this was going to be one-sided. I think it was painful to actually see how one-sided it was. Not even the Shang could save GEEK Fam this time. I mean, Gamernism, at what point do you think GEEK Fam could have recovered that they didn't? Was it at the very beginning? Was it in the first 3 minutes? I mean, this just snowballed really bad.
There are some situations where you look at it and you're like, yeah, at this point this mistake was made and you could recover it and you probably could have done this, could have done that. But this game kind of looks like a go next fast and play for that second game. This is the issue, right? Divine Esports, like the Vietnamese region teams, they get one warm-up game against them, and the rest of the competition or the rest of the day they will smash you every single way that they can. GEEK Fam had to make good use of that, of as much tempo as they could. Unfortunately, they just did not have it against Divine.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really much to say for this game for me. I don't know about you guys, but I went for a bit of a walk. I took in the sunshine, got some fresh air. Coming back to game 1 of Divine vs GEEK Fam now, right? I didn't miss anything, right?
Yeah, but I feel like we just saw the stats over there from Haki, and there was a lot of damage, yes, in there, and then he got the SVP. But just during that game, it wasn't exactly because he was in the fights and stuff. He was like busy split pushing and everything. I just feel like GEEK Fam, mechanics wise and everything strategy, they're just gonna be outplayed. If they continue to play this way, they're gonna be outplayed by every single team that they come across. What do you think?
Hey Mika, you're supposed to be the good guy.
I'm trying to be diplomatic. It's like, oh my gosh, after that match, it's like, I'm sorry, it looks really, really bad right now for them.
If you get solo killed at level 2 with barrier and flash available, just go next, man. Let's just call it. There's not really much to it.
Look, here's the issue, right, with GEEK Fam. Okay, theoretically, their composition was supposed to be a early game with some mid-game power with the Twisted Fate and stuff, and they were supposed to be able to have the ability to rotate and match with the macro. The problem with that was they still lost the early game. So there are 2 ways they can try and approach this. A, really invest heavily into the early game, in which case they must close out quickly, which I doubt that it's going to be the case. That I do feel like they're going to face some issues trying to close out the game early against Divine Esports. The alternative is to play for an ultra scaling type composition. So stuff like drop the Corki, get the Kai'Sa, get the Xayah, try and pair to really scale up and hold on for as long as possible. Hold on for dear life, right? They are in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It is storming and they're holding on to the life buoy for like dear life. Right, this is the moment for them to find that second win and really hug on tight. If they're intelligent about it, they can find ways to bridge past the early and mid game where they play the best in the late game.
Cool.
I like what you're saying about really investing into that early game, but I think it's even better if you invest in your financial future.
There we go, Mika.
Yes, yes, I love it. Thanks, Omo. Thanks for that. Validation over there. You can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Go check out Franklin Templeton over there. They are sponsoring the C Championships, and we love having them over here. Now, back, of course, into Divine Esports and GEEK Fam. I don't really think we can say much about Divine Esports over here. They just basically had to play the cards that they were dealt with, and they just played a clean game. GEEK Fam, though, the pressure is really on them. They really have to pull themselves out of this rut. We've been waiting for them since the summer season. What exactly do they have to do in order to come on board, basically, on the standings, on the leaderboard and everything? Even the Shang in game 1, they couldn't exactly rotate around him because he was being shut down. What do you think, Omo?
What do you think, Grandin?
Okay. Hear me out, right? Little bit cope.
Okay.
I think it's possible, okay? Riven top, okay? Lee Sin jungle, Irelia mid, and then Xayah Rakan bot. And you just play to win every fight that you can individually and hope that Divine Esports decide to stop playing for macro. Like, they've come to the conscious decision that we only want to skill check you. That is the way that GEEK Fam will find their win, right? It's to pull Divine Esports into a mechanical battle where they are too distracted by the pressure that you're exuding in lane to focus on their macro, because there's no, I don't see that a way for GEEK Fam to really match how aggressive
can they even do that? Like, there is a question, are you even mechanically good enough? Well, I have an option. Maybe if you draft like a Aragon top lane, Harry Potter mid lane, something like that, you can get a dub here. But even then, I think it's a bit of a stretch. I don't really think there's many options.
You need to be like the chosen one.
Yeah, actually, like all the chosen ones combined. Yeah. Get a Jon Snow in the jungle, throw in a couple more.
I really think that Johnson would be in the Baron lane, by the way.
True.
I
that's
just
true.
I just feel like he's a Baron laner.
That's a very good
rather
point,
than
Mika. I
a
do
jungle.
agree with that.
I love how
Yeah.
these
Enough,
characters. I love how all these characters are fantasy because that's the only place this is happening, right?
That's the only place
Yeah.
Geek Fam get a win in the fantasy world. Exactly.
Oh no!
I'm
no.
sorry,
I
but
got
realistically, I just
baited.
think like Divine East, it's no like I'm not trying to attack them. Divine is really, really good. Like I have said consistently, the Divine, in my opinion, top 3, maybe top 4 team at this whole event. I think they're really, really good. And you know, maybe if they were playing against SVP, I would root for Geek Fam. If they're playing against MBR, maybe I would root for Geek Fam. Maybe not after yesterday though, but like these are winnable matchups for them. The problem is they're in a group of death. It really sucks, but that's just how it is.
It's the first match, right? Going in against Divine. They have a second one against Alliance, but it looks like Alliance has also been quite on form and bringing in new tech. It seems like GEEK Fam is still stuck in an image of the past, right? This is a Polaroid with a snapshot of the past meta where they have found success in their own Icon series. And even then, you know, TJ was mentioning how they smashed their region, and that may have been partially true during the playoffs, but during group stages, they definitely didn't look the part. You know, so going into this one, we have to really wonder if this is a case where a team is going to experience that rapid growth to be able to match against the better
trial
ones
by
as
fire,
they
right?
start to face. Yeah, exactly. It's a trial by fire for them to face off against the best, and that's what's going to forge them and develop them into a much sturdier kind of like alloy steel kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I feel like you know, Geek Fam. Almost.
That's why I'm on the analyst desk to say cope when my other analysts say something.
I feel like, you know, they just need to do. They need a total rework. They need a total rework. And I totally agree with you, Gamernism. They seem to be stuck in the past. They gotta let it go at some point because we're now in the C championships. We've gone through summer season, we've gone through the fall season as well, and they seem to be stuck in their own meta. And yes, we can say that, like, you know, it's because they did stomp the region, so it's that. But if we're going into the C championships, if we're going, you know, if we're looking far into the future to Horizon, for example, they can't perform this way. They really need to rethink how they approach the game, how they approach their draft, for example, right here, and their individual, like their mechanical skills. This just needs a total rework indeed.
I think the difference here with GEEK Fam going for red side is that they really want to try and grab some prio picks here and be able to, you know, they slip past like the first one. I think grabbing Lee Sin first didn't really help them out all too much. So maybe with the double prio picks early on, they get more power. But I think they really have to be careful about letting Camille get away. Yeah, there we go. And then just focus on getting that bot lane prio first, and then just hope to counter pick later on that Baron side.
Target's first pick being snatched up with no Senna available does limit it a bit in terms of what role it can optimally flex to. I don't think Divine are too worried about that one though. The Gragas cast last game was quite close to perfect. GEEK Fam though, what is your adaptation here? It looks like they might want to play something with a bit of a hyper carry comp with Nunu and Willem in here.
Okay. I mean, Nunu is still pretty viable. I think Brand has seen a little bit of decay in popularity because of the hotfix to him. But the Nunu is still quite relevant. Unfortunately, we haven't seen all that much from him in the competition so far, so we can't make a full assessment. But I know a lot of teams have been starting to put the practice in to try and make this work. But Divine are going to go for a very nice one. I think the Kha'Zix is a good response.
I just want to say that wild growth onto the Nunu. That is that's gonna be hilarious.
Yeah. And yeah, there we go. They are setting up for a bit of a hyper carry angle. Kai'Sa is gonna be very comfortable navigating these fights because while Nunu doesn't quite enable hyper carry buffs, what Nunu does is he creates an area of zone control where you can't get to the hyper carry, and that's what makes him so good together with these comps with a Kai'Sa, with a Lulu. And this is gonna be a bit interesting though because they've committed to a hyper carry team composition and they've opted to pick up a Fiora. So it seems like they can't quite decide which angle they want to go for here. Do we want to play for our hyper carry or do we want to play for our split pusher? They're trying to do a bit of both, and I never like when teams try to do that.
Look, Ormo, I think SSK gave the best quote regarding this.
Top lane doesn't matter?
Top lane doesn't matter. The game is a 4 versus 4. The Shang and Tanax are going to play their own thing. So GEEK Fam really only have the 4 left to play for. And so you're looking to make that Kai'Sa the hyper carry in those 4. And I think they can do that against Divine Esports. Issue being, I think the Ziggs is an amazing pickup to shut down GEEK Fam. They have so much wave clear.
Yeah, agreed as well. The Ziggs is going to be quite problematic for them if you try to split push with Fiora. Ziggs doesn't even have to go to your lane, just a super mega death infernal bomb, whatever it's called, and it blows up the whole wave. You can't do anything anymore. I think that's going to be a big problem. But what I do not like from GEEK Fam's team composition is, yes, they're trying to do two things at once, but also I've never seen a less intimidating mid-jungle duo than Nunu and Galio. If I'm playing mid lane, I'll just be under your tier 1 tower the whole game, because how am I ever going to die?
Well, you know, this looks like again, it's going to Divine Esports on the draft, as our analysts have mentioned. Yes, this does look a little uneasy on the side of GEEK Fam, but who knows? This team might finally have something planned for us as we get into Game 2 of Divine Esports versus GEEK Fam. We're gonna see if GEEK Fam can finally get that very elusive win and maybe continue that 1-1-1-1-1 streak, because everybody's getting the point over here. Perhaps GEEK Fam can pull through this time. Let's find out as we jump into Game 2. Casters, take it away.
That's right, Mika. 1 is the magical number, and that's what Divine Esports possess right here, as GEEK Fam will be hoping they can make the same happen themselves. We've only had draws so far in Group B, but TJ, this is looking like a very different matchup.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. You talk about GEEK Fam, I'm a GEEK fan, you know?
Oh,
That was a spicy turn of words, wasn't it, Skimmy?
yeah, that was an easy setup and a slam dunk to yourself.
And I'll tell you why I'm a GEEK fan. It's because of the Nunu. And this is something that we've seen a little bit of in Wild Rift with the Jarvan occasionally turning towards the jungle. But one of the problems that Wild Rift has is it's really hard to run tanks in this game. Kind of Galio is about the extent of it. You get Galio, you get Gragas, you get Mundo. Those are the beefy boys that can be played in meta right now. And that defines team comps, because a lot of teams want to play front-to-back AD carry compositions, but need to run an enchanter support, because none of the tank supports are especially good. Need to run a assassin jungle, because there are no tank jungles, right? You can get Jarvan jungle sometimes, and he's a pseudo tank in the late game. So it's actually kind of interesting to me that Nunu's coming into the meta. I don't think this is the game that is gonna work, because GEEK Fam have almost no gold. They have almost no damage. So they're just going to run out of gold very early, not be able to contest lane because it's like Galio, and they're going to lose. But I think it is really interesting that we're seeing a tank in the jungle, because it unlocks more front-to-back teamfight comps. It unlocks compositions that can have a little bit beefier of a front line. And it's really fun.
I mean, it is really fun. We have seen a fair few variations of it already. Teams, you know, rocking the fire and ice, looking to try and make everything nice, do it the brand, do it the Nunu. And say, look, on paper, we shouldn't win. Like, there's no way we should be winning this mid-jungle duo, but somehow they found a way. So, no doubt, GEEK Fam are looking to try and spice things up here and say, look, I don't think we can beat you conventionally. Look, Nunu is not a champion that's going to be contested. We're going to lock it in second anyway. We're going to reveal our cards and say, what you going to do about it?
Yeah, I wasn't a giant fan of that. If you have a pocket pick that nobody's expecting, save it for your last pick, or save it until the middle of the draft. Yeah. Here is one other thing that's kind of really interesting. This composition that GEEK Fam are running is entirely focused around protecting key carries. That's why you run Lulu typically. That's certainly why you run Galio. So, looking at the map, what are the key carries? It's Momo, it's the Shang. Already, here's the focus up top.
Yep, in comes the snowball. Headbutts the wall, doesn't even matter. But now Tarnix in a 1v2 situation, trying to buy as much time as he can. The aggro doesn't switch.
Did I get a
Shang.
turret?
Could have been a kill. Will they get the turret? Well, the answer is Divine Esports make it a cross-map play and say, you take out our top laner, we'll just remove your dragon lane instead. A beautiful dive executed here by Len. He's going to pay the price for it as Nyx chases him down with the Glitter Lance and then gets a beautiful taunt afterwards. And somehow, that is the most fed Lulu I've ever seen in my life. Lulu support on a killing spree with a triple.
It's happening! Pull up your hats, GEEK Fam! Up 4-1 in the early trading. As after a dominant game, Divine Esports are caught a little bit asleep at the wheel. And all of those bot lane kills don't matter as much because it's just kills being passed to the Lulu. I don't really know what's gonna come from that. But what I will tell you is that the fact that trade goes positive for GEEK Fam matters a ton, because the main purpose of it is to, as I said, direct gold to a carry. The Shang, in this case, is GEEK Fam's major carry. He's easily their best player. He is one of the stars, if not the best player in the Malaysian region. And if they can just give this Fiora so much gold that she can 1v5, then the Shang is the player to execute that strat. So that's the game plan. That's what they're gunning for, and that's why 69 is in here on the top lane.
Certainly is. Keeps rolling with
Coyote.
that snowball. Hits a two-man knockup, but not before Coyote can rotate through. Says, I could be a jungler, but I'm actually a mid laner doing a jungle role. Jumps on through, has no cataclysm, and cops an full absolute zero to the head and says, that's cool, I'll just walk away. Or will he? Yes, he will. From one bush to another.
I don't know. So GEEK Fam getting some access early. And I'm watching the Shang actually recalling as Coyote's kind of prowling. He just went in for the play. He gets the kill. On the minimap, Coyote finds the kill. That's actually massive.
69, he's looking for it. The snowball connects. I was wondering if Coyote could try and, juke up the flag and drag. Must have been on cooldown. Nowhere to turn, nowhere to run. And, yeah, I guess he gets his answer back.
That's not where you want it to go. That's bad gold. That's garbage gold. That's Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom gold. Because all of it's going on to your Yeti boy, who's very cute, but isn't going to be doing damage. This is tank Nunu. So you ideally want that gold onto the Shang, and they don't get it. It's a positive trade for Divine.
You know what I'd love to have seen is Nick say, look, I know I'm a support player. We're not going Ardent Sense. It's not the Staff of the Flowing Waters. Just insta-buys Ludens with that triple and says, I'm the AP threat now. Be feared. Like, I'm not caring about pocketing you. I'm here to hit big, fat doinks for this little lance.
Three-man setup down bottom here. I think the Shang survives it just because it's a real pain to dive a Fiora. We'll see.
Look at this Nunu. It's everywhere. I mean, it just keeps coming up into lanes to try and make the Shang's life as easy as possible.
He's moving and he's schmoving. Little Nunu everywhere. One of the other reasons why I do expect to see a little bit more Nunu in the meta over the next couple of days, over the next couple of weeks, is that Nunu's move speed actually makes him incredibly effective as a support jungler, right? You can see he's in every single lane responding to every single gank. In the same way we talk about Aurelian's Soul as kind of a scuffed, twisted fate because of his ability to be anywhere on the map.
Coyote with the all-in here, though. Cataclysm goes out, hits the flag.
Very well played.
Shang just responds, pops the barrier. Both pop a summoner. Both just walk away, and Quay says, I can do what this Nunu can. Rocks up a little bit later, but now the Herald will be summoned, and 3 members, plus the Bug, will now try and take out Darius and this turret.
Rift Herald will collapse, and this is going to be a turret surviving very likely, but it is no amount of gold passed over to GEEK Fam. It is still kind of cursed gold. It is still kind of Pirates of the Caribbean gold.
Oh
dear.
What an apprehend. Stop it, Tan. Stop it. What was that? The absolute zero. Will it be used? No. That's just a redemption. Okay.
So it is still kind of Pirates of the Caribbean gold, cursing you to a life of eternal suffering aboard a pirate ship. But Momo at least gets some of it. So it's a little bit of good gold for GEEK Fam if Momo can become a late game carry on this Kai'Sa, which is possible. The big problem is this isn't a team composition with a ton of damage, so even though they're doing pretty well right now, they do have a 1k gold lead. Divine are just gonna show up in this mid game and be a real pain to deal with for a team that doesn't have the possibility to team fight them even.
Question is, will they be patient enough to even wait for that moment? Because GEEK Fam have been very resilient, very eager to take down this turret because the Herald wasn't enough. It's slim margins. It's not going to be enough. Oh, Shang in the mid lane. Cops are beating 1v2.
Get him, Nick.
And Divine Esports will get the first turret instead.
And Layak steps up to the mid lane to try and take the flank. Unable to. So, yeah, Divine know what's going on here. Divine have been around the block, you know? They've seen some things.
Sure.
And they look at this composition and they say, this is a hard carry composition. And the Shang's the best player in the Malaysian region. Why don't we just focus the Shang? And they're right, and it's working. Because despite GEEK Fam having a lead right now, you can see they just kind of don't have any damage. And a huge part of that is that the Shang is still on his first item. He's still on that Trinity Force.
Yeah, he's lagging behind in comparison. Not too much ahead, really, of the supports on his team. And as you said, the gold mismatch. I mean, it's not really their fault. The circumstances kind of meant that the gold went those ways of a Nunu and a Lulu in crazy fashion, to say the least, especially with the triple. But they need time, and I'm not sure if Divine will offer them that time, right? It's just they're saying, this is your win condition, this is what you need to play around. We're going to capitalize on this. And we're running this map by saying, Dragon on spawn, it's ours for the taking.
Yeah, I mean the gold right there is fairy food. It's Pan's Labyrinth food. Where GEEK Fam are getting the gold, they're eating the food, but they're going to spend their entire life in the labyrinth because they don't have any damage. Look at Momo there.
Yeah, Momo's copping a bit of a beating so far, and he's going to get zoned away from this barrel as the Dragon is down to 50%. Now, bear in mind, Redemption will be used. Looking to try and top them up. No damage spread around. Chomp's smite could be huge. Will they entertain the idea of a 50-50? No, they won't. The Dragon gets reset. There's the flash. There's the dash. And there's a wild growth popped very early on onto the Nunu, who walks away, flags and drags. I can't even use my absolute zero. I baited myself. Lens playground, jumps in, finds one, finds two. It's an Easter egg. It's a surprise.
That's gonna be 4.
And he's found a toy within it. He's sitting on a triple. I'm jumping up and down. There's the quadro. Give this man the penta. Oh, wait, they're all dead. Never mind.
All right, well, GEEK Fam should not have, they had no business fighting that dragon. They don't have any damage. I think that became abundantly clear. And Divine just love it. They say, all right, step up, show us what you got. We're just gonna keep poking. Don't mind us. We got a Ziggs. He's just gonna keep throwing bombs in. You can stand here awkwardly right next to the dragon while the dragon ships away at you and the Ziggs throws bombs in. And we'll live our best life. We're thriving over here, doing our skincare routines. Waiting for you guys to get bored the second it looks like GEEK Fam might want to turn around and run away. They throw the Mega Inferno Bomb, send Len in to clean up.
Just Len versus the world. I mean, it just seems so criminal to me when you've got a composition built with all these bodyguards to say you are not allowed to make things like that happen. You're in a choke spot. I mean, it should be so easy, in theory, right? For the polymorphs, for the absolute zero, for the hero's entrance, to knock you up, disrupt your flow, and prevent you from leaping around, having so much fun like it is hopscotch, but that's not the case here, and Divine deploys straight back into this map, now with a healthy gold lead. 6k to talk about dirty. Look at the damage from the Mega Inferno Bomb. Hope 1 deletes him out of the game. That's a Galio, that's a tank, but not anymore.
Yeah, and this should be a Baron over to Divine. Shang recognizes what's going on the map. He's just farming on the opposite side. That's what you've got to do in order to come back into this game. GEEK Fam can't really contest.
Hungry Nunu, absolute zero, and 0 damage. That's a little bit sad to see. Gonna fall on down, dropped by the guillotine. Says hello, the Baron is the bait. Back to back now, GEEK Fam have taken fights where they're baited by the objective. Divine Esports don't care about it. They just want to bring you in, and it's always working for them.
It's hard to play these games because you need to be in a mindset where you're like, okay, we can't win this fight. We just need to sit back and lose and try and lose slowly for long enough that the other team makes a mistake. And 9 times out of 10 in professional playing, nobody's going to make a mistake. But especially, you know, this is a lesson that you can map onto your solo queue gameplay because people do make a ton of mistakes in solo queue gameplay. If you just sit back, let the other team get those objectives, lose slowly, someone will hand you something eventually, and you can turn the game around. And that's what GEEK Fam need to be doing. Because stepping up to 5v5 by the team that has this much of a gold lead on you is just insane. You're never going to win.
But do you believe in the Kaiser 1v9? Have you seen this prophecy unleashed before? Because I certainly haven't, because Lens jumped in, he's stolen the blue buff, he's onto the key target. Nice flash! Credit where credit is due, 69 delivers. And out comes Haki, looking to try and split apart this fight, realizing that's not where I want to be. Flash away, satchel charge won't connect, and GEEK Fam are trying to put a plaster on a broken bone.
Sure, I think that's an approved medical procedure, though.
Red team lost a turret.
In this case?
And if this isn't an approved medical procedure, whatever's happening here is not helping the patient.
Yep, the Vitals aren't looking too good in this one. They're not looking healthy, and they're certainly not looking happy. Down 10,000 gold. They've been in the spot before. Game 1 was a 13-minute shellacking, and it's looking to be the exact same here this time around. Bear in mind, they had the Baron buff. They hit the squeeze. 3 inhibitors fell on down. But Divine Esports taking their time this time around. Not going to be as haphazard and commanding, but they are still looking for the end goal, which is to take everything that this map offers.
You ever break a bone, Skimmy?
I've never broken a bone. I'm actually very grateful and very lucky in that regard.
That's good to see. We do have a bit of a freeze coming through here. I'm checking the feed, and it looks like things have gone a little bit wrong on the technical side, so we'll figure out what's going on, get you back into things as soon as possible.
I'm imagining, okay, with his mouth open, what do you think he's chanting? I know all the foreheads in chat are probably going to say Demacia, but what do you think? Is he angry? Is he, you know, is he talking about life? Is he saying, "Where's my mum?" I mean, what are we theory crafting here?
I think it's actually
Is that how you sum up this game so far? If you're a GEEK Fam player, maybe.
no. If I was a GEEK Fam player, I would just be chilling. I would just be like, this one's not going for us, but at least we're the best team in our region. At least we're one of the best teams in the world, you know? Oh, there's going to be an L. We're playing versus a better team. I think that's inarguable. I think Divine Esports should be given the respect they deserve, but frankly, you have to look at this as... Yeah, I mean, you have to look at this tournament as a celebration of the best teams from all over Southeast Asia. And even when GEEK Fam come here and, yes, do post up a disappointing result, it's still a celebration of what they've done regionally, and they still deserve accolades for that. The Divine are just terrifying.
I mean, they certainly are. And I mean, that really was the perspective coming into this one, right? That Vietnam were the region to be feared, and they've certainly shown that is to be the case right now. So much so that we have ourselves a pause because the writing is on the wall. Divine Esports want to end this game. They put themselves in such a point of power in which they can do that. But we're just waiting to figure out what has gone on here with this technical pause.
Do you think you could wear that armor, Skimmy?
Probably not. I'm not jacked enough. Yeah.
You're not
hence
swole?
the name Skimmy. You know, skim milk.
Yeah, it is skinny. Yeah, checks out.
I think that would literally break my bones. So we could revert back maybe 30 seconds and be crippled. Yeah, sure.
I don't know if you know this, but I did fencing for a very long time as a youth and young adult. And fencing swords are incredibly thin. You've probably seen them in the Olympics. They're these tiny, narrow, like needles almost.
Yeah.
And the sword that Garen is holding is physically impossible for a normal human being to lift up. Like, I know Garen's jacked. I know he's hitting the weight rack. I know he's a bit of a gym rat. But there's no way he's lifting a sword. If that is solid metal, like, no human being can lift that up. Because fencing swords, I fenced epee, which is the heaviest fencing weapon.
What are we talking, like, what kind of kilograms here?
Oh, I don't know. Kilograms? That's a made up. I'm American.
Oh, no, come on, mate. We've got to go for the kilograms. Let's not start talking about pounds and feet on all this nonsense.
I would say it's if you had, like, a Canon DSLR camera, I would say it's about maybe 5 or 6 Canon DSLR cameras.
Pretty meaty, sure. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. It's pretty heavy. Maybe as much as 10 DSLR cameras, you know?
I'm just trying to visualize now how heavy a camera would be. Stack 10 on top of each other. I don't think anybody's ever done that
And then
calculation
you got to lift it up.
So I respect your weight comparison.
And that's how heavy a fencing sword is. And again, those things are like designed to be as lightweight as possible. They're designed to bend, right? And it's not so far that it's like hard to lift up, but it is so far that if you're fencing, if you're engaging in this sport, your arm gets tired over a long day. And my point is, given that those are incredibly lightweight compared to what Garen's holding right here, there's no way that's a normal human being. That right there is a vampire.
So let's go super down this, this narrow hole of ideas of what you're trying to say here. And is that maybe the reason why Garen's not meta and Fiora is? Have we figured out life?
Because Fiora's got a sword she can actually lift, whereas whatever is Garen's doing, that, you know what? I think you're onto something. That's why Garen doesn't do any damage. He's got a cosplay sword right there. That's
like a
made
foam
of like
sword.
Yeah, it's made of
like
foam. It's made of the
party.
cosplay
Like,
foam.
let's go, let me pop off. But it's actually not real. It's all a fantasy.
Yeah.
You know what I actually saw though? Now that you actually bring up the fact that you did fencing, I was watching a video the other day of these Korean fencers actually got gold at the Olympics, the recent one in Tokyo. And they were showing their coordination, which was really sick. Of like they were chucking up like a banana, chucking up an apple, and like trying to see if they could like stab it at the right time. Like really intricate like hand-eye coordination. These guys were nailing it every single time. And I thought, kudos to you. Like these guys are. They're ahead of their time. Like I bet if we were to loop this back into League of Legends, they'd be good at split pushing.
Sure.
See where I'm going with this?
No. One of the things that I will tell you is like fencing is incredibly hard to watch as like a sport. But if you do fencing, your brain like rewires itself to watch the blades and like pattern recognize them to such an extent that it becomes really watchable as a sport. And that's always been one of the, I think, the problems with it as an Olympic sport. People always like to talk about it, but it's obviously not as big as the NFL. And it's because it's like hard to watch, it's hard to follow. So everyone should just do fencing so they can watch it at the Olympics.
Yeah, I suppose if you have just joined the stream right now and you're starting to wonder, what on earth are we talking about? Well, the reason is we have a bit of a pause here. We're just waiting to figure out what's gone on here. And in the meantime, we're just talking about life. We're talking about sports, not esport actually, which is a bit maybe
No,
bit of a change.
take that E out of here. Well, I don't want to see an
Maybe you
E
just logged
anywhere.
into Twitch and thought, what on earth has gone on here? Oh, hang on a minute. Am I right? We switched. We switched. We have no names. We've switched spots. I'm illuminated as all things considered. I'm sitting down. Okay, let's do this live. Let's do this live. This is not a rehearsal. This is the real deal. Heads here. Let's bring down the monitor. Let's calm down. Let's talk, Twitch. Like, how's your day been? How are you? How you doing? Look, I'll be
You know what
honest,
I've got near me, actually?
I'm just waiting, TJ, to see where exactly we are, because in the meantime, we're just waiting on this technical issue to be resolved. We're chilling.
You know, this actually is right next to me, and I wanted your thoughts on him, Skimmy. This is Skip Jefferson, the kangaroo.
Okay.
And he's native to Australia. I got him while I was working on an event with ESL Australia.
Yeah.
So can you give me a rating for Skip Jefferson?
Look, I give him a 9 out of 10. You know what would be a 10 out of 10 if you could give me your best Aussie accent?
No, I won't commit a war crime. I don't want to. No, I refuse. I'm gonna get sent like a scorpion or something in the mail. I can't do that.
It was so close to perfection there, just so close. It wasn't to be the case. It was not to be the case. Look, I suppose credit where credit is due. If you won't do that, then I won't do the American accent, because we'll probably both get.
Oh no, full send it. Neither of us speak with a fully American accent, so I think if you full send it, no one's gonna be offended.
Yeah, I think all I would say is like maybe a few too many times, and people would be happy. Well, it looks like we have been saved by the bell. As much as it's exciting, and as much as TJ wants to talk, I've been told by production to get ourselves off this screen and to throw it to break. TJ, do you want to throw us to break? Do you want to do the honors?
Yeah, I'm ready. Hang on.
Okay, go for it.
Are you ready, guys? We're gonna go to a break. We'll be right back after this when we've resolved our technical issues.
Welcome back to the C Championships, and there we have it, our first 2-0 of the day in favor of Divine Esports. Skimmy and Omo on the panel with me now for their next match, which is going to be Flash Wolves versus SBTC Esports. Now, I would say it's a good day for both of these teams. They did get, I believe, 1 point each, and yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams will, I guess, break their sort of like, you know, one game win streak that they have. SBTC Akeno earlier said that they're not taking that loss in stride. So while SBTC, they might have underestimated one of their opponents before, I don't think it's going to happen again, especially not against Flash Wolves. What do you think, Almo?
I think this is going to be a really great match for a couple of reasons, some of which you mentioned, Mika, but the big one for me is I think I really want to see a gauge of strength from SBTC. Are they really good? Is Alliance also really good? Or are they both kind of bad? Like, what's going on here? And I think that Flash Wolves will be a good gauge of that because we really understand how Flash Wolves play. We know how good they are. We saw them play 10 games in play-ins. We saw them play earlier today against Divine, who we also have a pretty good gauge about how good they are. So I think this match will be quite telling about the teams in Group B.
Yeah, I also think that, like, you know, with a match against Alliance that they had earlier, I think SBTC was really thrown off by that. They don't seem to be a team that takes their losses, you know, very, very lightly. As we mentioned, we interviewed Akeno earlier, and they were dwelling on that. So, Skimmy, what do you think? Flash Wolves, though, they do have, you know, again, this very aggressive style, and SBTC, they do have sort of like a style that kind of like checks everything. So, do you think that SBTC will be prepared for what Flash Wolves have in store?
But I think like Divine Esports is definitely a team that you know, can push Flash Wolves, but SBTC are that times 11, right? Like, you just turn up the dial and say, you think that was hard, try taking us on as well. And whilst I do like that the Flash Wolves brought in Demon here and shown that, hey, let's get rid of the Zig spot, let's remove this Ziggs, you know, Gragas, you know, bot lane fetish that we have, right? To say, we're going to try and change things out, we're going to bring in some marksmen, we're going to play for some scaling, we're going to pop off in a more quote-unquote conventional way, and it looked good. But then we saw the polar opposite then run true in the second game, right? So I feel like SBTC are a team that won't give you as much of an opportunity to stall a game out to a 21-minute mark where you can start to come online. I think SBTC, as long as they've got a comp that they're comfortable with, should lay down the gauntlet and answer a lot of the questions that Omo raised.
Hopefully. Lay down the law over here.
Sure.
Well, we're going to see indeed, because like Flash Wolves, what I do like from them is that, you know, I mentioned this earlier, kind of like true to their name, they do have this style where like they pick off some of the weaker opponents, or like, you know, if they catch somebody, yeah, they hunt you down. If they catch you like wandering off on your own, then, you know, you're going to be easy prey for Flash Wolves. But SBTC Esports, they're not the kind of team that's going to do that. If they do, and you know, if you maybe see like, for example, Minas or TF walking by themselves, they're kind of like they're not exactly the kind of players that you want to meet alone, no matter how overpowered you think you are. What do you think about this, Skimmy?
Yeah, I mean, good question. I think both have shown case that, you know, you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. They've certainly looked to be as aggressive as possible. They can be a carry threat if sort of called upon, but they can also be a role player where they, you know, sit to the lanes, draw the pressure, or they, you know, provide the utility in the way of either a Fury for the split push or the Vi for the hard engage, which in some occasions looks better than a Lee Sin. I think that they are such a well-rounded team as a whole that very hard to try and target a lane and look to try and shut it down.
Yeah, and we're, you know, SBTC Esports, they have been one of the teams that we have been talking a lot about, especially with their very memorable performance at the Summer Super Cup. Definitely one of the big wigs over here, but let's find out a little bit more about their journey. Check out this video.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người, mình tên là Kiro, mình đang thi đấu cho đội SBTC và mình đi vị trí xạ thủ. Khoảnh khắc đáng nhớ nhất thì tất nhiên sẽ là trận chung kết vừa rồi khi bọn mình vừa thi đấu, và đó cũng là trận mà mình nghĩ sẽ là khó khăn nhất của team mình từ đầu mùa giải tới giờ. Khi bị Divine dẫn trước 2-0 thì bọn mình xảy ra khá là nhiều vấn đề, nhưng mà cũng may mắn cho bọn mình là bọn mình đã vực dậy lại tinh thần kịp lúc và lật kèo cảm xúc trong trận đấu đó. Thời điểm mà khó khăn nhất khi ở vòng loại của bọn mình nghĩ đó là cái giai đoạn mà khi chuẩn bị bước vô playoff. Khi đó các đội có phong độ rất là cao và bọn mình đã gặp khá là nhiều khó khăn khi phải đối đầu với họ. Mình nghĩ là bọn mình khác khá nhiều so với hồi trước đấy. Tại vì mình nghĩ bọn mình đã mạnh lên khá là nhiều và càng ngày sẽ càng mạnh hơn nữa. Ngoài mục tiêu vô địch thì bọn mình còn muốn cống hiến những đấu đánh đẹp mắt nhất để gửi tới khán giả và những người theo dõi bọn mình. Và mục tiêu cá nhân của bản thân mình là sẽ trở thành sở hữu số 1 khi đến với giải đấu lần này. Nếu nói về tuyển thủ và đội tuyển đáng xem nhất của khu vực bọn mình thì chắc chắn đó là SBTC rồi. Vì bọn mình sở hữu bể tính rất là rộng và thích nghi được mọi lối chơi. Và các bạn cùng chờ đón xem SBTC sẽ làm được gì ở giải đấu lần này nhé.
Gotta love that end pose. Gotta love that end pose over there. And I feel like, SBTC Esports, they have gone through a lot, and I think, they still have what it takes to prove that they are the best in their region. And that, going up against Flash Wolves, it's gonna be really interesting. It's gonna be really explosive. I think we're gonna see some very, very big brain plays over here. And Kiral, I still think that I'm such a huge fan of Kiral. I still think that he's one of the best ADCs in the Southeast Asia region. So, one other matchup that I think we have to look out for is going to be Bruce. He's going to be going up against Julie. So, Omo, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this, especially since, you've been saying that Flash Wolves, they're such a Bruce-heavy team, and, he's been carrying the team. How do you think he's going to match up against Julie?
They are pretty much, or at least they were the Bruce team, right? When you look at Flash Wolves, when you think of Flash Wolves in the play-ins, the games they won was Bruce popping off. But now with Demon coming to the roster, I think they finally have found a secondary threat for them, and I think that that's going to be super important. The main thing is I don't want to see them tunnel so hard on the Kai'Sa every single game, because that can hurt you, like we saw in Divine Game 2 when they were just constantly pressured under the towers and they couldn't do anything. So please be a bit more versatile in draft. You have a secondary carry now, but you don't have to tunnel on giving him Kai'Sa every game.
Yeah, that's a very valid point indeed. And I like that you brought up, Demon. It could be the Demon show now, it could be the Bruce show, but it seems like, Flash Wolves, they are, they are hungry now. They are making sure that all of the, the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted and everything. But right now, we as talents have to make sure all of those are in place for us. All of our T's are crossed and all of the I's are dotted with our talent predictions. I think we've been doing so well. We've been doing well.
Have we
right?
though?
Yeah.
We did vote for the Divine over Alliance, and that was a tie. Sorry, SBTC over Alliance. That was a tie.
Right, so everybody's been winning. Everybody's been winning this time around.
Predictions.
Wait, how does it work if it's a tie?
It's only me and Contra that went for the draw for SBTC and Alliance.
I didn't even know we could put draws.
Yeah, well, I saw him write that one down and said, you know what? I'm agreeing. I'm all in on that bandwagon. So Contra, shout outs to you, mate.
I think you can just put a draw if you think it's gonna be a draw, but I feel like sometimes I feel like there's a moral victory in it. You know how like sometimes there are like some victories where it's like, okay, but did they really win? Did they really?
Mika. Draws are like the BO2 version of voting 3-1, which is like the cowards 3-0.
True.
Yeah,
true.
This is why, but this is a tricky thing with best of twos. It's like,
it is.
You don't really have any closure to this. But yeah, let's bring up our talent predictions right now. I do think, I still think that SBTC Esports is going to dominate for this series. And I think you guys do agree. But, of course, it isn't anything up against Flash Wolves. They have been doing really, really well so far. And yeah, we are waiting for those power plays from Bruce and from Demon possibly. But you know what? Every time we predict something, we say it's gonna be a stomp and everything, and it doesn't look like too much of a stomp indeed. I mean, SBTC against Alliance a while ago, Skimmy, you lost your mind that series and everything, and we thought that you needed to take a break, rest, and probably get some nice relaxing
get an ambulance.
sleep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Get a bit of heat stroke. Yeah, and I mean that was pretty hype. I mean, super hot. I've worn this wardrobe. Bad choice. Try to look good, but the price you pay for good looks, I suppose, you might just pass out because I was sweating. I needed a break. That's why we had these breaks deployed. It's not because these teams need to reset. It's because I need to figure out the life decisions I've made today. But yeah, no, I think SBTC certainly a team that should be the favorites. Look, I'm a big Flash Wolves stan. I'm a big believer in them. I love Bruce. I love seeing them look like good. But there is that duality to the moment, right? Like one minute they're the best team in the world, the next minute they're a team that you're thinking, hang on a minute, how have we gone from here to there? Like, where is this in between? So consistency has always been their middle name.
Yeah, I like that you bring that up, the consistency, because yes, it can be 50-50 for Flash Wolves, but SBTC, they have the track record. They have the track record there, and not just, not just per series, but not just per game, but like they all throughout. I think like they have everything planned out, and they have the experience, of course, as one of the one of the just highest performing teams here in the Southeast Asia. And I think we are just about ready to get into Champ Select. I need to ask you guys, of course, how you think our drafts are gonna go. Omo, we'll start with you.
Flash Wolves are gonna pick Kai'Sa again. We said they shouldn't, but we also said they shouldn't pick Darius again, and they picked that like 6 games in a row. So I don't think Flash Wolves are a team that is very adaptable and is willing to change their strategy very easily. Maybe we could say that. Yeah, I think they're just gonna pick Kai'Sa again. I think Bruce is gonna be on some oddball pick, be it Lucian, be it Yasuo, be it Akshan, and I think that's gonna be the strategy that Flash Wolves are gonna run with.
What about you, Skimmy? How do you think this draft is going to go? And do you think, yes, that Flash Wolves is going to rotate around the Kai'Sa pick?
I think the Kai'Sa is an interesting one, right? Because it looks so good when it's ahead, because it can make those flashy plays, because it has the extra flash. The killer instinct is awesome, yada, yada, yada. We've seen it a million times, right? But yeah, as Omo already raises, right, when it's behind, it looks awful, and you absolutely hate to see it. What's been interesting to me is we've seen a bit of an absence of the virus between these teams as well. Like, Senna's been available, so teams are saying, well, if we can get the Senna, why not? Like, let's just take that trade. If you want to play slow, we'll match you. We'll go for that fight later on. So I think virus would be nice as an addition. But yeah, if I'm looking Flash Wolves, despite me saying I think SBTC will win this one, sure, the Darius looks awful, but I saw Ysera play the Akali. It looked pretty good, so
alright, yeah.
Fingers crossed. I'm a believer.
Hey, we have somebody to take over the Ysera fan club right now from Gamerness earlier. But yeah, Omo, I wanted to ask you how you think, like, we talked about the Bruce and the Julie matchup. How do you think it's gonna look like in the mid lane? Are we gonna see some of those tanky mid laners? Are we gonna see the assassins, or are we gonna see mages and enchanters in the mid lane?
I think we know it's going to be a bit of a slugfest there in the mid lane, and I think we have the only 2 mid laners who are going to be contesting Yasuo between each other here. So I think that's always going to be a little bit fun. We'll see which team sets up for it, if there's an avenue for the Yasuo pick to come in. I think it's going to be hype. I don't think we're going to see a Resident Sleeper, Control Mage farming matchup. That's out the door now. We're going to see some action.
And Skimmy, I wanted to ask you about Kirill earlier. He did go for the Senna, I believe, but it was more of a support Senna. More than an AD carry, or at least that's how it turned out in the game. And I want to know your thoughts on this, especially since Senna's actually been a sort of good luck charm for a lot of teams so far here in the SEA Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like one of those champions, right, where if you're especially going to be playing the fasting Senna, it looks awful until it's not, right? Like, it needs all those souls, it powers up, and you're like, hang on a minute, but this champion's not been CSing. Like, what on earth's happened? It's got like infinite souls, hit you from a million miles away, and it just pops you off. So yeah, I love the Senna. It's definitely a champion that offers a whole bunch of utility. Cross-map plays with the Dawning Shadow Ultimate. I love it. I'd imagine, though, going into this banning phase, much like the Yasuo will be contested, I think the Gragas is going to get banned.
I'm just a little disappointed that we haven't seen the Senna and Nasus yet. So I'm just like, just throwing it out there. It's a very, very viable, duo right now. But yeah, Omo, what do you think of the bans so far here coming out from these teams?
Bans are pretty expected. I don't think anything super unorthodox is coming true. What I do want to point out, though, is that the Olaf is still available, Ziggs is still available, and this ban phase pretty much ensured that, in my eyes at least, Flash Wolves have the only true OP left in the form of the Ziggs, right? In my eyes, that's like the big ones are Renekton, Riven, Lee Sin, Varus, Ziggs. And this is just going to be traded back with SBTC going for the Senna once again. They are a team which really loves the Senna pick, and though you mentioned Kirill is able to be a hyper carry, he's also comfortable buffing his teammates up, letting them run in first. And I like that we see Minus back on the roster. I'm a big fan of his. I think he's a very solid player. Not to say Unero isn't, but I'm quite interested to see what Minus can do in this game. Darius. There we go.
Yeah.
Here it is.
What about you? What are your thoughts so far, and where do you think the rest of the draft is going to go?
Oh, I'm just hoping that Ysera breaks this Darius curse. Every time we've seen it locked, we're thinking, oh, please, no. It's like 0-4 so far. It hasn't been his day with that champion, but hopefully he can turn a new leaf with this one. So they've got the Bruiser boys, they've got the rundown potential, they've got the ability to try and charge at the center and make our life a living misery, especially with the Ziggs back up from behind. But SBTC showing obviously they've got a fair bit of flexibility with the Galio. Could be the Galio center in the bot lane, could be a mid lane if Julie wants to go for that one. you combine that with Rengar, anybody gets stunned, anybody CC, Rengar pounces, and it's one shot.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I do
Oh,
like the
there
Lulu
you go.
Olaf coming in from Flash.
Oh, it's the
so I think
Kaiser,
that's
it's the
a good
Kaiser.
answer. Here we go. What a surprise, right?
Yeah, I think that, you know, Flash Wolves, yes, they do have the Lulu and the Olaf coming in, but oh, we do have a brand here from SBTC Esports. Omo, what do you think about this pick?
Now, we talked a lot about how the brand has been nerfed, right? But what does brand love to play against? Team comps that run at you. What does Darius, Olaf, and Kaiser do? They're short-range champions that run at you. The Ziggs is going to be a bit of an issue, but other than the Ziggs, the brand is going to have an amazing time into the rest of the champions here. Though I don't particularly think it's a super strong pick anymore. Situationally, in the right draft, like right now, this might be it.
I like it a lot. Just quickly there, Mika. I love it a lot because we've seen Brand time and time again come out. You're wondering, could it have been a better champion? Is it too niche? So on and so on. But the one thing I've noticed when we have these comps where is the Lulu buffing up these big meaty bruises like the Olaf and the Darius. It's like you're pumping all your damage into one target. The wild growth soaks it all up, and you're like, well, that's me, Chief. Like, I'm out, right? So what I love about this brand is it can spread the damage apart. They can follow up with the root from the center. Anybody gets locked in place. That's a Pyroclasm just bouncing around. Ping pong is easy as you like it. There's a new high score. And SBTC could, snowball into Infinity.
Yeah, snowball indeed. And I feel like, you know, of course not our talent Infinity. I just have to say, when you said Infinity, like, his face popped into my into my mind. Of course, we're gonna see if Flash Wolves can take the heat that SBTC Esports is gonna bring into our next match. Flash Wolves versus SBTC Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Mika. Skimmy and also Omo. Welcome everyone into Flash Wolves versus SBTC. And now, TJ, it's looking quite of a contrast there when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, Infinity, this is a pretty interesting draft. Because SBTC, again, one of the best teams in the world, the best in the Vietnamese region. I swallowed the word. The best in the Vietnamese region, is actually really exciting for me. They've turned to this hyper late game, full damage, full team fight composition. They're going to have the Rengar and the Fiora as kind of the bridge to get there. And then throughout this entire mid-game, SBTC are just waiting to get to a game state where Senna and Brand one-shot the team fight. And if they can get there, they win. If they don't get there, then Flash Wolves win. Flash Wolves do have the tools to shut down this game early. You're looking at the Kaiser, you're looking at the Ziggs. They're kind of mid-game team fight, especially with an Olaf and Darius as their front line. It's really impressive. So we're going to see a very quiet early game, likely. We're going to get to like the mid-game around 10-15 minutes. Flash Wolves are going to try and win. If they don't, I think SBTC run away with this on draft in the hyper late game.
Yeah, see, when you mean there, I mean, the analyst desk has touched up onto it, right? You have the Senna as an infinite scaling champion, can snowball into infinity for Kiral. So I think SBTC is really looking up to that. But looking into this one, you have TF now just looking for a fight, looking for the early passive.
Yeah, he'll walk out here onto Ysera.
Actually goes in for the taunt, walks through under the turret, actually went in. Ziggs comes through though with its satchel charge. First blood coming down for SBTC, but with a trade down 1-for-1.
First blood over to Flash Wolves. They're very happy with that exchange. That went just about as well as it could. And this is going to be something to keep your eye on because both teams opted into the split push strat, into the counter map strat, because Demon and Eason were sent up here to the top lane. They lane swapped and they hand shook into duo lane into top laner. Both teams accepted that matchup. Right now, that's going a lot better for the team that instigated it. Flash Wolves are getting their waves repeatedly crashed against the turret in the top side, and they completely zoned Minas off of wave, removing a lot of the mid-game gold you're looking for in Fiora. SBTC, on the contrast, didn't get a whole lot of value out of this. In fact, they traded 1-for-1 when they tried to gank bot lane.
Yeah, and you just have to pay the price, right? For Minas into the top side, fighting up against Kai'Sa and Lulu. It's all about pressure, it's all about poke coming in from Flash Wolves. And as you stated, when it comes to the bot lane, they got the trade down 1-for-1. But the thing here is, TF got that passive, and I think that is what SBTC wants. Yes, they got the gold, yes, they got the even trade, but at the end of the day, TF is scaling there the game.
Yeah. We do have, because of that extended trade, SBTC with a very minor gold lead, but pay attention to where it is. A lot of that early gold goes on to the Galio. This is going to be an AP Galio. You might think this is going to be a support Galio. He's playing in lane with the Ziggs, so it's very likely that Arkano is farming down bottom, and I believe he in fact is. So he's going to be taking those minions, and Carol on the center is going to be just farming off of souls.
Yeah, definitely. But now SBTC, TF jumps through, but will not be able to get that kill at the cost, even for a flash for SBTC.
This wave's going to crash, though, Infinity. And this could be a decent amount of gold for SBTC if they can get this wave underneath the turret in time. And all of that is, of course, happening against the backdrop of this first objective spawning. You're going to have the Drake down bottom and Infernal Drake, the most important kind of Drake. Rift Herald up top. Normally, I give credit to the Rift Herald as the most important objective on the map. Here, I think the Drake's slightly more valuable, especially if you're planning on going to the late game like SBTC are. So Flash Wolves very likely want the Rift Herald to accelerate through the early game. SBTC should want the Infernal so they have more late game damage.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about it, because I think that is the reason why how SBTC is pressuring in bot lane a while ago. Their thought process is, if we get the kill, if we get the pressure in, we have that more chance on getting that Infernal Dragon. But for now, they're not able to do so, so they're just roaming around the map, looking for those kills, looking for those ganks, before they jump in onto those massive objectives. Because Flash Wolves can go for the Rift Herald, trade the objectives 1-for-1, and Flash Wolves, as we have talked about a while ago, can utilize this to gain that edge into the mid game.
Yeah, I think this is a handshake everyone's happy with. This is a trade deal everyone walks away from pretty okay with. Because SBTC get their late game. Flash Wolves, though, are hoping, they're praying, if everything goes to plan, they don't see a late game, right? That's why this Rift Herald is so important. If they can summon it, and in fact, I would even argue for it being thrown down right now in the top lane. If they can throw it down right now and take 2-3 turrets, they get such a big gold boost.
Definitely, but now SBTC 3-man roam into bot side, gets the kill down, but Flash Wolves gets a tower for his blood. This is what they want, and Minas to defend the top lane.
Yeah, that's no right trade again for Flash Wolves. It's good for SBTC that they've shut down Bruce, that they've taken away some of the mid-game power of this composition. But don't take your eyes off what Flash Wolves just accomplished in the top lane. Breaking the first turret of the game, getting a massive gold injection, that's far more valuable than a single kill. And they're going to walk away from that going, okay, we're still out ahead in terms of gold. Sure, it's dead even, but we have a Rift Herald in our pocket. That's going to ensure us at least a couple more turret plates in a couple of moments here. And if they can get that gold onto Demon, as they have done so far, they can continue keeping Demon as the most gold-efficient member of their team, then they have a really scary mid-game team fight.
I mean, Demon, I think, would be the one to be controlling Flash Wolves when it comes to the late game. So pretty much, I think Flash Wolves really want to set Demon in a very good position for that late game matchup, especially how SBTC would scale through. But now, SBTC goes for the pincer attack, crash down onto the top hill, beside the Dragon's Pit. Minas gets the kill onto Cookie. That will be the 1-for-1 though, but Bruce, Eason will die. SBTC gets double kill from Julie.
What an execute from SBTC! They spot Ysera on the top side of the map. Oh, this could get dangerous.
Yeah, the 1v1, Julie not going off, forces out the flash to go
done.
back away, but Ysera Hex flashes onto the wall, Guillotine puts him down. Another kill for Flash Wolves.
TF, Minas, both in.
Yeah, they're trying to get it through, but Ysera is just too fast, too quick.
So SBTC actually execute a really good play there, which is going to give them the edge in gold. They spot Ysera on the top side, and they just call a 5v4. Very intelligently done, very smoothly executed. But the problem is they're all now low on HP, so they need to reset. They want to go back to base. And Flash Wolves take advantage of this to push down the mid lane with Rift Herald.
Yeah, they can't do it. Flash Wolves is going to get another kill out of that. Minas will die, so that will be the one. Buy one, take one. Tower and a kill.
Yeah, very well done by Flash Wolves. That neutralizes. That's the other half. That's the scale balance of that big team fight we saw in the kind of banana area behind the Dragon Pit. Because SBTC make a very proactive, very aggressive play, but Flash Wolves go, okay, now all your players need to reset. They have gold in their pockets they haven't spent, so they're behind in gold compared to our team. We're just going to handshake on that, say we have an advantage on the map right now. We'll throw this Rift Herald down, get the all-important mid turret, which makes it very hard for SBTC to contest their own jungle. It's going to be very easy for Flash Wolves to lock down the top quadrant of the jungle right now, right in front of that Baron. And they get an extra kill, growing their gold lead on the map.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna grow much more as SBTC Minas into the bot lane gets down as Flash Wolves went for the 4-man roam, gets the kill.
That was the biggest Darius I've ever seen.
Well, that's what Lulu does too.
Oh my god, this is your Darius on Lulu, I guess. And all of this means that SBTC have just had this game start snowballing out of control. When? Around that 10-minute mark, right when I said Flash Wolves need to be looking to close out this game, this is the mid-game where Flash Wolves want to spin this game out of control for SBTC, and they've done it. A whole bunch of this comes from the top lane turret tank we remarked on earlier, where if you remember, Ysera and Demon got a ton of gold from the first turret break of the game. They're applying that now on the map, and they're keeping this tempo rolling. If they can find 1 or 2 more major team fights, then they can run away with this game, and SBTC won't get a word in.
Yeah, they need to do it. They need to win this mid-game, but SBTC now crashing
Huge
down, though,
plasm.
onto this. TF into front lines with Akino coming through with Hero's entrance, but will fail down. Now TF forced to back away, flashes over the wall, but will not be able to go back as Isra gets the kill. That will be the 2-4-2 for both teams. 2-4-2.
Yeah, whilst that play is happening, Cookie just full sends it into SBTC, and he gets massive value. He shuts down Julie instantly, and he keeps pushing onto TF, onto Akino. The reason Akino is so low when he comes in there is because he's just been trying to defend Kiril and Julie against the pressure from Cookie. So by the time Heroic Entrance is in, the damage has already been done. He doesn't have any HP to tank to protect TF. So really well played by Cookie and Flash Wolves in that teamfight, splitting the teamfight power of SBTC, getting a positive trade, 2 kills for 3, favoring Flash Wolves because they're able to split up the 5v5 damage-focused composition that SBTC bring to bear.
Yeah, and I think that's the cost of having this sort of squishy type composition, right? You have Julie and Kiril needs that late game power spike, but the problem with Julie is he is an enchanter, he is a mage, but he doesn't have any escape route. When you're comparing it onto a Ziggs, you have the satchel charge. So the only one that Julie is depending on is going to be the peel coming in from Akino, Minas, and also the flash and barrier. But the problem was, he doesn't have it onto that. So I think that actually supports your statement on having Akino into the front lines defending it. But that actually just crumbles down on how SBT wants to do so. So now Flash Wolves, 10-minute mark, as you've stated, they get the lead. They're now controlling this game. What do you think that SBTC needs to try and make this into an upside-down fight?
I mean, time. They need time. And luckily, they have the tools for it. Okay.
Ooh, Hero's entrance goes for the knock-up. Easy kill coming from SBTC with a followed-up CC chain. But Olaf with a Ragnarok not getting CC down. He lives, but he gets killed with a burn. And now that will be Julie taking it down. That will be the 2-for-1, though, in favor for SBTC.
Yeah, 2-for-1, and it's the support that dies, so SBTC take that any day of the week, and what's changed? Well, their damage is online, and they were able to fight 5v5. These are the 2 elements they need. First of all, time. They need damage to come online. As I was about to remark, you just saw Rabadon's death cap completed by Julie. That's a massive power spike for any AP, any mage character, but especially for Brand, who gets so much value. The next item he's looking for is Leandri's Torment. To just, actually we're going heal cut. That's interesting to me. Probably just because this Darius is so big with the Oblivion Orb, he's going to have Grievous Wounds shutting down some of the regen. And actually, this makes sense because there's Darius, Olaf, Lulu, who are all like healing so much during the team fight. I actually really like that. Anyway, you do have the massive power spike for Julie. He's doing real damage. And the other thing that SBTC changed during that team fight is they 5v5 fight. They have all of their forces in one place, and they're forced to fight front to back. Flash Wolves engage onto Akino. He's not doing a whole lot of damage, but he's buying time for the damage to be down.
We have Galapito from SBTC and Flash Wolves. TPs are now coming up for Minas to come into the fray here, but not going all in. Flash Wolves has that respect onto SBTC. They both go back away. They don't want to fight.
Yeah, it's a good call from SBTC. They didn't have that front to back we were talking about.
Flash Wolf gets a good apprehend, but a guillotine gets the kill down. And now Isra is now menacing this fight. Now Minas forced to flash away.
Menacing.
But Bruce is into the backside, goes in, tries to intercept, will not be able to do so, but that satchel charge gonna be the clutch. What is
He
this?
lives! Venus! Survives in the meantime, though. Flash Wolves spring the trap onto the other half of this team fight. And Kirill's here. Respawn coming in soon from Julie.
Oh, look at Demon though. Killer Instinct into the backside. Hero's
He's
entrance
dead.
gets down, and Senna gets the kill. Kirill gets that trade. You know what, Demon going very aggressive. We will take you down.
And that's actually a pretty massive giveaway for Flash Wolves. Demon is... Ooh, dear TF.
Ooh, Isara with a clutch, with a shield coming in from Lulu. And he gets away. Got free, and TF is down. That will be the 1-for-1 though. Both junglers will fall.
A very massive giveaway for Flash Wolves, as Demon is so much their damage value in these fights. Ysara is the other half, and he's so low he can't step up here. So SBTC again take advantage of the timing and press forward, and that's the power of the Oblivion Orb. You saw him try to lifesteal off of those wolves and just get nothing for it. That's because of the Oblivion Orb that Julie just built, cutting the healing, applying grievous wounds, and making sure that Ysara can't regen in the middle of these team fights. That's going to have a massive impact going forward, as we're at the 15-minute mark, and that was the upper bounds, if you remember, of my time limit for Flash Wolves. They needed to win in the 10 to 15-minute window, and they have done nothing of the sort. SBTC have extended the game, and as a result, they're here, they're online, and they're ready to team fight. Flash Wolves have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, this is now their world. This is now Flash Wolves trying to creep in and destroy how SBTC will scale down. But the problem is, how we talked about scaling is supported with the Infernal Dragon and Ocean Dragon secured by SBTC Esports. So I think this will be much more harder than it looks for Flash Wolves coming down into the 16-minute mark, the 18-minute mark. But now they're starting onto the Baron Nashor. I think this is what they want to try and change things up.
We're gonna burn this Baron, just try to speed up the game, get out of here before it gets too bad.
Flash Wolves will get the Baron Nashor. Now Heroes Enter, zone down the enemy team, but will not be able to do
TF?
so. Now TF will get stuck, and that will be the free kill for Flash Wolves.
TF stuck inside, didn't have a way to leap out. Took a while for him to die, Infinity, I'm not gonna lie. So here's Flash Wolves, Baron in hand. They want to end this game, this push. It needs to end before the respawns.
Flash apprehend with a proto build, actually kills down
They get
Julie!
Julie!
What a damage coming from Flash Wolves, and now they're going for the inhib turret, but SBTC's defense
This is possible.
is there. It is indeed possible. You only have one siege minion left, but you have Ziggs as your team. But they're not gonna push this through because Bruce is so low.
Yeah, that's actually huge. That was possible to end the game there, but I don't think I think Flash Wolves maybe just missed their best chance of this game. Because the next objective, if you're checking your scorecards, the next objective is going to be the Elder Drake, which is game-ending in a game this close. That will decide the game. And SBTC, unless they make a horrific mistake, are going to be able to 5v5 fight for it. Breaking an inhibitor here would have been very massive, because it would have meant that SBTC were constantly pinned back in their base and couldn't 5v5 properly. That's not the case. Flash Wolves didn't break the inhib, and now SBTC can step up into the 5v5s they're so strong in.
Yeah, they're looking for the fight here, and you have Trail of the Hunt readied up. Not gonna push through for TF. So much coming from Flash Wolves here. They're gonna get that tier 2 turret, but look at Darius going for the apprehend onto Akino. Not gonna get that kill down, no follow-up, but another inhibit turret now being punished, now being pressured down by Flash Wolves top lane.
They should have enough wave clear to be safe here. Pressure in. These waves aren't getting cleared out. This is a ton of free damage just given over. SBTC hide behind their turrets, and they lose 2 of them as a result. You need to step up there as Julie. You need to step up there as Kirill and clear those waves. Because they don't, Flash Wolves get exactly what they're angling for with their Baron buff, and that's actually huge. Now there's going to be super minions pouring in through the mid, through the top lane. They don't force the team fight because they've achieved their objective. Flash Wolves are going to reset, they're going to get their buys, and they're going to try and leverage the late game power of Demon and Bruce on this Ziggs and Kai'Sa to win the fight around the Elder. If they do, they win the game. SBTC know this, so what they've got to do is shove these waves as far forward as they can, so they don't need to worry about the super minions, and then force the 5-on-5. Watch Julie's damage, watch Kirill's damage. They need to survive in this fight for SBTC if they have a hope of winning this.
Yeah, and Akino is onto the front line for SBTC Esports to try and alleviate such of a disadvantage. Now TF forced out to take his Zanchan, followed through with Akino with the hero's entrance, but Diggs once again make it in from the bomb, connects onto a lot, apprehend from Isra, locks onto 2, will not be able to get that kill, but what's enough though is punish them when it comes to HP. Now they're starting on the Elder Dragon.
And SBTC don't get the 5v5. Now they've got to press on the Elder.
Oh, apprehend to the 2, blindy up against SBTC. Now they're stuck on the pitch. They want to fight this. Demon comes in to the backside with a killer instinct. And now SBTC Esports is going to get eviscerated. And Flash Wolves has the option to end the game. And Jolie will be the last one. But Flash Wolves will take him down. That will be the ace. Flash Wolves takes the first game of the series.
Julie's playing another game. He's in the mid lane. And SBTC don't get the 5v5 team fight they're looking for. A massive upset as Flash Wolves, the 2nd seed out of the Taiwan region, are able to drop down one of Vietnam's best, screw it, Vietnam's best SBTC for the 2nd time today. SBTC show weakness.
Yeah, they went in from the lower brackets from the respective group stage, and now here into the playoffs, they're dominating. They showed up big time here up against SBTC, and the storyline that you talked about, that 10-minute mark, that 15-minute mark, they showed up big time. They changed the storyline up in favor of them.
Yeah, that team fight that they turn into a Baron take hinges the game. And I love Flash Wolves. They're constantly so aware. They know how they have to win, and they execute on it.
Yeah, and now we'll see after the short break on how SBTC can equalize this series in 1-0. But Flash Wolves has the lead.
back and watching the C Championships, where apparently it's prove the panel wrong day because every single time we favor one team, it turns out the first game goes onto the opposite team. And yes, that means that Flash Wolves did get that first game versus SBTC Esports. This is really interesting because, of course, it might have ramifications on our status quo that we've established. We always thought that SBTC Esports were one of the strongest teams here. Now they've faltered twice against two other teams here in Group B. But let's talk about first some of the highlights, of course, of that series. First of all, is Sarah on the Darius. Skimmy, I know you felt really strongly about this.
Yes. Yeah, we celebrate those wins. Look, it's so sad to see him. When the next one was banned away, he played this Darius, it just did not look good. And I was like saying, how can you one-trick a champion at this level? How can you get through to the groups and say, this is my weakness? And all this pressure then put onto Bruce to try and, you know, pump up the jam, basically, right? Like, bring the boys across the finishing line. But today, I mean, he gets the Darius. It looks incredible. The man has surely had his coffee. He's pumped up and ready. He's charged up and good to go. And it was a very different look here for the Flash Wolves.
Yeah, I definitely agree, right? We're seeing a different Flash Wolves, really. They're playing like a possessed... I was looking for the right term. I can't even find it in my head. Oh my god. I was trying to say like a man possessed, but the whole team is playing like that. Everyone looks better. And I think a lot of that energy comes from Demon as well. He's playing like living up to his namesake, right? He's playing like a demon. He's jumping in 1v5. He's jumping in 1v3. Even when he shouldn't, he's going to take these risks. Sometimes it is going to backfire. That's, you know, par for the course, but a lot of the times he looks really, really good. And of course, Bruce on the Ziggs, he's going to be pumping out the damage. That's something that we don't expect to see, because normally when Flash Wolves take Bruce, they give it to Locking. Now Bruce says that, you know what, I feel like I don't have to be the 1v9 player anymore. I'll take this pick away from you, and Demon, I'll give you something which you're comfortable on, which you're able to carry on.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask if, you know, of course, Flash Wolves look really good in that series. Is this something, though, that you think that they can keep up? Or was this something that was just, you know, luck of the draw? Sarah had a good day. Demon had a good day as well. Is this something that they can keep consistent, Omo?
That's a hard one to answer, because I really, really hated their Darius Olaf team comps. But this time it's starting to work out, right? In play-ins, it looked horrible. But something is just clicking for them. To me, it feels like it's Demon, right? He's giving the team a breath of fresh air. Not to say Locking wasn't doing his job, but Demon just seems to make everyone play a bit more confidently, because I guess they feel safer in knowing that they have an insurance plan. I'm not exactly sure what it is. I think we probably need a psychologist for that, but the whole team looks revitalized.
Well, I don't think we need a psychologist much maybe, but I don't know, maybe consult, I don't know, your daily news maybe some game guides, some news on all the players and everything. Not as smooth, but okay, at least you guys approve of that. It is the home of esports heroes, One Esports. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. You can find them on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and on YouTube, and on Twitch as well. I hear the people who work there are very good looking, very intelligent.
Oh.
Yes, very kind too, very generous.
Wow.
Enough about that.
What's really going on here? Oof.
I'm just happy that I get to pat myself on the back, and it's totally legit. But even as we say that, of course, Flash Wolves, they deserve all of the pats on their backs. But you know, I feel like the reason why I asked that question about consistency is because I feel like there are some points wherein, okay, sure, they had the lead from SBTC and they were pushing their opponents back. They got the kills, but then there are some points wherein you felt like they weren't exactly sure where to go or what to do with it. It's like they were surprised by their own prowess. What do you think of that, Skimmy?
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely going through the motions and showing a very meticulous nature to the game of like, this is how we're going to try and close things out. That is Flash Wolves to a T, right? They're going to always look for those like 5 different options that present themselves, you know, understand the opportunity cost and say, this one has the highest odds, the best chance of us not throwing this game or losing this game state. So I like that we bring up the consistency time and time again, because we're waiting. We're just waiting for that moment where Omo says it's going to click, but it's going to click for more than just a one-game streak. I liked him, and like, I mean, it's not to say that Locking, as you said, was bad, and I'm sure it wasn't like a champion limitation, but it just feels like he's bringing, yeah, he truly is bringing that namesake to the game, because there are times where he's looking sort of comfortable in this Kaiser. There's other times where he says, that's a 1v5 angle, I'm jumping in, he just ints, we go, what on earth was that? Like, Flash Wolves, they had the lead, they had a position of power, but they've just thrown it away, but they always find a way to bring things back, and that's what I love about Flash Wolves more so than any of these other teams today, is they just, with a stable comp, they know how to, like, keep things close, you know, draw the game out to a late stage and say, this is when our comp comes online, and this is when we feel most at home.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And speaking of, you know, feeling most at home and when they come online, why weren't SBTC able to, able to do that? They towards the last few minutes of that map, they were, they were basically caged on their base, and we seldom see them unable to do anything. But that was them in that previous game. What do you think, Omo?
I'm gonna be a bit of an armchair psychologist here once again, but I feel like it's the same issue for a lot of these Vietnamese teams. They rely a lot on the fire, right? Like, they win a game, they light a fire, they get things going, the momentum is hot, but they need time to warm up, they need time to build up to it. And I feel like in a way that's what we're seeing from SBTC as well. When we had the interview with Akano earlier today, to me he seemed really frustrated with their performance. He seemed like he wasn't happy with how they were doing, and I think that that's really representative of how a lot of these teams are. They're young, they're passionate, they have really good mechanics, but when things start to go wrong, they do falter a bit, and I feel like that's what we're seeing from SBTC. We saw it from Divine a little bit as well in the play-ins, and it feels like this is kind of a trend that's starting to repeat itself, which is a bit of a letdown because I feel like SBTC have the potential to be one of the best teams in.
Yeah, definitely. I was kind of caught off guard with that as well because, we talked about experience. We talked about, that sort of maturity coming into esports being the reason why, these teams like SBTC will be able to rally back. And I thought that would come into play. I thought it would come into play in this series because, there were several times where I feel like they could have taken the lead from Flash Wolves, but it's just that Flash Wolves, they just weren't stopping. They just kept going and going, and they had that scary Darius. He became even scarier when he had the wild growth on him. But yeah, Skimmy, I feel like this is just minor adjustments on the side of SBTC. What do you think they could adjust coming into game 2?
I mean, sure, they'll be frustrated about their game because it really was down to that Elder fight, right, to determine who would be the victor of the game. It was as close as anything, and this is what you love to see, right? The initial question that we raised on this desk was, how big is the divide between these, front runners in Group B? Who will take the crown? Who is the best team so far? And if this was to be a draw, if SBT can bring it back in game number 2, I don't know if our questions have been answered yet. We're still wondering, is it really just going to be that match day form? Is it the best team on the night? And given it is that single round robin, you don't really have too many chances to try and describe that and put it into action. So I think for them, I wouldn't go anything too drastic, to be quite honest. I feel like they had a solid idea of what they were trying to do into Flash Wolves. Flash Wolves able to find those picks. The fact that Ysera became as huge as he did so early on made it very hard for them to try and jump in like a Galio Fiora and Rengar was wanting to do. And it sort of at times felt like they were buying time, stalling things out, but then time wasn't enough, and then the fights get too hairy. 50-second respawn timers, and then hands off the phone, and straight into your head instead. You're tilted.
Omo, you mentioned earlier about Vietnamese teams, they needing to warm up, they need to stoke that fire. Speaking of fire, I want to ask you about the brand pick. Was it the right pick
This was the time, right? This was the time for the brand pick. We did see that one fight where he blew all of them up, but we also had a couple of other underwhelming ones where his ulti didn't quite get the right bounces off, and that's what the nerf was intended to do, right? They wanted to bring down the ability of Pyroclasm to just burn your whole team alive. I think that was a good touch with the nerf, but if it was pre-nerf brand, we might have seen a different end result to the game. So that's one of the facts of life that you kind of have to cope with here in picking this brand. I do think in the right situation, it's still pickable. You just have to be a lot more patient with how you play it.
Yeah, I would love to see Brand back, into like the meta and to viable play right here. Maybe it's just not SBTC's champion. Maybe they could have gone for something else. But right now, bans are coming in as we head into Champ Select. Skimmy, what are your first thoughts here?
Yeah, I like it as I'm seeing so far. I mean, you flip the sides, and SBTC will now get the creme de la creme of what they think is OP so far. Rexon is available, but they are considering the Camille, which we have seen time and time again be an option where teams are saying we're not too phased about the early game spikes. Also, it does mean that Ysera can get his pocket pick, which we know he's so proficient on, but I do like the Camille. It's one of those champions, if the pace is going to go this kind of direction, a champion that can be that 1v9 performer.
Yeah, if that's the game that SBTC is going to take, it's going to be the game where they get Camille on minus, or maybe even on TF, right? They can flex it, and it seems like they want to go for a lot of early game power here. Camille is your late game insurance, you can't scale, but picking up this Trash and Kai'Sa, denying it from Demon very early on, it's going to be a bit of a nice touch here.
Yeah, indeed. And, speaking of Demon, actually, a lot of the plays of Flash Wolves rely on Demon and, how he needs to pop off and everything. And I'm just wondering, should Demon be banned? Should SBTC Esports actually catch on to that? Do you think that he's that key player that they really need to latch onto, or is it Ysera?
It's hard to say. I mean, I would never say that Ysera is a key player. He does his job when the situation requires it. I don't think he's the star, but I think he can be stable, and I'm impressed if we are seeing that from him. But Demon does need to be shut down. He does need to be punished for his aggressive gameplay, and that's gonna be a Nunu trash combo from SBTC.
And is the Ari. Look, so I wonder if you share this kind of same sentiment as well, Omo, because like I feel like last game you could have maybe subtracted the brand and swapped it for the Ari. We've seen it be so strong into these cruises when they're running at you. You know, a Torn, into a Post, into a Root, into a Charm, like all the CC in the world, right? By that time, as we said, that was the key words. I don't mind it here. I mean, there's a lot of time to find that pick, to, you know, lock down that key target. I guess that is the adaptation here. And you are removing a lot of the poke, right, with the Varus and Zig, so you're just saying, we want to take a straight 5v5, burn your ultimates, let's see which cooldown management, you know, can be respected better. I think this game's going to come down to, timing summoners and understanding the equilibrium of how these fights could play out.
Yeah. Omo, any last thoughts on the draft?
Yeah. No, I think it's a really interesting draw from both of these teams. I feel like Flash Wolves, they're once again doing the same thing, right? Where they like to get the double marksman flex. If they get into the mid to late game, they are going to be super strong. But that's always going to be scary into a Camille. And I do think that SBTC with the trash Nunu, I think they're on a bit of a timer as well.
Yeah, we're gonna see indeed if SBTC Esports can pull through or if Flash Wolves will continue this win streak. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika, and welcome back everyone to SBTC versus Flash Wolves and TJ. Now we have quite of a different draft that we saw from game number 1.
Yeah, Infinity, this is wild. So SBTC have doubled down on the experimentation here. They've got themselves the Thresh Kai'Sa lane. Thresh, of course, I think pretty powerful here, and kind of one of the only pure tank frontline supports that is meta right now. They also have the only tank jungler that I think you can build full tank in Tia, pulling out this Nunu. And they're pitching all of this around the damage that has to come from Julie's Akali and Kirill's Kai'Sa. And that's gonna be it. Minas is going to be a duelist, but he's not going to have major teamfight damage. He'll be useful in late game teamfights as a counter to what Bruce and Demon are pulling out. This double AD carry comp from Flash Wolves doing so much damage. But they are relying, at least for the early mid game, on what Julie and Kirill can put out with this double tank frontline, and that is really exciting to me.
Yeah, and if SBTC gets punished, especially with Cookie coming for Flash Wolves in the level 5, if Julie gets punished, if Kirill gets punished, and I think that changes things up for SBTC Esports. I think it's going to be much more harder, as you stated. These two players are going to be the damage dealer, the ones that SBTC Esports is going to depend on to. So I think they really need to scale up in this early game.
That's a gnarly snowball. You see that? Do you see how, like, green and gross it was, Infinity?
Yeah, I saw it. It's like, I don't know. The snowball has grass, has plants. I mean, they're walking on grass fields.
Yeah, I don't think that's grass, man. That's pretty gross.
I don't know, too, but what I know is Flash Wolves go for the pre-man roll top lane.
Dear.
Ignite, gonna burn him down.
Wow.
That's gonna be the first blood for Flash Wolves.
In the bot lane, though, there's a counter gank from SBTC, and all the Flash Wolves are so low after that experience that they're not going to be able to take a plate off the turret, not going to be able to hang around, because they have to be worried about the roam up here from players like Julie. SBTC don't, it looks like, managed to make the counter gank happen, but they are threatening down here.
Yeah, they want to pressure in. Eason is very low on HP, but he's strong when it comes to defensive capabilities, when it comes to base stats, so SBTC Esports will not be able to punish Eason.
Okay, so first 3 minutes of the game, I don't know how many players know this, judging by my solo queue games, not very many, but first 3 minutes of the game, these turrets are real beefy boys. First 3 minutes of the game, these turrets are grass-fed, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if you start trying to chew away at them, you're just not going to get anything. So it is the only reason you go for an early gank in the first 3 minutes is to get kills. You can't do it to get a turret, unless, like we saw on the top side, you get the kill really cleanly, then you can hang around to get the turret, which is kind of what I wanted Flash Wolves to do, but they've taken too much damage. So what we see down bottom there is Flash Wolves recognizing that, saying, okay, we don't need to stop you from getting access to this turret. We don't need to zone you off, SBTC. It's all right if Kirill autos the turret twice. The turret's not going to notice.
Yeah, it's like an ant biting onto, I don't know, a brick.
Name a big animal.
A big animal. Elephant. That comes into
Sure,
mind.
an ant biting an elephant.
Right. So I think it's so difficult, and as you stated, supporting that statement, that I think when adding onto members under a turret, it also adds defensive capabilities. As far as I understood, the patch in like patch 1 or patch 2 for Wild Rift. So I think that changes things up. As you stated, they need those skills, and they have not gotten that. So no trades for SBTC Esports, and Flash Wolves leading the pack here for now for game number 1.
Yeah, we're coming on the first objectives of this game. SBTC have a little bit stronger of an early team fight. They have a little bit stronger of a first level team fight here. Because they have the Camille, they have so many abilities that do damage. That's how you measure this. Ooh, okay.
Oh no, Isra gonna be locked in. Hexic ultimate will follow up. Cookie in there, but they're not gonna be able to save Isra's life. And now it's gonna be a 3v1. Cookie's on the edge. They want to get that trade. Will not be able to do so, but now Flash Wolves gets in the party. That will be Eason and Lucian to save the day. Gets a kill down. That will be the 1-for-1.
Oh, Killer Instinct! He's got him!
He got the kill. What was that, Kaisa? Kira being sneaky.
What a play from SBTC! And they leave the trading 2-for-1 off of a massive roam, and they're going to try and force this Rift Herald. This Rift Herald, by far the more important early objective in this game. You don't want a Cloud Drake. Nobody wants a Cloud Drake. So they benefit from these respawns. They're going to get this Rift Herald, and Flash Wolves, a little slow on the uptake, will trade it, handshake it for this Cloud Drake.
Yeah, and it gives you much more value, right? It gives you 300 gold, and it gives you a little bit more extra pressure into the mid game if you want to utilize it to get the power first blood.
Oh dear.
Or get the mid lane turret.
Venus in trouble here. We'll be able to jump away. So, right now, SBTC are looking at the map and thinking, how long do we need to wait so we can get our 5v5 or even our skirmish team fight, leveraging our tank frontline online? And what that looks like is TF finding engage, Arkano finding engage. Minas will be fine here. Nice flash. And the damage during that fight coming from Kiral. So what you're waiting for, if you're SBTC, is the arrival of Kiral as a damage source. That's going to be around second item once he's got a decent amount of crit, if he's able to maintain pace, by which I mean if he's about level with the other team. If he falls behind, you need to wait for a third item to do damage as a Kai'Sa. But Kirill's even slightly ahead right now, so you're looking at second item, give or take.
Yeah, we're waiting for the BRK, we're waiting for those item power spikes, because currently he only has the BF Sword, the Executioner's Calling, the Longsword, which upgrades your Arcadian range, but not that much damage when it comes down to it, so we just need to wait for a little bit longer, while Flash Wolves gets a tower first blood easy, uncontested bot lane.
Yeah, SBTC threw down the Rift Herald in the mid lane, slightly off camera, but it was really a profound waste, and I've seen a couple of teams, especially Vietnamese teams, do this. Just kind of throwing the Rift Herald, seeing what happens. You should not be spending the Rift Herald if it's not going to get you a turret. Because anyone can chip away and just like auto-attack a turret and get a couple of plates. And if you have enough access to summon the Rift Herald in a situation like that, you can probably just auto it for the same effect. What you should be spending the Rift Herald for is when you're able to drop a turret down to half HP with autos, and then you want to finalize the turret take.
Yeah, and I think that's a general consensus, right? It's better to put Rift Herald maybe into the top lane or bot lane, but you have that security of getting the turret. So I think that's going to be something that SBTC wants. But right now, they're fighting into the mid lane. Flash Wolves going in for the engage as well. Counter attack. Hexic Ultimatum locks down Isra. Isra will fall down. That is the follow-up. Cookie will die as well. And now Eason forced to back away. And that will be SBTC taking a turret mid lane and 2 kills.
And that's exactly what I was talking about in terms of these defensive 5v5s that SBTC are going to be so good at. Kiral can reposition out of danger using the Killer Instinct and then sit with Julie behind TF, behind Arkano, the tankiest frontline in the game with this double tank composition. Thanks to the addition of Nunu to the jungle pool, you can have an extra tank in this composition. And there's just no way for Flash Wolves to access either the AD carry or the mid lane. They can just sit there, pump out damage, and Flash Wolves melt.
You just have so much peel, right? TF building up pure attack, but here into the top lane, different story. Isra going for the 1v1, 1v2, not gonna be getting killed there.
Wow.
But look at the train of armies from Flash Wolves. They went in for 5-man roam immediately in top lane.
And I love that from Julie, having the common sense not to overchase there. It was a very low HP Ysera, but it matters so much more that Julie doesn't die here, because Julie, again, you're running a double tank composition. That means Julie, that means Kiral. Their lives are so important, so valuable. You have to know that when you're an AD carry. Every second that you're dead isn't just, oh, no, I'm dead. It's, I'm not farming. I'm not gaining gold. I'm falling behind. So, fall back. Let them take the turret. SBTC will get the turret trade down bottom. And overall, it's fine. Net even. In fact, maybe even a net gain, because Kiral gets the gold. Kiral, on that Kai'Sa, got the turret gold down bottom.
Yeah, definitely. On top of all that, Flash Wolves went in for the 5-man on top lane, so they're losing on gold in mid lane. And also bot lane when it comes to farm. So I think that was a net positive for SBTC Esports, as you stated. Going for the trade into the bot lane, just going for the split. But now, Mountain Dragon, this is a different story. What do you think will happen here? Flash Wolves now
It's all down to TF kind of defining this fight early. That's what you're looking for. The TF and Akino, as the two tanks, set the pace for this fight. And if they can get in and zone back Flash Wolves, build space for their carries, that's going to decide things here.
Well, it looks like they're zoning it away, and SBTC actually steals down the Mountain Dragon, and now Flash Wolves tries to go for the counter engage. Hexic ultimatum goes for it, and now it's gonna be the double kill coming from Bruce as well, but 2 for 3 coming down, and Kira into the backside also is dominating, and now Bruce will be the only one alive. That will be the quadra kill. That will be the ace for Flash Wolves. 5 for 4.
And it's carry versus carry, as Bruce and Kiro both go huge. And you can see how both team comps set up for success now. TF, Arkano, they go in early, and Kiro spends that entire team fight just free firing. Watch this phase right here, where Kiro is just sitting behind his front line, auto-attacking away. But you flip the camera, you look at the other side of this fight, that's also what Bruce is doing. That's also what's happening for Demon, is he sits there just completely unshacked, able to free fire. The difference is, as this fight fades, Ysera's still up, and none of the tanks for SBTC are. So Ysera can take the focus, Ysera can take the front line and build space for Bruce to leverage his damage, whilst over on the SBTC side, it's just the two carries left, Kirill and Julie, and neither of them have enough HP to take the sustained focus of Bruce whilst they melt the carry.
Now Flash Wolves going for an engage into the mid lane, easing very low. That's gonna be the kill coming in from Akino, and now Julie comes into fray, goes for the damage output. Spirit Rush comes down
Kirill,
over the wall.
Unharmed.
Kirill unharmed, as you stated. But Flash Wolves going back away easy, but that will be the lantern from Akino, pulling down Ari into the mid lane as well. No follow-up though.
I love these lanterns. We've seen Akino be really creative with these lanterns today, getting very aggressive, throwing lanterns in. The other thing you want to watch for on very good Thresh players is throwing that lantern forward and sitting back, allowing your AD carry to kind of poke, to get in a riskier position than they normally could, because the lantern will bail them out and offer an opportunity to disengage.
Yeah, it was played offensively by Akino from that lantern. Absolutely phenomenal from SBTC Esports, but once again, they're going for this type of aggression up against Flash Wolves.
I love this.
But Flash Wolves is dancing with the same melody.
Because if they engage onto TF, SBTC win. And both these teams are kind of playing the same battle. If SBTC engage onto Ysera, Flash Wolves win. So as long as TF's taking the risk, as long as Ysera's taking the risks, this is an even game. What changes here is if you see a charm land from Julie onto either Bruce or Demon. If you see either Bruce or Demon pulled out of position, charmed, that sort of thing, it's an instant team fight end, because SBTC have the damage to blow up those key carries. Flash Wolves, I think, have a little bit of a compositional disadvantage at this point, because they don't have that easy charm, easy engage. The best option they have is the explosive cask from Easton, who can split the team fight and hopefully knock someone out of position.
Now we'll see how that comes into fruition, as now Flash Wolves going for the engage 4v3 into the mid lane, but Minas comes into fray as well. No kills. They don't want to fight this.
Yeah, I mean, you can see exactly... Oh, here we go.
Oh, that's gonna be solid and very followed up with a Bolt Breaker.
There's the cask.
The cast actually goes for the disengage, but will not be able to do so. 2 kills coming from Flash Wolves, and now they're collapsing. It's gonna be a Flash Wolves going for the damage output, but SBTC went for the counter attack. That will be the double kill, triple kill, and now the quadra for Carol.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. They throw out the engage. Flash Wolves spend everything. Who do they kill? They kill the tanks. They engage onto TF and Akano. And that's okay for SBTC because Flash Wolves have then spent everything. And guess who's still thriving and living in the backlines? It's Julie, it's Kirol, it's Minas, the damage dealers who can sweep back in and end that team fight. And this is going to be close. Minas might die to the Baron, but they will get the Baron. And that likely gives SBTC game number 2 of this series.
Yeah, huge lead right now for SBTC Esports. It's not just a tiny bit of lead. It's not just a medium level of lead. It's a massive lead because we're considering 5k gold lead. They got the Baron Nashor. They have that opportunity to pressure down onto the Flash Wolves, but now Flash Wolves wants to trade objective. They're starting onto Infernal Dragon, but TF zoning them away with a snowball down. SBTC Esports going for the counter attack as well, but look at the Infernal Dragon. That's going to kill. That's going to be SBTC Esports putting it away for themselves, and now they're crashing down on the pitch. That is not where you want to be, Flash Wolves. It's going to be the triple. 4 kills, 5 kills for SBTC. Another quadra for Kira as they take it down for Flash Wolves.
And look at the relative health bars. Nobody on SBTC is full HP except for Kirol because he sits in the back, waits for his time, and cleans up the fight, cleans up game number 2.
And that will be SBTC Esports taking this game, equalizing the series.
What an incredible performance from SBTC. They know exactly what their win condition is. And they're alternating, it's ties all the way down. They demonstrate their power, they demonstrate their ability in team fights. And when it's online, you see why I consider them one of, if not the best team in the world. They very likely will be in finals again as they were in Summer Super Cup. And it is really exciting. It speaks to the group of death that Flash Wolves take game number 1 off of them. That's a very scary sign for SBTC. And frankly, a very scary sign for the rest of the world as Southeast Asia continues to produce incredible Wild Rift.
Yeah, very, very close, very, very intense. I mean, Flash Wolves, I think improvement, overload coming into the playoffs right now. They showed us big time coming into the series, and I think they're making a statement up against this group of death. We are going to be on par with the top teams here, and we're going to match you up.
And I think that's all the time we have, Infinity, so we're going to throw things right back over to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Thanks so much, TJ and Infinity. And yes, SBTC Esports are back, and it seems like, yes, they just needed a little bit of that, game 1 time to warm up, and now they are ready to snowball indeed, especially with that Nunu pick over there. We were just talking about how tanky that incredible play was. But yeah, Skimmy, we'll start with you on your thoughts on this SBTC Esports. It's looking like they are very much looking to top the leaderboards for Group B.
Yeah, I mean, Kirill's just insane. What a player. I mean, just look at that score sheet there. 12, 1, and 6. Back-to-back quads. Like, the guy was literally possessed. You're facing a demon, and he says, I'm 1 step higher than a demon. I don't even know what eclipses the demon at this stage, but he was on another level. And it feels like to me that, like, this Kaiser pick is the difference. It feels like a champion that caters to both teams' aggressiveness, that they can make those flashy plays, but they're doing it with such conviction. And it really was so tense back to back multiple times. I mean, we saw that fight around the 9-minute mark after the second Drake that was stolen away here by this beautiful Nunu pick. Multiple members fell on down, and it could have quite honestly been a Bruce pentakill, but in the end, it was almost like Romeo and Juliet. Each one's getting at it, each one's falling down, and it just reached a point of critical mass where it was just too much to handle.
Yeah, it was honestly really a cool game from both of these teams. All the marksmen, I say all because there were 3, were doing quite a lot of damage in this game, but I think that the problem with Flash Wolves drafts and where it starts to falter is that this cocky obsession that they have, I don't think is great, right? We talk about how they don't prio Varus, but you don't need to prio cocky if that's the case. I know it's a flex for you guys, but the champion just takes too long to ramp up, and we see how important the 4-minute team fights are, how important the tempo you get from 4 or 5 minute window is that when you go for this cocky pick, you're really just hamstringing the early game of your team.
Yeah, and as Skimmy mentioned, like, you know, this was a great play from SBTC Esports. We really showed, they really showed why exactly they're one of the teams to be feared. I mean, not just in terms of mechanics and skill, but in terms of strategy too, and, you know, just really reading their opponents. Skimmy, I know you had a particular highlight you wanted to point out.
Yeah, let's bring on this one. I'm wondering which one we got, because we've gone for this initial team fight where the quadra kills really started to come into life, so I'd love to see it once again, because it was just so exciting for me. I mean, this is what you live for, right? At the highest level of gaming is those high-octane moments. Now, I mean, it starts off here, right? You're thinking Flash Wolves, fantastic. They're in the Dragon Pit, all good. No, it doesn't matter. This is what Nunu is so good at, right? The smite, the chomp, the steal. You're zoned away, and then the floodgates are open. Look how low these members are. Julie with the last bit of HP hits at the chum. Doesn't matter. It becomes a Zonia's game. Looking to find those resets, looking to find those charms. They're flashing, they're dashing, they're hoping for a wing and a prayer. Bruce is sitting on the quad. Quite honestly, could have got that penta, but we're just running it back time and time again. This play here, we're seeing Cookie hard force the fight with the assault on battery and the charge across the Raptor pit. We're thinking, that's not it, Chief. You're forcing this fight way too much. And Kirill, no pressure. The ultimate wasn't onto him. He's just sitting back. He's chilling. He's loving life. There's another quadra kill, as easy as you have it. And if you're thinking they're done, well, how about deja vu, right? You're not losing your mind. Let's go straight back to that dragon. It's another dragon pit. It's another dragon to get excited about. Oh, wait, we're in this exact same choke point again. And let's just run this clip again, right? Exact same play. Kirill in the back line. Killer Instinct really is the difference maker here. And Baron buff is pretty beautiful when these teams can utilize it.
Yeah, and Skimmy's inner play-by-play was coming out a little bit over there. It was pretty hyped. I was getting quite excited over here.
We actually went into a third game right there, but yes, indeed. I told you guys, I love Kirill. I really do think he is one of the best ADCs in Southeast Asia, and I think we saw exactly why in that game. And you know what? Like even in the first highlight where we saw that, you know, Flash Wolves were able to get that team ace, it was really a good. It was still a good play for Kirill because he managed to get the triple kill. He managed to get the value, you know, good value out of that Flash. But yeah, it's not just the Kirill show, of course. There were lots of SBTC esports that were able to make high impact indeed. I think Julie did really well, and Akano too. Yeah. Like, you know, basically every single kill that Kirill had, he was right there, and he did really, really well on the Thresh. Skimmy, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, he did well. I thought it was a great pickup in this occasion because it allowed you to play so aggressively, so haphazard, and get away with things that just should not be possible. Plenty of mobility on their composition, right? And I think we saw the cast bring a really good point that Flash Wolves were struggling to find those engagements, because if you went for that key target, really all they had was that explosive cask or the assault on battery. I mean, you can just travel through space and time, chuck out a lantern and
like
say,
us.
Well, literally, you could literally be on the desk here, you're out of your mobile, into the arena, you're thinking, why am I here? How have I ended up here? You've taken the wrong door, get back in the rift and start playing the game again, and they just couldn't. I mean, for me, more so than anything, as much as the Kino looked beautiful on the Fresh, the Nunu, I mean, we're so confused about this pick. We're still trying to wonder what makes it so good, why are teams slowly gravitating towards it. But it hit that point, I think, 2 items as a tank with the Aftershock. There's that point, we're cracking up because he's literally 1v4 and he took, like, his health bar just went, like, it didn't move. So when you see that happen, you're thinking, this is a very hard game to come back from.
Yeah, and I mean, to quote the genius himself, What the Jazz, the way he put it, I think it was great, right? It's very succinct and it captured the idea of Nunu as a pick and all its flaws very well. The problem with Nunu is so many champions just stop your snowball. But the problem on the side of Flash Wolves was they had nothing to stop the snowball except for Graga's ultimate. So you're using your out to cancel a basic spell. Other than that, you just have to block it, you have to dash away, and that was why Nunu was such an effective pick in that game. He just gets in your backline, stands there, channels his ultimate, and you really have no answer. And I think that pick definitely worked out so very well for the side of SBTC there for sure.
Yeah, and you mentioned that 1v4 and just how tanky it was. I aspire to be that tanky in life, you know. Just
we all do.
Exactly. You know, that's what we aspire to be able to take all the challenges that you know, your opponents can throw at you, of course. But yeah, as Flash Wolves, they had a lot of muscle, and I think SBTC, you know, they just managed to counter that with a lot of the control, because you're absolutely right. How are they gonna dive in there when, you know, you have the Nunu, you have the Thresh in there, and you even have the Ahri, you know, as backup. So yeah, that was really interesting indeed. It's interesting though how this sort of like affects, I guess, the standings. This was really good for SBTC Esports, but it took them a while. It took them a while to get to this point. And I feel like now, you know, teams are probably going to catch on to them. I feel like it wasn't as big of a stomp or as big of a gap as I thought. So this might be, just SBTC warming up. This could be actually the grander warm-up that Omo was talking about. Leading into it, we could see better performance from them going into Game 4. I just feel like, Skimmy, let me know if you agree with me, but I just feel like SBTC Esports, I just put them on a higher, I guess, pedestal because they came from the Summer Super Cup and they had the dominance in their region. I just feel like this was just like, okay, this was good, but I know you guys are better.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say, right? If you've seen them play at the level, you would expect that high standard of them. They should expect that of themselves, of course. But I'm very curious, sort of what Omer mentioned, right? If we're breaking it down from a psychological level, I've definitely seen teams before that can be very emotionally influenced, where they need to be, in a position of power, where they need to be winning to get the ball rolling, to get hyped, to continue that sort of dominant run. When they fall behind, maybe the comms drop off and so on. So definitely an interesting question mark as to how strong Group B is. But right now, anybody's guess?
Yeah, well, what we can know for sure is because we have, I believe we have Flash Wolves, Izon from Flash Wolves joining us over here. We can ask them how they felt about that series. Hi, Izon. Thank you so much for joining us. And, of course, congratulations on that one win you managed to get from SBTC. I want to know how you guys feel about that recent match. What set you back from that match with SBTC?
那首先先恭喜你们在这场比赛中拿下了1场的胜利。那我蛮想要请问一下Ethan的是，那是什么样的原因让你们觉得你们在第2场比赛的时候，表现得跟第1场比赛比较不一样？那或者是你有没有什么其他的心情想要分享的呢？
第2场我们前期有优势，但中期一波转线出问题了，中塔不小心掉了，应该是这场输的原因。
So for the second game, we think that we have some advantage in the beginning of the game, but start from like the half of the game, we start to make some mistakes and the turret was gone. So I guess that's the reason why we lost the second game.
And I imagine that, of course, that was it's hard to come back from that. Omo, what about you? Do you have a question for Izon?
Yeah, I do. I think that what sets you apart from me from the other supports here is that you favor Gragas and Galio a lot, even when you don't have the Senna with you. Not to get too much into like your strategies, but is there a reason why you favor these champions over other supports?
那第一个再来想要问的问题是，像你们在 support 的角色上面，你比较喜欢像是古拉格斯啊，或者是这类型的角色，那是跟其他的队伍比较不太一样的。那有没有什么特别原因让你比较喜欢这些角色呢？
没有，我选这只角色主要是 BB 上会有优势，所以我才选，没有特别喜欢这只，为了让我们 BB 上能赢。就这样。
So I personally doesn't really like this champion Gragas, but we do believe that picking Gragas can bring about advantage for us. So that's the reason why I pick those kind of champions. It's just the BP strategy.
There you go. I think it is because of that flex. Because I mean, if Izon, for example, doesn't exactly favor the Gragas, then you can tell that this playing into team strategy over here. What about you, Skimmy? Do you have a question for Izon?
Yeah, I do. Izon, congratulations on picking up one of the wins in that series there. I have to ask, what have you made of Group B so far? The caliber of these teams coming in as the first seed, and how much of a help has the play-ins been for you?
那最后一个想要问的问题是，因为你们是以第1名的成绩从入围赛里面出现的，那么蛮想请问一下，就在入围赛的这个阶段中，有没有带给你们什么样的帮助？就是在于准备小组赛的部分。
我们选角上面吧，因为我们之前喜欢玩法师下路，现在应该有更多的选择了。
So it would be our BP. It helps a lot in the BP strategies because back in the past we kind of more favored into mage playing in the bottom lane, but now we have like more diverse champion pool for us to pick for.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you very much, Izon, for taking the time to talk with us, and congratulations on that win, and of course, best of luck to you and the rest of Flash Wolves.
就这样吗？
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Izon, and I think it's it's really interesting how Omo, you brought up the Gragas pick, and he's like, nah, I don't really like Gragas. He's like,
that was going to be my question. I was going to close it out and be like, hey, on a lighter note, what's with this Gragas? You're playing it every game, and I was going to see what he's going to say. I was waiting for him to say.
Sorry to steal it from
waiting
you.
For that Yasuo, but almost straight in there with it. Serious questions only.
No jokes allowed, man.
Well, you know, I do think it is a very helpful question indeed. It just goes to show that, you know, the players are willing to adjust, of course, to the strategy and to the team. That bodes very, very well. Now let's bring up our MVP of that series. And once again, I have kept this a surprise for myself. Who do you guys vote for? I wonder who indeed. It is going to be Kiral from SBTC. And look at that kill participation. Oh my goodness, 90.2. This man is insane. I know, just amazing. Omo, what were your thoughts on his performance?
No, I think he did very well for sure, and I know TJ was a bit upset about this vote because he thought that, you know, without TF setting up with the Nunu, Kiral wouldn't be able to do a lot of damage. I think that's extremely true, but Kiral here was really on the ball with knowing when he could go in, when he can't go in, finding the timings, finding the angles, and having 90% KP on a marksman. That's pretty insane. It just goes to show, it kind of says that your team is not doing anything without you, and you're the crux of all their plays, you're the core of all their plays.
That's like support level KP, right? It's just insane to
like
be that high into this KP. One. Yeah, exactly, right? That's them maybe combined and a marksman's doing it. So saying, come on, boys, let's go for a ride. I'm going to carry this game. And I mean, we've definitely been critical of marksman at times because you could say there are games where all they need to do is right-click and they'll win, right? They just need to hit a target and they'll win this game. But he is playing a champion where you can't really sit back in that same fashion. There's no Varus. Certainly no, you know, Tristana or the likes, right? You need to be aggressive. You need to get straight in their face and. When it looks good, it looks phenomenal. I mean, you're getting back-to-back quads. You should be the MVP.
Exactly. And I can't wait to see, you know, of course, SBTC Esports and Kiral as they proceed into their next matches. Let's check out the standings right now as they are. I believe we have reached our halfway. Are we halfway done through our day?
I sure hope so.
Oh no, are we going into Chaos Death now? Are we going to Chaos Death? Not quite yet. But yes, indeed. You know, it's going to be interesting to see SBTC Esports. Of course, coming up, we do also have EVOS Esports. So stay tuned for that. I really wonder how it's going to be like when SBTC, of course, match up against EVOS, which they will be. So really, really exciting stuff. But yes, you brought up TJ mentioning how, you know, maybe TF should have gotten that MVP. But I feel like, you know, I do feel like it should have went to Kiral because there were several times wherein TF wasn't even present and Kiral was just, you know, going ham on all of Flash Wolves. I think, you know, SBTC Esports, they do have a very good chance of making it to the playoffs and making it to the semis. Whether they will get to that grand finals is up for debate, I feel. There's a lot of really strong teams that are coming out. There's a lot of wild cards too, which is what makes me, you know, really, really exciting. Right now, I believe we are going to be heading into a quick break before we head into our next match. But guys, do stay tuned because it's one that I believe a lot of people have been waiting for. We have Divine Esports and EVOS Esports coming right up.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
You're watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and we just saw SBTC Esports and Flash Wolves. They tied the score at 1-1. Mika Fabs over here leading the panel desk with Omo and Skimmy joining me. And now we are over to our next match of the day. It's going to be Divine Esports versus EVOS Esports. Now, this is a match that I feel has been long awaited simply because, hey, it's the Kings of Southeast Asia. They have arrived. We've been waiting for this match. We know already what Divine Esports are capable of, but they're up against EVOS Esports, and this is currently the team to beat. Omo, I'm gonna get your thoughts on this because I took a peek at your predictions, and I find it very, very interesting. So I'm gonna give it to you first.
I actually don't even remember. Who did I vote for?
Voted for Divine. I gave a spoiler right there. I got ahead of myself. You voted for Divine.
You voted for me too. I completely forgot. All right.
I should have kept it as I should have kept it as a surprise. Don't worry. I have another twist. I have another twist later. So I have that in my pocket. But yeah, Omo, what merits do you think Divine have that could let them stand up against, the Kings of Southeast Asia?
Oh, it's a really tough one, right? Because they, like you mentioned, EVOS are the reigning kings. They did win the last Summer Cup and everything. But I feel like we don't really have a good gauge of their strength yet. I feel like their performances in their regional league kind of did let me down a little bit. I expected more out of EVOS. Not to say they aren't great, but I expected them to be the best. And Divine right now, they're looking pretty close to being the best. So I'm quite hyped to see what we're going to get out of Divine Esports here up against the Kings. And if they can put on a good performance, I think that this really solidifies their place as maybe the best team in Group B.
Really interesting. Skimmy, what do you think from what we've seen from Divine Esports today? Do you think they can stand up against EVOS Esports?
I'm really curious. I mean, what we've seen so far is that the play and buff is well and truly in action, that these teams are taking games off, the #1 seeds, and I don't know if it's as simple as just boiling it down to saying they've had that experience, they've had that chance to experiment and test and play around or not, because, it's not to say that these other teams haven't been scrimming and practicing themselves, so I don't know if it's as simple. I mean, there's definitely been the question of stage game respect being more apparent, and scrim results account for nothing. But EVOS need to come out the gate swinging here and showcase that they are the Kings for a reason.
Yeah, I think right now, our focus, I believe, has to be in the Baron and the jungle. Because EVOS Esports, I've said this, I really think, it's Tipper and Valdez. You have to keep your eyes on them. They're such a great duo.
You always
in the game. Yeah, exactly. They're insane. And then you have the rest of them to deal with. You have Cat Satan, who can also be, quite the fest to deal with. And then you have G4 as well, who is part, of course, of the core of the team, and he has all of this experience, in esports and in League of Legends, and as well as in Wild Rift. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they've evolved since the Summer Super Cup. But let's find out a little bit about their journey in this video.
ก็เป็นการแข่งที่ยากพอสมควรเลยครับสำหรับทัวร์นาเมนต์ล่าสุดนะครับที่ผ่านมาคือเราปกติซีซั่นที่แล้วเราจะอยู่ที่1แล้วแบบชนะได้ทุกทีมแบบไม่รู้สึกกดดันครับแต่ว่าพอมาซีซั่นเนี้ยเราสตาร์ทได้ไม่ค่อยดีครับมันแบบทำให้ช่วงต้นซีซั่นของเราแบบมันเครียดมากเลยครับแบบการซ้อมอะไรเงี้ยครับกดดันครับแต่สุดท้ายก็ทำออกมาได้ดีครับขอบคุณครับก็มีทีมแฟตวูฟครับที่พวกเราอยากเจอในการแข่งทัวร์นาเมนต์เพราะว่าจากการแข่งที่ผ่านมายังไม่เคยเจอทีมเขาเลยครับเรารู้สึกว่าเขาเป็นทีมเต็งที่น่าจับตามองอยากให้จับตาดูเพื่อนร่วมทีมผมไว้แล้วกันแคทซาตาแล้วนะครับคนก็แบบช่วงนี้ฟอร์มมาแรงมากก็อยากให้ทุกคนคอยเชียร์แคทซาตาก็คาดหวังนะครับเพราะว่าอะไรที่เราเคยทำได้แล้วเราก็น่าจะทำได้อีก
Well, there you have it. EVOS Esports are ready to do it again. And yeah, cheers for Cat Satan just because G4 said so. But yeah, I think it is interesting that he brought up that they are playing under a lot of pressure.
Yep.
I think it was a big factor, of course, that at the Summer Super Cup they weren't playing under a microscope. Now they are. I mean, like, we're already here hyping them up, and we're like, oh, it's EVOS Esports. They're setting the bar. They're setting the standard over here. And now they have to live up to that. Anything less everybody's gonna think like, oh well, then
We're gonna be disappointed.
Yeah, everybody's gonna be disappointed. Everybody's gonna say, oh no, they're not performing as well anymore. They don't exactly have room to make mistakes anymore just because they're on that pedestal. Omo, how do you think this is gonna affect their performance?
Look, honestly, I'm a little bit afraid, right? I'm thinking about changing my prediction here after the EVOS roster picture popped up and I saw how stacked it was. Then I was like, why did I make the choice for Divine again? This is going to be a really tricky one. But yeah, I do like the point that you brought up, right? Pressure is going to be a big thing. G4 is a veteran. Rich is a veteran, but a lot of them are very young kids. They're coming to this with a lot of pressure on them, especially since you are the champions. There's always going to be a target on your back. That's going to be the case here for EVOS as well. I think Divine, they're coming to this one a little bit more freely, a little bit more happy. They know that they're warmed up, they're ready to go. Stage readiness is going to be a very big thing here as well. And I think that's why playing teams always have a step up over the other teams. EVOS though, you can never really count them out, right? They are champions for a reason, and I feel like this one is going to be a very close one. Maybe we see another 1-1.
Maybe.
I think it's an important comparison, Mika, because as much as we talk about teams like GEEK Fam in this group being the sort of benchmark of if you can't beat them, then you don't deserve to make that top 4. I think if you're looking at EVOS right now, they will be coming in with that pressure because they are the reigning champions. They are that wanted target of can we beat them? Because if we can beat them, maybe we are the better team in this current time. So I think they're going to have a lot of pressure on them from outside sources warranting it, saying, okay, show us why you are the champions and you need to deliver. So if they come out with a shaky game 1, I'm sure people on Twitch chat will be flaming, thinking, what on earth is this? But it's up to them then, right, to start digging deep and saying, no, there is a reason we have this caliber. We've got experience, we've got talent. Blend it together and you get a beautiful smoothie.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, I want a smoothie. I want a smoothie right now. Yeah. Oh no! Here it comes, the hungry, chaotic panel deck over here.
Let it happen. Embrace it. It's gonna happen.
I just spilled sushi all over my desk, so I'm casting with sushi eggs all over my desk right now. So just keep that in mind. Just for
that is a wonderful picture.
Yeah.
That is a wonderful picture. But first up, let's pull up our talent predictions over here because I am very curious. Omo,
just have
I
to
believe
share it.
you went. Yeah, so you went with Divine. But here's an interesting thing. So I do believe that our guest panelist from yesterday, What the Jess, he also went with Divine. And I find that so interesting because of course What the Jess, he knows these themes and he went with Divine. So that I wish we could pull him up and ask him, what exactly he thinks because it's such an interesting talking point right here. But yeah, Skimmy, I'm really interested to hear what your thoughts could be about the upcoming draft. We know EVOS Esports, they do run quite a lot of damage champions. Like for example, I do remember G4 being wonderful on the Ziggs in the Summer Super Cup. What do you think? What can we expect from EVOS Esports?
Well, I think as much as we're highlighting and saying that they need to have a very strong showing here in this initial game, not just this game 1, but the series as a whole. We're seeing how strong Buriram have been, their direct opposition in Group A. They're a team that they stomped 4-1. So I think if you're looking at it as a comparison, you're saying that sets the benchmark, right? It's kind of what we're expecting. We are putting them on that pedestal. We are putting the pressure on, but it is warranted. It's what the community expects. It's what they want to see. They want to see, how high C as a region can sort of punch on, right? If they are the best region, if they do exactly have the best teams, or if other representatives are out there. So yeah, I'm going for the EVOS hype train.
All right, and I believe we have some highlights over here coming right up. So sit back, relax, and check this out. of one of our earlier series, between Divine Esports and GEEK Fam, where Divine Esports scored, I believe, the first 2-0 of the day. Because lately it's been raining 1-1s and draws over here. So I'm really interested to find out if Divine Esports can do the same with EVOS Esports. It is going to be huge indeed if that does happen. So yeah, I'm wondering exactly. Everybody's wondering, of course, how EVOS Esports looks like at the moment. It's been quite a while since the Summer Super Cup. It's been a while since the regional qualifiers as well. So yes, very, very interested. But of course, we mentioned the mid lane. We mentioned G4 and everything. Omo, I think you have some thoughts on this possible lane clash over here that we have in the mid lane.
Yeah, we're gonna get into it in a little bit. It's not just G4, right? We have to talk about all the mid laners here. Thank you very much, Skimmy. Due to lack of space, we had to exclude GEEK Fam and Alliance, but that's not to say these guys aren't intimidating as well, right? You look at the mid laners listed down here, it's Coyote, it's G4, it's Bruce, it's Julie. These guys are all gonna carry the team in different ways. Coyote, we talk about how efficient and proficient he is on both Assassins, as well as utility champions. Jarvan, Galio, he's great at them. Speaking of utility, G4 is another guy that's gonna come in, try to empower his team. Valdez, as well as Tipper, they are very proficient carries, and G4 will always look to play to them on these utility global roaming mid laners. Bruce, this guy's the oddball here, I think. He's the guy that loves to pull out the funny picks. Akshan, Yasuo, he's so great at them as well. And Julie, we saw him earlier today. No fear at all, just locks in the Yasuo. 0-6, doesn't matter, wins the game, right? So these guys are all amazing, and I feel like mid lane is gonna be the key here. Of course, with Alliance showing off that they can field 2 mid laners as well, that's something else you need to consider. And I feel like this Group B mid lane pool is just so stacked that we can really expect super hype matchups out of the mid lane in every series.
Indeed. Skimmy, any thoughts to wrap up that, super duper mid laner clash over there? I would say that my favorite is G4 at the moment, but yeah, what are your thoughts?
I mean, pertaining to this series, they've both got very deep champion pools. I feel like the control mages, or at least the globals, are going to be highly prioritized, the likes of the Twisted Fate and the Galio for sure. But I do wonder, given that both can play the Assassins as well, if one opts in and the other one's banned. Say, for instance, Twisted Fate can't be chosen, Galio's then planted in the mid lane. Does the likes of Fizz and so on start to come out, right? Look to try and find those counter picks and say, well, I'm going to roam and match you, but just in a slightly different fashion. So I'm really excited to see kind of like the mind games that's going to get taken place here in the draft, and if it is going to be as simple as saying, ban mid lane, what you're going to do next, or if the resources and the drafting resources, I should say, are going to be dispersed evenly.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see if EVOS Esports has picked up on, for example, like, the Lucian or the Senna. I'm excited to see if they've learned anything, if they want to pick up the Nunu as well. It seems to be doing well as a sort of wild card pick, as a sort of last resort. Okay, here it goes, all in. Let's bring out the Nunu and just, roll with a big snowball coming in.
Roll him down.
And yeah, roll him down, just roll him down. And yes, the Wild Rift becomes Temple Run once again. We're gonna see if that's gonna happen. I think Divine Esports have learned with their previous experience so far, and this apparently good luck for Nuno Day. And right now, heading into Champ Select between Divine Esports and EVOS Esports. And Omo, I'm curious, we talked a lot about Zipper and Valdez and them, sort of like being a lot of the catalysts around EVOS Esports. It's gonna mirror into Tanex and Len, and how do you think they can match up against this dynamic duo from EVOS?
Tanex and Len going up against Tipper and Valdez is going to be a very interesting one. Both Baron laners are capable of being the carries for their team, and I think Hope 1 and Katsatan as well, they're quite mirrored in the sense that both of them do like to be the late game insurance. You don't need to play around them in the early game, they're just always capable of coming online and carrying you in the late game. There we go, Galio to get things going. If it goes to the mid lane, it's going to be a very efficient roamer. If not, that's going to be a pretty good support that can roam as well.
But that's what's interesting, right, about these two teams, because when we talk about those champions that are very high priority, like the Ziggs, like the Renekton, and so on, it feels like, okay, you're going to want to guarantee one of those, but kind of much to your point there before, I mean, with the mid lane comparison, like the Galio is just so good in this matchup. It can be flexed, it can be denied, and Coyote says, maybe almost telegraphing that it's not going to be the Galio in the mid, because he's now locked in J4.
Yeah, really interesting. I like this. I like this Kha'Zix on Valdez. I remember him being like, such a great jungler, so eager to see what he can do on the Kha'Zix. And yeah, a lot of muscle though coming in from Divine Esports. Looks like they're really going to take these team fights straight to EVOS Esports.
It's looking to be a Jarvan mid, like you mentioned, Skimmy, so that's gonna be very likely a Varus Galio here in the bottom lane. And the Darius just says we want to negate the last pick for Tipper, whatever he picks up. Wait, hold on a minute. okay, it's gonna be a Java jungle, Galio mid, so he's taking the counter pick. He's gonna lose the jungle matchup to the Kha'Zix, but he's saying it's fine, I just want to be utility, I just want to jump on your Ziggs and make sure he can't play the game. But I do like this Janna pickup from Rich. It's a bit of a Rich special, it's a good enchanter pick for him. He's very efficient at roaming across the map, and that was exactly what the Jazz said yesterday as well. Where Rich really shines is when he gets to roam. That's what Janna does. You're gonna empower your Fiora, you're gonna empower your Kha'Zix, and you're gonna knock the Jarvan away from your team.
And certainly, like, if Rich has the best positioning, right, these tornadoes, this monsoon could be absolutely huge in knocking back all these diving threats that are coming towards it. So I suppose we're going to be really, really excited to see what Rich's positioning looks like in this game, because in essence, he could make or break their team fight success.
Yeah, really, really interested to see, of course, how EVOS Esports will perform, and interested to see how Divine Esports will hold up to what we have defined as the standard so far for Wild Rift in Southeast Asia. These are the kings, of course, of the Summer Super Cup. We are pegging them as our standard, as the, you know, sort of like flag bearers coming into this match and coming into Group B as well. The team to beat versus a team that has been very, very ambitious and looking really, really good so far here in the C Championship. Let's get into it. It is game number, well, actually, game number 1, and I was gonna say match number so-and-so. I have lost count. It's been a long day. It's been a long day indeed, but this is game number 1 for Divine Esports and EVOS Esports. Casters, take it away.
Let's go!
And take it, Vishal. Welcome everyone to Divine Esports versus EVOS Esports. This is the flag bearers, the meta breakers, as the analyst has stated down. Riku, what are your thoughts coming down into the series? A very intense matchup in the making.
This is going to be very, very exciting indeed, because when we were looking at Divine Esports, their debut, especially their performance as well in their respective playoffs, is that, you know, they really, really do remind me of EVOS Esports, especially, you know, the dynamic between Len and Valdez being super aggressive at the early stages of the game, even oftentimes single-handedly being able to carry the game. And of course, who enables that is their mid laners, G4 and Coyote, being able to play everything and anything the team needs, and as well as to support that early game aggression. And now we get to see that. Divine Esports, Coyote over here on that Galio, is able to fly across the map, is able to get that numbers advantage in the side lanes later on, perhaps, or even in the skirmishes. But in the meantime, we've got G4, who's now on this Ziggs, who, there's two ways to look at it. Either is able to just clear the waves, chill for 15 minutes, or is able to be involved in the early skirmishes for sure, especially come mid-game. Use the Mega Inferno Bomb for that big finishers, and probably we get to see that for G4.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the semi-global ultimate is something that we expect from G4 to be utilized to the maximum from EVOS Esports, and I think Omo has stated a while ago how EVOS Esports is looking at G4 very dominantly coming down, but now into the mid lane, it's now going to be a clash occurred, and Divine Esports takes the first blood, getting down on Valdez.
This is, I gotta say, a bit unexpected, because Valdez just wanted to basically farm the minion. Is able to get stun locked by Len and Coyote there, and really nice first blood. It was that ease of execution that EVOS has to watch out for. Flag and drag into the taunt, that is dangerous.
Yeah, the Wombo combo, the CC chain, that's Divine Esports there that we're seeing into the mid lane. But now Valdez going for the flank here. Flash now going to be burned. Flash for Flash. That's going to be the kill for EVOS Esports. Traded down the first kill for EVOS in this game.
Valdez be mad there. He died just trying to hit a minion because of the CC lock. And he comes back into the lane, destroys Coyote, and it's now 1-1 even. It's one apiece when it comes to the Rift Scuttlers, though. Top side, a little bit too scary, though, because Tipper already consumed his Ignite. Meanwhile, 10x, no barrier. So this could potentially be a Valdez visit later on.
Yeah. Spells pretty much used up for both Baron laners here. Tipper, no Flash, no Ignite. 10x doesn't have any barrier, so pretty much 10x needs to back away. Because if he doesn't, there's a big opportunity on how EVOS Esports can take their second kill. So I think that's a good call. But looking into the mid lane here, we talked about G4 a while ago, and I think currently they're building up into their ultimates. They're now onto level 5. So what can we expect here, Riku?
For EVOS, they have to be careful. I said earlier that 10x is going to be vulnerable. That means Valdez and Tipper can duo, create a gank, create an opportunity to kill him. But because Coyote is level 5, the punish potential of diving into the tower is going to be available. But the thing is, this Galio versus Ziggs matchup is similar to the Twisted Fate versus Ziggs matchup. If you fly across the map and you don't do anything, you're gonna suffer chip damage to your tower, and even worse, your tower is gonna fall down. G4 will be able to possibly get First Blood Tower for free, meaning if EVOS Esports gets Rift Herald, and then that means they get what? 2 towers in 1.
Yeah, that will give them a huge gold lead if they do that, because right now, it's when there's Divine Esports trying to get that driver's seat up and running immediately, because EVOS Esports, they need that scaling. They need to wait for Kaisa to get that first core item, second core item to even deal damage, and Ziggs also needs to wait up for around 10-minute mark or 15-minute mark to be able to do so much. So I think Divine Esports is utilizing the time that they have to give off that gap. But Esports, 2-man roam topside, gonna fail down.
Yeah, that's the thing. You know, we're waiting for 2-item power spike for G4 to be able to be relevant in some of these fights, especially during the objective fights. Cat Satan, of course, will be that late game scaling insurance, alongside with Tipper, of course, with that 4-1 split push. So now everything is in the hands of Valdis and G4 during the early game, and of course Rich as well with Roams. Help assist against Divine's big aggression, or rather their composition with their big CC lock, like right now.
Oh, what a play. But Satchel Charge also brings down Len together with him. But EVOS Esports gonna be home safety, and G4 not gonna get killed by Divine Esports.
It's gonna be safe for now. At least mission accomplished from Len is able to scare away G4, at least minus 1 person in the map temporarily. But this is a good call from Valdis. Okay, let's just exchange First Blood Tower, and as well open up the map for Tipper to be unlocked, for him to be either just be that split push menace already, or have more control over topside jungle of Divine Esports. That means Valdis can use that to roam around the map, find opportunities, find Len perhaps isolated. This is a really good call. We get to see EVOS Esports already open up the map in exchange of the air drain.
Yeah, I think it was actually quite clever from EVOS Esports. They were looking at, you know what, Rift Herald comes down to Divine Esports. They know that there is a strong side of the map for Divine on top side. So they want to push in. They got the tower First Blood into the bot lane, and pretty much it's now even. Net positive maybe for Divine Esports because they have this Rift Herald early pressure in. They have this gold. But EVOS Esports is looking to match this up, looking to match this early aggression. And currently we're seeing a very even sort of statement here for both teams.
That's pretty even for now. This could be a dive though. Scary.
Divine Esports forces out the flash for Tipper. No kill. They won't do it. And Tipper will just go home safely.
That's the scary part about Divine Esports composition. Their mid game is incredibly strong. They have big dives. They don't need these objectives. They can basically strong arm their way into clearing down these towers, like right now.
Ooh!
By G4.
What was that? They just dove in, got the kill. G4 go back away. They're happy with that kill.
I said Galio, Jarvan 4. Don't forget about Quay here on the Rakan. Just big CC locked. We talked about this. And EVOS Esports will need Rich to be present for the big disengage. Without him, EVOS might be in trouble. I mean, G4.
They're going in top side 2v1. That's going to be an easy kill there for Divine Esports. Tipper doesn't have anywhere to go. The first tier turret was down already for top lane. So Divine getting their 3rd kill off this game.
Yeah, all of EVOS Esports' vision are very defensive. So Tipper will not be able to anticipate that big dive. Again, Coyote over here on the Galio, which is pretty interesting, right? When we remember back in the Summer Super Cup, the big championship game, that big game number 5, G4 was on that Galio, and he performed phenomenally. Now we get to see Coyote over here is able to influence the lane, influence the rest of the map. And he's building towards that Rabadons too, so he's not only going to be present.
Ooh, Protobell for the flash, goes for the taunt, and that's going to be Jarvan 4 to follow up with the flag and drag. And now Darius comes into the fray, goes in for the apprehend onto Rich. Hero's entrance ready up, zones away EVOS Esports, and Divine Esports going to go home with a kill.
Divine, pretty happy about that. They get GeForce life again. And it has been Coyote setups all throughout the first 8 minutes of the game. And picking up the Rabadons now, we talked about this before, he is gonna hurt. And the thing is, Hope 1 isn't even involved in these fights just yet. And the thing that I really like about the composition from Divine Esports, and I believe we mentioned this yesterday, is that Darius is so good with poke champions. Because usually when you poke, you can't exactly finish the kill. So you need that big finisher like Tanex.
Oh, but look at EVOS Esports right now on top lane. They're going for the 3-man gank here onto Coyote, and he will be erased as EVOS Esports just bullies him in top lane.
That is exactly what we were looking for when they opened up topside, is EVOS taking control of the blue side jungle of Divine Esports, like right now. 12 seconds without Coyote means EVOS can land deep vision into Divine Esports' jungle, maybe get a blue buff, or maybe find someone later on, as Tipper will now position here atop. Because 6 seconds, more or less, will be the Mountain Drake, which is going to be very important for both teams. Shield is very critical against pokes like G4 on the Ziggs, and as well as Varus here on Hope 1.
Yeah, so I think there will be a clash, there will be a fight for the Mountain Dragon, or if not, there will be a trading objectives when it comes to turrets, maybe there into the mid lane, because I think EVOS Esports can have value out of that as well if they don't want to fight up against Divine Esports, because currently they're 3k gold behind up against them. So it's a matter of two options here for EVOS Esports on what they want to do, but Divine Esports is clearly going for the Mountain Dragon, doesn't care if there is a member just hovering around, because they have that utility to counter engage.
Yeah, it's really difficult, not a lot of vision. They're just going to be greeted by the CC lock we were talking about. Chain of Corruptions, knock up by Quay, Haunt, Flag and Drag, Cataclysm. It's just very dangerous. Well, as not having a lot of vision to enter the fight, so we'll see. It is a 4v5 situation over here because Tipper...
Coyote going in as well as Tipper. Grand entrance coming from Quay, gets the kill down with a knock-up onto Rich. And now EVOS Esports will lose the tier 1 turret into mid lane. Upper hand from Tanex, goes in, locks in, forces out Cat Satan to go in for the flash. Killer Instinct goes in, but he will actually get that kill. Tanex with the guillotine gets that trade-off happening. 2 for 1 for EVOS Esports.
That is almost... That could have ended so much worse for Divine Esports, but look at Tipper. He's still split pushing.
Yeah, and they're going through, and that forces out Divine Esports to put a man in top lane. Because if not, that's going to be an inhibitor turret. So much value in this game. And when we're talking about these champions, right? You talked about Tanex, we talked about Len a while ago. Some sort of attack front lines for Divine Esports. And when we look at the items, something interesting for Tanex is he built up Dead Man's Plate. What do you think is going on here, Riku?
Dead Man's Plate, of course, being able to get that big movement speed for you to be able to get that big apprehend a little bit more, get a little bit more tankier, because Valdis, Tipper, Cat Satan are just going to be incredibly, incredibly painful. Tanex has to survive to be able to contribute and survive a little bit more as well, serve as that big front line. And as well as Tipper, I mean, he has been constantly split pushing and has been the threat. So Tanex just wants that big survivability for sure up against that split push.
Definitely got movement speed. Darius going to be utilized very well. Now both teams are looking into the Baron Nashor. They're actually setting up the ward to have that information, but here into the bot lane, it's going to be EVOS Esports. 2-man roam kills down Tanex.
The split push. There it is, Tipper. Now being incredibly comfortable, working his way top, now at the bottom, even being assisted by Rich here. Gotta appreciate the roams coming from Rich, from top to bottom, just basically everywhere. And now that Tanex is dead, Coyote is forced to go back. That means it is going to be 3-man at top side. EVOS Esports, if they find an opportunity to kill, they're just going to go for it. Tipper!
Oh, so much damage coming for Coyote, and that's going to be the proto build. Tries to go for the knockup as well, but he's just running. He's just lunging, and he goes back away unscathed. Low on HP, but he still lives.
I think that's pretty crazy. Tipper just wanted to do his mission and just basically destroy the tower. You taunt me, it's fine. I'm pretty low. I got turret hits. It's okay. Tipper going at it again.
Yeah, he wants to 1v1. It's a man on a mission here for Tipper. Uses up the grand challenge, forces out the flash on Coyote, and here comes the party. Hope 1 just zones him away with the arrow, and Tipper understands that we're on the weak side of the map, so we have to go back.
Yeah, they gotta go back because Baron was almost initiated by EVOS. And I feel like they're going to keep doing this. They're going to keep using Pipper as that big hotspot to force Divine Esports to invest more resources because Tanex cannot deal with Pipper right now in that big split push. Because of that, Divine will have to keep an eye on always towards the top side with the Baron. And look at this now. Pipper moving towards top side because Dragon is now spawning. And therefore, pressure will be building in that direction. Divine Esports, look at them. They're like running across the map. They know that they need to invest 2 or more members to kill Tipper.
Yeah, and they have to stick together. I think EVOS Esports is running around like this because they understand that Tipper is alone on top side. If a fight occurs, they need to act actively, and having just a Strom gives them that extra power when it comes to those team fights. But look at this. They're losing out onto the Ocean Dragon to just push top lane. So this might be an inhib for a Dragon here in this game for EVOS Esports. But now, it's gonna be Coyote really forcing out the taunt. That's gonna be the kill coming down onto Divine Esports. It's the outplay. Teeper will die down. And now Taunt X comes in and tries to react. Rich is now running away, is trying to go back. But Taunt X is going in, is getting the apprehend, is getting the kill down. EVOS is now losing out. 3 kills right now for Divine Esports with no trade at all for EVOS Esports.
There was a plan in mind for EVOS there. They wanted to instead give up the Dragon. Hold that thought though, because G4 is still alive. Ziggs behind the Baron pit can be dangerous.
Definitely, but no Mega Inferno Bomb to try and get that steal down. The only thing that they can do is try and lock down, but Divine Esports gonna get that Baron Nashor. No contest coming from EVOS Esports, and they're just gonna go back home with the Baron in their inventory.
Going back to what EVOS did, there was an attempt there. They know that someone or two people will go and collapse on Tipper, so they decided to invade the jungle, wait for someone. But the thing is, they couldn't finish off the kill on Coyote. It basically backfired, cost them a lot, cost them death, cost them, more importantly, the Baron now that Divine has. And with that, decent wave clear in the form of G4, in the form of Cat Satan, I suppose, but not exactly the range that you want.
But EVOS Esports now trying to change this up. Tan X is going for the 1v3 here up against EVOS Esports as they take down Tan X with a blink of an eye. They're gone, and now Coyote is forced to just go back away into the mid lane while Divine Esports takes the tier 2 turret mid.
Right now, EVOS Esports just forced to defend here.
They have
to engage, perhaps?
EVOS Esports now on the edge. This tier 2 turret once again being pressured down by Divine Esports as Coyote jumps in. That's gonna be taunt up, and Kue goes in with the grand entrance, zones the enemy team away. Galio with a hero, Zentrons goes for the knock-up as well. Now EVOS Esports is very low. They have to go back. And Divine Esports just has this opportunity. And Val does look at the damage coming from Coyote. With just one, he goes back, and now Inhib turret is looking for Divine Esports. EVOS Esports
dear.
tries to go for the counter engage as well. Grand entrance goes for the 2-man knock-up. Come from Divine Esports. TPs are coming up. Not gonna be enough as Divine Esports takes 3 and an Inhib turret for their team. And now Valdus and Rich, the only one left to defend. But the Baron Nashor is utilized to the limit here for Divine Esports, taking 2 from that.
There's still that Baron buff. There's still teleports coming in. Came in, rather. And EVOS, now that their base is open, the snowball, the domino effect of what happened from their attempt to kill Coyote cost them the Baron and now almost their base. Let's take a look at that replay again. At this point, you know, we get to see Divine having all 3 dragons, having the Baron. They're very comfortable in this fight. They're in the lead. And because of the pressure now that the waves are always going to be in favor of Divine, Tipper will have a difficult time having to get that 4-1 split push threat. And with that, we saw how every single time G4 is the priority target, every single time Divine enters a fight.
Yeah, I think EVOS Esports right now, with this massive deficit, they need to control down the lanes if they could. And I think that is what Tipper is doing right now into the top lane. As you stated, they need to try and control this back into them because the Infernal Elder Dragon will be alive pretty much very soon. So if the wave is keep on constantly pressuring them, it's not looking that great because once they lose on the team fight that will occur later on, if they try to contest onto the Infernal Dragon, it's not going to be looking that great.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a teleport as well. Tipper focusing more on that survivability with the proto belt, with the dashes, with the mobility. That's why we get to see now a potential fight could happen in the mid lane. Infernal Drake, though, the Elder Drake rather, up for grabs. I'm looking at teleports coming from Divine though, because remember, base is basically open from mid to top, and if EVOS takes their sweet time in the Elder Drake, they will definitely lose the game, as again, Divine can just run straight to the mid lane.
Yeah, but now Divine Esports is looking at the different perspective here. They're going for the Infernal Elder Dragon to have that massive amount of damage, while EVOS starts up onto the Baron Nashor. Now Quay has this information, Gil actually goes in, but that will be EVOS Esports taking out the Baron buff. Quay comes in, tries to engage, tries to delay how Divine Esports or how EVOS Esports is trying to go back. Now Coyote is tanking down. Coyote goes for the knockup as well. It's gonna be melted down though. And now it's gonna be Len trying to go in, but Divine Esports has aced down EVOS Esports and they can finish the game.
What a finish from Divine Esports now. They're running straight to the Nexus, and this is that big upset that we're talking about.
Yeah, it's Divine Esports showing up here in this game to take the first game of the series.
Omo is onto something, everybody. During the predictions, you know, everybody divine, or rather, EVOS, which is understandable because EVOS, again, they're the kings of the Summer Super Cup. And when we look at the journey of Divine Esports, during the summer season, they were 6th place in their respective region, and now having that changed up in their roster from top and then jungle with now Len and Tan X, shot up to 2nd place, and look at them now landing this upset against EVOS Esports.
They're evolving through time, and now they have taken the first game of the series, taking the lead away from EVOS Esports. After this short break, let's see how EVOS can turn this upside down, equalize the series.
Welcome back, guys. Well, Divine Esports, they look to be stepping up their game. They said earlier that they were ready to take on the world, and this seems to be their entry statement of sorts. Now they got a win over EVOS Esports. Surprise, surprise, it is a 1-0 in favor of Divine Esports. Omo, seems like your prediction is on point right now. So far.
We've seen how it tends to go. After 1-0, it doesn't become 2-0. It becomes 1-1, so I'm not getting my hopes up.
That's right. It seems to be the truth as well for, like, you know, even in the games that we think are supposed to be a stomp, it seems like EVOS Esports is like, oh no, we're on board the 1-1 train. Everybody gets a win over here. Sadly, except for GEEK Fam. Press F. But
for now, they play against.
For now, they might be doing installments and they might be saving it for, like, day 4 or something. But yes, Divine versus EVOS. I want to know your thoughts. Skimmy, we're gonna start with you over here. EVOS, they seem to be winning at some points, but Divine Esports, they were just brute aggression over here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Coyote with a spicy interview backing it up here with a performance which speaks volumes. I mean, a Galio that builds full AP is a threat. I mean, we see it so often go the tanky route, and you're thinking, yep, so Bodyguard is there to taunt, it's there to try and be a member separating the two carries and sort of breaking them up almost like a high school reunion. But in this case, it just punched on and did so much damage. There's a time and place where you're thinking, Cat Satan really going to answer back here. You know, the ship itself, the Varus going to lethality, the tier build, so much critical strike is coming through. That one final fight at the Baron where they flipped it, they said, we've lost 2 inhibitors, we don't want to split push, we can't split push. Flipper's not been given a space to operate in that fashion. They go for the Elder, they run the Baron, they win that all-important buff, but they just don't have enough damage to try and eke out another reset, another chance to fight and deliver. So, it was a close game. It really was a close game. I feel like Flipper's going to be very frustrated in that one because he was dominating Coyote in the side lanes, but he was never allowed to have that true 1v1, which is credit where credit's due to Divine Esports, understanding that win condition, shutting it down because they'd always rotate multiple members his way. Anytime you did see that 1v1, he'd hit the ultimate, he would tap all the vitals, and Coyote got away multiple times on like sub 10%. So, yeah, crazy game. I wouldn't read into it too much though.
Yeah, it's just game 1, but I think Skimmy hit the nail on the head. That's basically all that happened. That game wrapped up very nicely with a little bow on it. Thank you very much, Skimmy. I think that was pretty much the gist of the game, right? Tippa couldn't do anything, and credits to Divine, they played very well around that despite that being a bit of a top gap. And I think that's why I like Tanak so much. He's so capable of playing these carries, but he knows that against certain carry top laners, especially when you're on blue side, you don't have to counter pick, they can counter pick you. He's more than capable of being a role player, of being the rock in the top lane. And I think that having a Baron laner that can do both, that's such a credit to a good team. And I feel like Tanak is exactly that kind of player.
Yeah, definitely. And again, we're seeing how crucial, the Baron laners are in these groups. But yes, definitely, I feel like for Group B, there's a lot as well riding on the Dragon lane. I feel like Cat Satan, while he did have some good plays, just felt a little bit too short. But of course, again, if you're picking, champions like the Dragon lane, you do want that late game insurance. And EVOS Esports, they just couldn't keep up with Divine Esports, especially when they were preventing that by roaming all around the map. Now, of course, if you do want your own late game insurance, you can open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. You can get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. And of course, check them out. They have been sponsoring the C Championships, and we are very, very thankful indeed. We have our own late game insurance right here in Franklin Templeton. All right. Well, yes, you guys mentioned of Thipper and how he was unable to really, do anything. I do think he was doing something, though. He was really, at some point, he was like, tunnel vision onto, like, I'm going to push turrets. I am going to push turrets. There's a clash happening, and then no, turret. But it just feels like, it didn't really quite jive as well as we did for EVOS Esports, or as well as we thought, rather, for EVOS Esports. And yeah, we have definitely seen, better days for this team. But I like what Skimmy said, that, just take it in stride because it is the first game. It is the first time we're seeing them on the international stage since the Summer Super Cup. I mean, I think we can forgive them a little bit. Yeah, we can forgive them a little bit for a warm game. Divine Esports have been warming up since, 1 p.m.? So I
since
think
play-ins, they are warmed up. They're good to go.
Weeks, they're good. Yeah.
Weeks, yeah.
Exactly. Now, you also, Omo, you pointed out this little, catch me if you can scenario with Divine Esports and EVOS, or in that game. Do you think that EVOS Esports, do they need to meet Divine Esports where they are? Do they need to bring that aggression head on and possibly run another hyper-aggressive kind of strategy and the comp?
I mean, since we're going to be swapping sides, I think the big thing to take note of is I think it's much less likely for EVOS to go for a similar strategy with Fiora with the split push. I think this time around, it's much more likely to go for something that can 5-5, and I think that suits EVOS very well as well. Tipper, yes, he's an amazing Baron laner. He can 1v1 anybody, but when EVOS come together, they look for the 5v5s. I think G4 is so smart about his engages that this team can really shine against Divine. And maybe if you're not capable of executing a little bit more of a macro-specific split push style, just come and hit that head on. Just play something simple, 5v5. And I feel like that's something that EVOS can definitely pull off. And while I did vote for Divine, it could be anyone's game.
I think it's still, certainly still could be that, 1-for-1 in this series. I think you raise a really good point there, Romo. If they are going to go blue side and lock in, say, Ziggs, for example, if that's available. I'm next then thinking, is J4 going to be contested? You can definitely see J4 play topside there for Fipper. No need to go for the split push. Just group up with the team fight. It's your bread and butter. Hit the Cataclysm. There's the Mega Inferno. You're locked in place. You can't do much about it. You're crying straight to the bank. And yeah, I mean, that's certainly a good foundation to pivot pretty much anywhere you like. Any ADC, any support, it can be flexed. I suppose now it's time for that grand reveal.
Yeah, yes indeed, revealing what is going to happen in Game 2 as we enter Champ Select. Now, I do remember, some of the best games of EVOS Esports in the summer season were when Thipper and Valdez, they were really just, they were tag teaming together, and we didn't exactly see that as much in the first game. It could be EVOS Esports trying out different things, of course. It could be them trying out, maybe this should work. Maybe Thipper should just go and do his own thing, and Valdez will stay here or something. But I really do think that these guys are better together. They have that connection in game as well as in real life. So I feel like, you can just utilize that, and that's one of EVOS Esports' strengths. But yeah, Omo, what are your thoughts on the draft so far here as we enter the Champ Select for Game 2?
This is kind of what we expected, right? We said both of these mid laners, they want to play the utility, they want to play the Romans, the Globals, and we see the priority kind of shift around there. Galio being first picked is not something we've seen the whole tournament at all whatsoever. And this time around, because of how the meta develops within the series, EVOS says, we don't want to give it to you again, Coyote. I want to empower my side laners. And they grab it together with the Jarvan. And this is going to be a very scary start to the draft for Hope 1 on this Varus.
Yeah, I think it's a lot harder, right, to counterpick the Galio than it is to Fate, both offering a similar fashion with global pressure, obviously, but then the CC and so on afterwards. It's not going to be the Ziggs, as I imagine. They're going to ban that away themselves, but they do contest that J4, and that's what gets me excited as to where do they go here now. Will it be as simple as Pippa just locking that in topside, or will they still flex things out? It doesn't seem as likely in the jungle, obviously, because you've got the Kha'Zix. Galio still could be up in the air as to where they go, but this is what Divine did in game number 1. They had lots of flexibility, and they're sort of saying that, Divine, you need to reveal your hand, because we have the pivoting power.
Yeah, this is really interesting. We said they would go for something a little bit more 5v5 oriented, and I think with the Jarvan and Galio both being flexes, it does show their hand, right? It shows they're gonna 5-5, especially since Jarvan can no longer go into the jungle like you mentioned. So I think it's very likely it's gonna be a Tipper champion this time around. We'll have to see how that plays out against Darius. I think it's fine. Nice. You can poke him from a distance. And this is going to be, a really nice start. You guys all just jump in. The 5v5 that we talked about. Kai'Sa will fly in after you. Lulu will buff everybody. And that's a very effective team comp. But Divine, what they have is pretty scary as well, Skimmy.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, they've definitely got like a lot of pick potential. You're looking at straight away the explosive cast and the charm, the route afterwards, and it just makes it very easy then for those two Bruises to get in. And I think that's, one of the credits that we have to give to Divine in that last game, right? The fact that they had such a strong engage and very easy rotational power to say that, sure, whilst Fipper was split pushing against the Fiora, the rest of his team really couldn't, draw enough gravity towards their situation to say, stay with us, take our fight, because we're going to, make this trade elsewhere. So this game, similarities, of course, they've got a lot of hard initiation, going to be very easy for them to force their fight and say, we welcome you, EVOS. I mean, EVOS definitely have engaged, they have disengaged. It's going to be up to them to utilize those tools to the best of their ability.
Yeah, I do have to say though, Divine Esports, they are looking pretty scary indeed. I mean, I finally see what you guys have been hyping up ever since the play-ins, and Omo, your prediction might have come as a surprise to you, but it looks like you're on the right track. Right now, I feel like EVOS Esports, they still need, possibly more matches, more series to warm up, but we could be proven wrong. This could be their game. It is, after all, raining 1-1s today, and it seems like everybody is determined, the whole of Group B is determined that everybody gets a point. At least nearly everybody. I'm so sorry to bring that up again. But yes, we are gonna head into our second game for Divine Esports and EVOS Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
And thank you very much, Miga, for that. We're down here for the second game of EVOS Esports versus Divine Esports and Riku. We're here for EVOS Esports. G4 Galio back at the SSC mid laner that changed everything for EVOS.
Yeah, I cannot forget about G-Force. Galio is able to set the tone, is able to, again, back when they faced against one team, his performance was just phenomenal. Was able to initiate the very last clash that won them the game. And now here we are here in the fall season in the C Championships. Get to see him again. And of course, I was when I saw him land, or rather secure the Galio, I think the second thought that was in my head was, okay, G4 doesn't want to die anymore. I'm going to play a tank.
Yeah, and he is going to be built like a tank. He built up onto the first item to build that HP, which I presume is going to be building onto the Rod of Ages for that scaling potential when it comes to the magic damage or AP damage coming from EVOS Esports mid lane. Be utilized very, very well. But looking at this state, EVOS Esports went for 3-man roam topside, steals down, jungle invade onto Divine Esports, and I think they're going for a statement here. They want to be very aggressive, and it looks like it for now. But Len just went in for the parallel trade here. They also went for the jungle invade on red side, on red buff for EVOS Esports.
Yeah, I believe it's the dynamic of having to get that lane swap in. Because there's no dual laner at the bottom portion of the map, Len can basically free reign at bottom side. And this lane swap is very important for Cat Satan and Rich because they're going up against a very scary dual laner on Divine. You got Koi on the Gragas, big heavy engage, potential dive like what we're seeing right now, and big pokes. It's usually this Kai'Sa always having a hard time with Xayah versus Varus matchups, and that's the reason why we get to see this lane swap.
Yeah, definitely that could give them a huge lead, but here into the mid lane, that's going to be Ignite, bring down into Coyote, and here in bot side, it's all gone for good, but EVOS Esports still going to be alive, no kills as of yet. 3-man roam for Divine Esports, not going to be able to get that kill, but just early pressure into the bot lane.
They're wanting to get at least that potential dive against Pipper now that he has no flash. Divine Esports can basically try again and make that second visit. They are rushing this first blood tower right now. Look at Len. He's going to assist this one. We'll see who goes first, though.
Yeah, it's a vertical trade. Divine Esports going for bot lane, while EVOS Esports goes for top lane. Who's going to get the tower first blood is now the question here, but Ton X, Coyote, now going on top side. They're going in for the defense, but EVOS Esports takes 2 third plates on top side.
Yeah, and this is the second wave coming in already. Thipper trying his best to just clear the wave here. He might be open for a dive.
Oh, the flag and drag is going to be massive. Hero's entrance comes down. Not going to be able to go for the knock-up, but just good enough to clear out the wave into the bot lane, hindering Divine Esports to go for the push.
Yeah, and it's all back to the top laners being solo, and now it is that big rush of who gets to get first blood tower. Range-wise, of course, Hope 1 is much better versus that big Apprehend. So on paper, Divine should get this one first.
Ooh, lockdown coming for the Cataclysm. Tipper forcing out the flash because the third damage is just so much. And now Hope 1, very low in HP. Chain of Corruption now going to be forced down by Hope 1 because if they do not, that might be a kill for EVOS Esports. But here, top lane, Valdos trying to get that kill. Ton X forces out the flash. Valdos flashes in as well. First blood for EVOS Esports with Valdos getting the kill.
I love how there's this big mini game of top laner surviving because whoever dies first will lose that big tower. So we get to see, I believe EVOS is able to get that first blood tower on their favor, as again, Ton X was pretty much low.
Yeah, it gives them that positive, even though if Divine Esports got that trade. Now, Coyote comes into the fray on top lane, but too quick, too efficient for EVOS Esports to go back away. They don't want to fight. They already got what they came for.
Yeah, that big rush. Now Rift Herald is so important because you get 2 towers open immediately after securing this. But look at Divine, already first dibs on this area. EVOS knows what's up. They're going to move towards Air Drake instead, which will assist heavily on the roams. We get to see Pipper, well as Valdes as well. Okay.
Oh, 3v1. Divine Esports just gonna pin down Tipper, forcing out the flash. Explosive cast to follow up. Proto Belt puts him at 1 HP. Flag and drag goes for the knock up. Tipper's still gonna be live. Oh my! What? Kue is trying to run up, trying to catch up. Tipper is running away. He lives! He lives!
No way that just happened. There were 3 people collapsing. Tanex was ready to meet him inside his tower and say hello to kill him, but it didn't work. The flag and drag just basically passed through everybody else, and their range, unfortunately, they have no range. There's 3 melees over there attempting at his life, so we just saw the great escape coming from Tipper.
Yeah, I mean, Gragas did not have the explosive cast, already used up the barrel, so pretty much no range at all coming down for Divine Esports on top lane, and that was just a miracle play from Tipper running away. But here into the bot lane, it's a different story. That's the charm onto Galio. 2-man taunt, knock up to follow up. G4 is using up all his utilities, and now he's gonna be burned down. Divine Esports takes the kill onto the mid lane. EVOS Esports gonna lose G4.
Yeah, he became the sacrificial lamb to make sure that everybody else, his teammates, are ready to escape. Take note, Tipper doesn't have flash.
Protobelt apprehend on Tipper, locks down with a Cataclysm on Len and Tanex, but Divine Esports is going all in here into the mid lane rather, as EVOS Esports needs to contest. Chain of Corruption locks down onto Rich, but Rift Herald, good utilization onto that one charge, will not be able to get that third down, so this is gonna be so difficult for Divine Esports. Oh, massive. Hero Zentrun zones away the enemy team. But even then, Divine Esports takes that turn and gets a kill with arrow from Hope 1.
That fadeaway arrow from Hope 1, he just wanted to retreat. Might as well take one before I die, or rather, before I go back to base, and that's exactly what happened. And that's the thing, right? Whenever we see a Varus in the opposite side, the Jarvan 4 is usually that big answer to be able to bridge the gap. Because of Hope 1's incredible range, you need Tipper to deliver G4 into the backline. But that means if you kill Tipper, what are your options? I don't think Valdez is going to gain access unless you set up this flank, unless you have a sneaky entryway. But it's so difficult with Quay around because of that big explosive cask who's just ready to punish you. So Tipper, very critical in this composition to counter Hope 1 every single time he's going to be in the backline poking.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you mentioned about Valdos, because Valdos needs that isolation target. The problem is, Divine Esports is just stacking on top of each other. They're not going away, so Valdos is not going to have that easy time. But look here, Hope 1 forcing out the Stasis Ancha because he is the lone wolf. As EVOS Esports, as soon as they said it, they look for a kill on solo.
I think you just cursed him. Infinity, that's exactly
Caster's
what
curse.
happened. Is that Caster's curse. And now that's Hope 1 gone, EVOS can initiate.
Yeah, they do. G4 goes in for the 3-man taunt, and that's the Cataclysm to lock down onto 1. The kill will be secured by Divine Esports onto G4, the trade that they want, and they're going back away. And EVOS Esports trying to run. Tanex is here with the flash, goes in, massive amounts of damage, and that will be another kill for Divine Esports. But there goes Valdos, jumps through, but at the end of the day, Divine Esports got the triple kill for Len, gets the trade 1 for 4.
Yeah, Len is killing it today in this series against EVOS right now. We were talking about this player when he made his debut in the play-ins and how he just really stood out as a player. He's able to, again, single-handedly win games for Divine Esports, especially when it comes to the early game, and he's doing it again. No Lee Sin, no problem. He's here on the Sin Zhao. He's able to get that triple kill on the board, and of course Coyote as well with that big charms is able to make things count. Infernal Drake now up for grabs. Divine has yet to still get a dragon for themselves. They do have that big lead when it comes to the gold. We'll see how they'll be able to initiate this time around.
Yeah, everyone is here. Everyone is waiting for the opportunity onto the Infernal Dragon, because very high of a priority, high value as well when it comes to giving up buff. Up to 6% damage increase when it comes to scaling, so much to happen, so they're not giving this for free. EVOS Esports is prepared to fight this, while Divine Esports is continuing onto the dominance onto the Dragon's Pit.
Exactly, they have been zoning EVOS Esports away. Look at Tanex, their position here. Tipper?
Whoa, Dragon Drag with a flash in with Cataclysm, actually locks down, and the hero's entrance. 3-man knockup, and EVOS Esports goes for the engage. Look at Home 1, gonna get burned down with the Ignite. But 1-4-2, that will be Divine Esports, still having the dominance onto the Infernal Dragon. That will be secured by Len, and Divine gets their first dragon in this game.
Valdez had a rather G4 Tipper. That is exactly what we were looking for. They need Tipper to dive into the backline. G4 delivers with that big knock up with the hero's entrance. The biggest problem is we're still 10 minutes into the game. Cat Satan isn't still online just yet. There's two options. Either Cat Satan has won his lane, but again, the lane swap happened. They didn't exactly get to capitalize on Tan-X being solo. They were happy with that big push at top instead of the first blood tower. Looking at the fight once more, gotta love the HP management and as well as the cooldown management coming from Divine. Once everything is out, they just go back away. Simple as that. Then go back in when everything is back up. Now Divine, look at them. 3k gold lead. Infernal Drake with that big damage. We get to see Coyote as well with the Rabadon's death cap. Really nice spike. Hope 1 with the Cyrildas already completed, meaning the slows are going to be there, the utility is going to be there, meaning more Chain of Corruptions, more charms are going to land, and more apprehends are going to be easier to land.
And it's also a good alternative onto the Yuma's Blade or even the Mortal Reminder because it also gives you penetration coming from Valdez's arrows. So I think Divine Esports is the good path here. They have the slow, they have the charm, they have Kwe with the Gragas, with explosive cast, and also the barrel. So pretty much every single CC is now going to be utilized by Divine Esports. While looking at Kaisa though, he needs one more item to have that power spike in this game, and we need to wait for that. And I think EVOS Esports is supposedly going to play this very patiently, especially considering the Divine Esports now 4k gold lead in this game.
And they're starting another fight here.
Yeah, Tumatan actually good to go back for G4, but Coyote is going for a very aggressive playstyle. Uses up the Spirit Rush to go in. Not going to be able to get that kill, but they're starting onto the Baron.
Coyote's so low though, so this could be very scary. I think it's a good call that they decided to back away. Made a little bit of an attempt there.
Just a bit.
Can't exactly go full in just because every ult is available on EVOS Esports and only one summoner spell consumed there, baited out. So I like the call coming from Divine. Still, this is not yet over because Divine has that late game insurance, has Cat Satan. We know how he's able to step up.
Tan-X into the fray, into the front line, forces out the flash onto Valdez, Wild Road as well to give extra sustainability. But look at Tan-X, resets 2, gets that guillotine down, triple kill for Divine Esports, and they're now dominating in the pitch, and double kill for Hope 1. That will be the 4 kills. EVOS Esports will get none out of that.
They had no vision in that jungle. They thought that they would have gotten one person and then get out, maybe go to the Baron after, but everyone was there. EVOS was not prepared for that. Now everyone's dead. Now Divine gets Baron.
Yeah, they had the Twin Shadows, only got to see Tan-X, but they do not know that there was 3 members onto the backside of Tan-X, which just went sideways for EVOS Esports, and now Divine Esports with that 4 kills are now able to secure the Baron buff.
Yeah, this is looking to be that big victory coming from Divine. Let's take a look at that again. Valdez having the wild growth, having to be on the backside. He was pretty much low already. Len just came from the flank and just basically destroyed the backline of EVOS Esports there and then. And that basically messed up their positioning, messed up their attempt to eliminate someone right away coming from Divine. And basically, now Divine has to siege. EVOS Esports has no space to work with on the next objective and are forced to just defend. They've got Winds of War for the wave clear. Cat Satan, a little bit 50-50 because Cat Satan has to go near for the Icadian Rain, which is going to be a little bit risky. So it is just definitely G4 for the wave clear.
Especially with a lot of CC from Divine Esports, right? They have Lamb with a knockoff, but look, here at Jarvan 4, Cataclysm onto 2. That's gonna hero Zankers to follow up. And Divine Esports, the taunt! 4-man, no follow-up though for EVOS Esports. And now Cat Satan into the backside, Killer's Instinct gets 1, but not 2, as he is now gonna get pinned down. Gets the double! What was that? But now Valdez, the only one left for EVOS Esports. Can he defend 3 members from Divine with the Baron buff, with the Baron empowered minions? And he can't. He jumps in, tries to clear down, and Divine Esports has all the free real estate to finish this game. They take 2nd game of the series.
And Divine, what a huge statement here. They're able to get 3 points today up against EVOS Esports, the kings of the Summer Super Cup. I think that's pretty wild. I think that's a big upset. And I cannot wait to see how Divine Esports grows from here now in the group stages.
Yeah, and huge shoutouts to Omo, right? He predicted Divine Esports, He is successful in that prediction, and what a game basically for Divine Esports. Just punish down SBTC with a big bank play.
Yeah, it was that exciting matchup with Coyote and G4. G4 kept dying multiple times in game number 1. Okay, I'm gonna play tank. I'm gonna play Galio this time around. But at the end of the day, it was Coyote and as well as the rest of the squad from Divine, alongside with Lin as well, being able to get those setups early game especially.
Yeah, with that said and done, let's throw it to the analyst desk. I think Omo and the rest of the analyst desk has more insights on what had happened in that series.
Thanks so much, Infinity and Riku. And yes, indeed, it looks like the status quo that we have been building up to has been reset. Divine Esports take another 2-0 for the day. These guys have been on a roll, and you know, we were talking about again EVOS Esports as the champions of Southeast Asia. Right now, yes, it is still day 2 of the group stages, but it's looking pretty good for Divine Esports. They're having such a good day right now. They look really, really good, and especially against EVOS Esports. I mean, this can only mean great things for Divine. What do you think, Skimmy?
Yeah, I mean, that's Divine done for the day. What a great game to finish it on, right? To get that guaranteed win up against the favorites, you'd have to say, having won that previous big international tournament. So they came in with a game plan, they've executed it beautifully, and I love the fact that they got so much early aggression onto the map. Sure, they missed that J4 who did the 1v3 sort of saving Private Ryan moment, but they don't let that deter them, right? They get 2 turrets, they get 3 turrets very early on into this game, and maybe you ask the question, what does that mean? Like, are we going to start seeing lanes getting frozen? I don't think really at this level these teams are going to care about that too much, right? They just want to fight, they want to push out waves, they want to rotate and punish you elsewhere. And yeah, I mean, Divine Esports with a bit of a momentum, the steam was there, they were pushing on forwards, and I mean, the comp they had just made it so difficult for EVOS to try and play. In these fights, especially in those first few, were very coin flippy. I mean, super close, but by the end, it just felt like they ran out of steam.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well, and I feel like even though these games were so close, I think there were some things EVOS could do better, starting from draft, that they really need to fix. And we do talk about stage readiness, we do talk about your preparedness, and how teams like Divine, they've been working out the kinks. They've been seeing what works for them, what doesn't work for them on stage for the last week or so, while EVOS, they're kind of coming in fresh. And I feel like we saw in the interview with G4 as well, right? In the fall season, they didn't play their best. They didn't feel like they did as well as they could. And we're seeing that here today as well. And I do feel that, yes, while EVOS will need time to ramp up, we have to consider how short the group stages is. It's a single round robin. So if you drop any of these best of 2s, it can be devastating for your chances to make it out of group. So while EVOS really need to figure out what works for them, and I think their drafts have been a bit too one-dimensional, they also need to do it really quickly because they don't have much time.
Exactly. You know, every single series matters, and this one certainly did as well. So yes, it is a time for EVOS Esports to learn, but you know, as you mentioned, time is running out. And we only have 3 more days. Well, actually, we only have 2 more days left in the group stages. And so, you know, on the side of EVOS Esports, though, I enjoyed this little Galio tug of war between Coyote and G4, and it was kind of like a who could do it better kind of thing. On this side, of course, it was definitely Coyote, as we saw in this series. I feel like, for example, for G4, there was a lack of follow-up. So I'm not sure if that was like, you know, EVOS Esports not exactly in sync. Maybe there was some miscommunication in there, but I just feel like, you know, whenever there was a follow-up, it was a little too late. What do you think, Omo?
Yeah, I definitely do think EVOS did not look as good as they could have or should have. And if you look at how they really lost the game, it came down to every single team fight. Divine would just outplay them. And this really is not what we would expect from a team like EVOS. They're not as one-dimensional as to say we can only split push. This is a team that won the Summer Cup for a reason. They can do all of these things. They can team fight, they can split push. But the team fighting here was definitely not on par with what we would expect. I think part of that, sure, part of that does come down to drafts. Tunneling on the Kai'Sa plus Enchanter does not always work out so well, and that's kind of what we saw here today. But I feel like EVOS, they have some shakiness which they need to work through as well.
Yeah, 2 games, 2 different styles, right, from red side to blue side, and they're saying that, look, we can play both, but the ship sailed. I mean, the moment for them to punish in game 1 was when Fiora couldn't get those solo kills. Couldn't really blow open that side lane as much as they wanted. In game number 2, right? It's a similar situation, right? The J4 was picked there to try and be a little bit cheeky, a little bit more so, you know, team fight oriented, right? But they put a lot of emphasis into making sure that Fipper, once again, wasn't going to have much fun in that game. And yeah, I mean, the Kaiser's unable to reach that stability point, almost like that break-even point where can contest the Virus. The Virus is getting so strong time and time again. It's guaranteeing that they can break open structures because they've got the ranged advantage. You can't step up to it. I think, Riku touched on it right. The Winds of War from the Galio was really their only reliable wave clear, so you don't want to step up to the Varus because he's just like sniping you from afar. We saw that with the fadeaway from Hope 1 in the mid lane. You've then got all the bruises too, so you're stepping up into that. You're just terrified. So at this level, yeah, I mean, maybe you could boil it down to as being simple as the draft, but I mean, yeah, Divine got a whiff of the leads and they ran away with it.
And I do love to see the Varus punish the Kai'Sa as well, because I feel like blind pick as well as counter picking yourself with Kai'Sa should be punished, and I love seeing that here from Divine.
Yeah, it looks like the Divine Esports, with every opponent they go up against, they are just evolving and they are adapting. Let's actually pull up our MVP from that series. You know, a lot of great plays, a lot of great players as well. But our MVP is going to be TanX, and I really
He's too good.
I know. It's like, this guy, my goodness, if you don't take him down, then, you know, it's just over. Every single team fight, this guy is really, you know, setting the pace. He's just incredible. Omo, how much of a, you know, a playmaker is he going to be for Divine Esports, looking into, you know, going to the top of the standings?
Look, I'm going to echo the point that I made previously, right? Anybody can be a carry Baron laner. Well, maybe not anybody, but most people have the mechanics to be a good carry Baron laner. What TanX does very well that sets him apart from the rest of the pack is he can protect and he can attack. And it doesn't matter when he picks, what he picks. He's willing to drop his pick. He's willing to pick early. This game, he's second rotation Darius. Last game as well, I believe it was also a second rotation Darius. He says, it doesn't matter if you counter pick me. I know how to survive. I know how to do my job. And this guy, he's just amazing on carries. He's amazing on playing weak side. And I think that TanX is a fundamental part of the success of Divine.
Yeah, it must be the best life ever, especially as a teammate, but more so than a coach. I imagine, right, to say that, like, what do you want this game? What do we need? Oh, wait,
just
you can play everything.
Darius, coach.
Absolutely right. Like, just lock in this champion. I'll fulfill my role. I might carry it. I might do my duty. I might do anything. And really can't ask for much more. When you're looking for a place to, you know, bank on and hedge your bets, much like Franklin Templeton, that's where I'd be, going for.
Guys are too good at this. You guys are too good. I mean, you know. But Skimmy, you know, you've been doing this since the play-ins. Yeah, you got all of that experience behind you, so I can just imagine you coming in straight with those opportunities over there.
He's waiting for his time.
Yeah, I'm waiting to take it back, Mika. We're gonna sub in and out, right?
He's been biding his time.
Yeah.
That would be great. That would be great. And of course, you know, I have to ask because, like, as you mentioned, Omo, you know, EVOS right now, their draft, their strategy, it looks very one-dimensional. It's like, we've seen this before. We've seen this before in the summer season. Is it possible that EVOS isn't keeping up with the current meta, with the current pace of the game, especially right now in Group B? It's our group of death and everything. Divine Esports, we just saw how much they, you know, took that aggression. Is the game and the current opponents right now, are they progressing too fast for EVOS Esports to keep up?
I don't think that's necessarily true, because if you think about mechanics, they are great. They're gonna do well there. Macro, they're not bad. They do decently. Draft as well as read on the meta, I don't think they're so far behind that it's gonna be game losing every single game for them. But I also feel like when we look at EVOS in summer, they were the trendsetters. They were the guys making the meta. They're trying to do that here today as well. They're trying to go for some cheeky lane swaps, some Kai'Sa early picks. But I feel like this is a little bit dated, and they need to be ready to adapt and pick up more picks like Varus, Ziggs in the Dragon lane that really secure you the prio. That's just too OP right now.
Quickly just to add to that, Mika, I know we're going to go to the standings in a second, but yeah, I think it's a bit knee-jerk reaction to be like, oh, they got O2'd, they look so poor, yada yada, not good enough, and so on, as almost just fading out there. What on earth is going on? We got double Mika! How hype is that? I tell you what, though, it doesn't get much easier, though, for EVOS, because after this, well, in a game or two's time, they've got to take on the Flash Wolves that have gone 1-1 with Divine as well as SBTC. So we're starting to, you know, get these questions answered as to really how strong Group B is.
Yeah, and checking out the standings right now, we can see Divine Esports, all of their hard work today puts them at 7 points. Now the highest scoring team in both groups, actually. They do have more points than Korean United Esports has at the moment. Flash Wolves, SBTC Esports with 2 points, and Alliance with 1, and EVOS Esports and GEEK Fam yet to get on the board. But you know what? It could change for GEEK Fam and Alliance because they will be up in just a bit. But just to wrap things up, yes, I do agree. it's a little too early for EVOS Esports. They still have another match to go. They probably just, you know, had to dust off, you know, whatever needs to be dusted off, you know, crick the joints a little bit here and there, and perhaps we're gonna see them in better form as they head into their next game. But, you know, right now, looking at the standings, Divine Esports, I have to ask, Skimmy, do you ever think that they'd actually, Divine Esports would be on top of Group B?
I'm a believer. I am a big believer. I didn't expect to see them get the top of the group, though. Yeah. I suppose it's early days still, obviously, right? 3 games versus 1, so it's very hard to really make such an easy comparison in that regard. I'd be super keen, though, to see how this all plays out once the single round robin is done. But I mean, strength of schedule is always the exciting part for me, right? We're seeing an EVOS come in, starting their day very late. They start today. We'll start right now, obviously. So they're going to still be full of energy, obviously keen to, you know, prove a point and say that we shouldn't be dropping games like this. And I'm sure they have a nice little buffer of time now, refreshing going into the next game to say, all right, up against Flash Wolves, how do we want to tackle this? Because they're obviously a very different beast. And Flash Wolves look pretty good against the Vietnamese region.
Yeah. Omo, anything to add to that?
Flash Wolves have been very hit or miss, right? We look at them, they stomp one game, get stomped the next game, get stomped the next. It's like they can't make up their mind, and I think Skimmy, it was you or someone else who made the point that they are just so inconsistent and they need to find a consistency. And I think that's going to be big for them. But yeah, EVOS, it's game 1. I wouldn't read too much into it. I do think that Divine might be the top 2 team in this group right now as well. So it's not an overreaction, I think.
Well, we're gonna see if that is true, and we're gonna check out this next series coming right up. It's gonna be GEEK Fam versus Alliance right after this quick break.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
You're back at the Wild Rift C Championships. Mika Fabs over here leading the panel desk with Omo and Skimmy right beside me. And it is a 2-0. Guess what? In favor of Divine Esports over EVOS Esports. I think that was one of our big shockers of the day, but EVOS Esports still have a chance to make a comeback with their second match of the day. But first, we do have GEEK Fam versus Alliance. I think this is a really interesting match we have coming right up. And you know, first of all, these teams have met previously during the group stages of the Summer Super Cup. Secondly, I believe Zoraveki was still on GEEK Fam at that time. Now he's going up against GEEK Fam. And this is like, you know, this is some kind of, I'm pretty sure this is some kind of anime storyline that's right over here. Omo, what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, I mean, we don't quite have the graphic right, but there's a meme from The Simpsons where you have two monkeys fighting in the middle of a ring and a bunch of people around them throwing money at them. That is basically the two monkeys. That's Alliance and GEEK Fam, and that's what we're here to watch. And I'm hyped for that.
Definitely. Skimmy, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, especially if you're, I don't want to say colluding with the enemy, right? But if you're leaving one roster, going to another, you want to say, maybe for personal pride more so than anything, I've made the right decision.
Yeah.
You know, I'm moving to a roster where I feel like I can achieve that championship that I'm after, right? And I mean, that's pretty much what Alliance were built to achieve. Now, GEEK Fam going to come into this one. They come off the back of an 0-2 defeat against Divine Esports. They pretty much got crushed, so much so that Game 2 didn't even get to see the end of. But I saw moments. But moments aren't enough, especially against the caliber of opponent that we have here today. So I'd love to see Alliance come up the gate swinging. Could have made an argument against SBTC. It could have even been a 2-0. That game 1 where the Mundo gets caught was very close.
Yeah.
So look, I feel like Alliance, anything but a 2-0 here against GEEK Fam would be an upset.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, those moments in GEEK Fam, I know what you're talking about. You know, there's times where they actually took that aggression, they upped it, and they managed to get onto something, but they couldn't quite hang on to that. But of course, Alliance, they've also had an interesting game earlier on today because they brought out, you know, an amazing draft. They were able to take that win from SBTC as well. Omo, what do you think about this team, and how do you think Zoraveki's sort of insider information on GEEK Fam is going to play into this match?
That's true. He actually does have the insider information. That's something to consider as well. Because I don't believe that GEEK Fam, since he left, had many roster swaps. I think they just changed mid, which was his role, as well as I think maybe jungle. So he should have a pretty good idea as to how their Baron laner, how their Dragon laners want to play. And I think that that's going to be super useful here. With that said though, it's been a few patches. It's been a few meta changes. Things are not exactly the same as they were in the Summer Cup. So I don't think it's going to be too topical right now to talk about what he knows, but mostly like he's just more familiar with their patterns, and that can be used in the game as well. I don't think it's a super huge deal though.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, Zoraveki, he also has that insider information as to how, you know, the team like runs their comps, unless they made some kind of drastic changes, which is also possible. But you know, more so than there's the team strategies and the team's drafts and you know, how they play, their mechanics and everything. He has insider information onto how they actually think, their philosophies and their metas, and I think that is the key indeed. So, you know, for GEEK Fam, it does feel like a grudge match in a way because they have you know, probably have their eyes on Becky. Skimmy, what about you? What do you think about this? You know, pretty much a sort of like a prodigal son kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they got like banter between them, right? As to like, okay, you've made the right decision to leave or not. So obviously he's gonna have a point to prove on an individual basis. But yeah, across the board, I think Alliance is gonna be coming to this one, guns blazing, saying that we need to be here. We need to show up as the team to not necessarily be the dark horse. I think they are still very much in contention of making that top 4 slot, but certainly saying that, hey, we can wrestle with the best. And from what I'm looking at, from what we've seen from GEEK Fam so far, I was quite excited about the Shang and sort of what he could offer. 69-2 certainly had some interesting performances, busting out the likes of the Nunu. But I feel like you're looking at Alliance, and that's where they have a lot of their strength, right? SSK and Jelson, those two in tandem, a lot of similarities between what they can play, how they can look to navigate the map. If they get the ball rolling, I think it completely stems the advantages or the pros that GEEK Fam offer.
Yeah, and speaking of SSK, we do have that memorable, I believe, quotable quote that came out of him earlier. Let's bring that up onto your screens. I do believe it is a source of inspiration for many. And if you need your words of motivation for today, just remember this: top lane doesn't matter.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about the Shang, right? How he wants to be the one that carries GEEK Fam. Well, I think Shinsakai's motto coming to this is that top lane doesn't matter. It's a 4v4 game. If your map is better, your top laner doesn't matter. That's kind of what we saw earlier today as well. And most of the matches today, I think we noticed that, like Tynex especially, he could be a carry, but he just nullified the opponent top laner, and the better team ends up winning. So I feel like no matter how good the Shang can be, Shinsakai, I think he'll be trying to live up to this motto here in this best of 2.
Yeah, I feel like, the top lane usually, they can have their own world. They're playing another game over there. It's a side game, it's a mini game within Wild Rift. And then the real battle is happening, so they're down in the Dragon Lane or down in the Baron or wherever. And then meanwhile, you have the splash happening on top lane. That's what usually happens in Wild Rift. Skimmy, what about you? What are your thoughts? Shinsakai, he has been, a really great player here. Love the confidence coming out from this guy and really representing the Alliance. How much of a playmaker do you think he's going to be coming into this match?
What I loved at game number 1 against SBTC, just comes out the gates and says, I'm playing Garen. We're just going to tank. We're going to be a nuisance. We're going to be very hard to try and shut down. And that was exciting for me. The next game, they're just first picking the Riven, saying that we're going to take that skill check time and time again. And I think Omo raises a really, really good point. Top laners look great, but they are usually planted on an island. That's the reason why you have the lane deployment towards the Dragon. More members around that area of the map. You're always going to be cycling around them, acting as a bodyguard. Hence why we see so many of these Gragas and Galio picks, because it just offers the protection necessary to let them be the right-clicking gods. So, I think if you do have a much stronger 4v4, then the top laner can look good on their own, but the show doesn't always have to be about them. So SSK, as long as he neutralizes it like we've seen others do today, then they should be plain sailing.
Absolutely. The show could be about Ozoroveki, for example. I think we also have a quotable quote from Ozoroveki or about Ozoroveki, and he really is one of the superstars coming into this match. And we definitely will be watching him as this story is tied very closely to him. And right now, it's a season move from GEEK Fam to Alliance. Yes, indeed, it is this anime storyline that we have from Ozoroveki. What do you think, Omo?
I don't really watch much anime. I think it might be some Naruto, I don't know, Itachi or whatever. The names get me confused. But it's basically that, right? You betray your team. I guess you could use betray in like quotables there. But he joins a new team. He thinks it's an upgrade, right? They want to prove that they're better. And I think Skimmy raised a very good point here. Beyond anything like placings, rankings, picking it out of the groups, personal pride is going to play such a big part in this. It's going to be weighing on you, right? If I lose to my old team and I made the wrong decision, that's always going to hurt someone's ego, and that's something that you really want to be avoiding.
Ego is the enemy.
It is indeed. Ego is the enemy.
I mean, you don't want to go back to your ex and say, oh no, I made a terrible mistake, right? You don't want to do that.
It's toxic.
Definitely not. And, but for Ozoroveki, of course, his insight from GEEK Fam is I think it's going to be so crucial coming into this match with Alliance. And you know what? Based on the earlier match today, Alliance seems to be doing really, really well, especially when, they have those wild cards. And I really love it when teams pull out these surprise drafts in here. We're seeing them in the group stages. I know they're probably saving them for the playoffs, but it's nice to see them out here. It's nice to see how far these teams have leveled up the Wild Rift game. And now speaking of our Wild Rift game, let's see if our predictions are on point, our talent predictions. We're gonna see, I think we're all on a united front over here. I think we're pretty much all with Alliance right now. Yeah. But so far, GEEK Fam, yes, we're still quite skeptical of the team at the moment, but we're gonna see if this kind of emotional storyline that these two teams have is gonna pull something out of them. It should be quite interesting to see. But yeah, going over to Alliance though, Skimmy, we were talking about the team sort of like being a Hydra with way too many heads, and how they're gonna actually manage all these superstars. How, based on their performance earlier, based on their game earlier, how do you think they're managing that? How well do you think they're holding up?
I think well, because I think in the game against SBTC, Omo, I love the fact that they drafted this comp where it was pretty much all the CC in the world. The cards could pop off. It was the Jelson show until it wasn't, right? It then became the case of Vision. And I like the fact that Ozoroveki can say, look, we're going to pivot things around. Usually I'm your mid laner, but in this case, I'm going to switch down to the bottom lane and play this Ashe. Raven, you're now going to go in the mid lane. You're going to play the Twisted Fate. I think it's a really useful skill to have. Not to say that you're exposing champion pools, to be comfortable enough to say I can play multiple lanes at the highest level. That's very unheard of usually in competitive gaming. So the fact that they can bust it out so easily and show us such a wild draft, which we just don't see very often, right? were stuck in the mindset of the 4-1 comp with a Fiora split push, or it's a 5v5 brawl, but they're like, you know what? It's a bunch of CC, an arrow goes out, a Destiny is used, and you know, the light switch has been broken. Are you scared of the dark because you're dead?
Exactly. I think on the counterpoint as well, right? We have to think back to game 1, where there were moments where they were desynced with what the team composition wanted to do. Raven was on the Ziggs, he wants to stay back, he wants to poke, he wants to throw bombs, but the rest of the team, the Garen, the Mundo, they got a bit bloodthirsty there. They just ran in and left Raven by himself in multiple team fights. So I think that's kind of a sign that they are still not exactly always on the same page just yet, but they're trying to work out the kinks.
Yeah, I think this is you know, gonna be really interesting on the side of Alliance, because we do know that they are capable of these, you know, lane swaps and even role swaps here. I did actually, you know what, I'm a fan of the Ashe. I know it's not really used much in competitive play, but I actually think that, you know, her skills are just so underutilized. I feel like if Alliance can build their kind of strategy and character around it, they could have something special here going into the Sea Championships. What do you think, Omo?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Ashe is honestly a really OP champion. But because she doesn't do a lot of damage, people tend to undervalue her. She's one of the lower damage marksmen. But her utility is so good. Her lane dominance is always... Her ability to contest mid priority is so good. She just provides so many things which are just so important in the meta. But I think that just because she does low damage, you know, no dopamine, people don't value her. I think we were talking to What the Jazz yesterday. He said the same thing, right? Ashe is my favorite hero to play with as a support, and you can completely understand why. You push waves, you control lanes, and you have so much map control as a marksman, and that's insane to see. But unfortunately, doesn't look like we're seeing it this game.
Yeah, my question really for coming out of GEEK Fam, because we're talking a lot about Alliance right now, there's sort of almost acting like a foregone conclusion that they're going to win this one. I'd love to see GEEK Fam draft something that has very nice ease of execution. The Ziggs and the J4 in the first rotation scream to me, love it. Okay, Cataclysm, Bomb, a lot of damage to follow, right? If you manage to survive that Cataclysm, right, there's a Riven, there's a Kha'Zix to follow to pick off the stragglers, but now that's a very rare Leona pick. We don't see it too often, but I mean, a Solar Flare added into the mix, there is so much CC. If they can coordinate it well, once you're caught, very hard to escape no matter what you have, be it a QSS, be it a flash, a barrier. You can have it all, but it just may not be enough.
Yeah, what about you,
Omo?
Omo?
It's another team comp that wants to try to set up the jungler, right? Set up the Kha'Zix. On the side of Alliance as well, you see they want to set up the Lee Sin. We talked about this a lot yesterday with Jess. Renekton, Lee Sin, everyone knows what they want to do. Yeah. It's just, can you avoid it? They're going to get on you, try to one-shot you. Same thing with Ahri Lee Sin. One spell hits, everything else lines up, you just die, right? So you need to be very careful of the ability of Alliance's solo lanes in tandem with the jungler to just make these picks.
Well, let's see if these teams can play their cards just right. This is going to be the first game of Alliance versus GEEK Fam casters. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika, and welcome everyone to Alliance versus GEEK Fam for the game number 1. And I think this is gonna be an interesting match to see. Riku, what are your thoughts coming down when it comes to the draft?
I'm excited. I'm excited about Alliance's draft in particular because just as what Omo mentioned, it is very classic to see this Lee Sin and then Renekton basically having to set up these dives. And as well as Azora Vecchi, once the charm lands, everything will just follow suit. Everything. You know that someone is going to immediately die. For GEEK Fam, on the other hand, this is a very interesting draft, I suppose, especially they're opting for more of that, you know, traditional, non-traditional duo bot lane. But the Leona is something that we rarely see. Actually, when we look at the fall season, normally we get to see more of the Blitzcrank and less of the Leona, despite, what, 3 consecutive patches. Basically, now Nyx here on this Leona, that's going to be that big engage, rather, with the Solar Flare. So I assume that Nyx is going to do the roaming, considering the fact that Momo has big wave clear, has the satchel for safety. Biggest question is, will Raven and CWJ bot lane allow Nyx to do that? Because right now we're seeing them having priority in the lane.
Yeah, definitely. The engage, I think GEEK Fam wants to utilize that, especially when you're considering you have Dashang on the Riven, you have Haki mid lane, Jarvan 4. I think they want that oppression up against Alliance, be able to capitalize onto the engage up against them. Maybe that's the reason why. And even having a Momo with the Ziggs as a Dragon laner can have such of an effect on having to match up on the aggression of Alliance. But so far, it has been Alliance who is getting those Rift Cutters, who's getting the dominance into the bottom lane. You see a lot of pressure coming in from them. What do you think will happen even 4 minutes into the game? Because the first objective that we're gonna see is the Infernal Dragon. But before then, it's gonna be 69 being locked in, CC chain from Renekton, flashing from SSK, slice and dice, first blood for Alliance, and now to follow up, the Shang will be forced to back away as well, putting up the barrier to just go back alive. And Alliance, dominant first 2 minutes.
Yeah, just according to plan, right? All Ari, Lee Sin. Look at the charm! Ozora Veki. Wow. Nice catch there on the Shang. He most likely did not expect that.
Yeah, but here into the bot side, you have Raven, very low on HP. Nyx goes in for the stun. 1 HP is going to be left, forced out to flash away. Nyx is also very low. Everyone is just dying, and that will be the first kill for GEEK Fam. 69 into the backside. Places on the ward, gives information, not going to pull through. Because I think he sees Raven already at 1/3 of his HP because of the honey fruit.
Is able to be healthy enough so that 69 will... And the fact that Nyx was pretty much low, I think one auto attack from a minion was enough to kill Nyx. So they decided to back away, retreat instead, and fight another day because GEEK Fam bot lane pretty much already won. It was Alliance that basically wanted to start a fight. They were, again, they had priority, they had a lot of space. Top side though.
Yeah, SSK starts this with Slice and Dice, followed up by Jelson, gets a kill down. Alliance once again gets a good trade, kills off the Shang in the Baron lane.
Ease of execution there, even though the Shang is on the Riven. Still no level 5 just yet. Look at Nyx's roams though here at the top side of the map. Alliance, they're happy just killing the Shang time and time again with this scary duo of a top and as well as jungler of the Lee Sin. And as well as the Renekton. And this is, you know, classic results coming from these two. Especially, you know, Jelson having to be here on Alliance, of course. A lot of the audience out there are very familiar with the name, of course, back in the Wild Rift Icon series, PPGL. And now he's here on Alliance, and now he's showing his stuff here on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, he roams actually pretty good here for Alliance. I think he is proactive onto the actions of Alliance, and Dashang currently is now in a huge gap up against SSK. If you looked at the gold difference of these two Baron laners a while ago, it's just so massive. It's like 1k gold lead for SSK against Dashang.
It's huge. That constant pressure coming from Jelson is the way to do it, but look at Alliance. Look at them zoning out the rest of GEEK Fam here. They have no access whatsoever to contest this one. And the story, I thought the story was Alliance gonna get a pick, but they're happy with just the Shang and able to zone out. They might get even 2 objectives here. GEEK Fam, again, they're hoping Nyx or Hockey will go in first before anything else. That's it.
Yeah, and I think this is the reason why Alliance is focusing on the Shang, because they know that the Shang is one of the valuable players here for GEEK Fam. If Riven is able to get that gap up against SSK into the Baron lane, you see the prediction here that the Shang is just gonna dominate when it comes to initiating those fights, initiating the setup. But now with Alliance punishing them consistently, it's now gonna be much more harder for them to be able to try and engage Alliance, even if they have Leona and Jarvan 4 in their draft.
Exactly. What is your follow-up damage? I mean, you do have you do have Momo here on the Ziggs, but it's definitely not enough. You still need that second item, Rabadons, to be absolutely painful. The fact that Alliance also has some form of sustain in the form of this Nami on CWJ. Rift Herald now being started. Charm misses.
Gonna be missed. Yep. Alliance actually goes for the engage. Tidal Wave connects onto 4. That's gonna be Renekton into the backside. Gets a kill down. 69 will die. And followed up with a mid laner. Also gonna fall down. Dashang tries to outplay the enemy team, but this is a 1v3 and Alliance takes it home.
And GEEK Fam is unable to finish all the low health targets. Remember what we talked about in the previous game. Whenever there's going to be big poke, usually the damage is not going to be enough, and that's why you need a finisher. Who is your finisher? The Shang. What happened to the Shang? Alliance basically constantly pressured the Riven, the Shang, over there atop.
Yeah, look at the gold from Riven compared to SSK. It's like a 2k gold difference, 1.5k gold difference onto both these Baron laners, and pretty much the Shang is even below sort of the other players coming from Alliance as well.
Yeah, the gap is just right now at this point of the game. Let's take a look at that replay. Raven with a very aggressive killer instinct. I mean, he knows that GEEK Fam is pretty much already on retreat. And we saw how much the Shang wanted to at least take someone down, like anyone. There's just so many low health targets on the board at that moment, but GEEK Fam unable to find the finish.
Yeah, definitely. And I think this is going to be very much more so difficult because the only range for GEEK Fam is going to be Zig. They're only AP. They're depending on a lot of these frontliners for GEEK Fam to initiate onto those fights, but the problem is they couldn't. There's just so much to disengage for Alliance, considering also they have Nami with the tidal wave, so that's just gonna punish onto the Shang, onto 69, onto Hack with the Jarvan 4, and even Nyx to engage onto those team fights.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult with the gold lead that Alliance has now. I mean, look at their buy. Triple Twin Shadows. What does that do? You basically counter death brushes that Nyx is going to set up with the Leona. You also basically counter 69 on the Kazakhs, by the way.
Yeah.
Solo kill at top.
Solar Flare for Nyx going into the mid lane, forces out the flash coming through. That's gonna Cataclysm with a flag, and Drag not gonna be able to get the kill. Oh, but the trade happens. It's a 1-for-1. Aki gets it back.
Was a tad worried about that with a kick coming from Jelson, sending Haki close to Raven, who's one auto attack away. But there's the trust, there's the tower. It was basically a 3v1 situation to finish off the kill onto Haki. What a beautiful counter engage coming from Alliance.
Yeah, it was so fashionable. The fancy footworks coming from Haki was phenomenal in that engage alone. But what is not fancy though is the 4.3k gold lead that Alliance is doing up against GEEK Fam. This massive gold differential in this game, in the first 8 minutes and 30 seconds of the game, is just so much to handle. How can GEEK Fam be able to turn this table upside down up against Alliance, considering that there's just so much of a gap in the early game?
Yeah, they have the potential to get a catch, to get a pick. Now they're conjiving.
SSK pins her attack onto the backside. GEEK Fam with the tidal wave, goes for the knockup. Haki rather onto the backside. Cataclysm locks on 2. That's huge for GEEK Fam. But 3-4-2, one member more kill for Alliance, and Jelson is now into the backside as well. Onto Kazakhs, not gonna push through. So much for Alliance, and now they have their eyes locked onto the turret 1 turret in mid lane.
Yeah, they've got an open, they've managed to open up mid lane, and now they're gonna get this air drake, which is so painful for GEEK Fam, because we saw how much roaming Alliance has been doing. We talked about the Twin Shadows. I talked about 2 reasons why this is good. The third reason is they're gonna keep roaming, they're gonna activate Twin Shadows, they're gonna find a target, get someone slowed, easy charm, easy initiate by Alliance.
Yeah, and that is what they keep constantly doing, though. GEEK Fam still staying put onto 5k gold difference onto Alliance. They don't want to give much more onto Alliance at this point in time because it's just going to be so much devastating if they give much more gold. But Alliance stacking up onto the Dragons now with the Infernal and Cloud Dragon is going to be huge when it comes to later games. But Alliance initiates this fight. Solar Spirit turns to the lake. Cataclysm to follow up. SSK is there locked in, but Nyx being alive with 1 second longer, but will fall after. Now Haki will be stunned by SSK. Another kill for Alliance. That's going to be the double for them.
And the Twin Shadow slow into Raven?
Wow. Raven just got the solo kill to the mid lane.
Yeah, that is tragic. This is a full-on Alliance game now. They have full control. They're walking it on everybody on the side of GEEK Fam. They can take towers, they can take objectives, they can take lives here in this first game.
Yeah, definitely taking lives now down here. 10 kill difference that Alliance is leading towards this game number 1 against GEEK Fam, is stating their dominance here in this group of death up against this team. We'll see though how GEEK Fam can try and turn tides around, because currently it's not looking that great.
Yeah, this is looking very difficult. Every single lane, there's this big gap happening. Again, for that late game insurance, you have Momo, but at the same time, you're scaling alongside a Kai'Sa who is now currently snowballing.
Ooh, Solar Flare, immediate flash there from Azora Vicky, saving his life, but GEEK Fam takes a tier 1 turret. Now he's locked down. Cataclysm with the Mega Inferno Bomb gets the secured kill because Azora Vicky doesn't have flash, and Alliance will lose their mid lane, but they're pushing tier 2 turret bot lane.
Yeah, their mid lane are gone, but that means mid lane and bottom lane inner towers are gone as well. So that is not sure about that exchange coming from GEEK Fam. Of course, they wanted to push themselves towards top, but it's just them being pushed to a corner now with this massive 10k gold lead.
Yeah, it's the value, right? 100 gold per play, pretty much. It's just so much going through Alliance. But now, GEEK Fam gets a secured kill onto the support. CWJ will fall down. Slowly but surely, GEEK Fam is trying to come back.
At this point, Alliance must be careful.
Ooh, Jelson once again goes for the stun, slice and dice, finishes him down.
He's alive!
Up, but he lives just a little bit longer. But Jelson now gonna get killed instead. That will be the 1-for-1 into the bot lane engage.
Raven.
Solar Flare tries to catch up. It's gonna be Raven coming into the backside.
Killer Instinct.
Also, but Killer Instinct, what a clutch coming from Raven. Now he gets a killer return. It's gonna be Momo falling down. But now Nyx stuns him up. Flashes is gonna be burned down, but GEEK Fam will not be able to get that trade. Charmed up to follow up. Kai'Sa will get the kill onto the Jarvan 4. Nyx and 69 forced to retreat. So much damage from Alliance.
That could have been a fight that GEEK Fam wanted to fight, but because Raven is still able to survive because of the Killer Instinct, because of the Zhonya's pickup, and is able to dive the backline, therefore deleting Momo, the 1-out attack max void stacks after that is just so painful. He's able to turn things around, and it doesn't matter, even though Jelson has fallen, Alliance is able to win that game, buy some time, get to the Baron, set up for the Baron possibly, but I mean, Ocean Drake is still up for grabs, and the leeway for GEEK Fam to come back into this game is very, very narrow, and it all will solely fall into Nyx's hands.
Once again, 69, now gonna be 1 HP, goes for the Honey Fruit, saves his life, but here at the backside, gets a kill! Lee Sin removes the jungler, and they can start up onto the Baron Nashor.
I was about to say, it's all up to Nyx for that initiation, for that heavy engage. Momo is a Ziggs. He can just throw bombs from afar, from behind this pit. Is there gonna be a steal, perhaps?
2k HP remaining. Solar Flare jumps in, not gonna be able to get that steal down, but Lee Sin will die. But before then, they get the Baron Nashor. Now Hockey into the Baron's pit, trying to go back away. Deshaun comes through, comes into the party, joins up. Double kill from Kai'Sa. GEEK Fam will get eviscerated. Triple kill for Raven. With the Baron buff, they could push into onto the inhibitor turret.
Possibly, maybe even ending the game. There's so many death timers. 20, only 69 here to defend.
Yeah, pushing through inhibitor turret. 69 waiting for the right opportunity into the backside. That will be the next phase, next stop, next hit. That will be game 1 for Alliance taking on in the series.
Big statement. Alliance coming into the C Championships with big roster changes, and it's looking to be very, very solid so far. And their big aggression with such a nice composition as well with that big early game. Yeah, there was a lot of big things there, including the gold lead for Alliance versus GEEK Fam. And I think it's a statement coming into the second game. And now the biggest question is, how will GEEK Fam pick up from this?
Yeah, I'm actually also curious. They have lost the first game of the series, but there's still another one. There's still a game number 2 wherein they can show their statement, bring it back. You know what? We can also show our dominance up against the Alliance, even if we are in this back end. We have this disadvantage, but we can equalize the series. But we're gonna find out onto that, because now Alliance has taken the lead on the series up against GEEK Fam. We'll see in the next game if GEEK Fam can make this into 1-1.
welcome back to the C Championships, and Alliance get the first game in their match against GEEK Fam. Now, GEEK Fam, you know, they had some moments. They got some kills. They got a few good plays where we thought, okay, all right, they're picking up. But it seems like they didn't exactly know where to go after that. They didn't know how to keep that momentum going. They didn't know how to follow up, and they didn't know how to take advantage of that momentum that they were building. Alliance, though, on the other hand, great plays coming from them as well. I still don't think they're at their peak just yet. I think we can still see a little more from them, but this is definitely a step in the right direction. Omo, we'll start with you for your thoughts on this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think, what is that to really talk about, right? Alliance just looked like a cut above GEEK Fam, and honestly, I think Alliance, they're playing pretty well here today. It's a little bit too early to say what their form is going to look like because they've only played against SBTC, which is still a bit of a question mark for us, and they've only played against GEEK Fam other than that, which is a minus sign for us. So it's still quite hard to assess how us Alliance are going to do against the other teams like Flash Wolves, EVOS, Divine. But I think GEEK Fam, it leaves a lot to be desired for me, and it really shows why Shinsekai is very comfortable with this matchup. He says that if there's a Renekton up, you should be very careful picking Riven. If you look at the Shank's 4,000 damage, you can see exactly why he views it this way.
Yeah, maybe what you mentioned about top lane not really mattering is maybe the biggest understatement of all time, because 8 minutes into the game, 75% kill participation, he was insanely fit for Renekton. It's really the best case scenario for one of those early game champions, so much so as you can see here from the damage sheet where he has the perfect game, doesn't drop once, does the most damage, and is living in paradise. But I also want to highlight CWJ. I thought he did really, really well this game. Those tidal waves and the bubbles, they were setting up so many picks, and it made it so it wasn't all about the Crocodile Hunter, that Raven could come in later on and pop off on the Kaiser. And we saw that 13-minute Killer Instinct, which was just out of this world. Because it looked like to me, like the writing was on the wall, right? But they had this big gold lead. You think it's just a matter now of how quickly they can close things out, right? They've already lost to Divine, you know, in quick fashion. So I guess Alliance using that as a bit of a benchmark, but you're getting concerned there at the end, thinking they're dropping one by one, and then Raven pulls out of his back pocket.
Brilliant stuff. Yeah, and I can't let you praise WJ there without mentioning that he did get 2v2'd by GEEK Fam.
We don't care about that, mate. Yeah.
You just overlook it.
You know what? That's Leona in a nutshell, right? Like you win that lane until you don't, right? So credit where shoots are next that he found that moment. But like as a whole, I was watching team fights and I'm just like, this is the dream. Like you're just giving bubbles, you're giving heals, you're empowering your carries, and it's the best place to be as an army, especially, right? You just sit back. You're chilling, you're drinking that smoothie, you're having a good time, you're thinking, oh, my team's carrying, like another day in the office. So yeah, happy days.
Yeah, but yeah, I do agree that CWJ was that, you know, sort of like hidden hero in in this certain match, and of course, he certainly belongs to the home of esports heroes, right? At One Esports, get your daily dose, getting better there. Get your daily dose of esports at oneesports.gg. You can find them on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube, and on Twitch. Please do give them a follow to get the latest in esports news all across the board. Now, going back to what you guys said on the Leona pick. I think when this came up, we were all a little iffy about this. It's not exactly a pick that we see quite often. There is a reason why too, and I really think that this was really iffy on GEEK Fam. I'm not exactly sure what they had planned for this. What do you think, Skimmy?
I mean, it's a strong 2v2 in isolation, right? Like, it certainly has a lot of burst. You couple the Ziggs passive with Leona passive, you're cycling through those cooldowns, you do a lot of burst that sometimes teams aren't prepared for. But I suppose in a meta where Gragas offers a little bit more, because it's not about the tankiness in that regard, it's more about the displacement. The explosive cask offers a little bit more than the solar flare. You see the same thing with the Galio, because he can do a taunt onto multiple members. Also has the global pressure. So I don't think Leona's necessarily like a bad support. I just think that there are better options out there, which is why we don't see it played as much. But when it works, it looks really, really good. But in this case, it was too steep of a hill to try and climb.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree as well. The idea behind GEEK Fam's team comp was actually pretty good in the sense that when you get to the mid game, if you're even in gold, you throw all your spells in, Riven cleans up, Kha'Zix cleans up. It's not a bad idea. But you can't get past the laning phase of Leona, which is why she's not played.
Yeah, and you know, if you're going for the crowd control, there are just a lot more support champions that are just better options and that will offer more in their kits as well. So yeah, there are probably better options for GEEK Fam. They maybe wanted to try something, but yeah, we're going into game 2 quite soon, and GEEK Fam, again, they have yet to get on the board, and we still need that spark of brilliance for them to be able to step up. We're seeing shades of it somehow, but again, there doesn't seem to be that follow-up. There doesn't seem to be that follow-through once they get, that aha moment for them. Omo, what do you think they can do to sustain that?
Skimmy, what do you think they can do to sustain that?
I mean, it's a really good question. Yeah, I'm always really curious about how teams that know that they're the undercard in the game, how they approach it, right? Because I think sometimes teams will go in guns blazing game, want to say, we're going to take the skill check, we think we should go toe-to-toe. We're not going to disrespect ourselves, first of all, right? And I think that's really commendable. It's not to put themselves down, but then sometimes you need to have that cold hard conversation in the intermission between games 1 and 2 and say, look, they've outclassed us, we need something a little bit different here. And I suppose when you use the word different, that can mean very different things to different people, but in my context, it'd be like, yeah, unique champions, right? I'm looking in the mid lane here for Haki. He's got some unique champions, right? He does have the Fizz, he does have the Annie, he's played a lot of games on the Diana, which you don't see too often, definitely can be shut down. But it depends where they go in this next draft, right? They went red side, so maybe the Diana is not the most attractive option because you can have to reveal your cards very early on. And that obviously does weigh into the context of what they can draft, but for me, it'd just be, once again, ease of execution. Run it back another similar style here. I don't want to see split push because I don't think you're going to really get given the chance, the time of day against Alliance to play to that fashion. I'd just love to see them have another head ram comp and then hope that they've got enough damage that when the wombo combo goes out, we're hype, they're hype, and they can get some kills.
That was such a well thought out and well put answer that now I feel like an asshole.
It's okay, bro. Like, I'm here to back you up. I'm here to back you up, mate.
You got me.
I've spoken for the two of us.
Thank you very much.
But yeah, I still do think, like, GEEK Fam, they are here for a reason. That right now they might be, trumped by other teams, but there still is that special something. We do have to take some time to finally get to see that. We're hoping to see that in game 2. But Alliance, they have been doing really, really well. Massive improvement from how I remember them from the Summer Super Cup, for instance. And I really do think that this all-star roster over here, built out of superstars from different teams, it is doing really quite well. We had that question of whether these guys would jive well. It seems to be doing quite
He's driving pretty well.
They're doing pretty well for themselves right now. And going into game 2, we are looking at the bans in our champ select. Omo, right off the bat, what do you think?
Right off the bat, it seems pretty default. We do see the Ziggs being left up, Renekton being banned on red, nothing special. The one thing I do want to point out is that I do like that they're targeting the Shanks pocket pick in that Fiora. They don't want to give him a chance to carry the game, even though I do agree with what you said, Skimmy. He's probably not going to get the time of day to split push. Yeah. Alliance don't want to risk that at all, and they're just going to be taking this Kha'Zix once again, which has been working very well for Jelson.
Yeah, he just looks so comfortable, and I'm pretty sure they can draft anything they want around it. We've seen it evidenced already today, right? You can go standard, you can go to this pick comp, you can go a bunch of global CC. The world is really their oyster. What's worth noting is that the Galley was banned last time when Alliance won blue side. That's been let through this time. TF is still there if they want it, so they certainly could empower it in that direction. But it looks like GEEK Fam are just going to run things back kind of the same way they did up against Divine Esports. They had the Nunu, they had the Galio, they had the Lulu, but in that game, bear in mind, they did have a Fiora, so they're going to have to pivot in a different direction this time around, but I'm really curious to see what kind of damage they can bolster to make the Nunu look as impressive as we've seen today.
Yeah, this Nunu right now, it looks good because Alliance don't have anything which can stop the snowball, and if you get onto the backline with Nunu, it's going to be so disruptive, especially against short-range carries like Kha'Zix, like Riven, like this Kai'Sa. The problem is he's not really going to get to channel his ultimate, but that's going to be fine because he's going to go in, he's going to be a big, beefy boy, and then he just does whatever he can. We'll need to see the follow-up though. I think that's the main thing that you brought up, Skimmy, and I completely agree with that. Darius is fine. It gives you time to stack up, but the problem is there's not really a target that you can stack on the side of Alliance right now.
Yeah, very mobile, aren't they? I mean, all 4 champions can certainly dart in and dart out, so it's going to make it hard in that regard, but I guess we go back to the original point, right? There's still not going to be that option to try and stop the initial snowball. And that's what we sort of witnessed earlier today, right? The fact that he can be so omnipresent on the map, very quick as a Nunu to pretty much roam in any lane, and if you've got the right mental or the right game state understanding to know where that next play might be taking place, it certainly could be a huge option. Now, this is interesting. The Orianna certainly is a pick that could cause a bit of a problem, but I guess once again it's the case of throwing out an ultimate to cancel just a basic ability.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's exactly the problem here as well. And going up against the counter pick of Lucian plus the Nunu who can just roll in on your head, Vecky's gonna have a bit of a tricky time here in the mid lane, and it's gonna require a lot of finesse from him as a veteran to dodge out on these ganks, and we'll be looking to see if he can do so here. And I think it's pretty nice as well. GEEK Fam, you know, the one that left your team, you're counterpicking him, you're looking to draft to shut him down, and I'm quite curious to see if they can pull it off here.
Yeah, definitely. I do like Ozarveki on the Orianna. It's a classic pick, called back to, you know, his comfort zone in the summer season, and one of the champions that we best know him for. It's kind of a statement as well. You know, telling GEEK Fam, you know, P, for this champion over here, you're gonna get to see me again. But again, with all of this months of experience backing him up, and you know, the Lucian pick on the side of GEEK Fam, I think that's gonna be quite an X factor if they play their cards right. But we're gonna see if they do exactly that on the side of GEEK Fam, because they will be up against Alliance in Game 2. Casters, you guys are up.
Thank you very much, Mika. Now we're down into the second game of GEEK Fam versus Alliance here. And Rico, once again, we're seeing Nuno and Willem, the champion that has been brought by GEEK Fam, up against Divine Esports up a while ago.
Yeah, I really like, you know, this absolute 0 plus the wild growth to ensure that 69 is able to survive as much as he can to get the absolute 0 charge down. And with their composition, I like this because they have the Shang on the Darius. We saw the bans, basically. Alliance just funneled all their bans up against him at the top side. Every single top lane pick, rather. Could be an early 1v1 actually over here.
Yeah, SSK going up against the Shang. Pretty much equal damage, maybe much more a little bit onto SSK, but pretty much no kills for now for both teams.
Remember what I said earlier about having poke on your side? And usually what happens if you have a ton of poke, sometimes you can't finish the kill. And Darius is the best champion to do that because of his ult, and as well as that big resets for the Shang later on. So Hockey will have, I suppose, big pressure to land all the bombs in the world, which, you know, will be very painful come the 2-item power spike, which is the Luden's Echo and the Rabadon's Death Cap. D9 gonna be on this Nunu again, possibly setting up for a dive here at the bottom lane.
Oh, with the game sense coming from CWJ though, almost putting a step onto the Tribush. Now 69 actually starting this up. Raven forces out the flash. Grand entrance coming from CWJ as well, knocking them off. First blood coming for GEEK Fam. Make it a double. A 69 takes a kill down onto Raven.
Raven tried to zigzag his way out of danger, but the maneuvering of that snowball coming from 69 was just on point. They were able to eliminate Raven, and get that first 2 kills on the board for GEEK Fam. Really good start for this team.
Oh, look at Jelson. Looks to try and engage. Raven goes in. Knock up, stun, follow up. Forces out the flash, apprehend, knocking up. Almost getting killed down. Can the burn put him down? The answer is no, as the Shang goes away with 1 HP.
This is exactly why Alliance poured in all their bans against this guy. Almost with that 1v2, almost killed someone, which was SSK, who was incredibly low. And now we could possibly see Jelson making his second visit at an attempt at his life. He's porting back. Will he make it? That is the question. And he does. He does. Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is unfortunate.
Yeah, it was unfortunate indeed. Jelson, you know what? He was sneaky enough. He was able to be sighted down by the information, by the ward coming from the Shang. But he was sneaky, he was quick, he was efficient into the mid lane. Now getting the kill down for Ozarveki. That will equalize the stated game. 2 for 2 for everyone.
Orianna solo kill onto Ziggs. Usually when these two match it up, it's just usually them staring at each other for 10 minutes and, you know, making peace, just chilling with their coffee or tea with the table on their balcony. And it's a different story. We got the solo kill Orianna earlier into this game. 3 minutes is something we do not usually see.
Yeah, definitely something very different actually from compared to game number 1, wherein we saw how Alliance dominated the Shang with the Riven Baron lane from GEEK Fam. But now it's a different story. Right now, GEEK Fam is dancing in the same melody, in the same music that Alliance is dancing. Right now, they have equalized this game, pretty much even having furthermore gold than Alliance at this point in time. Having 1.1k gold lead is, I think, how GEEK Fam really wants to utilize this. We keep on talking about how GEEK Fam, the Shang to be specific, is a core member here on how the story will be played out by GEEK Fam. And right now, it's looking actually quite great, except maybe the kill from Jelson, sneaking his way up onto the top lane.
Yeah, Alliance has invested so many resources on the pick and bans earlier, and still the Shang doesn't really matter. He's gonna pick Darius. He's gonna be that mountain at the top portion of the map where, you know, Jelson, SSK having a hard time sort of capitalizing on him in comparison to the previous game. So I really like this start coming from GEEK Fam, especially early game-wise. You know, Momo and Nyx as well having to set up that dive against Raven and CWJ. Again, all these Kai'Sa matchups versus anything that can bully them early. Varus, Xayah Rakan. It just has been incredibly tough. And that's the reason why, you know, in the tournament we get to see almost these lane swaps just to avoid that matchup. But this time around, we didn't get to see that.
Yeah, now Jelson coming up into the bot lane. Tries to just visit down, say hi, say hello, but goes back away.
One thing I'm looking forward to, though, is, you know, Azora Vecchi. Amazing Orianna player. And that is something, you know, just him, all by himself in the mid lane. Imagine if you add in CWJ into the equation. We know that right now, Rakan is the best pair for the Shockwave. Not the Cat Ball Rengar, it's not the Jarvan for Cataclysm, Flag, and Drag. No, it is that big knock-up coming from CWJ on this Rakan that we're going to be looking into, especially during the Infernal, or rather the Dragon fights in general.
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned about it because the Wombo combo coming from Quickness and Grand Entrance from CWJ with the Rakan, with the Shockwave, is absolutely going to just shred down GEEK Fam when it comes to those team fights. And we can expect it later on, as now Azora Vecchi and Rakan is now joined together to here into the backside. Shockwave's onto two with a Grand Entrance to follow up. And now Alliance will not be able to get that kill down. Delays onto the Infernal Dragon though. SSK comes into the fray, jumps in, tries to go to steal. Will not be able to do so, and SSK will be deleted by GEEK Fam. And Momo into the backside, just dashes in, gets the kill down once again. That will be the 1 for 2. GEEK Fam is shredding Alliance with a triple kill from Momo.
There we go, Momo with a triple kill. Really nice start. They started off with winning the 2v2 matchup and then now winning that dragon fight. Alliance had an idea. What if we get a bit greedy, get the Rift Herald, we'll stall here and see if we can snag the Infernal Drake to make it a 2 out of 2 in terms of early objectives. But GEEK Fam, after baiting out 2 important ults, Alliance were basically pushed to a corner and not exactly prepared to fight that fight anymore.
Yeah, I think the better pathway for GEEK, or not GEEK Fam, but Alliance rather, was they got the Rift Herald already. The top lane was open because pretty much it was a 4-man roam coming from GEEK Fam into the Dragon's Pit, so they could push that. So I think that was a missed opportunity. So instead, GEEK Fam got 4 kills.
Yeah, they were a tad greedy, I suppose.
Picture in picture, GEEK Fam actually just being shredded down. Alliance tries to counter engage. 69 coming up, stun, root onto Azora Vecchi, still gonna be alive, but that will be a kill coming from Hacky. Double down. Raven and CWJ will be eviscerated 2 for 2.
I really am beginning to like the Ziggs Nunu combo just because of, well, not only, you know, the bouncing bombs and the snowballs, the ice and fire, but also the fact that, you know, usually when we see a Ziggs, maybe you pair it up with a Jarvan 4 to funnel in all the bombs. Maybe you pair it up with a Lux, classic matchup back in the summer season. Hold that thought though.
Yeah, CWJ Quickness with a Grand Entrance knocks up onto the Shang. SSK catching up. That's ultimate connecting. Twin Shadows as well, slowing him down. But too much, too long. And the Alliance is going to be forced to back away.
It's going to be fine for now. Even has a barrier. But going back to the Lulu, not Lulu, well, there is a Lulu in this game. The Nunu and as well as the Ziggs combo, you have so many slows, therefore it's so easy to get a kill, get a bomb.
Azora Vecchi, whoa, what the damage coming from Nunu and Willem, that might get the kill down. GEEK Fam gets it done. 1 for 1 though, Jungle traded for mid lane. Alliance catching up, 4-man roam top side, Jelson jumps in, Momo very low, but the Wild Growth saves his life. They go back, they are fine with a mid lane kill.
Yeah, GEEK Fam doesn't have to be extra greedy. They're fine with their lead now. They can just go back away, get towers down because Momo is in the lead. SSK will try his best defending. Tower
is on a defense roll. Mission Impossible 3v1 will not be able to do so. Alliance will lose their tier 1 mid turret.
Yeah, Alliance forced to dance to the music of GEEK Fam right now. It's the complete polar opposite of what happened in game number 1, where Alliance triple Twin Shadow pickup early and is able to just keep roaming, find targets, get the charms in. This is so different now that they're opting for more of the scaling. With the Zara Vecchi, big shockwaves later on. Raven as well. 20-minute mark, 15 to 20 minutes. We're expecting the Kaisa to power through and be that late game insurance threat. On the side of GEEK Fam, of course, this is the team, this is the composition rather, that can make active moves around the map, and that's the reason why we get to see them get this early lead, especially Momo here. That will bridge the gap between Hockey after the Rabadons will really, really hurt.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a while ago in game number 1, we're looking at a pop music. Now we're rocking onto the metal music, the rock music. We're having that constant pressure. Yeah, the pentacle music in this game. So much aggression, so much power, and so much things happening in this game. And GEEK Fam is controlling this matchup. So we're changing the tempo, we're changing the melody. We're now having a different storyline for Alliance. Right. Right, maybe. Change it up.
That's what GEEK Fam did. I mean, they were opting for more of that big scaling earlier. Now they're able to make moves around the map. Something that I'm looking forward to, though, in some of these fights is, we talked about the Nunu and Ziggs combo. I can imagine Absolute Zero into the Mega Inferno Bomb, so big AoEs. It's gonna be absolutely painful. I'm excited to see that combo happen.
Yeah, I mean, CC block him down, Mega Inferno Bomb to follow up. So much damage, so much things happening, and Alliance needs to respect that. Especially how 69 is keep on roaming around the map. He's being proactive all throughout in this game number 2, and I think this is what we want to see. The jungler to be very proactive in this game. But look here, into the bot side of the map, it's Alliance having that 5-man roam.
Yeah, right now, they just wanted to take the tower down, but the Shang is right there, so it's a tad difficult to push through the tower. Especially, topside is getting pressured, and if they're going to be indecisive, if they can't find a kill in this short window, they're going to lose a tower.
SSK, Raven, 2v1, Protobelt forced away. That's Raven, Killer Instinct to come in, apprehend, to delay his life. But the Shaq's still going to be alive. Guillotine to try and heal off damage, but he will not be able to get that kill. Look at GEEK Fam, though, starting off onto the Baron Nashor. They know they have the numbers advantage, but Jelson is just around the corner. 69 will not let this true 4K onto the Baron, who is gonna take it down. Charm with a grand entrance. That will be the CC chain, but GEEK Fam will take the Baron in 10-minute mark. This will be as quick as you can get, and now GEEK Fam following through. Double kill coming from Momo, gets a lot of damage in. SSK into the front side, gets eviscerated with the culling, and that will be the triple kill for GEEK Fam.
What a fight coming from GEEK Fam. Very decisive in their movements as well, knowing the fact that Raven and basically SSK were at the bottom portion of the map wanting to get a kill on the Shang. Why not start the Baron? We are in the lead. Make them panic, make Alliance panic, make them move, and this was the awkward spot. Beautiful Absolute Zero there with that big AoE, and the rest is history as we get to see Momo with that big triple kill. Big ultimates were basically down after the Baron take, so Alliance had really no resources to fight that one.
Yeah, I told you, Riku, we're playing, we're jamming onto some pentacle music here, some metal music in this game. So much for GEEK Fam, controlling this matchup from pop to metal. And now they're showing up big time. They have Infernal Dragon, they have the Ocean Dragon, they even have the Baron Nashor. So pretty much all the objectives is in their favor. On top of that, 4 turrets, only 1 for Alliance. So much gold, so much everything for GEEK Fam.
And Azora Vecchi will be that only reliable wave clear, because I feel like Raven having to stand close for the Icadian Rain will be very scary. You'll be in range of what the Shang's Protobelt apprehend, slash apprehend perhaps even. So with that, we'll see as they try to defend this. It's going to be, they have to go in if they want to defend their base, or else they're going to lose towers.
Yeah, Alliance holding on onto the inhib turret. GEEK Fam still trying to push though. Look at top lane, the Shang pretty aggressive here. But you have to respect, you have Azor Veki, fast clear wave, and you also have Raven. Not as long of a range to go for the AK range, but enough to clear out the wave very easy, so the Alliance can have that time to try and recuperate what they have lost so far in this game.
Yeah, they were able to slow down the siege coming from GEEK Fam there, but still doesn't change the fact that all of their waves is not pushed in their favor. GEEK Fam will start the Mountain Drake, and the big shields will definitely help against, you know, the big shockwave move that Azara Veki is hoping to get. And this is, again, a GEEK Fam game now, and so far, the trend has been 1-1, as Mika said today, except for the Divine versus EVOS matchup that we had, and is looking to be a very strong, I suppose, statement against Alliance, that they can match the big early game, and they're not going to allow Alliance to scale at all.
Yeah, they're changing things up in this game. They're looking to fight Alliance with their own poison, with their own medicine, on having that early aggression, having that early lead in this matchup. And I think 69 is just proactive in this game. Look at the jungle. The difference of 2k gold of 69 and Jelson, so massive in this matchup. And he is going to be so tanky with the Dead Man's Plate and the Sunfire Aegis. He's going to tank out big time for GEEK Fam.
Yeah, is able to tank, is able to survive a bit more to get the absolute 0 down and done. Now they're setting up for this Baron here, and it's going to be so difficult because you're up against Hockey on the Ziggs. How can you go near? What is your access? Yes, you have Jelson, and as well as SSK and CWJ as well to just basically ignore all these walls. But you're going to, you know, jump into the loving arms of an absolute 0, all the bombs in the world, even the Shang's loving embrace with the Apprehend, so it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah. And now they're starting once again onto the Baron Nashor. Alliance have the contest, because if they don't, this is going to be over. Look at the Shang going for the Apprehend onto Azar Veki. And look at the Baron Spit. It's a 4v4. Look at it. It's going to be the fight. Very low for Jelson, though forced to back away. That's going to be Culling going in for a lot of damage. Kill onto Kaisa. Raven Azar Veki will die down. Look at Apprehend. That's going to be double. Jelson jumping back away. He forces out the flash. Nunel will up. Goes for the stun. Goes for the root. And they will get the kill onto the jungle. And now GEEK Fam forcing out onto the top lane once again. Forcing them to go back into the fountain. So much damage.
So much damage, so much lead. They're going to the Nexus, and they're gonna make this a 1-1.
Yeah, Alliance holding on. That's gonna be the grand enter coming from Rakan. Will be erased down. A lot of damage. GEEK Fam going for the Nexus base. SSK still trying to catch up. Goes for the stun, go for the root. Not gonna be able to do so. Azaki puts him down. And GEEK Fam is going for the Nexus. Raven's gonna be alive though. Zarveki's there as well. But look at that. GEEK Fam equalizes the series with a 1-1.
Strong early game control coming from GEEK Fam, getting that revenge within the BO2. And we saw that 2v2 matchup with Nyx and as well as Momo opting and receiving that triple kill at the bottom portion of the map. And just as you mentioned, we saw 69 being able to gank from top, mid, and even down at bottom side. And it basically snowballed out of control. The fact that, again, Alliance had a huge problem up against the Shang at top side, the 3 focus bans are apparently not enough.
Definitely not enough. But you know what? We're not enough with some analysis here for that series. How that became 1-1. Analyst Des, I think you have more insights coming into the series.
I appreciate that, Infinity. I appreciate that effort to seg. I support you there. I support you there. And yes, the analyst desk will indeed be enough for the in-depth post-game breakdown. And yes, GEEK Fam managed to get that win. Huge moral victory for the team, especially since this has been a long time coming. We have been waiting for a breakthrough like that, and turns out it just happened to be that early game aggression. That was definitely the key. You know, they have to set that momentum from the very beginning, and they just have to ride it all the way out. I think they're onto something here. Omo, what do you think?
Yeah, Momo played out of his mind. He played extremely well. Haki was on point with the Super Mega Infernal Bomb for people right in the center of it a few times this game, and it constantly took out half their health bars. Of course, 69 on this Nunu, I think it's becoming a bit of a pocket pick for him. He always finds the angles to come into the team fight, to run in front of his team. And look at the damage here from Momo. That's pretty insane. It's quite a ridiculous amount of damage. So a lot of props to them. I think these 3 players were the key here for GEEK Fam. Of course, don't forget Nyx on the support is the one enabling the Lucian as well. But I think Momo played out of his mind.
Yeah, I think we were going to be kind of critical of the lane assignments, especially going into that one, right? Imagining that it was going to be the Ziggs on the bot side, punishing the range advantage that you can get into the Kaiser, then get the Lucian in mid lane, then punish the Orianna as well. Strong lane states. Apparently it doesn't even matter. I mean, Azura Veki can get the solo kill. Haki doesn't pop any summoners. It doesn't seem to matter.
Yet again.
Momo is just chilling. He's scaling. It's a Lucian. So I don't really associate it with scaling, but it's a champion that can certainly punish early. But when you get like 18 kills, as you saw there, all the accolades to his name, it's like, okay, I am the Lucian player in this team. And I guess that was kind of like the ease of execution we want to see, right? I mean, we were giving GEEK Fam a hard time, saying that it looked so Alliance favored, but GEEK Fam say, okay, we're going to draft this Nunu, and it seems to be this pick that is giving him a lot of success so far. It is a little bit different. I mean, we're not seeing it as common as the other junglers out there so far, but it's just enabling him to be at the right place at the right time, and all those objective contests where the game really was getting flipped. But yeah, a lot of good work in the early portions, and yeah, credit where credit is due. GEEK Fam get themselves a much needed game to force another draw.
And I think we're starting to see when Nunu as a champion really starts to pop off. When you see many champions that can't get away from you, short-range champions and champions without the long-range CC to interrupt your snowball, he starts to really excel. And I think this is starting to, come true as a bit of a niche pick here. And I think Nunu will be something that we will see rise to a bit more prominence throughout the rest of the
And that's when it raises the next question, right? Does it even get to a point as the tournament carries on? Does it start to warrant bans, or do teams now start to proactively think, we need a composition that can do X, Y, and Z, and also this, just in case they draft the Nunu? It's yeah, it's certainly coming into the equation now where a lot of meta champions just can't answer it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's so interesting again because like it's been a good day for Nunu and Willem, as a lot of teams have been utilizing the champion. But it remains to be like a strategy of sorts that the team really has to build around, because like if the follow-up isn't right, it could go very, very wrong indeed. But GEEK Fam, they managed to crack that code, and the Momo on the Lucian, all that crit damage that just came in, that was pretty much amazing. I don't think Alliance were prepared for that at all. I was I was disappointed, for example, for on the side of Alliance, Jelson. He didn't get much initiate, but I think that came from the Nunu and the Willem. I mean, why are you gonna run into that big snowball, right? And Alliance, they just couldn't seem to counter GEEK Fam at that point. Once GEEK Fam got their snowball, their literal snowball rolling, Alliance just suddenly didn't know what to do. Skimmy, what do you think they can do to, when they come across GEEK Fam again, when they come across maybe a Nunu and Willem again, what should they be prepared for?
Oh, that's a hard question, right? Because I suppose like hindsight's a beautiful thing, but I suppose you're looking at a lot of CC abilities being there to say, if I am jumping in, I can cancel the absolute zero. But the fact is that a lot of these champions want to flank, want to dive in, want to try and pick you off one by one, but it wasn't as easy as said. And I guess the Lulu was also a nice little pickup in that Nunu rotation too, because it denies the fact that, hey, if you are going to be drafting this comp that wants to run at us, we've got these 2 key options that can shut things down. So I don't want to call it an outlier. I do want to certainly celebrate the success that GEEK Fam have had here. But I guess you start to look at Alliance and say, have you found yourself in this position? Because you were looking to come into this one as the heavy favorites. I was saying it was going to be a confident 2-0. Yeah, back to the drawing board.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna chime in here really quickly. I mean, I've been giving GEEK Fam a lot of shit, but they play really well that game, right? And I think that I think we might have to hold that thought, though. I'll come back to that, revisit the draft points I was going to make, but I think there's something here for us.
Yeah, definitely. We'll revisit that as we pull up our MVP of that series. I know who I voted for. I'm not sure who you guys voted for, but let's pull up. Who is it going to be? It is going to be Momo. Yep. Definitely. Oh my goodness. This guy, so good. I knew that Lucian was going to be a special pick on the side of GEEK Fam, and look at that, 82% kill participation. Omo, you have a lot of thoughts on Momo and how. Whoa, that's a bit of a tongue twister there, isn't it?
Mo and Omo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Skimmy, we were talking about this a little bit, right? We were quite surprised that the Lucian didn't go to mid lane to counter the Orianna, but after seeing Momo's performance, I think we were kind of in the wrong to doubt him. I mean, he was definitely popping off that buffed, empowered by the Lulu as well. They were smashing the 2v2 down in the Dragon lane. And yeah, I want to call that back to the draft as well. Alliance's draft, it seemed very one-dimensional to me. The Ori last pick seemed like favoring Comfort over what fits the draft. And I'm honestly, that was just not a good draft there from Alliance. I think there were too many ego picks. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know what? We can actually ask Alliance themselves, as we do have, I believe it is going to be SSK joining us for a very, very quick interview. So let us bring him up to your screens or to our virtual stage over here. SSK, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, and congratulations on the one win. You guys have been doing well and impressing the panel very, very much. So we have to ask, of course, that was a loss from GEEK Fam. Can you let us know the team's thoughts around that, and why you guys weren't able to counter GEEK Fam?
I guess it's really too hard for me to still take it in, because it's very unexpected, right? I'm pretty sure everybody assumed us to have an easy 2-0, but until now it's still hard for me to understand why we lost to GEEK Fam. I think this is something that we need to talk about as a team, but I do need to give GEEK Fam their credits because they really played very well on the second game, and I think we have to try harder and fix all our mistakes and be more consistent for Sunday.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that as Alliance get to regroup, and we're expecting more great things from you guys. Omo, what about you? You got a question for SSK?
Man, where do I start? I got a few, but I think I'll let you guys go ahead.
Well, I can jump in really quickly now if you wanna mull things over here, Omo. I wanted to ask SSK. Tough day today, back-to-back draws. What have you made of the composition so far? Because going into day 4, you got 3 games up against very difficult opposition. So do you almost count it as a blessing to get those draws and those mistakes out the way now?
Yeah, I think it's better that we only have 2 games on the first day, because Singapore as a region, we don't really have much competitions, because our playoff is only a 2-day thing, and it's so limited time for us to actually get used to the real competition environment compared to other teams. So I guess that's where we lose out a lot compared to other regions. And the games today, it was 4 games. I think it really showed our weakness in the stage games, and it's something that we have to fix by tomorrow, so that we even have a chance to come back, maybe even a 4th seed or a 3rd seed in this group.
Yeah.
Nice.
Lots of work to do, of course, and really, again, looking forward to how Alliance can improve. Omo, do you want to get the last question in?
I've been mulling it over, but I think I'm good. Do you have anything here, Mika?
Well, SSK, I just want to know who you think the toughest team so far in Group B has been.
Honestly, this might sound a little bit cliche, but I think the toughest opponent have always been ourselves, because when we play well, I feel we can win everybody, but when we play bad, what my words there, okay? When we play bad, it looks like we can even lose to any single team, even BJD. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you so much, SSK. That was a lot of insight. And of course, we wish you guys the best of luck and congratulations. Those are still 2 wins on the board for you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much. We hope to give you guys a better gameplay for Sunday. Thanks for the support to all the Alliance fans. Yeah, that's about it.
Awesome. You've got some here on the panel for sure. Thank you so much, SSK. And yes, Alliance fans, there you have it. A promise from SSK for you guys to look forward to their upcoming matches. But yeah, I think it's really interesting. He gave a very diplomatic answer. Our biggest enemy, our biggest hurdle is ourselves. But it is true, of course, for a lot of the teams over here in the C Championships. For instance, you see EVOS Esports, they do need to focus on themselves. They mentioned that in their interview as well. That goes for a lot of the teams. And as we bring up EVOS Esports, their next opponent will be Flash Wolves. That's coming right up after this break.
you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championships, and yes, for Group B, it appears to be reigning 1-1, and that matchup between GEEK Fam and Alliance will continue that streak. A little bit of 2-0s here and there, care of this Divine Esports, but looks like in terms of Group B, everybody wants to go home with at least 1 point, so everybody's being very generous over here. And joining me on the desk, of course, still Omo, steadfast, consistent, and over here, Skimmy has become Infinity. So Infinity, thank you so much for transforming over there. But yeah, that epic matchup between GEEK Fam and Alliance, one for the history books indeed, and one to look forward to in the future. Now, of course, we do have Flash Wolves versus EVOS, and what's interesting about this match is that this is actually a match that EVOS is personally I mean, they're a team, but yeah, they have been looking forward to this match. We saw in their interview video a little earlier that G4 said himself that he thinks that Flash Wolves are one of the strongest teams that we have so far here in the C Championships. Omo, what do you think? Do you think that still is true? And do you think that, this is going to be a good matchup for EVOS Esports?
I mean, I think you can draw some parallels between Flash Wolves and Alliance, right? On a good game, Alliance, they lost against Smash GEEK Fam. On a bad game, they lost to GEEK Fam. Same thing for Flash Wolves. On a good game, we saw them stomping some teams. I think it was against SBTC for one, and also up against, let me just check the stats really quickly here. It was also up against Divine Esports. That's right, they were looking really good in the games that they won. But in the games that they lost, they kind of just got destroyed as well in return. So I feel like it's the same story. Can they find the consistency? Are they their own worst enemies here? And I think that Flash Wolves, with the addition of Demon, they do look refreshed, revitalized, re-energized, and I hope to see that going in continuation for them as they match up against EVOS, who are not going to be an easy opponent.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, it's still EVOS Esports. They still have, they might have taken that tumble a little while ago, but they are not a team to be underestimated at all. Infinity, what about you? What do you think? EVOS Esports a while ago, they got that, they haven't yet to score that win, but what do you think? Can they come back as they go up against Flash Wolves?
Yeah, I think it's also similar to what Omo has stated a while ago, right? If there is a good game for EVOS Esports, they can definitely smash this down. And I think it's not looking that great, right? So I think they could possibly try and crash down onto Flash Wolves here into this series. I think we saw how they played a while ago, right? Up against Divine Esports. And they were... Yeah. So I think in this one, it's going to be looking similar as well. They have played Galio, they have played Ziggs for G4. If they can utilize that very well into the mid lane, into other respective lanes, I think they could have that big impact onto this game.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up the Galio, because I do want to talk about that really quickly here. We saw EVOS going up against Divine earlier today, and both G4 as well as Coyote, they were contesting for these roaming champions. It even got to the point where they were first picking Galio to deny it from the opponent. I think that's not going to be the case here with Bruce, right? G4 might still prioritize these champions, but Bruce is more willing to take the skill check on you. He says he wants to be the big carry for his team in terms of what he's been picking, what he's been playing. And I think it's very likely we see something fancy come out from him. Yasuo or Lucian, we don't really know for sure, but if G4 goes to something like Galio, I expect Bruce to try to punish, which makes for a bit of a more interesting matchup.
Yeah, and I am looking forward to that Ysera and Zipper matchup. Indeed, Zipper, I think we have seen better games from him. Ysera has been on fire today, so it's gonna be really interesting to see if Zipper can really dig deep, as Kimmy would say, and really come up against Ysera, who has been having great games, especially on the Baron, especially on the Renekton, for example. So yeah, I believe we have a Flash Wolves plus the play and scorelines coming right up. So let's pull that up onto your screens. I feel like the play-ins, it's been a great warm-up sort of session for a lot of teams over here, and for Flash Wolves, they've shown a lot of character coming into the play-ins, and they got the sense of that. They got that sense of that international sort of like setup. And Omo, you were there, of course, as Flash Wolves were able to dominate against all of these teams. Why don't you run us down in further history?
Yeah, dominate is a bit of a stretch, I would say, and I'm glad that we have this stat here, because I think that Flash Wolves, along with some of the other playing teams that we saw, really needed the time to adapt, evolve, and really just understand what they needed to be picking, what they needed to be doing to win games. And Flash Wolves' run through play-ins, to me, was a huge letdown. I was cheering for Flash Wolves, I was voting for Flash Wolves every step of the way, but I think the performances left a lot to be desired. But I think what it did give them is a better understanding of what they required within their team, and I think that's why we're seeing the locking being subbed out for Demon is going to be a big part of that. And with the Flash Wolves that we see here today, while still inconsistent, has much higher highs, it seems, and I'm glad that they had the chance to really figure that out in the play-ins.
Yeah, they learned a lot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they learned a lot through that play-ins. They learned how to adapt. They learned how to be flexible, and I think that brought this here today in this group stages, right? They were showing up into a one game up against SBTC Esports. They were taking these games, and I think they can also take this game onto EVOS Esports to show us, to really bring up a statement that they can be dominant too.
Yeah, you know, you have Flash Wolves here, fully warmed up. They're enjoying some good games. They have a kind of like good sense of the competitive scene so far. You have EVOS Esports kind of like, still getting their bearings. So if they're gonna strike, it's now is the best time. They gotta strike while the iron is hot, or rather while EVOS Esports is still on, warming up, so to say. But right now, let's bring up our talent predictions over here. Let's see who thinks who is gonna come out on top. And right now, I still do think that we are reunited over here, and we still do think that EVOS Esports is still going to dominate. We still do believe. I mean, of course, they got that Summer Super Cup Championship for a very, very good reason. I still do think that the experience of EVOS Esports will come into play here, but again, on the other side, Flash Wolves, they do have a lot of experience as well. Yep. I do like that, they have a lot of character into their playstyle and into their strategy too. Again, like, those hungry wolves picking off everything. They like to roam around and stuff. Omo, how do you think this is going to contrast directly into EVOS Esports' strategy, wherein they might not be as aggressive. They might rely heavily on, like, Tipper and Valdez to initiate, or they might rely on the damage from G4.
Yeah, I think before we get into the drafts and playstyles, team comps, whatnot, we have to keep in mind as well that we did these votes at the start of the day, before we saw the new and improved Flash Wolves 2.0. It's not that I would change my vote or anything, but just a reminder that things have happened since then. EVOS got too old. Flash Wolves have shown a new, fresh, more aggressive side to them. And I feel like going up against a team like EVOS, yeah, like you mentioned, right, a big part of it will be Tipper and Valdez. I always criticize Ysera and Cookie because when they look good, Flash Wolves, they look really good. But when Ysera and Cookie start to not find tempo, start to not find leads in the game, then that's when Flash Wolves start to falter. Going up against a duo like Tipper and Valdez, you cannot allow that to happen, because if you give them an inch, they are going to take a mile and run over you.
Indeed, and yeah, I like the little disclaimer over there with the talent predictions. It's like, hey, we didn't know what the mental state of these teams were. We didn't know how well they were going to perform yet, and it does affect. I mean, like, for example, if a team is snowballing, they're going to ride that momentum. We know that, and if a team isn't doing so well, they might need to revisit some things and choose to experiment in the next game. And that might be what EVOS Esports is going to do coming into this game over here. Infinity. Right now, with the first picks coming in, with the bans coming in, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Renekton with Flash Wolves, I think they're actually applying similar playstyle that they did a while ago up against SBTC Esports. Aggression to the barrier lane. Hopefully they can execute it once again in this series if they could up against EVOS Esports. But looking at it, you have Jarvan 4, you have Rakan following up potentially for huge counter engagers for EVOS currently.
Yeah, definitely the case. And I think the Renekton first pick here for Ysera is going to be big. We talk about that a lot. And don't forget, it's always going to be used as a nullifier for Ysera. He can use it to win lane, and Cookie does like to play through him if circumstances allow for it. But it's going to be a very good negator to what Tipper wants to play. And that's looking like it's going to be a Jarvan, so he's just going to be trying to poke him out. Going to be a bit of a sleeper lane up in the Baron lane, unlike what we expected. But Bruce, there we go, right? We talked about it. If you try to go for some utility mid, if you try to go for something safe, Bruce is gonna try to punish you.
Yeah, Diana.
Diana. Individual matchup that we saw for Flash Wolves up against a team in the play-ins is all about aggression for Bruce. Picking up the Diana. And I think we're gonna see it once again in this series up against G4, potentially going for that area route here in this game number 1. So I think that is something that we could expect and look at later on in this game 1 is the mid lane.
And I do think that the Kaisa pick from Flash Wolves, we do know that it's a comfort pick for a Demon. Yeah, I'm actually wondering, EVOS Esports didn't ban that out just yet, but they might be again testing the waters over here and wondering. But hey, looks like Miracle is out to play this time around, so subbing out Rich. So Omo, how do you think this is gonna affect EVOS Esports?
Yeah, it's a bit of a change of pace here in the draft, right? I quite like the 5-pick Xayah. You go for the Rakan early, so you have the option to pivot off the Xayah if you want to, But seeing the Diana come in, I think is a big indicator that yes, we should pick Xayah here. We're gonna negate the Moonfall and see. Oh, just a bit of a bug. It is gonna be Rich playing. We got debated a little bit there.
We did.
Yeah, it's
we
just
did.
gonna be
I was
Rich
like, hey.
playing the Xayah Rakan once again. I don't think it's too off-team for him, right? Because when we talk about Rich, we know he likes to roam. And Rakan is a champion that does that very well. Better than Enchantress, you could even say. So I'm quite hyped to see what this draft will play out like. I think a lot of focus is going to be on the mid lane, mid-jungle duos. And I want to see both of these teams playing hard for that.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm excited to see the Diana in action. Finally, I think this is the first time here in the group stages, so really excited to see what kind of firepower Flash Wolves have planned for EVOS Esports and how EVOS Esports is going to return that back to them. This is bound to be, again, another explosive match between Flash Wolves and EVOS Esports. Casters, over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mika, and we're looking forward to see how this one plays out too. It's Flash Wolves versus EVOS Esports, and Riku went for an exciting one. Flash Wolves with 2 draws in EVOS Esports. They lost their first series up against Divine, and they want to close out the day with at least 1 win.
Yeah, of course. They want to set the tone for the entirety of the group stages for sure, especially pressure is running through their veins. EVOS Esports, the kings of the Summer Super Cup, immediately losing earlier into their series up against Divine. And of course, Flash Wolves, we've seen them before back in the play-ins. They've established that this is a very strong team, especially when they play around Bruce here. And he's back on the Diana, one of the champions that he played the most, even during the local qualifier.
And that's so wild, Rico. The fact that we've seen Bruce play a variety of champions at this point, coming in here, now with this Diana and stuff, that assassin, I mean, you were asking, like, what's he really trying to set up for? And we've been seeing Demon come online as that soft secondary carry, so Flash Wolves is not left alone in that regard.
Exactly. It was one of those things where during the play-ins, it was Locking constantly being relegated into that mage bot lane position, while Bruce can play anything.
Yeah, really much more flexible for Bruce. He gets to do whatever he wants. Locking, he's going to have to play the Orianna, the Ziggs every single game. You know, this time around, that's not going to be the case. And Flash Wolves, they've opened up Bruce in that regard. Going into this one, you know, Ysera has been having some good games, but against Dipper, who's likely going to play a little bit more tanky, it's going to be difficult to solo kill. How do you feel like the impact's going to be towards the bot side?
Yeah, that's the thing, though. Ysera is now going to be on that Renekton, which is, again, one of his most successful champions. Almost all the time, 100%, he's going to be impactful, especially early to mid-game. And if you're paired with Cookie as a Lee Sin, I think that's going to be scary because Dipper, I feel like he's going to get doved upon constantly in this game.
You know what, Riku? Some would say Renekton is Ysera's only successful champion. That's some person being Omo. But we're not gonna follow that sentiment. Not in this game, not in this test. Rich is gonna make his way to the mid side. Bruce is going to have to walk away. Cookie's gonna be quite far away, and don't think he's gonna be able to save it. So it's first blood over to EVOS Esports.
Wow, wowee. And now top side too. Dipper actually drags Cookie into the grave along with him. But you mentioned about the bot portion of the map, and usually it was Omo who mentioned that Rich would like to roam, and that's exactly what we saw. Usually the Xayah and Rakan versus the Kaisa matchup is going to be winning. Therefore, Rich has a bit of that space to work with to visit the mid lane.
It's pretty wild how this whole scenario kind of set itself up. EVOS Esports, they started red side, they started red buff side, and because Bruce went over to get some information on the red buff, that gave them intel on where the Olaf was going to go. So Koki played towards the Baron lane, was able to set up for the dive. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but they do deny a little bit of golden EXP. That being said, because Ysera did not get that kill, he's going to be just about even with Dipper. And so it's not much gain for the Flash Wolves. EVOS Esports still looking in good form. Now, over by the river, the Flag and Drag starts things off, finds the knockout on the Cookie. It's a big cataclysm onto 2. It sets up the domain. You're in the ring with Veldus, who's here to have your number. He takes down 1.
I love the fact that we are seeing a lot of the Jarvan for Olaf mid lane.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you, Riku, because Bruce, there's not much more to be said. Just goes down to the rotations from Rich. 2 for 2 in the mid lane.
That's crazy. Rich has been constantly visiting the mid lane. Bruce can't exactly do Bruce things because of the pressure that Rich is giving. I mean, usually when we see Bruce on this Diana, it's him very confident about the 1v1s. Not even looking for kills, actually. He's just farming in the side lanes. Eason is just so close to death there.
EVOS Esports, they're here to play, not giving Flash Wolves any space to make anything happen. I quite like this, I quite like this, Riku. We're finally seeing the EVOS Esports that we've been wanting to. You know, the defending champions, they dropped that first game against Divine. Flash Wolves were able to tie things up 1-1. So EVOS Esports, you know, they can't let that happen. They can't let a team that tied against the team that beat them get another game off of them, you know?
Yeah, it's again that big statement, the pressure of having again that championship round win during the Summer Super Cup, and this is it. The big early game, they're able to match Flash Wolves now. Shut down Bruce early. He's now 0-2-0. Rift Herald though being started already.
Yeah, EVOS Esports are here to contest for this. Dipper is moving his way in, missed the flag and drag, so it's going to be difficult, but you still have Rich jumping in. It's going to be Cookie that secures the Rift Herald. Meanwhile, Flash will start to collapse in on the EVOS Esports. Dipper tries to buy some time with the Cataclysm. It's going to be the Feather Stomp pulled through by Cat Satan, but they find the stun onto the Saya, and the damage comes through way too quickly. EVOS Esports nowhere to respond. It's 2 more kills, and now Rift Herald in the mid lane.
The hesitation of EVOS to pull the trigger, possibly of Rich's ult to save Cat Satan's life. I mean, understandable. Cat Satan has self-peel. But now, because of that flash stun coming from Isera, they also lose a turret. Flash Wolves, they're on the right track, sort of countering out EVOS's maneuvers around the map in the mid lane.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. Flash Wolves play so well to their macro. Once it opens itself up, they found the first initiative towards the Rift Herald. I mean, that's kind of just the issue with having Olaf jungle, right? You just don't have those gap closes. It's difficult to try and move in, and this is so reminiscent of what we've been seeing from the Flash Wolves so far, where they have Bruce as a big carry threat, and he's kind of enabling the rest of his team in the process. That being said, though, we're looking to try and empower Demon here, right? So we have to put some focus towards him. He's having some good games so far, and so I'm quite curious how this is going to play out. This is the 3rd game for the Flash Wolves in just the 2nd day of the group stage.
And they're looking pretty good with the setup of that traditional AD carry now towards Demon. And having to get that Kai'Sa, that big late game insurance, because the rest of the squad is gonna, early to mid, is mainly focused on Bruce, Cookie, and Isera. And so far, we get to see Cookie enabling Sarah on that lane. And again, Tipper as this tank. As we take a look at that replay again, this is just a collapse, a big collapse. And Rich, unfortunately, even though he pops his ult, I think it's a tad too late. Actually, G4 and Valdez hunts for Bruce's life at the side lanes. They're basically stalking him at this point.
Oh yeah, he's been having a tough time. It looks like Rich is here to engage once again onto the Flash Wolves. Finds the first catch onto Demon. Won't be able to get away with the killer instinct. Cookie tries to get away with the safeguard. Has his number caught by EVOS Esports though, who have come in for those 2 kills. Riku, what a bloodbath this game.
Yeah, they're not stopping. They're not taking any breaks. Every single time we've got Rich having a flash on, getting that grand entrance on the board. They know that Bruce is pretty much far away. Tipper is keeping Bruce busy.
And it looks like between EVOS Esports finding these kills, finding these tempo advantages, it's down to Flash Wolves also to make the macro wider rotations, to try to catch EVOS Esports off guard. And this is something that happens because we don't see the likes of a Ziggs in the game, right? You don't have someone who can clear the wave from half a screen away from the mid lane, clearing down bot or top side. And so EVOS Esports, they need to move together as a unit. It's a very different dynamic from what they had to deal with. That being said though, let's take a look back towards Cat Satan items. It's the Navori Quick Blades first, and that's a very interesting move for Desire.
Yeah, I think this is the 2nd time we've seen the Voris being first picked up, and it's I thought it was usually because if they're in the lead, you pick that up. It's a really good first back, well, not first back, 2 back buy, but at the same time, it enables your cooldowns a little bit more with the crits. Dipper, you're low.
It's a pretty easy kill. I don't think there's all that much to be said here. The Captain Rain will confirm it for the Flash Wolves, but Rich is once again fishing for kills. Misses out the chance to charm anyone, so they're just gonna back off.
This is what we expected. You know, we talked about this before. You know, Tipper is just going to be there as that big tank, is going to be one of those big engage. And I really like to see how Valdis, or rather how Olaf and Jarvan4 has been constantly together now in the draft, just to make sure that that soft counter is not going to be available for that Olaf. So we're seeing Jarvan4 constantly being flexed towards top side. I mean, it's a little bit safe. I suppose you have that Airy for that big poke, but there's no outplay potential if you're a Riven, if you're a Fiora. It's not going to be there.
But we're watching Flash Wolves get control around the Dragon right now. We saw what happened the last time they got control around the Rift Tower. It seems like EVOS Esports that wants to start the fight once again. It's the Grand Entrance, gets a knockout onto 2. Demon once again has to run away, gets caught by the charm on the exit. And EVOS Esports make it look easy.
G4 with the stun, with the charm rather, on towards Demon, even though Eason poured in all of his efforts to make sure the Demon is alive. G4 is able to set up that pincer attack, that flank rather, and just create chaos in the back line. And now they could be rewarded. This mid lane tower. Moonfall!
Okay, that's a good Moonfall. Catches onto 3 to stun, but EVOS Esports still have quite a bit of fight power left. They're not going to give this one up so easy. Bruce jumps in for the second time, but the flagging drag goes across. Pippa misses out on that. Ysera is chasing after, but it looks like EVOS Esports get away pretty free there.
Which is really good because EVOS Esports, they don't really have the means team fight-wise to get out of the fight. So they don't have disengage. So I feel like, you know, that could have ended disastrous if ever they overstayed their welcome. Flash Wolves now at the deficit. They're not getting all of these dragons so far because, again, EVOS Esports, their approach in this game is they constantly, scare out Bruce away from these fights. They're initiating first. Dipper had a beautiful flag and drag combo, and they kill Ysera.
They're still initiating, Riku. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not about initiating first. It's always about initiating for EVOS Esports. Rich has been a monster this game. I am quite a fan of what he's been showing us this game.
Yeah, Tipper, Rich, these are the scariest members coming from EVOS Esports when it comes to engage. And I feel like it's so important for Bruce to come in, be involved in these fights, because that is your only big AoE engage for your team. And if EVOS keeps putting Bruce on a tight leash, which they've done for the first few minutes of the game, then how will Flash Wolves be able to start the fight?
That's a good question, and it doesn't seem like Flash Wolves quite have the answer just yet. They're gonna keep trying to look and fish for the answer though, because well, they do at least have some scaling with the Kai'Sa, so hopefully we're gonna see something good happen for them. But that being said, take a look back towards Bruce so far. 0-3, he has only the Ludens completed at this point. Means he has a little bit of damage, but you compare it to the Rabadons on the side of G4, and it's pretty obvious the kind of threats available for both sides. So Flash Wolves to be a little bit more cautious. Watch their step as they traverse EVOS Esports map.
And it's really hard. You only have, what, 1 Twin Shadows? He's sitting there almost. I mean, if you meet Rich in the jungle, usually that's basically GG. Your life is over. But yeah, just 1 Twin Shadows to basically shield you from any of these scary death brushes that Rich and Thipper may potentially start. But look at that. Baron is now being initiated.
Look, some people may think that this is the Baron bait. But not EVOS Esports. EVOS Esports don't have to worry about it. If anything happens, they're just going to turn on you. Dipper comes in, he finds a cataclysm, builds up a choke point. As Rich comes in, he's already popped the Guardian Angel. The Baron goes over to EVOS Esports, who've now come into the fight, who are pushing Flash Wolves away, who are trying their best to defend against them, but it's too much to deal with. Dipper goes in, suicidal, still finds one on the exit. Demon has to flash away, Cat's in, too much of a threat. Flash Wolves lick their wounds and try to barely escape.
Gotta love the decision-making coming from EVOS. Almost instantly, they know that they're in the lead. They know that they can bait out the Baron, and not only bait out, but fully commit to it. And I gotta say, Rich with that big knock-up and just killing Cookie there. That means Guardian Angel popped, means Cookie not present. That means no potential of a steal on the Baron.
Yeah, and now that Dragon's coming up as well, EVOS Esports gets to rotate over, and this is the form that we were looking for, Riku.
Yeah, this is just such a solid performance. The way that they just target-focused, basically scared out Bruce and everybody else for that big retreat. And again, they're Rich. I gotta hand it to Rich on that fight, and as well as Pipper. The way that they've been engaging these fights have been very solid.
First mover's advantage. EVOS Esports every step of the way. Now they're crashing into waves. You still see Ysera and Cookie off in the Baron lane trying to equalize. Unfortunately, EVOS Esports will find the first turret in the mid side, are looking to grab a second in the Dragon lane, as well as the Dragon perhaps on the exit.
That's the sad part about this. Engage again.
Yeah, they're looking and fishing for Sarah, but they're going on to Demon first. Remember, no flash available for the Kai'Sa, so this could be a good fight for them. Flash Wolves will continue to hold them alive. This Sarah's the only one to fall.
That's most unfortunate. You get the charm.
Caught by the charm and no way out. Bruce once again taken down by EVOS Esports, who have been absolutely brutal. 13 minutes knocking on the Nexus. What more can you say? A testament to EVOS Esports.
I know! We've been waiting for this matchup for one whole season, because during the Summer Super Cup, Flash Wolves never got to meet EVOS Esports. More like EVOS Esports got to meet one team, their biggest rival, is able to defeat them. And we had those question marks of how much of a gap, if there is a gap. And that's what we're seeing now in this first game at least, where the EVOS Esports just basically dismantling Flash Wolves, even though the Flash Wolves composition looked pretty solid. Bruce on the Diana, again, one of his best picks so far during the fall season. And now this is what we see. A sad 0-4-0. We expected the Bruce show, but the Bruce show was canceled.
Oh no, that is truly unfortunate, Riku. And yeah, it really does seem to go that EVOS Esports, well, it wasn't Flash Wolves and EVOS Esports not getting a match, it was Flash Wolves dodging a slaughter from EVOS Esports in the SSC. Things could have gone a very different way had we seen that matchup play out. And now 14.5 minutes with the Baron coming up in another 30 seconds. This could just be it, and Flash Wolves are looking like they're on their final legs, Riku.
Yeah, this is, you know, even though we say, yeah, the final defense perhaps, but there's not a lot to offer. There's not a lot of wave clear. Perhaps maybe the Icathan Rain coming from Demon, perhaps even from Bruce as well. But EVOS, once you step inside the range of a possible flag and drag, of a possible rich grand entrance, like this.
Ah, there we go. Once again, Cookie.
Oh,
he's in the wrong brush here.
Yeah, that's tough. He just wanted to scout, perhaps, to see if the Baron is getting initiated on, and that's it.
He knows the Baron was getting picked out, Riku. They had the ward. They had the ward in the pistol. He knew. He went over to try and stop that, but he died.
Oh no! Right. You know, just Lee Sin things where you just have the opportunity to steal, but EVOS just saw that coming and basically just stopped you in your tracks.
Absolutely. Too obvious to EVOS Esports, who are, well, very frankly, in full control of this game, and it looks like they're looking to end things here. They find a catch first onto Demon, who's gone golden to try and buy some time. The Charm connects onto Eason, who's the first to fall in the process. And now, with the Nexus bare open and exposed, Bruce tries to do his best to stop things, but there we go. EVOS find the first match win.
And the Summer Super Cup champions here, EVOS Esports, just laying in the groundwork after losing against Divine Esports. They looked pretty solid in that game against Flash Wolves and shut down Bruce's lane constantly with the help of Rich and as well as G4.
Rico, I'm huge, right? Just right now, this is like gaming is a W, right? You've scaled down. We've been, but that being said, EVOS Esports, they had a great set there. They were able to play out a very good game, especially after that first loss against Divine. They're back in it, and this is the EVOS that we are hoping to see. With that being said, we're gonna toss it over we're gonna toss it into our break, where Flash Wolves and EVOS Esports are gonna play out. There's one more game to be played between these two teams, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, guys. You are watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and EVOS Esports, they are back. They take game 1 from Flash Wolves, and I feel like this is the EVOS Esports that we're familiar with. Gotta love that 1-2 punch that they were doing. You know, they had great discipline in this game, and just love the way that they would set up for each other. You know, it felt like at no point were they, you know, out of control in any way. It was all playing into their plan, and I really love this version of EVOS over here. And I think that, you know, for example, their first matchup against what was it? Was it who was it again? Remind me. Oh my gosh, I'm losing my.
Earlier today, EVOS played against Divine, I believe.
Divine, yes. Earlier against Divine, I think that they were just caught off guard. And as you mentioned, Omo, you know, not quite warmed up yet, but yeah,
now they are
back in full form. Yeah.
Looking much better, honestly. I think the draft adaptations were a lot better. I like that they went for the Zyra Khan this time around instead of tunneling on the Kai'Sa when they had no need to. Starting to feel like Kai'Sa blind is a bit of a bait pick as well, in the vein of things like Trash. And what do we say, right? If Cookie and Ysera underperform, especially Cookie this game, Flash Wolves tend to falter. And you look at Valdez, this guy is popping off 8-0 and 6. You gave him an inch, and what did he do? He took it a mile away. And it's not really much you can do if you're on the shoes of Flash Wolf. 6k damage from Cookie. It's a bit of a rough situation to be in. Bit of a diffy in the jiffy, you might say.
And we saw how EVOS Esports, right? Very aggressive when it comes to the early game. And typically, this is supposed to be a decent early game aggression, but it came upside down. EVOS Esports controlling the early game all throughout that matchup.
Yeah, I gotta say,
Full control.
I'm a bit sad with Bruce and the Diana pick. Didn't exactly work out to, you know, how they planned. Unfortunately, they did get shut down. Rico mentioned a while ago, yeah, the Bruce show, it didn't take off. And yeah, it really goes to show, you know, the partnership between Cat Satan and Rich as well. You know, Cat Satan was untouchable. Rich was untouchable too. It was just really, really great control
really well
for EVOS. And yeah, I feel like, you know, EVOS Esports, they still are that standard, I feel, for the Southeast Asia region, and this is exactly why. This is exactly one of those games why you should fear this team. Omo, on the side of course, of Flash Wolves, though, we do know what they're capable of. We do know how they, you know, how they like to be very, very aggressive, though. But you know, why were they shut down by EVOS Esports, and how can they, you know, take it up a notch going into game 2?
That's a very loaded question there, Mika, but I would try my best to answer it. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that we need to unpack, right? Big thing is Diffie the Jiffy, this Diana counter pick as well, right? It's a counter pick with an asterisk, I guess you could say. The counter pick is if I can dash on you freely and trade on you freely, I'm gonna counter you. But if every time I dash on you, you charm me and your Olaf is waiting in the wings, then I'm just gonna feed. I was gonna say something. I was gonna say a naughty word there, but I'm just gonna feed a lot. Yeah.
Don't get us in trouble, Omo. We love our jobs.
This close.
We love our jobs. No, no, Omo. Infinity, yeah, what are your thoughts on this and how Flash Wolves can take it up a notch against EVOS?
Yeah, I was just about to say a quick point onto what Omo stated, onto Diana. The problem with Diana is your ultimate has to have that charge up. But the problem is, EVOS Esports has the flag and drag, Ari has the charm, Rakan has the knockout. Pretty much you can cancel out the moonfall pretty much every single time. And I think that's the thing. The counter attack onto Diana, as almost stated, is phenomenal coming from you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, Omo, were you about to say something?
I mean, I think you guys covered most of the points, but I do want to point out again, Katsatan and Rich, I was so impressed with them this game, especially after the rather uninspiring previous games that we saw. And if they keep this performance up, I think they can be in contention for one of the better bot lanes, maybe even one of the best bot lanes here at the C Champs. I had them pegged as one of the top 3 bot lanes, so I was a bit disappointed after all the Kai'Sa, Lulu, Kai'Sa, Janna combos we saw coming out. This though, much more like what I expected.
Yeah, it's definitely exciting, but what can also be exciting is if you open the door to your financial future with Franklin Templeton. Thank you so much for sponsoring the C Championships. I'm getting better. I'm learning from you, Omo.
Pretty good.
I'm learning from you. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Shout out to Franklin Templeton. Thank you so much for making this event possible. Now, going back to your point, Omo, about, you know, it's sometimes teams can lock onto the Kai'Sa pick so much. Was this the first time we saw the Saya? I think this was the first time at least we saw the Saya Rakan partnership, right?
In groups, maybe, which is kind of crazy, right? Because this was such a big pick in play-ins, and it's such an effective combo against so many team comps as well. I think you might be right. This might be the first time we did see Zyrakan. Oh my god, that's kind of crazy to me actually, because so many people were playing it. I can't believe it took so long to see it.
Yeah,
At least it was the first time today for sure.
And it wasn't that, you know, it wasn't exactly a priority ban on all the other teams as well. Maybe it's just because, you know, these teams are just showing different strategies as they start the group stages. But yeah, I'm really glad that we did see the Syrakan come out. It also was very, very popular, you know, during the, I believe, the respective fall season qualifiers as well.
Yep.
Infinity, do you think like this is the key? This could be the key to EVOS Esports. It feels like a lot of teams probably forgot about the Syrakan, or maybe don't want to run it today, and EVOS Esports just decided, you know what? If you don't want to use it, we'll take the lovers duo over there.
Yeah, I mean, it matches up on their strategy, in their game style, in how they want to execute their play style, right? Rakan will be the peel onto Cat Satan. We constantly keep on bringing it up that Cat Satan was pretty much untouched in this game with Jarvan 4, with Rakan putting up into the front line. So pretty much I think EVOS Esports can utilize Desire Rakan if ever Flash Wolves wants to have this similar type of draft coming into game number 2. Right? Because what we've seen in the past series here in the group stage day number 2 was pretty much Rakan, Kai'Sa, Ziggs coming in for the Dragon lane. So I think this changes things up, and this kind of brings of a new breath of fresh air, I guess, in the group stage.
Yeah, and I should point out as well, you know, it wasn't exactly a 1-2 punch from EVOS Esports. It felt like a 1-2-3-4-5 punch. Sometimes, you know, sometimes there was even a 6 because, like, you know, you would see G4 kind of dash in and then dash out, and then you'd have the others come in, and then G4 would come in afterwards because he had, you know, the like Spirit Rush and Ari just, you know, dashing about. But yeah, this is excellent work from EVOS Esports. I really do hope, of course, that Flash Wolves can pull through, because they did show us some amazing work. We do know them as a, you know, one of the more aggressive teams in Group B, and definitely we know that EVOS Esports, they are scared of Flash Wolves. They do see them as a threat. Infinity, what are your thoughts on the bans over here? I think, you know, they found out what EVOS Esports was up to with the Olaf earlier. They don't want to see that happening. What are your initial thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, EVOS Esports picked up the Olaf a while ago, but the problem was they were on the red side selection, but now they are on the blue side selection. So in their first pick, they want that flexibility, and Camille actually matches up on the flexible role here for EVOS Esports. Very great as a duelist. Overall, can be placed in the jungle, can be placed into the Baron lane. So they could have this 4-1 setup, have this early engage if they want to. So just removing all this Olaf, Gragas, Ribbon pick for Flash Wolves, actually I think tackles down onto Isra and even Cookie for this one.
Yeah, I don't know about this one. Leaving up Camille here might be a bit of a mistake, I would even say. Opting to ban the Varus is quite understandable when you think about what Demon's champion pool is and how efficient Tetsutan can be on that one, securing prio for his team and constantly poking from range. But in exchange, you give up Camille, which Tippa and Valdez can both play and are one of the best Camilles in the whole championship. It's just a very questionable decision to me. This Renekton Camille matchup is not even as one-sided as most people think it is, because you can't break his shield with the Renekton empowered W, so that's going to be a bit of a barrier here, which I think is a pretty bad call, especially now that they have double flex. Jarvan Camille, both top jug flexes. This is going to make Flash Wolves have a very hard time in.
Yeah, we all know that Tipper and Valdez likes to actually hover into the top side, go for that early engage. Having the flexibility is absolutely insane for EVOS Esports in the first 2 picks. But picking up the Rakan, once again, they're doing the same thing that they did a while ago. Picking up the Rakan early on, which can leave the ADC very open, very flexible. They can lean towards the Kai'Sa, they can lean towards the Zai, depending on what Flash Wolf wants to do here.
Yeah,
they have options.
I feel like, picking the Ziggs, it was a counter to G4, and they completely forgot about Tipper and Valdez and just how much of a pain they can be as a duo. And Flash Wolves, I hope they're prepared for what they actually, let loose, so to say. Omo, what do you think?
I think Flash Wolves team comp is defaulting back to something that they've played a lot in the past, something which they are kind of comfortable and familiar with. What we're likely going to see to round this one off is a Xayah Lulu combo. I could see a world where they even go for Vayne Lulu, so it's likely going to be loose on the Ziggs in the mid lane, and it's a very standard Flash Wolves team composition. You just want to have everyone run in and let Demon be the hard carry here with the Lulu buffing him. On the side of EVOS though, I like what they have a lot more. What can I say? I'm just 5 hit.
Oh. Mega Brain. Mega Brain Omo.
And the
yeah, I
last
mean, it's a
thing
really
is
good
in.
answer to all the picks that EVOS has, right? You can dodge out on the flag and drag, you can condemn, so many spells here, and it's a hard counter to, well, not hard counter, but it's a counter to Kai'Sa as well. And you have the Lulu to buff you, so it's going to be a very efficient, effective Vayne game. And since they dropped to 5P, it made a lot of sense here.
Yeah, there's a lot of CCs on the side of EVOS Esports as well. You know, I'd be really, really wary about that, especially with, you know, how they got all of that control in their first game. But yes, we are going to see how indeed Flash Wolves will stand up against EVOS Esports if they can manage to get another 1-1 or if EVOS Esports will get that 2-0. Again, this is going to be another one for the books indeed because EVOS Esports do view Flash Wolves as a threat. So this is kind of their own mountain to conquer. They are conquering their worst fear, I guess, in Flash Wolves. So let's see if EVOS Esports can get that 2-0. Let's head into game 2. Casters, over to you guys.
And we're going into EVOS Esports and Flash Wolves with EVOS Esports up 1 game. We're looking at a brand new team here, basically. Game number 1 of the day, forget about it. Divine Esports, what about them? EVOS Esports are here to play, and they're up against the Flash Wolves. They're looking to take this one away.
Yeah, this composition from them is looking really strong. Tipper again being paired with Rich here on that Rakan. They had a phenomenal performance earlier in their first game against Flash Wolves. And I can't imagine the engage is going to be even stronger because Valdis is on this Camille. That Hextech ultimatum, the hook shots, into the charm perhaps coming from G4. I bet that's going to be an insta-kill.
Okay, well here we have it. Look towards Tipper again on this Jarvan because he's running the Aerie, he's running Ignite, he's playing it aggressive. He's had a taste of his Sarah as Renekton the first time around. He's playing aggressively. Mid-side, the same case. Bruce is almost dead off of a level 1, level 2 Ari. I mean, what a start to this game, Riku.
Yeah, that's usually the sad part about the Renekton matchup in general. Into anyone, especially level 1, you are just so vulnerable to pokes, to harass, and you're still waiting for that big level 3, which is going to put you into that big deficit just because Tipper is able to control the lane. He's going to beat level 3 first. And I assume Valdis eventually is going to get that dive onto Isera, which is going to be heartbreaking because, again, whenever we talk about Isera, Renekton is, well, his best pick, consistent pick. I don't know why I feel pained saying that for Isera.
It's because you know you're going to have a very lengthy discussion with Omo at the end of the day,
Yes,
where you're going to talk about just how good Isera is with Renekton, and according to him, it's not very good at all. But in the previous set, Isera was able to pull out a minor lead in his lane up against it, but despite the fact that he was dived early on and was able to still hold on despite that. Let's see if things are going to change this time around. As G4 once again on this Ari, he's moved away a little bit from stuff like the Ziggs and it's gone for more, well, control mage, assassin, whatever kind of pick you want to call it. But Ari has been a big one for EVOS.
Yes, something that is able to gank, as well as create opportunities whenever Valdis is going to move around the map. Usually Valdis landing the stun into the charm would be ideal. And Bruce so far hasn't been able to show up because of the constant ganks from Rich, which is a different scenario now. Because Cat Satan on this Kai'Sa usually can't exactly be left alone, especially have a Vi on the opposite side. And now that they don't have priority in the lane means that Rich may be shackled into this lane.
It's a very different position from what they had last game, where Rich was just able to freely roam around the map, and EVOS Esports recognized that. I think it's a little bit of a different composition they're trying to run for anyway. There's a lot of combos that they can try and execute later on. I'm quite interested to see how that one's going to play out. Rich is running, well, let's take a look towards the mid-side first, because they're moving on to Bruce, but he has double stuns, he has everything. There's not too much danger to him, he's going to get away. And EVOS Esports just put on the pressure, but it's nowhere near as bloodthirsty as they were last game.
Yeah, EVOS is trying their best to burn a summoner spell or two from Bruce, and so far he has been very patient, always saving the satchel for that big escape. And because, again, Rich is shackled into his lane, it is all up to Tipper now, and as well as Valdis to create pressure onto Bruce. But, you know, he's not exactly on a playmaking champion like a Diana, like an Aurelia. He's now on a Ziggs.
Oh, absolutely.
Who is, who's more, what do you call this? Being able to chill and stay in the lane. Yeah, no initiates, just there to plant some bombs. Not plant some bombs. To rain in some bombs in the back line.
Riku. It sounds very zen. You know, you're out here, you got your pots, your pots, you got your soil, you plant some of your bombs. You know, that's just life. You know, you curate some, make sure they're watered every day, make sure to get an accurate amount of sun, and then maybe, you know, your bomb plants will grow into bigger bomb plants. You can use those bombs instead. Is that how it works? Is that where the bombs come from, Riku?
Yeah, I think so. You will be able to.
We don't know how science works. That's just our analysis. Take it or leave it. As we do see Flash Wolves start to commit a little bit, and it's interesting. You have the Vayne just being able to push Valdez away, who has now jumped on him. You don't have to condemn, so that's going to be a big difference maker. Demon flashes the wall and gets out in time.
But that's a big ult now gone. No wild growth available for Flash Wolves, but big ults blown off by EVOS Esports, and right on time for the objective. That means wherever Flash Wolves doesn't want to take, they're going to take that objective instead. And with that, they're going to be a little bit more reserved now. Flash Wolves knows this, that they won that ult economy. That's why they're going for this Rift Herald.
Yeah, taking their own pick to the objective that they want to go for. EVOS Esports are going for the Dragon instead. This is quite an interesting adaptation. Most teams have been showing a lot of prio towards the Rift Herald, so it looks like EVOS Esports have kind of acknowledged that maybe they've lost some tempo in this early game, so it's going to be difficult, you know. And that being said, you know, now it looks like Flash Wolves are going to be able to use it towards the top side quickly as they try to shove out the wave as fast as possible. Tipper is going to come here soon, but there we go. The initial crowd control comes across, and it's crowd control on demand. It's Tipper going down, and you're already dead, buddy.
That's pretty tragic there for Tipper. I mean, that's 3 people in the top side, walked in. Again, it's a Jarvan 4. There's no outplay potential available, sadly. Oh no!
That is unfortunate. But Bruce, he's come online. He's finally getting to play the game. It's so happy for this man. In the last game, yeah, he was receiving some well, not so nice treatment. Let's put it that way, right? He was getting tapped pretty hard, living rent-free in EVOS Esports' head, and this time around, he's gonna come online as the Ziggs. Does prioritize early hourglass, though, so that's an interesting move for the Ziggs. It shows how much pressure there is from EVOS Esports and how he has to respect it.
Yeah, Bruce was 1-5 in game number 1. He's EVOS Esports just pouring in the usual pressure that they did in game number 1 here. Flash Wolves, though, stepping up the response on that pressure instead as well, being able to open up the mid lane. We'll see, though, as they work towards the bot lane as well. I think they can form a dive. Cookie will have his ult available soon, but they will choose to just reset.
Flash Wolves have put their foot on the gas pedal, and it looks like they are not willing to take a win or a loss today. They just want ties, because they gave the first win over the EVOS Esports, and now they're trying to pick up one for themselves. Can we see Flash Wolves 0-3 by the end of the day? What a way to start things off.
That is definitely not the start that you want. Especially, again, high expectations. Flash Wolves, I remember they mentioned they want to fight one team again. They want to get that revenge because not only do they, I feel like, consider them as the Kryptonite back in their own playoffs for both fall and the summer season, but they also got knocked out as well by the same team, by one team during the Summer Super Cup playoffs. So this is a statement, right? Because EVOS versus one team during the finale, now they are struggling against...
I mean, that's just a huge grudge, right? That's a huge grudge match. When your regional matches aren't enough, you bring it on the international stage. And Flash Wolves on the international stage will see Demon go down as they find Rich trying to kite away, but it's going to be the collapse coming through from Flash Wolves. They have found the opportunity to find the angle. Eason is going to face off against Valdez, who's jumped back on the Lulu. It's a huge tactical sweep. Now coming online, the Camille is massive, and so is Cat Satan, who's jumped into the back with the Killer Instinct, takes down the first, looking for the second. Revenge on the Bruce, but it won't quite happen. They back away, but find a couple of kills.
That was too close for Cat Satan. That could have ended with a triple kill. But they're so happy with pushing Flash Wolves back into their own base. And now they will equalize the map by taking down this mid lane. And it's so perfect timing too because the Infernal Drake is about to spawn in a few seconds. And as well as G4 picking up a Rabadon's for sure later on. I feel like that's a really nice spike for the Ahri. And is able to most likely one-shot. Let's take a look at that again. It was a big knock-up. Coming from the side of Rich. See, that triple knock-up. It all started, though, with the Assault and Battery. Wild growth here and there, but the collapse coming from Evo is using this flank. Cat Satan before is really well-positioned, and the rest is history. Killer Instinct there. And yeah, positioning coming from Cat Satan was just great. Him entering the fight late was great.
We're starting to see some of that of the Kai'Sa pick as once again Val is trying to get the jump onto Demon. Won't have to kite away though. Vayne chasing after. He's popped the ultimate. This is it. This is the Vayne moment that we were waiting for. Veldus gets on the turret. Will go down to the Mega Inferno bomb as Rich baited in by his teammate falls as well. But meanwhile, EVOS Esports are hammering down the mid lane. They find the inner tier turret in the process.
Yeah, they're fine just exchanging the Infernal Drake over to the mid lane. That's a lot of space to work with. EVOS now with a collapse.
They're coming in quick, and this time Tipper, he has the damage coming through. He's paired together with G4, who find the first kill, who's moving on to the second, moving on to the third, and look at this, Cat Satan has come online in every way that you were looking for. Veldus is gonna jump into the back. I don't know quite what's happening here. Cat Satan is still trying to make things happen, but it's too aggressive as Bruce once again takes down the Kai'Sa. Tipper barely gets away, but Veldus is back in time and looking to pick up this dragon.
I love how torn EVOS Esports was there. They could have finished. I was that 500, 600 HP already on the dragon, but the abandoned
I think it was
ship.
right about is triple digits for sure, Riku.
Yeah, they abandoned ship, Brandon, and they decided to possibly pick up a kill. But you know, Cat Satan at this point of the game, maybe not just yet for that Killer Instinct into 3 and just get that easy triple kill. Still not yet. Eason is right there for that easy polymorph there for denying that. But at the end of the day, you know, they still get the Infernal Drake. The thing about the J4 Cataclysm interaction is always Tipper will be condemned every single time he uses the Cataclysm by Demon. And here's the Killer Instinct into 3. Unfortunately, Tipper couldn't help as much because, you know, loss of cooldowns already at the time. Still, though, the story is they still secure the Infernal Drake.
Well, story doesn't end there because EVOS Esports still have to close out the game. They might have pulled ahead with the gold advantage, but it's a small one. 3,000, nowhere near as much as what they had last game, so they cannot rush this early Baron like they did last. So Flash Wolves, you know, it's going to be a lot more conventional for them. They can play it out the way they like to play it out, slow pace, and in that 20 to 30 minute mark, that's the Flash Wolves that we know and love.
That is basically their win condition. 20 minutes, the game is still going. That's a Flash Wolves win. I mean, there is that demon. There is that demon in Eason as well to make sure that the Vayne is going to get free hits, going to survive as much as he can, and as well as, you know, get to shred everybody else on the opposite side.
Well, they've moved on to Sarah, and this should be an easy pickup once again on the Renekton. It's a nice grab, but what more will EVOS Esports find from this?
That is the biggest question here. No objectives, just the Baron. We'll see, though, if they are going to commit to that. 24 seconds on the clock. I think the only thing that they can do is just be able to gain more space for that split push, perhaps. Coming from maybe Veldus or Tipper. But can't exactly move towards the bottom just because Baron is now spawned. They want to make sure that they're there. Always ready in case they get a pick, because it's possible. Tipper, Rich, a great combo for that big initiate to make sure that everyone falls down immediately. Valdez as well with a Hextech ultimatum. And for Flash Wolves, they have the tools as well. They've got Assault and Battery. They've got the stuns coming from Isera. They've got Bruce already, basically, on his spike. So this is the reason why we see EVOS being much, much careful.
Yeah, they were definitely being careful there, and Veldus, he was almost spotted out. Didn't realize he was standing on top of wall. That was scary for a moment there, I'm not gonna lie. Demon is starting to do some decent damage. 2 items completed and starting to really lay down the hood. EVOS Esports, though, you look at Cat Satan, he's up by about a half component, 1.5 components, looking close to an Infinity Edge or whatever he's trying to build at this point. You know, it's getting towards a stage where it's difficult for Flash Wolves to deal with the Kai'Sa, who's going to be able to jump your backline. And Sarah not building as tanky as he probably wants to. He only has that Black Cleaver, no Starix. It's tough.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult because twice in a row, Cat Satan was able to Killer Instinct. Not exactly the 1v3 situation he was expecting, but now picking up more items on the board, Flash Wolves will have to worry about that big aggressive Killer Instinct, which is where Eason will wish he has the polymorph to deny Cat Satan's aggression later on.
Things are slowing down, and as we head into Flash Wolves kind of game, slower pace, more macro based, and it's because of the Ziggs that makes it so difficult for EVOS Esports to get anything done. They won't be able to push out lanes. They won't be able to find much pressure on the map because of how effective the Ziggs is. and it's going to be difficult to try and sneak away an objective, especially because they have to worry about the kill on the
Tipper.
bomb. That being said, though, Tipper, he's done waiting. He's not impatient. He tries to start things off the Cataclysm. Rich is over in the back, trying to buy time, trying to jump onto Demon. G4 won't quite be able to get much more done. He's trying to rotate around. Is Sarah buying so much time and space? Cat Satan jumps in. He's moved onto Cookie, and they've taken him down. Bruce has flashed onto his face with a blast cone right there. The rest of EVOS are here to clean up as they take down 4, and it's just left of Eason for Flash Wolves.
It's just a measly Lulu here to defend the base. And now what a big fight initiated by Tipper there. Immediately condemned, immediately shredded down by Demon, but he's doing a good job. Demon is so busy shredding Tipper that the rest of EVOS is able to freely reign in the fights, maneuver around the fights, remove Bruce immediately, remove the front line like Sarah, like Cookie immediately. And by the time Demon is done with Tipper, the front line is gone.
So there you have it. This is the exact situation that we were looking for. And, you know, Cat Satan here was looking pretty low, tries to still cheese out a potential angle for anything else, honestly. But Bruce was right there to take him down as well. So at least being able to equalize a little bit more. If Cat Satan was alive there, I could have very well seen a Baron go down for EVOS Esports. So nice equalizer for Bruce towards the end there, I think.
Yeah, it's I guess the way where Flash Wolves is gonna be happy. Bruce is gonna be that star right now, especially the Baron is up. We know the Ziggs, when a Baron is being initiated, Bruce is just gonna sit pretty at the back of the Baron pit, lay in the hurt, lay in the bombs, just shower Flash Wolves with a bunch of love. We'll see if that's gonna be possible. Now that Flash Wolves will be the first one here towards the Baron pit. Look at Bruce. He's gonna stay in position over here to zone away EVOS.
Interesting. Look at Flash Wolves right now. Look at the way they're playing. They're basically going full on. You're approaching me mode kind of energy here, Riku, and those Esports, they're not having any of it. They're trying to push them away, trying to find an angle where they can possibly get a catch. Cookie starts to take some damage. The charm's not going to be able to connect, but that doesn't matter because Tipper is still looking to start off the fight. They're trying to jump onto Bruce first. Won't be able to connect onto that. Ysera's going to go down, caught in the cage. Hextech Ultimatum finds that. With the charm moving onto Cookie, he tries to equalize, gets the shield, gets the wild growth, and he's still alive through it all. And Cat Satan tries to pump in damage with the Killer Instinct, and Demon dashes into the charm. Won't be able to find much more. Does manage to ultimately take down the Javelin and holds on to the chances for Flash Wolves.
And that is Demon not even receiving the wild growth. Well, yeah, it was basically Cookie who received the wild growth there to bait out EVOS Esports to fully commit and eliminate Cookie. But at the end of the day, Demon is gonna be that scary threat. Let's take a look at that again. Demon having the shields, everything. Big free hit. Look at this, wild growth immediately being popped towards Cookie. Therefore he survives. Therefore EVOS is forced to fully commit. While EVOS destroys Bruce, Demon has been completely healthy all this time. While G4 had a good charm, it was still not enough. Really good condemns, really good positioning coming from Demon.
And we're starting to see why they crafted for the Vayne, why they put Bruce on the Ziggs, why they went for the Vayne in this game, the game that they want to try to equalize things. So it's a pretty impressive showing from Demon, who's now up to 3 items with the Wits End. This could be the deciding factor. Flash Wolves are picking up some tempo here as well, honestly, EVOS Esports, they also didn't have the wave set up in the side lane, so not much pressure on Flash Wolves' end there as well. So let's see if things are going to change here. Oh, Baron started up. That's pretty quick, though. Rich is here trying to block this, trying to stop Cookie from getting into the pit. Gets the charm off as Valdez secures the Baron, and EVOS Esports sneak that away so quickly.
What a sneaky Baron again coming from EVOS. That is already the second time, basically. And Flash Wolves, even though they had the tools, a Vayne inside a Baron pit, inside a Dragon pit, that is just free reign of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Who do I want to condemn and has to go immediately? And Flash Wolves, now they have to defend against this. Vayne, no wave clear. So Bruce will be, with my fingers, well, I don't know what to call
wagging.
that motion. Wagging, yes. Thank you, Brandon.
That's
exactly.
You got that energy right now, right here, as G4 is going to split push, hit the side lane. Ysera's going to have to respond. This means that Flash Wolves, they're kind of lost. They're kind of wandering around the map, trying to get some vision control, trying to get some pressure off. They have a line of wards there, but it doesn't extend towards the Dragon. And so when that Elder is up, they're going to have to walk into it, and EVOS Esports are going to be waiting.
And they are just there to set up. This this rinse and repeat kind of approach where Pipper is just gonna, you know, get the Cataclysm in on the board.
Oh no, they found the catch on the Bruce. This could be it. This could be the game-calling fight as Flash Wolves lose their mid laner and losing Eason the second to follow in the process. Cookie's gonna go down. Demon's gone golden, but he's dead as well. Ysera the last to fall, but surely will as the Flash Wolves dismantle into pieces in the face of EVOS Esports while looking to end the game. It's finally a game of EVOS Esports.
G4 with the game-ending charms there, manages to catch Bruce immediately, and they take Flash Wolves down. They get 3 points, they get 2-0, and what a statement once more coming from the kings of the Summer Super Cup.
A great set from EVOS Esports, who looked to have found their form going up against Flash Wolves, and then not an easy opponent as well. So EVOS Esports showing to us exactly what to look forward to as we move into the deeper stages of the competition. I know yesterday we had the Jess on the board, and he mentioned as well, EVOS is definitely still a team to look out for. Don't shy away from them just because they didn't have the best first set against Divine. They still have so much more to show us.
Yeah, it felt like G4 has felt his groove, you know, at the beginning, didn't really get the good start against Divine, but being on that Ahri, really, really good charms, really, really good presence.
So good moments from EVOS, and let's toss it over to the analysts to break that one down in a very good showing from EVOS Esports. So Mika, have at it.
All right, we shall have at it. Thank you so much, Gamer Nissim and Riku. And yes, that is a 2-0 for EVOS Esports. The Kings stay on top at least for now. And I just gotta say again, it just gives me chills when EVOS Esports are really performing at their peak. Such great teamwork indeed, and I am positively charmed by G4. That was amazing work on the Ahri. Omo, we'll start with you on your post-game thoughts.
Yeah, I think we talked about this a little bit, right? We talked about how when Flash Wolves look bad, it's because Ysera and Cookie are not performing. Guess what happened today? Cookie got jungle the gap pretty hard by Veldas. I mean, to me, Veldas was the MVP of the series. I think played extremely well. The Olaf game, he was a monster. That was like a 1v9 performance. The Camille game, I felt like he was everywhere. He was enabling his team. He was doing what he needed to. And I think that of course, is enabled by G4, who is so good at playing around his teammates and helping them look good. That I think that this EVOS roster is starting to look like they're figuring out what they want to do.
Infinity, what about you? What are your thoughts on the game? You know, I feel like this was definitely the G4 show right now, and you know me, Infi, I'm an Ahri main, so this was candy for me. This was such a treat.
Yeah, and I echo almost thoughts, right? Valdas, G4, always so present in that game. Number 2 was showing up greatly for G4 on those charms. Absolutely phenomenal playstyle, and having those charms pretty much states death sentence for each and every person that it connects onto, because you have to look at the one that it connects. You have Valdas, you have G4, you have Rich, so much damage, so much CC, and top of all that, Cat Satan is so present in going for the killer instinct into the backside and get those damage up and running. And if you're looking at the damage statistics, you have G4 and Cat Satan leading up into the group with 21k damage each. Yes, it's not as much as how Bruce and Demon has played out, but what they want to do is to really just shred down onto those team fights.
Yeah, I think Demon played incredibly well given the circumstances of the game. He basically had no top side, and he was still doing so well with no front line. And I think that was a very good performance from Demon. Bruce, not so much. He did okay. He had some good pokes, he had some good angles, but Demon really tried his best this game, and I feel like it just comes down to Flash Wolves' top side. When they look on, Flash Wolves look good, and I think that might be the missing piece here, right? Maybe that's what's happening in those games when Flash Wolves are smashing Divine, smashing SBTC. Maybe that's when their top lanes awake, you know, their junglers awake. So that's maybe what we are missing here today.
Yeah, in the last engage, we saw how Vayne played it out. We saw how Demon played that game out. How that matchup occurred. Vayne did not have any ward growth, but he was able to get those triple kills. He's just jumping around, lunging around against his teammates and dealing so much damage for your team. Just the late game power of Vayne is an absolute showing here for Flash Wolves, even if they lost up against EVOS Esports in this game too.
Yeah, I do have to say it was a very strong showing for Flash Wolves against EVOS Esports, considering that they have been playing since the very start of the day. They were in the first match, and they are now in the penultimate match, or the second to the last match. So this was a strong showing
Dumping
for
it
them.
out for us.
Yeah. So we feel for them. We really do. But I think yesterday we did see the effects of that. We saw how the fatigue and the endurance comes into play. I actually didn't feel that from Flash Wolves, so I think that's a testament to them and how well they can actually perform under pressure and under under these extreme circumstances. So and the fact that they were up against EVOS Esports. So I still think that this was a very, very strong showing for them. They have a lot to be proud of. And of course, we can be very, very proud of our series MVP right here. I know who I voted for. Who did you guys vote for? I wonder. Let's pull up our MVP of that series right now. It is going to be Cat Satan from EVOS Esports. Yes, indeed. Did that 62% kill participation. Omo, how crucial do you think Cat Satan was to this victory?
I mean, I think he did very well. Mechanically, he played super good. The Xayah game as well, he was very core to the win that EVOS managed to get here today. I think his ability to do DPS with relatively low resources in team fights while his teammates all dive in is something that is really impressive. To me, I didn't vote for him, but I think, I mean, you could make an argument for anyone on this EVOS roster to get MVP here today. I think Rich was a bit of an unsung hero as well, paired up with Katsuten. I'm going to make a bit of a detraction here, Mika. I'm sorry to hijack your desk, but I think you made a really good point, and I want to call back to it. Earlier today, Game 1, Flash Wolves played against Divine, went 1-1, impressive performance. Second last game of the day, Flash Wolves lost to EVOS. You know what happened yesterday? Team Flash in Game 1 played us against one team, 1-1, played in the second last match of the day, got 2-0 by MBR. Is this the curse? If you play in the first match of the day, I feel like the script is getting leaked a little bit here. Ban, you gotta do a bit better. The Flash teams are losing.
Oh, no, don't. What script? I mean, there's no script. Right, guys? Omo, what are you talking about?
Shit, I'm sorry, I'm gonna get fired now.
Omo likes to keep things very, very spicy indeed. But no, it is a valid point. It is a very, we have such of these long days. We have these amazing best of two. So, it's this kind of environment that these pro players are in, it definitely is a factor. Let's actually check out the standings as they are. We've had a lot of matches today, and I'm eager to see where exactly EVOS Esports might be. They are right there, right beside Divine Esports in second place for Group B. Divine Esports, though, they are still at the top of Group B. Not to mention at the top of the standings overall with 7 points at the end of day 2. Well, not quite at the end of day 2. We still have one more series to go. Before I jump the gun over here, excited to hit the, go to sleep and everything. But before that, of course, we have one more series to go. But yes, EVOS Esports, Flash Wolves, SBTC, and again, here in Group B, everybody gets a point. You get a point. You get a point today for day 1. Even GEEK Fam. Yay! I feel like this is a good moral victory. I feel like this is a good moral victory.
How GEEK Fam is going to be the water ghost, and it seems like they're dragging Alliance down with them to 5th place. This is kind of how a lot of people expected this group to shape up, with the caveat being that maybe SBTC and Divine would be swapping places, but this is basically, I think, how most people expected it to be. And yeah, at the end of the day 1, things look pretty standard.
Infinity, I want to hear your thoughts on this. Did you actually expect Divine Esports to do so well? Today, they have 7 points, and even though EVOS Esports is not too far behind, that's still a massive gap, between 7 and 3 points that EVOS Esports has.
Yeah, I think the Divine Esports coming into today, it was surprising on how they played out. 2 old EVOS Esports only lost up against another team here in the group of death. So that was actually surprising for me personally, as Omo has stated. It actually has been switched up when it comes to the play.
Yeah. Right. But of course, before we end the day, we are going to have our final series. It is going to be SBTC Esports versus GEEK Fam. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.
Welcome back to the C Championships. Mika Fabs once again leading the panel desk with Infinity and Omo. And yes, they do look like they have just been upgraded versions of each other. And I am clearly the odd one out. I am surrounded by the same person. I just thought I had to point it out because several people were pointing it out already.
Almost
But-
no upgraded version of me.
Ah, no.
Wait, I like to call it, it's Infinity and it's Infinity, it's Infinilion. I
I'm
think
just
it
older.
said.
Yeah, I'm just the older
and,
one.
No, and then Gamernism is the Infinizard. So
Yes.
we just wanted to call it
Shame he can't be here right now. Oh well. But it's good, right? Because if Gamenism was next to me right now, he would take up the whole frame because he's jacked, by the way.
that. Okay.
I don't know. I
alright.
just had to
believe
point
you.
that out.
I believe you, Omo, and yes, I think it's nice that you notice these things about your
Oh
friends.
yeah. It's got nice pecs.
Well, in case you do want to check out Gamernism specs, you can follow him on all of his socials. I believe
Yes.
the social handles were over there. But yes, back into the game because we are down to our last game of the day, and it will be between SBTC Esports versus GEEK Fam. Now, this is our final series, and both of these teams have, I feel like they have something really specific to prove. SBTC Esports, they need this to prove that they're still one of the top dogs of the tournament, and GEEK Fam, they need this win to show that, hey, this wasn't a fluke, this wasn't an accident, we didn't just discover this, we're actually here to stay, and we are improving, and we are definitely making our way to the top of the leaderboards. I know it's a tall order, but of course, you know, GEEK Fam, they are carrying the Malaysian region, so they do have that on their backs. So Infinity, I'm eager to hear your thoughts on this. It's an uphill climb for GEEK Fam over here, but I feel like, you know me, I always cheer for the underdog, but even though I'm a big fan of SBTC Esports, part of me wants that 1-1 over here so that GEEK Fam can turn, you know, that one win into another.
Yeah, definitely. I think GEEK Fam currently is on the climb on big mountains here. But what they showed us a while ago is the early aggression. They just need to capitalize on that because when they fight up against Divine Esports, they got 4 kills in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. But after that, it was a bit iffy, wherein Divine Esports just made a huge comeback. So on this one, if they want to play on the Lee Sin, if they want to play that early aggression, I think they need to capitalize that early lead so that they can bring down SBTC.
Yeah, and I think, like, you know, it's also good to point out that, you know, Momo from GEEK Fam has been unleashed. And, you know, I feel like this is something that GEEK Fam can definitely utilize going into this series. But, you know, we're talking about, you know, of course, Momo is great and everything, but we're talking about, you know, going up against Kiral over here on SBTC, and we know what this player is capable of. So, yeah, checking out the team rosters right now. Omo, let me know your thoughts on this match and where you think the strong points are for GEEK Fam.
No, I agree with you guys. I think Momo being unleashed here can be a big win condition for the side of GEEK Fam instead of typically playing for the Shang like you always do. Now you have secondary carry threat, and we talk about how important that is all the time, especially when we discuss the Flash Wolves. Now seeing the same thing here occur for the side of GEEK Fam, but we're gonna hold that thought because we're gonna talk about SBTC. I mean, I think this roster is really solid overall, right? They played with Nero in game 1 of the day. I think that was their shakiest game. Then they came with Minus. They looked a little bit better. Still dropped that one game to Alliance's macro, but that's a little bit of an unfortunate situation. Now, when we see them go up against GEEK Fam, I do want to look towards the bot lane, and I think if Kirel does go for the Senna blind pick again, there is a potential that GEEK Fam can try to abuse that. That would be the win confidence.
Ooh, what do you think, Infinity? Do you agree, or what else do you think GEEK Fam can do in order to, you know, get this win from SBTC Esports? I know I'm angling it towards GEEK Fam, but it's just because we already know what SBTC Esports are capable of. GEEK Fam here, it's a new discovery. This is new territory for them after discovering their full potential.
Yeah, I think it is an interesting take here for GEEK Fam. We need to look at 69. I think he's very proactive in their prior games and even in their domestical matches in the fall season. I think he just needs the support coming in from his team to be proactive as well. Follow up on the engages that 69 has been providing. We saw how his Nunu and Willem has been very dominant. Well, not dominant, but has
really good.
Yeah, it has been good, right? In their matchup against Alliance, it has been showcasing this big time Nunu and Willem to set up those fights, and I think they just need to replicate that series. They need to replicate that game against Alliance on how they were following up for 69.
Yeah. Omo, do you have any additional thoughts on that? Because yes, the Nunu has been, you know, a great pick for GEEK Fam. They seem to know how to be able to capitalize on this and then follow that up with Momo, maybe on the Lucian, maybe on something else right now. If SBTC Esports catches onto that strategy, what do you think? Is this something that they could bring into the series?
It is, but the most important takeaway to me from this whole segment is that every time Infinity says 69, I'm gonna giggle a little bit inside. That's all for me.
I wasn't gonna say anything. I'm just gonna say that didn't come from me.
No, it's so cute when Infinity says it. I'm sorry, it's just... Yeah, that's it. That's all. That's the point. That's the point I had to make.
He's a young boy, but of course, anyway, we are gonna check out. We're gonna go back into the teams over here and get away before Omo gets really chaotic. We're gonna check out this journey video from GEEK Fam and find out a little bit more about what makes them tick.
I think for our team GEEK Fam, we still have a lot to improve on and to make. And mainly we will improve on our mentality and discipline to the C Championship in the future. Yeah. I think with the GEEK Fam buff, currently all of the players are excited to play in this C Championship, and we are looking forward to it also. I think for now the C Championship, the top ladder will be, first one would be EVOS, because they are the previous champion for Summer Super Cup, so we do need to look out for that. And second should be Hong Kong team. We also know that they are highly individual mechanical players. Third one should be One Esports. They are also a very strong competitor team. I want our fans to remember our story and how we have went against all odds to win the 4-season series in Malaysia, despite all the challenge we have faced, and did not give up, and they should not give up.
Aw, that was a really nice note to end the video by. And of course, as we jump into this final series, it's a really nice note as well to remember GEEK Fam by. And yes, I really do think that they will be defined as a team that, will not give up at all. And this is really nice to know, of course, on the side of GEEK Fam, because we earlier today, we gave them quite a hard time indeed, especially you, Omo. But yeah, with good reason.
I'm not done, by the way. I've got something coming up.
But yeah, I mean, with good reason, of course. We didn't see a lot of them from GEEK Fam, but to see their spirit, to really have them say, well, we're not gonna give up despite all the odds and obstacles. It's really quite inspiring indeed, and that makes me want to cheer for them even more as we head into this series. But yeah, before we wrap things up, Omo, I think you have some insights on a rather interesting topic here at the Championships.
Let me take a breath. Let me get ready on this one. All right. We're setting up for something a little bit spicy here. I mean, it would have been a bit better if we did this with Divine Esports, but coming into today when we were getting ready for this segment, we kind of expected SBTC to be the kings. With that said, we're going to look at the any percentage speedrun timings that we have here for the Wild Rift C Championships. I love that picture. For now, we do see the fastest timing was from Buriram Esports. That is against Boom. So 11:59. That is the time to beat here if you want the first place. Second place coming right up is going to be Divine Esports at 13 minutes against Boom. Might have been better if we saw Divine against GEEK Fam for this one. And of course, in third place, it's a bit bittersweet now after they lost the second map. But that was, of course, Alliance 14 minutes against GEEK Fam. Now, let's see. Time to beat. Remember, 11:59. Let's see if SBTC can top that any percentage speedrun and get the fastest game of the tournament here against GEEK Fam.
So there is a hidden sort of other secondary championship going on. Yeah, there's a mini game going on. It's kind of like a time trial here for the teams. Hey, if you manage to beat the that 11:59 time, maybe you get a prize from Omo.
Yeah, there's a secret unlockable prize, but we'll get there.
The Omo certificate of speedrun percentage.
I'm gonna get a whiteboard and write it
You get a special certificate from Omo over there. And I have to say, those nice graphics, those nice pictures over there. We're gonna have to cycle through all of Omo's pictures as we do this.
I'm running out. That's about it.
Yeah. Are you really though? No, I feel like there's always something. There's always something else. Okay, I will take up that challenge. I will find more pictures of you. I'm very good at that.
CSI time.
But something that unfortunately I'm not too good at apparently is predictions. I'm not exactly sure what my rate is right now, but I'm not feeling too confident. But let's bring up all the talent predictions on the panel right now. And I think we are pretty much, yes, united. Hey, we didn't get a lot of conflicts today. We are pretty much a united front almost all throughout. But yes, we are voting for SBTC Esports over here. I do think, I believe at the start of the day, I did think this was going to be a 2-0. This was of course not knowing that GEEK Fam did have those hidden pocket picks, that they were gonna take one from Alliance. I actually do hope that they get one from SBTC Esports, especially after that video. So heartwarming. How could you not cheer for them at this point? Infinity, what about you? Are you still feeling confident with your prediction?
Actually feeling confident here, and I think SBTC Esports, you know what, they have TF, pretty much the best jungler in Wild Rift right now in Southeast Asia. I think we can look towards that, right? And here's a problem though. Speaking about junglers, both of them on their winning match today picked up Nunu and Willem. So I think that will be the clash here. Who's gonna pick up Nunu and Willem here? Who's gonna be that better jungler?
That's right.
Maybe one of them could take Nunu and the other can take Willem.
Separate Nunu and Willem into two different champions.
We're gonna have to ask Ban then if that is possible, and that could be maybe another side game or something. But that should be interesting indeed to see who wins that little tug of war, especially since it has been a very memorable champion today, especially with the success and how the teams have managed to build around it. But yes, I believe our champ select is ready right now, so I'm gonna ask you guys. Of course, we have the Nunu and Willem up as a big question mark coming into this series. But Omo, what other picks do you think we're gonna see out of these two teams?
This is gonna be a spicy one, right? The big one for me was Momo's Lucian enabled by Nyx on that Lulu. And remember that Nyx played Lulu a lot today to varying degrees of success. There was the game, I don't remember who it was against. Might have been Divine, where he did get the triple kill under the tower with a Lulu support. So that is gonna be a bit of a power pick, I think, for him. I do like what we're seeing from SBTC to start things off here. Riven from the get-go with no Renekton up is a very effective possible pick, and I don't know about this one, Chief.
Yeah.
What do you think, Infinity?
Nunu and Willem for GEEK Fam has now been locked in. They want to go for that route once again. They're winning composition a while ago up against Alliance. You know what? Run it back. But Gragas here to follow up. Very flexible as well. Can go to the support, can go into the mid lane for GEEK Fam. I think they're playing this very safely. They know Nunu and Willem can be picked up by SBTC. Picked it up for themselves, and Gragas is a flexible one. So now SBTC is still thinking, what will GEEK Fam do?
With Olaf being banned, Gragas becomes a pick that just gets unlocked. He has a lot more potential. Now he's not afraid of the X-Man running him down. With that said though, we do have Ferris Trash coming in from SBTC. So in my books, the hopes of lane dominance from GEEK Fam's bottom lane here have just gone out the window. It seems like they want to double down though. They're saying we see a strong bottom lane with Ferris Trash, and we're gonna pick a Lulu and Lucian into it. This is a very questionable one for me because I think it's a losing matchup. But if somehow they pull off a miracle and Momo here just pops off, they're just gonna run the game after that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they used up Lucian a while ago alongside with Lulu. This is pretty much a run back to the draft that we've seen a while ago in their matchup against Alliance. Pretty much exactly the same thing. Maybe a differentiability of Gragas being locked in instead of Darius for this one, and even Fiora as well is a different thing, while SBTC locks into Ari and Darius. So I think this is actually quite a bit differential here. If Julie can lock onto those charms, it is going to be an intense type of team fights that can occur for these teams.
Very possibly.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think the Ari pick has been something that we've seen pretty effective today. I think Ari has like a 4 out of 5 win rate here today, so I think this pick will be highly contested going forward between a lot of these mid laners. She has very few counter picks as well, so I'm quite surprised that we typically see her drop so low in the priority list.
Yeah, I see the idea behind GEEK Fam's draft. I love the heart coming into it. But SBTC, these are power picks over here. These are power picks indeed coming into our final series of the day. SBTC Esports versus GEEK Fam. Casters, over to you guys.
Well, thank you so much, Mika. We're going into SBTC Esports and GEEK Fam. The Infinity Zone has been summoned. I'm gaming this, so with me is the caster that really needs no introduction. It's Riku. And we're looking to see how these two teams play it out now. GEEK Fam managed to tie the game up against Alliance. And maybe, if we're ambitious enough, are looking to get the win off SBTC.
I mean, it's a possibility. We are now seeing Momo and Nyx in their, well, I wouldn't really call it signature just yet, but this is the duo. This is the duo that we've seen getting that triple kill early on the Lucian, as well as Nyx having to help that happen. So we'll see if the setup is going to be the same, because it's not at the get-go. It's a Thresh versus Varus. It's not the usual Kai'Sa plus something where you can bully out. We'll see how that goes.
I love how positive you are, Riku. You know, you don't discount these teams yet. They have a chance. There's a possibility. It's kind of, you kind of have to use the time stone to find that possibility, but we're okay for that. We believe that that's the chance that it could happen. Sacrifices might have to be made, but either way, as things start out, like you mentioned earlier on, it's Kiro and Aquino down with the Varus and the Thresh. You know, you don't have an enabler, don't have a support that allows you to kind of get topped up and boosted up in a lot of these fights, so things are going to be a little bit more dicey. So I foresee TF and Minas having to kind of pop off, come online early on, because they need to have that additional buffer to win these fights.
Yeah, this is going to be very scary, especially this big duo, TF and Minas. Whenever Minas either apprehends someone, and then that big AoE stun gonna come from TF. That's going to be a huge chunk of damage coming in. And looking at the Thresh too, Akino on this Thresh.
There we go, that's the start, that's the dive, and intercept for first blood for TF.
Easy setup, big poke, it's not over though.
Would you have it any other way, Riku? Things don't end so quickly, not for SBTC. They find the death sentence off the Haki, and it will be followed through on as the Ignite, as the knock-up. It's TF once again, 2 kills in his early game.
Akino with so many death sentences, and as well as Kiral with the pokes. Momo not surviving the lane. This is a complete contrast of what we've seen in game number 2 against Alliance, where they get a triple kill, and now they're the ones having to fight at the back end with this very strong, heavy range of a Varus and TF again coming in.
Well, there we have it. You just don't quite get a break. GEEK Fam lose another down again. Find a catch. TF has the ultimate, and there we go. The win slash confirms yet another SBTC 4 on the board. Riku, I think I'm just gonna let them do their own thing. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah, it's crazy. TF basically got level 5 through kills. He's the first one to reach level 5.
So much destruction, Riku.
It's crazy. This is a crazy start. I mean, we expected, when I see a Thresh getting locked in, I usually expect maybe not a snowball coming in through Minas.
And I don't think Minas expected it either. It's gonna flash away. He will get to safety. GEEK Fam trying to equalize on the top side, but missed that window. So now, let's see how things play out. Kiro nearly falls, but has the flash to get to safety, while Aquino is rotating around the map. So nice little movements from GEEK Fam to try and punish. You know, this might be a little bit too ambitious. I think he's kind of caught forward. He pulls Kiro in, but that's not where they want to be.
Because Julie is right here.
Oh, wow, they've actually planned for this entire time. This was all part of the calculations, but GEEK Fam, they have the bigger brain, and they're gonna take down Julie.
Just still, do not underestimate the Lulu versus Lucian lane. There's just a ton of damage coming in early. And if you get focused down, you're immediately gonna get chunked down, as we've seen. Minas.
What is this from the Shank? He tries to go for the soul kill. Barrier comes in clutch. Meanwhile, down to the bottom side, Death Sentence doesn't manage to hit, and there we go. That's the catch. That's the first to fall as TF has joined in. He's collected the first, the second. Now on the Haki with his third. All one by one must fall to this Riven.
It looks almost effortless. It was a little bit worrisome though with 69 just gathering the snowballs and
Look,
the
I'm gonna try again here, Riku. Such devastation.
This wasn't his intention.
And TF finds such a strong early game where the Riven had to absolutely make a play. GEEK Fam, though, they're not willing to give this one up easily. The charm connects. They try to flay them off. Finds the stun of the Kino first, so he might be the casualty to fall. The sacrificial lamb for SBTC Esports, but they're not willing to give him up as the flash from TF will get them out.
A little bit too close there. I mean, at this point of the game, the death timers are going to be very, very short. GEEK Fam's able to scare away SBTC. Let's take a look at that again. I was a little bit worried there because the cast came in, the snowball didn't connect. There was a little bit of the anti-synergy of skills going on there, but it doesn't matter. TF just
comes in, swoops in. At the end of the fight, no cooldowns.
Oh,
Basically,
man.
I can take advantage of everyone.
Once again, now with the Proto Belt to boot, the first to fall is gonna be Momo. Actually flashes away. It seems like Julie will confirm that at least, though. TF has to reposition. The explosive cast come through. Death sentence onto the minion, but look at Kiro in the back. He's found the flank, and GEEK Fam will fall once again. This bot side is a bloodbath, and SBTC Esports are here to collect.
That is usually something that you do not see. A flanking Varus, you know how confident SBTC is. If you find a Varus locking in your escape, using the Chain of Corruptions just to hold you down under the tower.
Meanwhile, the Shang hasn't been able to find all too much on the opposite end. Let's take a look at that replay again, because Riku, what is this flanking Varus about?
Let's see that again. Look, took the long way out, charging his piercing arrows, able to eliminate the Nunu 69, and yeah, no answers to this flanking Varus. Could have possibly been punished, but what else is there to do? You're basically sandwiched there. Really no choice but to accept your death.
That being said, the Shang has found himself a small advantage in the Baron lane over Minas. So it's not the worst case scenario for GEEK Fam, but it's not far away from it. As SBTC convert onto the Rift Herald, even with the Nunu, you're not quite able to prevent this from happening. SBTC find the tempo that they want, and are looking potentially for a catch up to the Shang. Death sentence goes wide, barely misses. I think things will end there.
A little bit of a break, I suppose, for GEEK Fam, because it has been constant pressure, has been constant ganks. And this roaming death squad, it's so funny how I thought when a Thresh is locked in, it's usually the Thresh leaving the lane, roaming with the jungler, but it's different. It is TF constantly visiting Momo and Nyx, which is understandable because this is where they will shine. This is where they can be able to snowball the game, as we've seen during the Alliance matchup at the second game. This is another collapse. Death sentence in.
Look at how aggressive Aquino is stepping forward. Unfortunately, the aggression will not pay off this time around. He's going to go down, but Minas is here to equalize, and they're taking down the jungler. 69, the first to fall in this exchange, and moving on to Hockey, who won't be able to get away. SBTC, what more can I say? They have dismantled GEEK Fam time and time again. This is the series that we were expecting, and GEEK Fam can do nothing in the face of this aggression.
Now, this is just a lot. This is, what, 7 minutes in? We're looking at an 11k
Any percent speedrun, Riku?
I mean, we saw the stats coming from Omo. Fastest game so far. I believe it was, what, 12 minutes? Maybe SBTC is trying to beat that record.
Look, I don't quite know what exactly how close it has to be safe. All I know for certain is if the first number starts with 10 or below, SBTC are gonna win. Right? So there we go. You're gonna get a little certificate from Omo probably. I don't know what he has in store for us for that. But GEEK Fam, they're trying their best to hold out, trying to scale up in the late game. They still have a threat in the Fiora, someone who can activate themselves in the side lane. So if the Shang is able to find himself a good angle while the rest of GEEK Fam buys him time, that could be what they need against SBTC.
Exactly, because the Momo Nyx plan basically out the window. So the Shang now has to basically shoulder everything in the game, as Hockey will be that big setup, engage, and we'll see if SBTC will allow that, because they have so much leeway. They can, you know, let the Shang hang out at topside a little bit. You know, I got Minas over there being that big gatekeeper at topside, not allowing any sort of 4-1 split push threat to happen. And 905, TF, by the way, just so massive now. Having the death stand so incredibly hard to pinpoint TF and kill him and punish him now.
Let's see how they play this one out. You know, we still have that game 2 buff that we saw from GEEK Fam the last time, as they just dive them on the turret even too much for TF there. Surely they're gonna go down, the first to fall. The death sentence comes across, unfortunately won't be able to take down 69, and now we see Muo going in aggressive. They will find the catch onto Nyx, and Minas is joining in. He flashes in for the upper hand, taking down the first. It's a double kill for the Varus as they slowly pull apart GEEK Fam from the seams.
GEEK Fam, they managed to eliminate TF, but unfortunately the rest of SBTC is still here. Look at that, it's 9 minutes. Are they looking to end this game perhaps?
I think that's a little bit too ambitious, Riku, but I could maybe see something happening. It's getting a little bit close, but SBTC I think might just barely miss out on the window for the any percent speedrun. Unless we reset quickly enough.
Yeah, it is a big possibility. Maybe SBTC
looks into getting that Baron. Perhaps let's take a look at that replay again. I mean, you know, no Guardian Angel, no Zonius to try, and it was a Proto Belt, more of that aggressive approach, so TF immediately falls. But the setup is there. Everyone from GEEK Fam pretty much low already, so this is the setup that we're looking for. I remember, you know, we mentioned this before, big poke champions is so good when you have Darius, because he's just there to finish off the kills, finish off low health targets, and this is it. SBTC setting up for the Baron.
And GEEK Fam trying the best to respond to this. The Shang has recon, pick up the Black Cleaver. There's 2 items on his side. Unfortunately, that's still quite far behind compared to what we see across the board for SBTC. They've now set up some vision control, and GEEK Fam have to walk in the jungle to try and respond to this, to watch out for this Baron. I mean, time is ticking down. Nyx has the flash. There's the catch coming through from Julie. Forces the wild growth already. TF still walking in aggressively. Might be able to take down 69 in the process. That's going to be the grand challenge coming across. They find the stun onto the river. TF will surely go down. Finally, GEEK Fam find one in the process, but SBTC, they're not too phased by this.
Not at all. 2 dragons, an immense amount of gold lead, no AD carry. This is them still having the firepower to engage.
The Shang stunts this one off, and that's the salt follow-up. That's the damage that they needed. They find the first catch. Akino is going to respawn, and Kiro's just kiting away. Where's the damage supposed to come from? Not from a Lulu, not from a Lulu. Surely, there's nothing they can get done in the face of a major marksman who's taking them down for a triple kill for SBTC.
Kirill is legendary now. No one is able to threaten his space. He is free poking every single time. That is the reason why we see him legendary now. You know, SBTC, okay, we've had enough having to siege. Let's just go straight to the Baron. 69 is not present. We can do this.
And the Baron will fall to SBTC Esports in just a quick second. They're just making sure they have vision. As GEEK Fam, well, they're in dire straits now and have to watch out for the inhibitor. Broken towards the bottom side, so waves crashing in there. Unfortunately, or well, I mean, I'm not keeping track here, Riku, but SBTC have just missed the any percent speed run timer. So now, no snakes. They can close out the game however way they want.
Yeah, it's still them in the lead. Having to get that Baron buff on board, having to siege. I guess wave clear wise, they're... Oh, Minas though, he's fine.
He's more than fine, Riku. He's just walking in on them. And look at SBTC, who have waited, lying in wait, just catches off 69 by the side. And it felt like GEEK Fam found the angle with the Nunu. Unfortunately, it does not work against SBTC because they've come in, cleaned up house, taken them to town, and moved on to the Nexus as SBTC will find themselves this game 1 win right after minion creeps come through.
Yeah, SBTC, this is such a commanding lead from them. They started off with, you know, Akeno, not gonna roam as a Thresh. We're just gonna put constant pressure at the bottom portion of the map, shut down that early game against Momo and Nyx on the Lucian and the Lulu, and they are heavily successful.
What a good set from SBTC. Start things off, keeping the trend going. They've been having a pretty good run overall. GEEK Fam still have a chance in this second set to maybe pull something away. Hopefully, I think SBTC are not going to look for a third draw for the day. So, we'll see how that goes out.
Yeah, it is still a big possibility. I mean, that trend so far today has been 1-1. Maybe you mentioned, Grandin, the game number 2 buffs may still be in GEEK Fam's favor.
We'll see how that one's going to go for SBTC and GEEK. If GEEK Fam are able to pull through with something special in game number 2. That being said, though, we're going to go into a break. When we're back, SBTC Esports leading 1-0.
Welcome back, guys. You're watching the Wild Rift C Championships, and SBTC Esports have taken Game 1 from GEEK Fam. I know this was a tall order for GEEK Fam, but of course we still wanted to see them do well. SBTC Esports, though, they are just too good. And, you know, Omo, you brought this up previously. Vietnamese teams, they need that one game to warm up. SBTC Esports, they already had that one game. They're already fully warmed up. So I really don't think that, you know, this is going to probably end really well for GEEK Fam. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the speed run. I think that game ended in 12:30, something along those lines.
Almost.
So that's going in the top 3. It's not. It has not beaten the 11:59 timing. That's close. It's gonna be a tough one to beat, but it was very close indeed. That's right. And of course, like I mentioned, right, I don't think this was the game to pull out the Lucian Lulu. I think it does very poorly into the Varus Trash combo. And of course, TF, we can't forget him on this Riven as well. He's just popping off the whole game. They had really good answers to 69's Nunu. I feel like the success that GEEK Fam had against Alliance kind of went to their heads a bit, and they thought it was a situation where you could just plug it into every draft, but that's not the case, right? These are very situational picks, and that's why it didn't quite work out here.
God, look at the KDA on Kiral. He had 11-114. That's insane. And, you know, of course, if we bring up Kiral, we have to bring up Akeno. 25 assists. He just did great work on the Thresh. The hooks were almost beautiful to watch, actually. Infinity, what did you think about his performance?
Yeah, I think pretty much every single one for SBTC Esports in this game can be MVP. I think they played very well, right? TF was that early game sort of foundation for SBTC. Let's visit the bottom lane. And how many times did he visit in the first 5 minutes was pretty much absolutely insane in that number alone. And in that latter stages, in that early game, you see how TF was just going in constantly and Varus into the flank. Just got them so much out of that when it comes to value.
Yeah, and I do want to hop into a highlight really quickly. I think this series of events really just illustrates how the entire game went. You guys mentioned the bottom lane, right? This is exactly what we're going to take a look at in this replay. We see everyone just fighting, but I want you guys to pay attention to the minimap right now. Look at Kirill. He's strolling over from the mid lane. He's like, my team is destroying this fight. If I want to be involved, I'm going to come flank as a marksman. He lands all his spells perfectly. This was so clean. He body blocked them. He says, you guys are not getting past me. I'm body blocking you as a Varus. And it's pretty much just bot lane, jungle destruction, you know. It's not much to say about this game. This is just SBTC outplaying GEEK Fam.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to, again, the Summer Super Cup, that amazing play from Kiral, because that was kind of similar to what he did. He kind of hung back and was just, you know, in the shadows and everything. And when everybody went down and he was the only one left, 1v5 again. God, I'm such a great fan of this guy, and I really do think that, you know, he is definitely one of the best players here at the C Championships. That is exactly why. Now, of course, we can't forget our sponsors over here. Sorry, no clever segue. I'm too tired for that right now.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day, of course, but we can open doors to our financial future with Franklin Templeton. Get started on your investment journey with one of the world's largest investment managers. Thank you so much to Franklin Templeton for sponsoring the C Championships. Go check them out if you want to make sure, you know, you want to secure your late game, your actual, in real life late game. I definitely do. You know,
I mean, you're not going to speed run through life, so you might as well scale up.
Exactly. Scaling over here with Franklin Templeton. Anyway, and back into our SBTC Esports and GEEK Fam match. Again, you know, GEEK Fam have a lot of heart, especially with the final video coming in, and we got to see, you know, a little bit of, you know, what motivates them and all. But this isn't looking good for them. And, you know, SBTC Esports, are incredible. They're definitely still one of the top teams here in the tournament. Infinity, what can GEEK Fam do to at least, you know, make a good stand here as we come into our last game of the day?
Yeah, I think Omo has stated some points when we were off stream. We were talking about how Nunu has been counterattacked by Julie with the Ari. His charm just connects. It was just pretty much over. You cannot go for the snowball. Lucian and Lulu into the bot lane. You see how wrecked they are on how TF just goes in. You have Varus and Thresh just constantly pressuring them. So I think when it comes to this draft, just change it up a bit and make it so that you have that even level playing field in the early game that can scale out in the late game.
Yeah, I feel like the Nunu pick is something that, you know, you probably should bring out when your enemy isn't expecting it. But, you know, when you had a lot of success in your previous game and then you're feeling confident, okay, great game and everything, and you pull it out in your next one, that's something that your enemy can easily prepare for. Omo, what are your suggestions as to how GEEK Fam can work around this, and if there's any merit to them standing up against SBTC?
Look, I'm gonna stand by what I said earlier today. I don't think GEEK Fam should be taking a single game. Even the game against Alliance, it required Momo to play what might have been the game of his life for them to do so. And with these draft plans being reviewed already, the Nunu being a big part, the Lucian, Lulu being a big part, I think once teams realize how to shut this down, and SBTC, they did so amazingly, right? You just see Varus and Trash, you can never Lucian dash into that matchup, you can never trade aggressively on them, and it just shuts it down completely. Next up, we talked about the Ari that hard counters the Nunu, and GEEK Fam, they really just runs out of options.
Yeah, on the side though of GEEK Fam, like yeah, we talked about the team heavily revolving around the Shang. We have Momo suddenly being unleashed and being unlocked and everything. Which, who do you think should be next in order to, have them level up? We see these amazing plays from Momo today. Are we gonna see somebody else step up when we go into day 4?
Shang has been a bit of a letdown for me. We talked about how he should be the carry for the team, and he's the one that needs to step up. He hasn't quite done so, right? His Fiora performances have been underwhelming. His Darius's have not really accomplished too much. It's really off the back of Momo and I think 69's performances that they won the game earlier today against Alliance. So we really need to see something special come out from the Shang, Momo, across the board, really, the whole GEEK Fam team, if they want to take game 2.
Yeah, Infinity, I'm gonna ask you this. If GEEK Fam, you think we're in Group A, do you think that there are teams that they might have been able to perform better against?
I think there is, right? There is an opportunity that they can happen to bring out some of the games and get away with some of the playstyle that they're bringing here in Group B. I mean, yes, they won games up against Alliance. They're bringing up this variation when it comes to their graph. And I think Omo has stated this might not be the case, really, but I think with their adjustments, I mean, we saw their interview not giving up. They want to improve their mentality and discipline. They can actually get some games out of that.
Omo, I think you mentioned that, like, for example, SVP, they probably, I mean, it's a wild, guess, but they probably might be able to take a game off of them. They also mentioned in their interview video that they actually thought that the Hong Kong teams were very strong indeed. I mean, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, right? We saw how Hong Kong was dominating. SVP, though, we'll see. I mean, we saw how GEEK Fam wants to try and match them up with the interview. So I think you really want to go for that. But the problem was, it was a different selection. They went in for the group of death here.
Yeah, honestly, the group of death is just too rough to see, honestly. I think all of these teams can take games, can take maps off of each other. GEEK Fam, they might not be able to, win a series. But I feel like they might still be able to cheese a game off of some of these teams. They just need to reassess, go back to the drawing board and figure out what works and what doesn't work. Don't just tunnel in on one set draft every game.
Speaking of the draft, though, as we're seeing right now, the first picks are coming in. The bans are complete for our final game today. GEEK Fam versus SBTC Esports. Right here, as we're seeing, the champions being locked in. Any first thoughts over here onto the draft?
Yeah, for this one, I think GEEK Fam is now adjusting. We saw how TF played on the Ribbon, Varus as well. So they banned it out. They don't want SBTC Esports to play this. But considering that SBTC has locked in onto Lee Sin, I think that's also something important to take note because this is an early game champion. Now, TF played that game number 1. I think we'd expect the same thing in game 2.
Yeah,
Omo, what about you?
Yeah, we do see what we typically expect from SBTC. Olaf is banned away, so they're going in for Gragas Lee Sin. This combo is so good at skirmishing, finding angles, winning these small fights. But GEEK Fam, they're going back for the Wombo combo. This was something they did a lot earlier today. Didn't quite have the successes. I feel like this would have been a much more effective draft for them in game 1. They have the right pieces, they have the right ideas. They're just not slotting it in the right games. I think if they ran this comp in game 1 and they ran their game 2 comp their game 1 comp right now, it would actually match up against what SBTC has way better. But I think their mentality is kind of just like, okay, we lost with this, it doesn't work, let's play the next thing. If we win with something, you know what, this works, let's just keep playing it. They're not looking for what's optimal, they are just going off of the feeling.
Well, SBTC Esports bringing out the Senna once again, and I really like the Kirill's performance here on the Senna. going more for the assist rather than, you know, the ADC or the damage. Infinity, what about you? What are your thoughts over here? And actually, I also want to know, because we saw this Infinity a lot in the Icon Series Philippines, the Senna and the Nasus combo, we haven't seen it quite yet, but it's really, really good. I feel like SBTC Esports could probably take this maybe if they want to.
I mean, that's an option, right? Currently, they're lacking onto the AP damage. If ever Gragas goes for a bit of a Baron lane or a tank build here, SBTC can literally go for that route here. And I think that's an option for them. I think the counter for that is the hyper aggression. But GEEK Fam has this Nami, so I think that can pretty much match this up. So I think that is indeed going to be a selection here for SBTC.
I'm sorry to break your heart here, Mika, but I think it's very likely going to be a Gragas Senna bot lane, so that's going to be a bit of a letdown because we do see the Fiora come in, and this is a blind pick Fiora. So Minus is kind of throwing down the gauntlet here. He's saying, I don't think you were playing Fiora the right way in the last game. I'm going to blind pick it. You're going to counter me. The answer is Irelia. So this is going to be a very high skill matchup. I do personally favor Fiora in this matchup, so I'm a bit on the fence about this counter pick. But we have to see how it plays out, right? And I think SBTC, there we go. That's a very SBTC draft.
Yeah, the Yasuo. Infinity, I want to know your final thoughts on this draft. We're not quite sure of the final pick so far, but yeah, just your immediate thoughts on, you know, how you think GEEK Fam can counter SBTC, even though SBTC Esports' draft looks really good.
Yeah, I think they have to utilize the Nami ultimate very well. They have to be in synergy with what their playstyle is going to be, especially with Jarvan 4 going for the 69 level 3. We could expect him to match up against TF here at level 3 to go for the early aggression. So I think that is what GEEK Fam needs to do here up against SBTC. But we're looking at infinite scaling for Senna. So when it comes to the late game, I think it is looking great for SBTC Esports.
Yeah, what about you, Omo?
I mean, if we look at scaling, SBTC definitely has that in their back pocket. I think a lot of the pressure this game will come down onto the Shang, like we talked about, right? He needs to be the one performing, and he definitely has a chance to. If he manages to explode this matchup as the Irelia, he could definitely carry the game. Alternatively, Momo seems to be back on this Lucian. I expect them to put Ziggs in the mid lane, so this is another opportunity for him to redeem that pick.
Yeah, well, hopefully redemption is in store for GEEK Fam as we head into our final series of the day. It does look like a tall order for them, as we mentioned, and yes, we got to know GEEK Fam a little bit more in their interview video, but unfortunately, it doesn't look good. SBTC Esports, though, they're just a Goliath right here in the Group B and in the C Championships overall. They still remain to be one of the favorites, one of the top teams here, and definitely the kings of the Vietnam region. But let's get into it as we head into game 2. It's gonna be GEEK Fam versus SBTC Esports casters. Over to you guys.
Well, thank you a bunch, Mika. We're going into this one. It's the last game of the day, and to bring you guys the action, I'm Gaming this, and with me is Riku. We're once again putting the spotlight on GEEK Fam, and we're putting them under the microscope, watching everything they do, scrutinizing the good points, the bad points. We're here to watch it all in this final BO2 for day 2 of the group stage.
Yeah, we'll see if that game number 2 buff is gonna send GEEK Fam to take this into a 1-1 against
It's
SBTC.
kicking in.
Yeah, they've got
Power
Momo
levels
here.
are rising.
Power levels are rising. It's right there. I mean, is SBTC? It's action right away.
See, there you go. Would we do? I can't take this seriously, Riku. I cannot take this seriously. GEEK Fam will start things off. You know, I do want to bring some attention to the Shang because he's gonna switch over to the mid lane to grab some of this EXP and clear out the waves. But you know, you look towards Irelia. I'm quite curious how this will play out against Minas. It's a big skill expression matchup, and whoever's better, frankly, will be the one to win this lane. How do you feel about the odds are for GEEK Fam?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? There's a lot of pressure towards the Shang being able to win that 1v1 against Minas. And I think there is that mini skill matchup, I suppose, especially Minas going to be anticipating that pretty slow stun coming in, so that's easy repass right there.
Oh, look at that. That's the game 2 buff we're talking about. Puts SBTC in their place. Momo with that aggressive Lucian pick.
I know. I mean, when Lucian arrived in the game, people were like, maybe it's going to be like League PC. Maybe the best combo for Lucian will be the Braum. No, it's going to be the Nami mid lane. So.
Well, I think everything just goes well. Nami Haki's going to face off against TF, against Julie, survives. past the barrier, so it's a little bit too much to commit. 469 is going to be by the side as well. No Nunu this time around, so I'm quite curious how this is going to play out for GEEK Fam. That being said, I think Jarvan is a fine adaptation as well.
Yeah, the Jarvan 4 is there to be that main engage for your squad. Flag and drag into Cataclysm.
There we go. TF, he walks into the brush, he spots out 69, but here we have it. Nyx is joining in as well. The flag and drag gets the catch off onto Julie, who has to try and walk away. Flashes away from the Aqua Prison. They barely escape.
That was too close. Julie is forced to use both summoner spells. GEEK Fam, in the meantime, can continue on with the pressure in mid lane. They can't afford to do so.
Sure about that? You sure about that, Riku? Can Momo keep the aggression going down here, though? He finds the trade! And it's 1-for-1 in the bot side.
That could have been a no exchange, but Momo, good thing, is able to chunk down Akino. This could be another dive, though, over here, Minas.
They're walking in, they're walking onto the Fiora. You have to show some respect to GEEK Fam, and they Ignite taking them down low. 69, I don't even think you had to commit there, buddy, but he goes in anyway, just wants to secure the kill, and you will find it.
After that flag and drag, if you don't have flash...
The Shang! No! There's nowhere to go!
Pain. The Shang had flash, but felt like, okay, might be a waste. I'm just gonna die here anyway, so I'll just bring that flash in, use that as an outplay potentially later on against Minas at the top lane, or as an escape, because, you know, TF, we know TF how he goes. He's just gonna keep going, and ganking.
Oh, absolutely. He's absolutely trying to get that happening as he will walk in on 69 once again. He's gonna get back to safety under turret, but SBTC, once they spot them out, let's see if we get anything done here as, well, Hockey just gonna be by the side. And you know, while we have a little bit of downtime here, Rico, I think we should mention as well, GEEK Fam changing their mid lane and bringing in Hockey, and this is really the first day that we've got to see him play. You know, how do you feel like this change has been compared to having Ozuroveki for this team?
Yeah, I think it's a really, really huge change now that they can, I feel like the dynamics a little bit different. Sometimes they can sit back and relax, have the early game reliant on towards Momo here, like right now.
Wow, just mechanically played that so well, Momo. They find a kill down the bot side. And, you know, SBTC, they wanted to skill up a hero, they wanted to skill up Aquino. You have to stand up to opponent power, but they are punishing that so well this game.
Yeah, gotta love Momo's solution there. Again, this is the pick that is able to get triple kill early within 3 minutes up on their matchup against Alliance, and it seems to be the trajectory now that they want to do. SBTC, though, already starting this Dragon GEEK Fam can exchange over a top side, but look at Akino. He's busy pushing down 69.
Gold is much tighter this time around. 9 pops a Cataclysm. We'll take the flash away from Aquino, but look at this collapse coming in. Both sides. SBT members starting to flood into the river, and it's down to GEEK Fam to find something this process. But in the meantime, Julia's coming with the last breath. They are forcing away Hockey, pushing back 69, and the first to fall, it looks like it's going to be the Shang, but he's barely gotten away, especially with Nyx's heal. The ebb and flow keeps him topped up just barely enough.
Yeah, gotta have a lot of those low health targets on the side of GEEK Fam. They're going in again.
Oh my goodness. What is happening? What is happening? It's Aquino that's come on with the first kill. The flag and drag catches Minas, who has no mana left. But SBTC Esports, they'll still find it. They'll still find the Rift Tower, the Dragon earlier as well. Everything is starting to look towards SBTC.
Yeah, Akino saving the cask right there for that big finisher. Not to use it as an engage tool, not as a disengage tool, no. Just to finish off the kill up against Momo there, who is incredibly low. I mean, understandable why he'd want to be aggressive because of the fact that his damage is just really, really strong. He also has already finished up his Essence Reaver, so with that, SBTC happy about picking up the Rift Herald. They can open up top side as well. This lane swap happening, coming from Julie, this tag team, it's an easy last breath setup with the Dragon's Rage knock up, like right now.
Perhaps that was the intention, especially with the Dragons as well. I think top side, we see the first kill go over. Momo, he's gonna have to face off against multiple, but Tidal Wave is gonna be pretty effective. Look at the damage coming through, and oh my goodness, this Lucian, absolutely massive for GEEK Fam as they find and convert on for a double.
Nicely done, Satchel by Hockey there, able to find another kill. TF though roaming back toward bot.
Oh, this looks like a repeat here, Riku. Once again, they've caught off Momo. It's going to be the explosive cast that does the job. He tries to trade back, looking for a little bit more damage on the Gragas, but falls in the end. GEEK Fam overstay their welcome and get punished.
Yeah, they got a bit greedy there. They wanted to take the tower down. They wanted to get First Blood Tower, maybe even up the map score. Not map score, but even out the gold score. But was punished immediately by TF arriving in the scene. And now, you know, First Blood Tower for GEEK Fam denied as Rift Herald is laid onto mid lane.
Gonna go quite well. The, I guess, best thing coming through for GEEK Fam. They have the Ziggs. Well, I'm not sure that was the best play to get the Cataclysm off, but they lose so much HP in the process. And now SBTC, they're collapsing in with the last breath. They execute off the Javan 69. Dead and gone so quickly. GEEK Fam, no time to even say goodbye.
Yeah, they're just out of there. SBTC, you know, Julie could have been the one who gets punished because he was already being targeted by the second tower, the inner tower in the mid lane, but they had no tools. They were already out of cooldowns because of the first fight under the tower. Now SBTC moving, marking their way towards topside. And GEEK Fam, even though if they arrive in the scene, I don't think they can do anything. This tower's gonna fly by fast.
I think you're absolutely right, Riku. They've walked into the crime scene, and you know it's just that their body is way too late. They can't stop it from happening. GEEK Fam is not getting the tip-offs early enough. They just don't have the information to react and respond to SBTC. Whereas SBTC, they have wiretaps everywhere, cameras everywhere. Look at how deep their vision is, and they find and spot them out so quickly. They know exactly where GEEK Fam is moving.
Exactly, their surveillance is just top-notch. Therefore, GEEK Fam, no matter where they go, basically kind of getting stalked by SBTC here. Look at TF. It makes the way TF moves around the map makes me feel like I'm seeing double. It feels like there's two TFs in this game. That's how much presence he has.
That's why he's TF, because he always has that global, right? He always everywhere on the map, and we're seeing that happen in this game as well. Second Drake's gonna start up. I think Riku enjoyed that joke a little bit too much. I'm not quite sure why.
I'm sorry.
I'll take it though. I'll take it.
It was really good.
I will take it. That is SBT confirming the Ocean Drake as well, and that's just only gonna help their case more. No more mana issues. They're gonna see up so much better.
Yeah, this is really helpful with the Mountain Drake and the Omni Vamp as well. So that's just a lot of defense buffs on the side of SBTC, which is makes it, you know, makes Momo's job a little bit harder, I suppose, in finishing up targets here with the big sustain that they have, with the big shields that they have. The Shang as well hasn't been able to shine in the spotlight, as now Minas has been split pushing at topside constantly. GEEK Fam just trying to catch up with the map score here as they try to push, but here we go again. TF arrives in the scene.
Moving on to the Shang, and again, let's put some
Teleport.
attention onto this Irelia to make something happen. Minas is coming in and looking for the collapse onto the Shang. There we go. Vanguard's Edge misses out, the falls to wet. Is this going to be enough for SBTC to commit on fall? But GEEK Fam back on the turret will hold on to these structures for dear life as they face off against SBTC Esports, who have taken that first game already, who are looking to pick up the second. 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Not as big as a stomp as last game, but not far from it, I would say.
Yeah, it's looking to be just another massacre here. Momo gone, Hockey gone, and all of the carries, the wave clear that GEEK Fam needs to stall the game is gone. SBTC, this duo, Julie and TF,
wait.
this is deadly.
Wait, is this TF gonna get the kick? The two-man knocked up. They find the last breath. It's only on to one. And Nami flashes away, but Nick still falls in the end. 69 does get away safely though, but get mid turret.
It's just ease of execution here from SBTC. They're just taking everything away from GEEK Fam.
I think it's just way too easy to even look at that. Venus instant flash away for the cat, but the timing is so beautiful from SBTC.
They're just so confident in this matchup right now. Minas just gonna be able to escape from this. Every single lane has won with a big gold gap. Looking at TF as well because of his presence, because of his involvement in most of the kills in the game. He's able to rack up that sweet 4K gold lead versus his counterpart 69 over here. And the infinite scaling is still there as a big threat. You know, Kiral, Julie, as well as a Yasuo. Just one last breath is going to be enough to basically eliminate someone. So the Shang now trying his best. He has his comrades now, though. He's not going to be outnumbered on this one. But SBTC already working their way towards the Baron. The two-man, the TF and the Julie.
It's pretty quick as well. It doesn't even seem like them have any inkling that this is happening around them. SBTC, I have to say, you know, surprised me with the Yasuo pick. You know, it's not entirely out of the wheelhouse, but it's not something that they look to play for most confidently. But they are executing it very well in this game, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. So perhaps this is a showing towards something new for SBTC to play more of this Yasuo composition. Now here we go. They're gonna keep in through the Baron lane. Recalls channeling from GEEK Fam. They have to find some way to defend this. The tidal wave comes through already, so that's gonna make things a little bit more complicated. SBTC collapse in. They find the first catch. They find the lockdown, the knockdown onto Momo. The Lucian is down, and that's a big chunk of their damage source. They've taken down the Shang. The second, a double kill for Julie. And now it's just down to GEEK Fam to try their best to respond to defend. But if the minion waves crashing in, it's just up to SBTC to decide how long they want to take before they end this game.
Yeah, exactly. Momo gone, the Shang gone. Therefore, SBTC just gonna take 1, 2, 3 steps onto the Nexus with that sweet 3 points to end the night for them.
Yeah, perhaps ending the game right here and now. They're gonna face off against the Ziggs. All 5 respawn from GEEK, well, almost 5 respawn from GEEK Fam. So SBTC is gonna make the respectful play and back up.
Yeah, I think it's a good call. I mean, I think it was pretty much GEEK Fam. Everybody's pretty much alive. Hockey as well using the Mega Inferno Bomb just to clear down the wave. SBTC is fine to take this a little bit slow. With the humongous lead that they've already acquired, they can take a big bonus of getting that Infernal Drake as well. Maybe land a few killer clips here and there. Look at TF.
Here we go. What's he gonna do? Where's he gonna go?
The
That's the shadows. The spooky ghosts are on you. They're chasing after. It's a nightmare. Unfortunately, the ghosts won't quite be able to get their hands on you. The Ghostbusters are here to stop it. They're gonna back you off. Back you off. I don't know what I'm even saying at this point. I don't know what GEEK Fam are doing. I don't know what SBTC are doing. I don't even know what I'm saying, Riku.
The ghosts and the Ghostbusters. That's it. GEEK Fam are the
something about those two things. Absolutely right.
Yes, yes.
Well, it's just down to this. The last bastion is going to be the bot side inhibitor turret. Unfortunately, with the way that SBTC are looking to play it out, that might fall soon as well. And it doesn't truly matter how much they've scaled it up. There we go. Minas trading off against the Shang, but with the barrier, with the summon advantage, flashing past the falls duet, the fancy feet, the moves, the plays. As it all falls apart, doesn't matter. GEEK Fam will fall in their own base. SBTC Esports have put me in the same situation as before. We're just waiting for the minions, but that's going to be game. That's the second, and the first win in the group stage for SBTC.
And they get their 3 points, everybody, to the start of their group stage. And what a statement. What a way to end. Just complete domination. And the interesting Julie and TF roaming duo of the Yasuo and Lee Sin, set up with the Dragon's Rage. They're gonna visit your jungle, they're gonna visit your lane, and they're gonna kill you.
But they're really smart. I quite enjoyed what they did, and it really showed a level of understanding of what they wanted to try and get done in that game. And so SB absolutely on form. I felt like GEEK Fam at did seem like they knew what they were trying to do, and so a little bit better than what we've seen otherwise, but they have already gotten that tie. So this is their first loss. We'll see how they recover. But to break down the full game and the full series, give us more insight, we're gonna hand it back to the analyst desk because we have these wonderful people who are just waiting for this call to break down this game. So take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Caster. Such wholesomeness. Well, ending this broadcast day on such a positive note. Thank you so much to our amazing casters who have done such a great job so far. And yes, indeed, doing a great job as well is SBTC Esports and taking that to 0 from GEEK Fam. I have to say that we kind of expected this, of course. It is SBTC Esports. GEEK Fam has been have been struggling. Actually, ever since the summer season, we have been, you know, really cheering for them to get that elusive win. They managed to take one today, but again, against SBTC Esports, it was just such a tall order. And here we go. MVP goes to Kirill once again. I can't count the number of MVPs that this guy has actually garnered.
Wait, did it actually?
That should be a game. That should be a game, Omo. Just saying, who can rank up the most MVP?
Oh, you mean the game decided that MVP was Kiro? I got bamboozled.
no,
I thought we voted for
in-game.
Kiro. Oh
But,
man, my head's a bit
yeah.
out of it. It's been a long day.
It has indeed. But yeah, before we get to relax and everything, I want to know your thoughts. SBTC Esports and GEEK Fam, was there any point at all wherein GEEK Fam could have taken the win from SBTC Esports?
Nah. No, I don't really think so. I mean, we saw a couple of fights that GF did botch. I think they could have played it a little bit better. I think this time around, the Lucian situation was a lot better than in the last game, but they couldn't quite find the leads they needed in lane. Kiro and Arcano are so good at stabilizing despite playing in a center lane. And this Gragas pick, he really did quite a lot of it. We saw his casts were very on point. And though Deshang tried his best, I think some of these team fights, team was just not synced up. They weren't on the same page. They were going in at weird random timings, and overall I think they were just outclassed.
Yeah, I want to follow up on that point because in the early game it was looking for a hope for GEEK Fam. They were actually doing all right, but when it comes to the mid game, late game, that is where things changed up. SBTC Esports went back into their A game performance and just dominated that series.
Definitely.
Yeah, that seems to be the same pain point again for GEEK Fam. You know, it feels like, again, they have to go back to the drawing board and everything, but they managed to lock down something in the early game. They just can't seem to, follow through. And, they can't seem to keep the pace against teams that might be a lot more skilled and, might have a lot more, well-developed strategies than they do, have been playing longer, like SBTC Esports. So, like, for example, for GEEK Fam, they have had that early game, playing off of the early game strategy that GEEK Fam have managed to work out. What do you suggest, Omo, that they do in order to, scale into that mid game and into the late game?
This is
Coach
tough,
Omo right here.
Yeah, but I'm gonna mirror what Skimmy said. I think Coach Skimmy had the best idea. He said just dumb it down, make it simple, play team fight, don't overcomplicate things. Split push is hard to do. Back row is hard to do. Just come team fight, make an easy team comp where you can 5v5 very easily. I think that's what stole them the win against Alliance, and I think that's what they need to win. That's what they need to do to steal more games going forward. They've already dragged Alliance, I think, down to the grave with them. We'll need to see if they can do it to any other teams here. But I feel like the main thing that I want to see from the side of GEEK Fam is don't tunnel so hard into these Nunu picks, these Lucian picks. They're not always good. You just have to find the right situation for them.
And they're not a one key fits all type of lock, right? As you stated. So I think there needs to be some variation there in the draft. And when it comes to following on to that point, we already have stated a while ago how GEEK Fam, keeps on getting that early lead, especially up against Divine Esports. In their second game, they keep on getting these kills, but they were not able to capitalize it later on to bring it to a more lead, to a further lead than what they have already gotten. So I think that is also what GEEK Fam can look at. You know what? Let's get the early lead, but we need to keep it in and capitalize it to get that further.
Yeah. And yes, GEEK Fam do have a lot to work on indeed. They will get a second chance going into day 4, but we have to say it's not looking good at the moment. But you know who is looking good? It is our MVP of this series. Yeah, these things are coming in at the wrong time. Oh, I need that power going into our sponsors, of course. But yes, our MVP for this series will be TF, and I absolutely love. I think Riku brought this up. The way that TF and Julie were just roaming, having this grand tour all around the map, making sure that they had that control, and just hiding in the bushes, waiting for the the next available prey, the weakest available link that they could pounce on, and it was just really good. And that's also how you felt like GEEK Fam couldn't really stand a chance when they were when they were just prone to these ambushes. I mean, Omo, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think TF, he was everywhere, right? We talked about how in game 1, he didn't even need to ambush. He just walked into the bot lane and he kept looking for fights, he kept looking for gank attempts. All these skirmishes went in their favor, and I think they just outplayed their opponent here today. TF being such a mechanically skilled player. I think, Infinity, you mentioned that he was, in your books, one of the best junglers here, if not the best jungler here in C-Champs as well. But I think his performance today definitely has been showing that. I mean, I feel like this team, they needed some time to warm up, right? That's typically something we say about all teams, especially Vietnamese teams. And it seems like they have warmed up. Sure, they are playing against GEEK Fam, but still.
Yeah. Infinity, what about you? What do you think? I do love, again, you mentioned that TF was definitely one of the best junglers in the C Championships. And Omo, yeah, you did bring up that, sometimes all TF needs to do is just walk down the lane and then just take the fight, wins the fight, and that's it. That's Wild Rift.
That's really all it takes.
That's Wild Rift for you. But yes, Infinity, you mentioned it's one of the best junglers out there. What do you think TF needs to do if they come across like a team like EVOS Esports and, he comes up across Valdes? We've seen that before, but what do you think is the next level for this, future sort of like dream matchup that we have?
What would you even say is on the next level for them? Sorry, I had to.
Just cut in.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. But I get the thought process. I think right now we see how TF, as you stated, just walks into the bottom lane. I think they cannot do that in those hyper games, but I think just be present into the map. I think that is what TF is known for.
Yeah, present indeed. As Omo mentioned, he was everywhere. He was in their spawn. I don't know how he does it. Yeah, I don't know how he does it, but it happens. But on the other side, we do have an interview coming up with GEEK Fam. I believe we have Hockey on the line, so we'll get to get their thoughts and get to know them all things a little bit better, especially after that defeat from SBTC Esports. Hockey, thank you so much for taking the time to chat with us. And yes, you guys put up a really good fight against SBTC Esports. What do you think was the most challenging thing for you guys today?
I think going into the tournament today, I think the hardest part, we faced really a lot of struggles, trying to keep up with other teams, due to, wouldn't want to really say it, but it's just certain problems that we face in our team that resulted in the struggles that we face today.
Yeah, and of course, we are definitely cheering for you guys to overcome those struggles. And Omo, do you have a question for Hockey?
I do actually. Congrats on the win against Alliance here today. I have a question for you about stepping in to fill some pretty big shoes, right? You did take over the position of Azraveki, one of Malaysia's most famed players, and I think you did pretty well here today as well. How does it feel to come in and replace him, fill his shoes, and then take a win against him?
I definitely was looking towards the match against Alliance today. Surely taking off game them, it's definitely good, but there's definitely nothing to be really happy about it. Definitely winning them is not the main priority after all. It's just probably just a initial face off against them. But worrying about the other teams is the bigger focus overall here.
Yeah, you guys are definitely in a tough group. Infinity, what about you? Got a question for Hockey?
Yeah. Is there anything that we might expect coming from GEEK Fam in the next days to come? There's also one more for the group stage B.
I wouldn't set such a high expectations towards the last day of the group stage. Yeah, don't expect us to pull off a miracle or something like that. Yeah, because we face really a lot of problems before coming to this tournament, so it's really tough on us. You don't see it in the game, but it's actually really hard to cope with behind the games. Yeah.
And we know that, of course, GEEK Fam, you guys are here for a reason indeed. So we are definitely cheering for you guys to overcome all of the struggles and challenges that you guys are going through. Congratulations still to you and the rest of GEEK Fam for making it this far. You guys have a lot to be proud of.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Hockey from the side of GEEK Fam. And yes, it can be really hard, and we are harsh on a lot of our teams over here because we hold them to such a high standard. But it's nice to hear from the players also on the other side, see what they're going through. And yes, GEEK Fam, I'm sure they're not taking these losses lightly at all. I do find it interesting that he's mentioned that he's don't expect anything too much. We were talking about the burden of expectations a while ago with EVOS Esports, and how they're now almost a little nervous about performing because they have that pressure. And I think that, it might even help GEEK Fam a little bit if we're not expecting too much from them. It actually has happened. I mean, we have seen it before, like, okay, we're not expecting too much from this team. Suddenly, that's actually when they come online and they perform really, really well. I mean, what do you think about that, Omo? Coming from somebody who's been very, very harsh on GEEK Fam, of course, but
yeah, now I feel like a dick.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, I mean, it is part of the tournament, of course, and we do know, of course, that GEEK Fam, they are playing at their best, and I wanted to get your thoughts, Omo, on how that is, in terms of alleviating the expectations so heavily on GEEK Fam.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, I was very harsh on them, but it's all in good fun, right? I feel like this team, you can't really fault them as well. They come in as heavy underdogs, and it's always fun to pick on them. It's always fun to, like, they're getting rolled, whatever, speed run. But I think you have to keep in mind as well that there are players behind the screen and whatnot. And while we say these things jokingly, it's not good for especially the viewers at home to, like, dish out hate at them, because they're really doing their best. I think, like, considering the circumstances as well. I've been a competitor. I know how it feels to lose, and it's not fun. Let's just say that, right? So while it's fun for us to enjoy, make jokes, whatever, it's important to remember that this team's still trying their best. They took a game from Alliance. Alliance is supposed to be the super team from Singapore and Malaysia, so it's pretty decent performance from them, I would say.
Yeah, exactly. And, as we check out the standings as they are at the end of day 2 and, the final standings for Group B before we get into the second half of our group stages. Infinity, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Divine Esports still is on top. SBTC Esports slowly catching up. I think the big question is over here for EVOS Esports and Flash Wolves. They seem to have a good hold right now on the 3rd and 4th place respectively, but there is a big question as to whether the Alliance can actually sneak, do a little sneaky and get that 4th place. What do you think?
I think we might need to see an upset come in somewhere for that to happen.
Yeah.
Definitely. I mean, Divine Esports right now is leading into Group D, and I think in the last day for the group stage onto this group, I think this is the deciding factor. I think this is where everything is just gonna crash down. Who's gonna beat the top teams here in Group B? But so far, I think Divine Esports, considering their series prior, I think they're really showing up their improvement here in Group B.
Yeah, and you know what, Divine Esports, you guys were talking about them during the play-ins. I now see what the hype is all about. And they're definitely looking very, very strong indeed. I have to say, Omo, I'm so cheering for Alliance over here because they had such a fun game earlier against GEEK Fam and against SBTC Esports as well. So I feel like, if ever there's a team to kind of like do some kind of upset, maybe the Alliance can sneak something, underneath Flash Wolves' nose. We're gonna find out, of course, as we proceed in the group stages. For tomorrow, though, we are heading back into Group A, and this will be the last chance for these teams in Group A. So there are expect a lot of really heated matches coming up. I have my eyes on, you're gonna see it on your screens, the last match, which will be between Team Secret versus Barium United Esports, because Barium United Esports is currently on the top of Group A. What about you guys? Omo, we'll start with you as to what matches you're looking forward to the most.
I mean, I'm looking forward to see BRU take on the big teams here. BRU, they had a pretty easy schedule so far. They looked really good against Flash, against, I think it was MBR. But I want to see Game 1. I want to see how they do against one team. I want to see how they do up against Team Secret as well, who they have not played.
That's right. What about you, Infinity? What are you looking forward to the most?
Yeah, I have the same thoughts on Omo here. I'm really looking forward to Barium United Esports match up against one team, how they can perform or how they can match them up.
Yeah, it is going to be hot indeed. And you guys, I mean, Barium United Esports, yes, they have had it easy. It is going to be, the ultimate test for them tomorrow, especially since, again, it is the final chance for the teams in Group A. See? Just like that, the group stages have gone by. And we started...
Blink of an eye.
We started yesterday and we were like, oh, okay, there's still time. And then, now we're here and they're like, tomorrow, oh, there's no time. Time's up, everybody. But yes, just goes to show every single series here counts. And even if you're your favorite team are at the bottom of the standings, they still might have a final say as to who gets into that top 4. And yep, we are gonna find out by the end of tomorrow who from Group A will be advancing into the playoffs. It's gonna be really exciting indeed. Omo, I want to get some final words from you from our first batch of Group B matches. Any big surprises? Any like overalls? You know,
the GEEK Fam upset win. The GEEK Fam upset. The GEEK Fam upset win was definitely a big one. Other than that, I think I want to see how SBTC do on the last day, since they're done with the warm-ups. I want to see how they actually look now.
Yeah. Infinity.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking forward to Divine Esports, how they can remain onto the top spot here. Can they retain this level of playstyle into the last day of the group?
It's gonna be really interesting indeed as we head into day 4. But before that, we are going to be revisiting the Group of Life, Group A, as we head into day 3 of the group stages. It will be the last chance once again for Group A to make their mark and qualify for the playoffs. So we will see you back here, same time and same virtual place. Mika, Fabs, Infinity, and Omo here signing off on behalf of the C Championships team. See you guys in the Rift.
Are you ready to define your character, to choose your financial objective, to choose your investment strategy, and build your portfolio? Start now and level up your investment knowledge with Franklin Templeton.